the land in the distance. He was searching for traces of the Titan wriggling in the RV. He got back in the vehicle and continued driving north. Another day passed. Even the desolate vegetation was gone, replaced by patches of frost. The stones on the ground were covered in white frost. The temperature continued to plummet. This off-road vehicle had no air conditioning, and it didn't even have doors. Damn it, my fat is about to turn into frozen cheese. If only I could have a warm bed and find a soft, beautiful person to cuddle with for a while. That would be the comfortable life, he thought. Neo Onbin hugged his shoulders, his teeth chattering, frost forming on his brows. Shinbei chuckled, just hold on a little longer. We can already see the tire tracks of the RV. Soon you'll have a warm little house, and perhaps Yu Wuchang will even assign you a few maids. Really? Neo Onbin's eyes lit up. I would love to have someone dedicated to warming the bed. That would be a waste. Shinbei exhaled, a cloud of white mist rising. Your work will only get busier. After all, shelter number 36 doesn't have a biological research institute. Everything will have to start from scratch. You need to coordinate and plan, as well as set the timeline for developing the secondary awakening agent. Thanks for the reminder. It's not a big deal for me. As long as I have an idea in mind, Neo Onbin replied. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a vial of agent, handing it to Shinbei. Here, take this. If you ever feel hopeless, just take a shot. The secondary awakening agent. Shinbei smiled as he accepted it. Then I'll just sell it. Such wasteful behavior will get you kicked, Neo Onbin replied. No, Shinbei released the steering wheel, rubbed his hands together, and moved his stiff fingers. I want to save money to help you develop the N6 solution. But the shells are too difficult. Neo Onbin shrugged. Then there's no need for it. It can be a good trump card to keep in reserve. Neo Onbin took a deep breath, the cold air piercing his lungs as if freezing them. When you have money, I will give you what you need. Shinbei nodded, patted Neo Onbin's shoulder, and smiled, saying, I'm easy to get along with. If things don't go well, you should reflect on yourself. Neo Onbin. Is this even a human thing to say? The off-road vehicle drove for another 3 hours. The surrounding environment was already covered in white snow, frozen for miles. Finally, in Shinbei's line of sight, the shadow of shelter number 36 appeared. Home at last. Shinbei slammed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared, kicking up clouds of white snow as it rushed forward. Chapter 121. He.S. back. Shelter number 36. General Yu Wuchang walked between the RVs draped in a thick cloak. The cloak had a classic and grand style, with edges adorned with tassels made of shattered bones and metal pieces, while the middle section was made of thick, smooth giant armadillo fur. This was crafted from a fierce beast known as the blazing giant armadillo, which had dense and soft fiery red long hair. After being hunted, artisans would carefully strip the most abundant fur from its back. Through the skilled craftsmanship of tanners, it would ultimately be transformed into a majestic and practical cloak. Following Yu Wuchang were Locke and several others, including Mingjong Shui. The group arrived at a rented house. Upon opening the door, they found a couple taking care of a newborn baby. General, the male host immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him. The female host also attempted to rise from her blankets, but Yu Wuchang waved his hand, smiling, there's no need for that. I just came to see our new life. In the shelter, no matter how busy he was, Yu Wuchang always made time to visit the births of new lives. This was not just his habit. Every leader of a shelter would do the same to show the importance of new life. Only through procreation can humanity avoid extinction. After watching the baby for a while, Yu Wuchang waved his hand. His subordinates brought in a few bundles of firewood and some jerky, placing them in the corner. The male host expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yu Wuchang nodded, no longer disturbing them, and left with his group. Once outside, they walked along the wooden planks towards the back of the RV convoy. Yu Wuchang sighed, the white mist enveloping him. How many days has it been? Locke replied. It's been half a month since the wall-digging operation began. Yu Wuchang rubbed his temples. Is there something wrong with your plan? Locke responded calmly. Plans are projections and estimates. Real situations can change in an instant. Yu Wuchang stopped and said flatly, you should consider retirement. Locke remained stoic and silent. But Yu Wuchang's meaning was clear. Locke, due to the failure of this wall-digging plan, was no longer fit for his supervisory position. Mingjong Shui chimed in. This time was indeed unexpected. After fulfilling my duties, I went to the valley and found many corpses. Team B was completely wiped out at the designated location. Third Master, Chai Xiaodao, Wanwu, and Shunbei's bodies are missing, right? Yu Wuchang inquired. He nodded slightly, estimating that Team B had encountered enemies and had attacked Team C, which had not yet set out. Yu Wuchang let out a deep breath. The fact that they haven't returned after so many days indicates that something unfortunate has happened to them. More importantly, Yu Wuchang cast a sidelong glance at Locke. With so many losses, the mission objective is also gone. Even if the objective is returned, all of this would still be worth it, don't you think, Locke? Locke remained silent, as if frozen in place. Yu Wuchang continued walking forward and accidentally saw a drunken man collapsed on a wooden board, covered in blood. He crouched down and squeezed the man's muscles, which were already as stiff as iron. It seemed he had passed out here the previous night and had frozen to death. Yu Wuchang kicked him aside, sending him rolling out of the shelter and onto the snow. Dying so peacefully was certainly better than what San Yi and the others were experiencing. Yu Wuchang brushed the snow off his shoulders and pointed at one of the rental houses. This place is nice. Locke, what do you think? Locke nodded helplessly. The implication was clear. He was being told to move out of the upper villa and into this cramped rental house. Yu Wuchang was quite pleased with Locke's reaction, not showing any anger or excessive blame, and directly turned back, disappearing into the chaos of the caravan. Locke remained behind for a moment, standing still, his nostrils exhaling white vapor, seemingly a bit annoyed. Anyone assigned this task would have ended up the same way, Locke scoffed. Encountering the shelter team number 1 was fate. No matter how much one strategizes, one cannot resist destiny. Locke shook his head. Having lost his position overseeing the mission, he could only fend for himself now. This reminded him of Shun Bei, an ordinary person who, had it not been for this mission failure, would have had a bright future ahead. After all, there are not many ordinary people who dare to dream and act, and who gain recognition. What a waste of talent. Locke felt a twinge of nostalgia. He also blamed the Blue Enchantress for meddling in affairs. Now, her assistant San Yi was gone, Shun Bei had not returned, and they were left to die in the wilderness. He turned and walked through the caravan for a while, arriving at the back of the line. He pushed open a door. The room had not been heated, but it was relatively warm, about -10 degrees, warmer than the other unheated rooms. Locke went to the fireplace, tossed in some logs, and lit a fire. Soon, the warm orange glow filled the room, driving away the chill. Next, he went to Xiao Kei's room. There lay Xiao Kei with his eyes closed, tightly wrapped in a blanket, his face flushed, breathing erratically, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep. Although his body was burning with fever, he still trembled uncontrollably. Locke poured a bottle of clean water and let it flow into Xiao Kei's mouth through the gaps in his lips. Xiao Kei coughed violently a few times, but remained in a state of unconsciousness. Locke lit a cigarette, took a puff, and sat on the floor. What a tragedy. Are you having a fever or awakening? Locke was somewhat perplexed. Normally, the states of awakening and fever are quite similar. Both involve a feeling of heat throughout the body and can lead to brief unconsciousness. However, awakening does not usually come with full-body tremors, and typically the fainting does not last more than a day. Yet, Xiao Kei has been unconscious for over 3 days. Rock is somewhat worried but does not dare to act recklessly. Some awakeners do indeed have fainting spells that last more than 3 days, though they are rare and depend on individual constitution. If medication is administered, it would only hinder the process, ruining the environment for awakening and leading to a lifelong regret. Rock turns around and enters Shin Bei's room again. He has repeated this action countless times. Each time, he fantasizes about Shun Bei suddenly being present in the room. But fantasy is ultimately just fantasy. Inside, the blankets are still piled like tofu blocks, and there are several makeshift storage boxes made from discarded items under the bed. Sighing, Rock closes the door and returns to the living room, sitting in front of the fireplace to warm himself. In a daze, he feels he has lost a lot. It seems as if those things never belonged to him in the first place. He leans back against a sofa made from discarded tires, staring blankly at the flickering flames in the fireplace. Waves of heat wash over him, making him drowsy. He doesn't know how long it has been when he suddenly hears a loud banging on the door. Rock. Rock. Startled, Rock looks up towards the window. It's a personal guard of Yu Wuchang knocking on the door. I'm going to handle the handover work tomorrow. Is there really a need to rush me? Rock opens the door, somewhat dissatisfied. Can't Yu Wuchang wait this little bit of time? That is a bit excessive. The guard shakes his head and hurriedly says, it's not about that. Yu Wuchang won't be taking your position anymore. What do you mean? Rock trembles slightly. There is only one reason that could make Yu Wuchang angry. Could it be? Hurry up and come with me. The guard pulls Rock. It's a miracle. Shin Bei actually brought back the mission target. Boom. Upon hearing this, Rock's eyes slowly widen, and he collapses to the ground with a thud. His trembling lips stutter. Why, you said what? Back. The mission hasn't failed. Yu Wuchang said you are still in charge of the mission. Now you need to go connect with the mission. Follow the process. The guard shouts loudly. What? Rock, in a flurry of excitement, stumbles multiple times before getting back up. Back, really back. Rock can hardly complete his sentences. He lets the guard pull him straight to the upper levels of the shelter. The mission office. Yu Wuchang sits in the supervisory position, still looking incredulous as he observes the 2 disheveled individuals below who have endured the elements. They are in rags, covered in mud and snow, resembling beggars who have returned from a long journey. In Yu Wuchang's decision, it has already been declared that this wall corner mission has failed. Even Rock has been sidelined. Yet, in an instant, guards rush into his residence, reporting that Shun Bei has returned with the mission target. They are currently at the mission office for the handover. At first hearing this news, Yu Wuchang thought he was hearing things. After confirming several times, he finally understood that Shun Bei had truly returned, and he also brought along a mission target. Yu Wuchang hurriedly made his way to the mission site. At this moment, looking at Shun Bei and the mission target, Yu Wuchang felt a bit heartbroken. Goodness, this appearance is just too shabby. Of course, Shun Bei's attire was intentional. After coming out of shelter number 8, the two had been looking sharp in their fine clothes. Returning like this completely did not match the image of a desperate escape. So, before entering the shelter, Shun Bei deliberately made himself look dirty and miserable. This individual is the mission target, Niu Ganbin. Shun Bei introduced. Where's Locke? I need to proceed with the mission. Yu Wuchang blinked and glanced at Niu Ganbin a few times. Welcome, Mr. Niu, to shelter number 36. After your tiring journey, I've prepared a room for you to rest. He then waved his hand to summon his subordinates to take him away. Niu Ganbin basically had nothing else to do here. Yu Wuchang would personally discuss the follow-up matters with him. Locke will be here shortly. Yu Wuchang turned his attention to Shun Bei, curious to ask, tell me about the mission process. Did you bring back the mission target all by yourself? This matter sounds simple, but it's not. To elaborate, it could take 3 days and 3 nights to explain. It all started with Team C fighting in the valley. Of course, Shun Bei wouldn't start from there. He intended to begin with his trip to the bushes to relieve himself, and then how he found that San Yi and the others had disappeared. Just then, Locke burst in and upon seeing Shun Bei, exclaimed, as expected of the trump card I planted, it has finally yielded results. Yu Wuchang, are you just flattering yourself? Chapter 122, a small matter. Eyes on Prophet Shun Bei's unexpected return to shelter number 36 surprised not only Yu Wuchang, but also Locke. In their minds, half a month had passed. Logically speaking, even if a complete team went out, if they hadn't returned for such a long time, they could basically be declared dead. Moreover, there was further intelligence provided by the water source. Team B was completely wiped out, and Team C had also suffered an ambush. This further confirmed that the wall-digging mission was a total failure from start to finish. However, not only did Shun Bei return, but he also brought back the mission target, Niu Ganbin. In their eyes, calling this a miracle would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Niu Ganbin was already arranged for by Yu Wuchang. Yu Wuchang and Locke stared intently at Shun Bei. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but gasp. Although Yu Wuchang still maintained his composure, he was not at peace inside. He asked, Shun Bei, what exactly happened with Team C? What about the others? Shun Bei, playing the part. Feigned confusion, I don't know either. I went to the restroom, and when I came back, they were gone. I thought they didn't want to play with me, and just drove off. Yu Wuchang paused for a moment, and continued. So, you ventured near shelter No. 1 and brought back Niu Ganbin all by yourself? Shun Bei nodded. Is this task really that difficult? Isn't it a bit surprising? Yu Wuchang's mouth twitched slightly. Then how did you manage to get through this journey? Suddenly, Shun Bei erupted with an imposing aura. A proud smile appearing on his face. A gun, there's nothing that can't be taken down with one shot. If there is, then just 2 shots. As soon as these words were spoken, anyone could tell that this journey had been filled with bloodshed and chaos. At that moment, Rock's pupils contracted sharply as if they had encountered a strong light, his face becoming as rigid as stone. From his dazed gaze and blank expression, it was clear that his mind was in turmoil and unable to think. He couldn't imagine an ordinary person bringing along another, even more useless ordinary person across more than 500 kilometers. No, if Shun Bei took a detour, the distance would be even greater. In the old days, it would only take a few hours to cover this distance on the highway. But in this world filled with ferocious beasts and mutated plants, even those with abilities couldn't guarantee bringing back the target in one piece. Yet Shun Bei not only accomplished this, but did it exceptionally well. In an instant, the other guards at the task site exclaimed, is this still a person? The combat quality and wilderness alertness are too strong. I wouldn't dare to venture into the wilderness alone. Truly, the talented are bold. Rock had foresight. If Shun Bei hadn't been sent out, this task would have been a complete failure. Everyone was shocked and moved by Shun Bei's incredible prowess. Of course, it was also Shun Bei's luck that he hadn't encountered any evil creatures. Otherwise, who knows if the two of them would still be wandering in the wilderness right now. Yu Wuchang asked many more questions. In his responses, Shun Bei deliberately avoided mentioning shelter number 8, not saying a word about it. He had also reminded Niu Ganbin not to reveal anything to avoid any unpredictable troubles. All right. Yu Wuchang stood up, walked down from his seat, and draped his fur cloak over Shun Bei's shoulders, smiling as he said, bringing Niu Ganbin back is definitely a significant achievement for shelter number 36. History will remember your contribution. Yu Wuchang turned to Rock and asked, what is Shun Bei's task reward? Rock quickly replied, 3 high-level crystal core fragments. Yu Wuchang nodded and brushed past Shun Bei. That's too little. Rock nodded and smiled. Then Yu Wuchang tossed the key to the upper villa to Rock and patted Shun Bei on the shoulder. Well done. You're now the vice captain of the Blue Rose. Report to her on a designated day. After saying this, Yu Wuchang turned and left. Soon, as Yu Wuchang and his team departed, the task site quieted down. Rock stepped forward and hugged Shinbei's shoulder. I really have to thank you. You know, before you came back, Yu Wuchang was going to make me retire. That was a bit unfair. No. Rock lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. That was already generous enough. If it were someone else, they would have lost their head, considering the massive loss this time. Shinbei shrugged. Rock opened his computer. The necessary procedures still needed to be followed. Finally, he took out 30 high-level crystal core fragments and pushed them to Shinbei. Take these. So many. Shinbei was taken aback, and in an instant, his earnings multiplied tenfold. Do you know why Yu Wuchang didn't say anything when he was short on funds? Rock asked with a grin. Shinbei understood perfectly. If Rock spoke up, they would have to settle on a specific amount, and then he wouldn't be able to leverage his skills. I like talking to smart people, Rock continued, putting out his cigarette butt and typing in the financial ledger. Task settlement. 32 high-level crystal cores. With a flick of his fingers, 2 high-level crystal cores were secured. Compared to the value of the special resource, even if Rock embezzled 2 crystal cores, Yu Wuchang wouldn't care, not even if it were multiplied tenfold. With the special resource, the 36 shelter would gain immense strength. The future was immeasurable. As the two exited the shelter, Rock suddenly remembered something. Oh right, little K has run into some issues. You're his godfather. Why are you telling me? Shinbei joked. Rock crushed his cigarette underfoot. When will you become a cigarette, but so I can step on you? You wouldn't dare, Shinbei replied. Let's go see what ideas you have. The two hurried down to the lower level, where a blizzard swept in like icy blades against Shinbei's cheeks. He still had to carry his armor fragments while walking unsteadily on the mobile home's deck. What are you still holding onto that scrap for? Rock asked. Not bothering to hide his curiosity, Shinbei faced the wind and snow, licking the falling snowflakes. Repairing it. I'm quite skilled. People with money and leisure always have some strange hobbies. Rock shook his head. Just then, outside the shelter, a convoy burst forth through the blizzard. The off-road vehicles in the convoy were covered with wooden boards tied with wires to shield against the snow. Shinbei even noticed that there were metal chimneys on the vehicles puffing out thick smoke. Where did they come from? Shinbei asked curiously. Logically, the Titan from shelter number 36 had already entered the northern winter, and the shelter wouldn't be issuing tasks, trying to minimize outings and conserve heat. Waiting for the Titan to emerge from the northern winter. This convoy must belong to other shelters. This is just the first batch, Rock said, wrapping himself in his fur coat. More convoys from other shelters will be coming in. Shinbei frowned. This reminded him that Rock had once mentioned that after entering the northern winter, several shelters seemed to be planning to join forces for a collective task. But he didn't specify what it was. It seemed they were already preparing for it. With no time to dwell on that, Shinbei continued toward his mobile home. On the way, he noticed a few residents gathered around a mobile home's wheels, pointing and discussing. The wheels seemed to have frozen due to the cold weather, leaving deep ruts in the snow. Below, some people were holding tools, seemingly trying to fix the wheels. But they had no way to proceed. It was too cold. And the mobile home was still in motion. In the past, if such a situation arose, the owner would loosen the iron chain attached to the Titan to stop the mobile home, then use a jack to lift it up to repair or replace the damaged parts. Then let the car tow the RV to chase after the Titan and reattach the rope. But now, with snow everywhere, the car simply can't pull the RV and keep slipping. Once the iron chain is removed, there is no chance of reattaching it to the Titan for the rest of your life. However, if this tire isn't repaired, it will eventually break the connecting components from being stuck in one position for too long, causing the RV to tilt or even collapse, potentially crushing the surrounding RVs. If that happens, it wouldn't be pretty. It would be like a domino effect, one falling after another. So, quite a few RV owners were anxiously pacing around, brainstorming ideas on how to handle it. Shinbei put down the packaging box, jumped down, and asked, "Who is the RV owner?" A well-packaged man raised his hand. I am. I have a high-grade core crystal, I'll take care of it." Upon hearing this quote, the RV owner looked distressed. "Why don't you just kill me?" This line sounded a bit familiar. Shinbei coughed and said, "Let us crowdsource. Just tell them that if your RV collapses, everyone is done for." The owner exclaimed, slapping his thigh and laughing, "Great idea. But wait, are you sure you can fix it?" Shinbei waved his hand. "If I can't fix it, you can hit me." Rock squatted above, sighed. "You really make money from everything, can you do it?" "If I retire, I'll specialize in fixing RVs, definitely living comfortably," Shinbei replied. Rock couldn't help but twitch his mouth. All right, you're a craftsman, right?" Soon, the owner had finished crowdfunding. Especially the owners of the RVs on the left side and behind, almost all contributed money. Since no one could contribute much alone, they pooled together to cover the repair costs. Mainly because if this RV collapsed, the ones behind would also be unlucky. They had no choice but to spend money to avert disaster. After receiving the money, Shinbei waved his hand, My repair skills are passed down to my son, not my daughter. If you're not interested in having an extra father, are you planning to steal my skills? Everyone rolled their eyes and collectively turned their heads away. Shinbei's method of fixing the wheel was quite simple. He would just activate his skills. In fact, the structure of this wheel was not an ordinary one. It was very complex, consisting of pillars, shock absorbers, tires, and hubs, similar to an aircraft landing gear. So, it was evident that this thing could be repaired with a few knocks and by tightening some screws. But Shinbei needed to unscrew some unimportant screws, reattach them to gain experience. Once he met the experience requirement, he could upgrade directly. The repair was completed just like that. Earning money was also effortless. Shinbei climbed onto the RV and clapped his hands. All right, RV owners, if you have any tire-related issues, remember to come to me. No discounts. The RV owners turned back to take a look, all of them shocked, their eyes wide open. The tire was spinning again. This kid is really something. He can actually do it. Just that his fees are too high. They thought they would get a discount. Let us get out of this cold north quickly. Or we won't even be able to afford to fix the tire, Rock said, following Shinbei as they walked back. He exclaimed, you really have skills. If I can't find food to eat in the future, I'll just follow you to learn how to fix tires. My ambitions are small. I can also fix starships. You have set your aspirations too low. Perhaps it would be better to first see how little K is doing. The two pushed open the door. Shinbei placed his belongings in the room and turned to little K's room, glancing inside. He exhaled a deep breath. If it's a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one, would you feel sad? Rock stroked his chin. I definitely wouldn't cry. Very strong. Then, Shinbei took out a syringe and directly injected it into little K's skin, pushing the liquid in. What are you giving him? I've never seen this before. It's a secondary awakening serum, Shinbei said casually. Rock. Chapter 123. Different perspectives, different meanings of objects on the way. Shinbei listened to Rock's words. It was said that little K was encountering some trouble. Initially, Shinbei thought this little guy had just gotten beaten up or had some minor injuries. But Rock speculated it might be an awakening, accompanied by symptoms, which was a bit concerning. Now, looking at it, Rock's words were indeed accurate. High fever, sweating, cold all over, trembling, purple lips, pale face. If it were in the old days, there might still be a chance to save him. But in this world of fleeing from disaster, it seemed like fate had arrived, especially in the cold winter. You should know that signs of awakening include fever and resistance to any medication. At this time, administering medicine would have no effect. Generally speaking, even if it is an awakening, one would have already awakened within a few days. According to Shinbei's judgment, it was likely that cold had interfered with the awakening process, causing little K to remain unconscious. There was nothing anyone could do about it. On the bright side, little K might awaken but miss the opportunity for a special ability. On the dark side, it was highly probable that little K would not survive. In this world, newborns might attract a glance from humanity, but once they grow up, they hold no value. Who cares if someone dies? Therefore, as Rock said, even if little K died, no one would cry for him. The final outcome would be to be abandoned at the shelter, becoming an ice corpse in the storm. Shinbei acted without hesitation, startling Rock with his swift action. As he injected the secondary awakening serum, Rock's feelings were complicated. Where did the secondary awakening serum come from? There was no need to elaborate. Shinbei could not rob shelter number 1, as he lacked the capability. Therefore, it must have been given by Nyoganban. This was an invaluable item. Despite the 50 chance of death, for ordinary people in the lower levels of the shelter, living or dying didn't make much difference. Many were willing to take the risk for a shot at fortune, even if they couldn't afford the price. And some privileged youths protected by the powerful were naturally willing to take risks. Thus, the value of this serum was worth hundreds of times more than little K's life. Rock's mind was in turmoil. You could say Shinbei had a compassionate heart, but not necessarily. The 50 chance of death could be the last straw that breaks little K. You could say he was cold-blooded, but the secondary awakening serum could enhance the awakening environment, aiding little K's awakening. This was even more difficult to solve than the trolley problem. But Rock had one correct thought. Little K was not worth that much money. In the living room, Shinbei lit the fireplace. Inside the fireplace, pieces of hard, distinctly textured discarded wood were tossed in, seemingly coming to life under the licking flames. The fire gradually penetrated the wood's grain, crackling as it burned. As the flames grew stronger, a golden-yellow blaze spilled from the center of the wood, casting a warm orange-red hue over the entire room. The heat from the fireplace surged like a tide, gradually pushing back the chill within the space. The warmth rising from the floor felt like the heat of spring, slowly creeping up Shinbei's legs, spreading along his spine to his whole body, until every strand of hair was enveloped in a comforting warmth. Shinbei held a cardboard box, carefully taking out the scrap metal inside and arranging it on the floor, piecing it together meticulously. I said. Rock walked out of Xiao Kei's room, his tone hard to decipher. Aren't you worried about Xiao Kei? At this moment, Shinbei paused. Placing a shard against his chest as if assembling a puzzle, he sighed, then lifted his head to continue. You are already a qualified father, and moreover, one who doesn't need to listen to his wife's incessant nagging, which can be quite bothersome. Rock sat cross-legged in front of Shinbei, pressing down on his hands as he worked on the puzzle. This old joke loses its charm after a few repetitions. What I want to say is, you are too ruthless. One cannot stand firm without being tough. The cost-effectiveness isn't high. If I were you, this second awakening potion would be worth at least 100 core crystals. Shinbei slowly raised his head, grinning. So, you are not me, and I am not you. What you see as valuable holds no worth in my eyes. Should I label you as reckless? I never live for others. Any label is useless to me. Shinbei picked up a shard and continued assembling. Of course, if you label me as handsome, I would thank you. If you say I'm ugly, I'll make you regret it. Rock's face twisted slightly as he stared at him intently. You are truly a strange person. No, Shinbei said seriously. I am a normal person. It's just that you all are too twisted. Rock paused for a moment, smiling silently. Shinbei continued piecing the fragments together and spoke again. Moreover, while the second awakening potion may be valuable, it definitely won't deter people. That's also why Yu Wuchang is willing to pay such a hefty price to bring Neo Ganbin back. The core things, when held in one's own hands, won't be extorted by the first shelter. Neo Ganbin's task is to drive the price down. After saying this, Shinbei couldn't help but burst into laughter. The more he laughed, the louder it got, even drowning out the howling wind outside. To Rock, Shinbei seemed like a madman suddenly having an episode. What are you laughing at? Rock shifted uneasily, stepping back as if wary of a rabid dog. Shinbei stopped laughing and waved his hand. Nothing. Just recalling those warm-hearted people driving down the price, and then turning around to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Rock stroked his chin. What a blast from the past. After a while, Shinbei finished assembling the battle armor and stood up. I need to step out for a while. Where to? The research institute needed to borrow a welding machine. Messing around with these broken things? Rock pointed at the scattered debris. Shinbei put on his coat and smiled. If one day I had to choose between you and the armor, who do you think I would choose? Rock rolled his eyes. If I were a flirt who played with fire and ice, the answer would be obvious. That would be the ultimate pleasure. Shinbei replied ambiguously. That's quite a feeling. The two stepped out of the trailer, with Shinbei glancing into the distance. A snowstorm was sweeping in with wild abandon. The sky was overcast, resembling the prelude to a doomsday judgment, rolling towards the earth. The snowflakes were no longer pure white, but mixed with dust and weathered debris. In the blizzard, the outlines of the former urban ruins flickered in and out of view, and the dilapidated buildings appeared even more desolate under the storm's assault. The tires of the entire trailer convoy creaked as they crushed the ground in the snowstorm. Are you also in charge of the collective mission in the northern region? Shinbei asked curiously. Rock shrugged. Not sure yet. After all, the members from other shelters haven't arrived, so we'll have to wait for Yu Wuchang to make the decision. But I probably won't be needed. Rock exhaled, continuing, the last mission didn't go well, and since we don't even know what this assembly is for, I guess it will only be at the end that Yu Wuchang will assign tasks. Shinbei nodded but didn't say anything further. Finally, the two parted ways at the intersection. Yu Wuchang was heading to the Blaze Bar, while Shinbei was going to the Upper Research Institute. Before long, Shinbei arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute. There were fewer personnel today, with only a few lackluster researchers idly passing time. Those at the level of Chinanji had been called away by Yu Wuchang to entertain guests. As for who the guests were, it went without saying. A welcome banquet had to be organized, especially after the tense return of Neo Ganbin. Upon entering the Research Institute, Shinbei startled the few researchers who were slacking off, especially when they saw his cloak. That was Yu Wuchang's clothing. For a moment, they thought Yu Wuchang had returned. What are you tinkering with? Shinbei asked, pointing at something on a researcher's desk. The researcher patted his chest. You need to take off the cloak first. It's a bit pressuring. Shinbei chuckled a few times, removed the cloak, and hung it aside. Interested? The researcher said quietly. It's a little toy I made myself. Shinbei picked it up. It was a small robot, resembling an octopus spider. Not bad. Shinbei finally found a suitable analogy after looking for a while. Ugly, he said, smacking his lips. The researcher snorted and philosophically remarked, in this world, there can only be one thing that is beautiful, and that's women. Everything else has no distinction of beauty or ugliness. Listening to you is a waste of time, Shinbei said. I want to borrow a welding machine. Welding machine? The researcher asked curiously, what do you need to weld? Just bring it over. We want to go through official channels. I can weld it for you privately, cheaper. Shinbei naturally understood his intentions, trying to make a little extra money using public resources. However, Shinbei did not want the battle armor to be moved over. The initial version of the battle armor was quite rudimentary, and after several upgrades, its exterior showed no visible changes. However, there were still internal modifications that could easily lead to speculation. Shinbei was also aware of social dynamics and handed some core crystals to the researcher, saying, "Look, you don't have to work, yet you can still earn money." The researcher chuckled, "Well, that's a good deal, but make sure to return it to me once you're done. I won't have any use for it." "What kind of welding machine?" Shinbei inquired. "There are ion welding machines, alloy reconstruction welding machines, zero-point energy welding guns, shaping welding machines, and so on." Shinbei admitted his ignorance. Based on conventional thinking, he expected something like argon arc welding or gas bag welding. But he had never heard of these machines. "What is a zero-point energy welding gun?" Shinbei casually asked. The researcher began to showcase his expertise. "Let's just say this welding gun is unique. You only need to know that it produces almost no heat during the welding process, which protects the welded object from high temperatures, achieving near undamaged precision welding. Then let's go with this one." The researcher patted the spider robot. To Shinbei's surprise, the spider robot crawled along a specific track to the toolbox, retrieved the welding gun, placed it on its back, and brought it over. "Is this a toy?" Shinbei's eyes widened. "Of course," the researcher replied nonchalantly. "It's just used to fetch a pen or pass a piece of paper. It's not particularly useful." Shinbei's lips twitched. He discovered another potential use. If, and that is a big if, this thing could be rigged with explosives. In the researcher's eyes, the toy spider robot was merely that, but to Shinbei, it was an item with potential. He stroked his chin, focusing on the spider robot. Soon, a message popped up in his peripheral vision. "Spider robot, a toy with entertainment value, can be modified to carry explosives for target elimination. To modify, please prepare the following components: 3D panoramic scanner, life magnetic field sensing module, electric explosive." After reading the information, Shinbei instantly confirmed his guess. This thing could indeed be applied in combat. Just imagine installing explosives on this palm-sized spider robot, allowing it to autonomously search for enemies, sneak up, and detonate right behind them. Wow, that would be quite lethal. However, Shinbei's excitement was short-lived as a problem arose. The 3D panoramic scanner was understandable. It was an essential module to provide the spider robot with vision and calculate routes. Currently, the spider robot in the researcher's hands was merely following a predetermined path by program. It was somewhat akin to an automatic tool-changing system in a lathe. Adding a 3D panoramic scanner would enable the spider robot to navigate more complex scenarios and calculate suitable paths automatically, increasing its flexibility significantly. Also, this 3D panoramic scanner should be easy to find. It could probably be ordered from the Research Institute. But the life magnetic field sensing module was quite rare. Shinbei had only seen such things inside his own battle armor. Whether the research facility had it was another matter. But that was not the main point. An extremely unfamiliar term flashed through Shinbei's mind: electric explosive. What kind of thing is this? He had heard of black powder, ammonium nitrate explosives, liquid explosives, and others. There were even high explosives from this world, like crystal source core powder explosives. But he had never heard of electric explosives before. Shinbei scratched his head. His idea was good, but it seemed quite difficult to implement. Shinbei picked up the spider robot and said, "What a lovely little guy. Like it?" "Then we have 2 common languages," the researcher replied with a chuckle. 2. Why 2 common languages?" Shinbei asked, puzzled. The researcher responded incredulously, "Of course. One is the robot, and the other is women." "What? You don't like women?" Shinbei coughed lightly. "Let's talk about the robot instead. Otherwise, if you stir up my desires, I might get excited, and that could make you feel inferior." The researcher said, "There's probably nothing to discuss, right?" He was straightforward, stating bluntly, "No need to beat around the bush. If you like it, just name your price. I like your directness. We in this field are like that. I was hoping to learn some flirting techniques from you." Shinbei put down the spider robot and said, "As long as there's money, no techniques are needed." The researcher was taken aback. "You just enlightened me, but the problem is, I have no money." So Shinbei spread his hands and said, "Are you planning to use the spider robot to take advantage of me to achieve your dream of becoming rich overnight? If you were a deity who could fulfill my dreams, I would thank you." "No need to thank me, because I'm not a deity," Shinbei continued with a smile. "Name your price." "My dear, how about 10 intermediate crystal source cores? You must know that making this thing isn't easy. Look at its lines, they fit perfectly. I've poured my heart into it. Love is priceless, you know?" Shinbei did not hesitate. This price was indeed high, unreasonably so, but he still planned to pay, intending to recover it from other sources. He took out the crystal source cores and placed them on the table. The researcher beamed and reached out to grab them. But Shinbei's hand was already on top. "What do you mean by that?" The researcher pursed his lips and said, "A man speaks with conviction. If you admit you're a woman, I'll give you this spider robot." "No," Shinbei smirked, "I'm no fool. You know the value of this robot. But I'll still give you 10 intermediate crystal source cores. The remainder is my payment for knowledge." The researcher said, "I see, my friend. If you plan to make and sell this spider robot yourself, I advise you to think again." "I don't like being advised," Shinbei replied. "Fine." The researcher operated his computer, printing out a complete set of design principles and dimensions for the spider robot. Your payment for knowledge. Shinbei looked at the blueprints. I have to say, even though I can't understand it, the design feels pretty impressive. Putting away the blueprints, Shinbei handed a box of cigarettes to the researcher. They both puffed out smoke. Buddy, Shinbei changed his address. I have something private I need to consult you about. I like your attitude. The researcher laughed. Shinbei didn't mind. In this era, you might say researchers are useless, but when you need them, that's when you realize what true talent is. You might think they're useful, but if they can't even handle fierce beasts, it's just frustrating. Shinbei said, sometimes I have all sorts of strange ideas. Do you think a life detection module is useful? The researcher scoffed. Come on, what era are we in? That's outdated. Nowadays, as long as a psychic is willing to consume a crystal core, they'll gain perception abilities. Isn't that much better than life detection? That's true. I'm the one who has fallen behind. Do you need it? Do you have it? A 3D printer can handle that. Shinbei slapped his thigh. He had almost forgotten about it. See, this is the benefit of communication. At the same time, Shinbei understood that this thing isn't new in this world. It's considered obsolete technology or simply useless. Then, the researcher searched for some information on the computer and printed out the life detection data. Shinbei was very satisfied. It seemed this box of cigarettes wasn't given for nothing. The researcher was being proactive. This was necessary information. A 3D printer indeed makes things convenient. But how to print it, and what data to input? Shinbei was completely in the dark. It was like being told that a 5-axis lathe could process aircraft engines. But how? You need data for that. Otherwise, the lathe is just a pile of scrap metal. The same logic applies to the 3D printer. Subsequently, Shinbei bought an obsolete 3D printer from the Research Institute. This device could also be connected to crystal core reconfiguration equipment for combined use. When the crystal core reconfiguration equipment was upgraded, it prompted this feature, but Shinbei had to go out on a mission and delayed the installation for a long time. Now was just the right time to use it. Finally, Shinbei also scrounged some wiring harnesses, gears, and other small parts. Before leaving, he asked, do you have any explosives that can detonate with just a spark? The researcher initially thought Shinbei was a smart person he could talk to, but now he felt he had lost his mind. He replied, isn't that what detonators are for? Shinbei didn't know how to explain, so he rephrased. I mean explosives that can be ignited by static electricity. Impossible. The researcher immediately denied it. Think about it. If static electricity could cause explosions, what materials would you use to contain such explosives? The danger would be too great. They would explode at the slightest touch. Who would research that? Shinbei shrugged. He felt the researcher had a point. The problem probably lay in his misunderstanding of electric explosives. With nothing more to say, Shinbei decided to take it step by step. First, he would go back and repair the battle armor. As soon as I stepped out of the Research Institute, I spotted Chenanji, who was staggering and clearly intoxicated. Great hero. Chenanji smiled as he hugged Shinbei's shoulders and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. I'll take that as a compliment. You deserve it, Chenanji replied with a grin. I just came back from the general's residence, and I have to say, it's truly a miracle that you made it back in one piece. Shinbei chuckled lightly, suddenly remembering something. By the way, is the Qixin Cyclone engine still around? I didn't dare sell it to anyone else for fear of upsetting you. Is it that no one wanted to buy it? Aren't you the one looking to purchase it now? Just deliver it. I like your straightforward character. If the goods don't match, I can be quick to take action. Chenanji said, I'll hand over 3 painfully precious crystal core units. Shinbei called for the Qixin Cyclone engine. If you believe machines have souls. Chenanji pointed at the engine and said seriously, this is the core of that soul. Shinbei exclaimed, so you're a creator now? I'm serious, Chenanji insisted. His face stern. This is my hard work, and you saw how difficult the entire production process was. I understand, Shinbei grinned. Being a creator is much easier than what you do. They just think, and whatever they want appears, while you have to do the work. Chenanji replied. If there's nothing else to discuss, please close the door on your way out. He waved his hand. Shinbei shrugged and left the Research Institute with his gains. Upon reaching the lower level, he passed by the bar, which was even more crowded. It seemed that this cold winter could not extinguish humanity's enthusiasm. Shinbei glanced inside and noticed that most of the patrons were members from other shelters. Generally speaking, when entering other shelters where the people around were unfamiliar, a bar was a great place to pass the time, especially after getting drunk, as one could boast freely. Shinbei disliked such a noisy environment. The clamor only unsettled him, while tranquility brought peace of mind. He returned to his mobile home and glanced at little Kay, who was still in a comatose state. Whether dead or alive was uncertain. Shinbei felt no emotional fluctuations. If he lived, and if he died, he died. In the face of the evil species, all lives were insignificant, even that of the Spider Queen. Shinbei added a piece of firewood to the fireplace, preparing to start welding his battle armor. After all, it needed to be well repaired before continuing to upgrade. Chapter 125, Dazzling Pulse. Inducing disorder. The zero-point energy welding gun in Shunbei's hand had two power supply modes. One was to use it plugged in. When the mobile home was established, it was connected to the public power grid. However, the power supply in the shelter was unstable, often fluctuating, and there was no telling when it might go out. Furthermore, electricity costs were high. Also, if the welding gun used electricity, it required corresponding welding rods. After multiple upgrades, Shunbei was uncertain about the specific materials of the battle armor. It should be made of materials that surpassed this era or extremely precious metals. Naturally, Shunbei did not have the corresponding welding rods. The other power supply method was more convenient. It could use crystal cores. Under the energy output of the core, the fractures can be welded together without the need for welding rods. However, a single mid-level core can only be used for 10 minutes, which is quite wasteful in terms of energy. But for Shunbei, it doesn't matter. He is willing to spend any amount of money for the battle armor. Next, Shunbei looked at the battle armor that had been ravaged by war and was in desperate need of repair. He wanted to attempt an upgrade directly, but the broken armor showed no response. It seems he really had to do it himself and weld it back together. After confirming that the fragments of the armor were not misplaced or misaligned, he began the welding process. First, he focused on the overall frame of the armor, which serves as the core skeleton supporting all functional modules. Activating the zero-point energy welding gun in his hand, Shunbei flicked his wrist, and instead of a typical electric arc, a dazzling blue-white arc light whips forth, fierce and agile. His other hand steadily supported the damaged areas of the main frame skeleton. The sharp and stable blue-white arc, like a serpent of energy binding space and time, precisely connected at the fracture points of the armor's main frame. He carefully guided the arc, ensuring that each seam received uniform and deep energy infusion, allowing the molecular structure of the metal to intertwine and fuse again, restoring its original strength and toughness. After completing the preliminary welding of the overall frame, Shunbei meticulously dealt with each critical connection point and load-bearing component, as these areas were crucial for the flexibility of the armor. Any parts that were unusable were completely replaced. He first confirmed the original positions and angles of each component, then used the zero-point energy welding gun to restore the broken or worn joints one by one. The arc light danced between the cracks of the shattered armor, resembling a winding galaxy, plowing orderly ripples across the cold metal surface along the preset trajectory. Each contact was a deep fusion of energy and matter. And under the baptism of zero-point energy, the surface of the armor transitioned from its initial dull gray to a fiery red, then to a splendid gradient of gold and red, like colorful scales forged in steel. Gradually, every piece of armor plate, every conduit, and every miniature servo motor was revitalized under Shunbei's skilled hands, being embedded and secured onto the frame one by one. The originally scattered fragments of armor began to converge in Shunbei's hands, as if a complex mechanical organism was undergoing a rebirth through a process of resurrection. Finally, after 3 hours of welding, the armor was fully restored. Although it looked like a patched-up rag with a bumpy surface, it was no longer in pieces. Once upgraded, all welding marks would be eliminated. Shunbei removed the original engine from the armor's interior and replaced it with a blazing heart whirlwind engine. As the engine was inserted, a sharp blue light awakened the battle armor. The core energy module in the center of the armor's chest instantly lit up, with circles of halo spreading outward, like ripples on a calm lake, reflecting intricate optical patterns. Beams of light rapidly spread along the spine of the armor, resembling neural impulses traversing a mechanical body. These light streams flowed like data through veins, enveloping the entire armor in a dazzling web of light, symbolizing the electronic pulse of life slowly reviving. Shunbei felt a moment of daze, recalling Chun Anji's words. If machinery has a soul, then the blazing heart vortex engine is that soul. The data flow on the armor's visor kept refreshing. After a while, the self-check program completed. Shunbei took a glance and noted a few alerts indicating insufficient defense, likely due to his welding skills being a bit lacking. He didn't pay much attention. As long as the armor could start, the rest could be handled with upgrades. Shunbei took a deep breath. After all, he had been struggling in the wilderness, wearing the armor all the while. He had accumulated enough experience points. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the upgrade. In an instant, an invisible wave emanated from the armor, distorting the space like rolling heat waves in the sky. The exterior of the armor began to reshape itself. The previously pitted surface and the dense welding seams disappeared completely. A brand new suit of armor appeared before Shunbei's eyes. He couldn't help but click his tongue, even though he was mentally prepared. Each time he experienced such an extraordinary repair method, it still left him in awe. He even suspected that the armor had evolved to the level of titanium alloy or nanoparticle metal. But thinking about it, it probably wasn't that advanced. This was material akin to Iron Man's suit, which could freely contract, a feature clearly absent in the current armor. However, Shunbei was certain that it was at least made of materials like carbon nanosteel, URU, or vibranium. not wanting to dwell on these trivial matters. Shinbei focused on the armor, retrieving the information after the upgrade. Power Armor LV8, 14580,000, allows the wearer to counter against superhumans. Equipped with the Blazing Heart Vortex engine, running speed increased by 70 km/h, energy efficiency further improved, kinetic output more long-lasting and stable, heat generation decreased by 30, current intensity increased by 50. New, Dazzling Pulse Blinding Ray, can cause temporary blindness at close range. New, Induced Disorder, when a long-distance energy attack is detected. Using Induced Disorder can cause it to deviate from its intended trajectory with a certain probability. After reading the information, Shinbei's expression showed slight excitement. Shinonji was truly not to be underestimated. He had some serious skills. Just the Blazing Heart Vortex engine significantly boosted the kinetic energy and speed of the armor. It's worth noting that the previous armor's maximum speed was only 50 km/h. Once it exceeded 60, the kinetic output module would start to alarm wildly, and the armor would emit a lot of heat. It couldn't hold out for long before the performance of the kinetic module began to degrade. The last time he was chased by the evil spawn, if it weren't for the 20th shelter providing cover, the outcome could have been dire. This time, the Blazing Heart Vortex engine enhanced the output capabilities considerably, even increasing the activation current by 50. In the past, Shinbei had few opportunities for close combat. Additionally, activating the electric current required a significant amount of energy. The damage to ability users was just SOSO, with the only effective instance being the encounter with Blacktooth. Now, however, the same amount of energy can increase the electric current damage effect by 50, which is quite cost-effective. Moreover, after this upgrade, the battle armor has added two new functions: Dazzling Pulse Blinding Rays and Induced Disorder. The Dazzling Pulse Blinding Rays are easy to understand. They emit a high-intensity light that can temporarily blind someone when aimed at their eyes. This has strong practicality in close combat and is a powerful feature. The Induced Disorder is somewhat aligned with the positions of Gon Mo and Ba Ziyang, but with slight differences. The ability's stance can fully resist ranged attacks, depending on whether the energy consumption can withstand kinetic impacts. Induced Disorder does not require continuous energy output. It's essentially a probability game. In Shinbei's understanding, this probability is likely related to whether the ability user specializes in a certain area. For instance, an energy bullet from an ability user specializing in shooting is unlikely to be induced. However, an ability user who can manipulate both fire and ice, and also uses wind blades and earth escape techniques, with such chaotic and diverse ranged attacks, is more likely to be induced. At the same time, Shinbei has an unresolved question. Can technology induce the energy of ability users? It feels like a chaotic scene where a team of soccer players and a team of rugby players are fighting over a ping-pong ball to shoot a basket. Shinbei increasingly feels that there should be some connection or intersection between technology and the energy of ability users. But at this moment, he cannot figure out what it is. Overall, Induced Disorder is useful, but its effect is limited. Shinbei instinctively resists relying on luck, fate, or probability. He will not gamble his life on such uncertainties. The overall upgrade of the battle armor is complete, and all functions are normal, which puts Shinbei at ease. This is the foundation for his journey through the wilderness. Next, Shinbei takes out his sniper rifle for an upgrade. Sniper Rifle LV-2400, Modified Barrett M95, range 1,600 meters, 6 rounds, with a significant increase in lethality. New feature, Electromagnetic Pulse Mode Switch. In this mode, it can fire some unconventional bullets, but it does not guarantee that these unconventional bullets will have lethality. Please choose carefully. Shinbei, this new feature seems to be for use with glass bullets, right? Hiss. Shinbei's eyes widen. Last time he was troubled about how to load the N6 solution into the bullets and shoot them. He never expected that this sniper rifle upgrade would set the stage for it. What a perfect coincidence. However, Shinbei's excitement quickly calms down. After all, he still lacks the manufacturing process for glass bullet casings. More importantly, money. 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 Without money, he can't produce the N6 solution. I still need to make money. If I can produce N6 solution from the special material, as long as I have exclusive control over this bullet, I will be the king of the wilderness. Taking a deep breath, I thought, what abilities you have, no matter who you are, don't let me hit you. If I do, you won't have any good outcomes. I placed the sniper rifle on my lap and examined the new mode switch on it. Now, this sniper rifle has two modes. One is a flamethrower, and the other is an electromagnetic pulse. The buttons are small but feel good to the touch, with a strong tactile response. Then, I took out a revolver. This can also be upgraded. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open. I slowly lifted my head and looked over. Chapter 126. Unusual upgrades. Little K still looked thin and frail, wrapped in a blanket. He quietly walked over and sat beside me, warming himself by the fireplace. I tossed him a piece of jerky. First, replenish your nutrition. Little K sniffed, his eyes glistening with tears as he took small bites. I ruffled his hair and asked with a smile, surviving a disaster makes you emotional? Little K shook his head. Why not? I awakened. That's good news. However, Little K didn't see it that way. Awakening meant he would need to spend a lot of energy resources to activate his abilities, but not activating them wouldn't have any negative effects on humans. The downside for Little K was that the food intake required for those with abilities is 2 to 3 times, or even more, than that of ordinary people. This meant he needed to eat more, otherwise, he would feel hungry. Before, he could manage with a meal every 3 days, but now he needed 3 meals a day. This put a heavy burden on him. After all, he was just a child taken in by me, not even officially adopted. His increased food consumption would increase my burden. Even though Little K was young, he understood a lot. He swallowed a piece of jerky and asked weakly, "Am I adding to your burden?" I was taken aback for a moment before realizing what he meant. He was worried about eating too much? I laughed heartily. Why not ask your godfather? Little K blinked, not quite understanding my words. Let me tell you, I said mysteriously, this guy is not just any ordinary person. Even the things that slip through his fingers are enough to fill your stomach. Little K tilted his head and said blankly, "That's not good. After a few days of studying, why are you still pretending to be a gentleman?" I playfully slapped Little K on the back. Remember, at any time, to survive, you must be thick-skinned. You can abandon your dignity. Your only belief is to survive, not other trivial things. Little K still shook his head. When I fall, the whole world will be corrupted. I darkened my expression and twisted his ear. You've got it wrong. If you have strength, whatever you say is right. Right now, if you talk like me, it's like barking like a dog. No one will sympathize with you, only mock you. Little K grimaced in pain and quickly nodded. Got it. Shin Bei snorted. Why learn philosophy of all things? Can that fill your stomach? Wait, Rock seems to have said something similar. Humanity's essence is truly a repetition machine. Tell me, what does your skill tree look like? Shin Bei was curious about this as well. He had heard that ability users could freely activate various abilities as long as they had money. This notion was reminiscent of a game from his past life, where all professions in a game blended their skills together. Warriors could start with a fireball, then charge in, and follow up with a healing spell on themselves. Now, with Little K as a living example, Shin Bei was getting a deeper understanding of the various abilities of these users. At that moment, there was a light flickering in Little K's eyes, as if he was immersed in a vast space of ability choices. My initial skill book is mysticism, Little K said. Mysticism? Shin Bei was taken aback. What is that used for? If I spend 50 intermediate crystal cores, I can activate the first ability, which slightly increases my luck. And then, Little K scratched his head, looking a bit confused. If I aim for specialization, I need to continue investing in mysticism. The subsequent abilities don't have descriptions, but they require 50 advanced crystal cores to activate. Hearing this, Shin Bei felt a pang in his jaw. What is this? Why is it so expensive? Is it just for the thrill? He rubbed his temples. I don't know much about abilities, but Rock is a seasoned ability user. Although he's not much of anything, his experience is far deeper than mine. You should consult him more when you have the chance. Little K obediently nodded. Can you learn other abilities too? Shin Bei asked. Yes, Little K replied. Many abilities, like microelement perception, only require 10 intermediate crystal cores to activate. It allows me to sense the distribution of metals or other specific elements in the surrounding environment, which is extremely useful for finding resources and discovering hidden traps. Basic telepathy lets me perceive the basic emotions or simple intentions of nearby creatures. Soil and stone manipulation allows me to control small amounts of soil and gravel. There are so many, I can't keep up. Little K briefly mentioned a few, continuing to nibble on a meat strip. Through Little K's explanation, Shin Bei gained a deeper understanding of the ability user system. Every ability user starts with a specialization, but it's not mandatory. Other abilities seem to begin at the basic level, and they can be activated freely, as long as one has money and can keep up with the ranks. There's no problem in playing however they want. Alternatively, one could focus on specializing in a specific ability area. According to Shin Bei's estimates, the initial specialization would consume fewer crystal cores, while switching to other abilities or specializations would not have this advantage. It felt like a strong gaming vibe. Shin Bei smacked his lips. In any case, the rule of money talk still holds true. Then, Shin Bei continued to upgrade his pistol. Revolver LV6, 120, 6 rounds. Significantly increased damage. New feature, pulse projection. When bullets are infused with electric explosives, can illuminate invisible units within a certain range of the bullet's flight path. Shin Bei was taken aback. Electric explosives again. The stealth unit Shin Bei stroked his chin and wondered, what exactly is this electric explosive? Its effects are quite significant. Shin Bei could only silently pray for good luck to obtain information about the electric explosive. At this moment, Xiao Ke, having just recovered from a serious illness, was very fatigued and had fallen asleep on Shunbei's lap. Shunbei chuckled softly and covered him with a blanket. He glanced at the shotgun, which had fired multiple times during their journey. It had directly upgraded. Upon inspection, there were no special functions, just enhancements to damage and similar effects. Following that, Shunbei took out the mining arm armor. This item had significantly helped him, especially the grappling hook and iron chain inside it. Upgrading the arm armor was quite troublesome, as mining was the primary way to upgrade it. In actual combat, this equipment could also contribute to gaining experience. However, if Shunbei were to stake his life on the arm armor, it would be pure folly. This is why mining was the safest upgrading route. Nevertheless, with many other pieces of equipment for self-preservation, the arm armor was merely an enhancement. He checked the experience points for the arm armor and upgraded it directly. Mining arm armor LV3-0100, an upgraded piece of equipment for convenient mining. Mining efficiency increased by 15, new feature, spiral, which allows rapid rotation of the targeted object being grabbed. Shunbei stared at the simple text, somewhat dumbfounded. This new feature was indeed unexpected. It was like having a crocodile's death roll installed on the arm armor. If it caught a target and spun around, the opponent would be crushed if they tried to resist. The rotation would turn it into a plaything in his hands. This was impressive. No wonder it was a lethal weapon after the upgrade. Shunbei estimated that this was far from the arm armor's potential, and future upgrades would likely bring surprises. The final upgrade was the RV. Since Shunbei had been away for a long time, it accumulated a large amount of experience and directly leveled up twice. Comfortable RV Residence LV5-08,000. The RV has an area of 113 square meters. Comfort has significantly improved with enhanced shock resistance, ensuring it won't fall apart on bumpy roads. The building materials have been upgraded, increasing durability and defense. Insulation has improved, so even without heating equipment, the indoor temperature won't drop below zero. New feature, warning system, which triggers an alarm if any stranger enters the house in any way. New feature, retractable garage. Your RV will automatically lower the footstep and store the vehicle. Instantly, Shunbei felt the temperature in the room, which had been slightly cool, starting to rise and become warm like spring. Even Xiao Kei, covered with a blanket, felt a bit hot and unconsciously lifted a corner to cool off. Shunbei yawned. This upgrade was incredibly comfortable. Just burning some wood could keep the house warm and cozy. Moreover, the upgrade included a warning system. Even more outrageous was that regardless of how someone entered the house, even if they were invisible, the alarm would be triggered. That was quite intense. Now he could sleep soundly without being startled by any noise in the dead of night. As for whether the garage was useful, he doesn't have a car either. Up to now, all the equipment he carries has been upgraded. As for the remaining spider robots, they still need to be connected to a 3D printer. His plan is to install the 3D printer inside a cluster firepower disk. Moreover, there is still an electric explosive that he has no ideas for, so the production of spider robots is temporarily postponed. However, he is not anxious about this. What really worries him is the N6 solution for the livestock, which is a valuable item. Unfortunately, he is short on funds. On one side is the endless pit of the cluster firepower disk, and on the other side is the demand for at least 100 high-grade crystal cores for the livestock, with no upper limit. It's a tough situation. He pulled up the panel for the cluster firepower disk and checked the remaining energy, which is sufficient for a long duration. After handling everything, he tossed the sleeping cave back to his own room and returned to his own space, comfortably lying down. This is the first time in half a month that he can sleep soundly in bed. The 36 shelter has become increasingly lively in recent days. Despite the cold winter in the northern region, people from other shelters come and go without worrying about warmth, freely moving around various places. After all, the 36 shelter is responsible for their accommodation and heating. As for meals, they can buy whatever they want, as the food in the shelter is still very abundant. One day, he went to the upper level of the shelter, knocked on the door of a villa, and walked in. You asked me to report to you. He shook off the snow on his body, shivering from the cold. This villa had no heating, and it was as cold as outside. He laughed and said, "It's a bit warmer," as he approached the fireplace and ignited some wood. At that moment, the Blue Rose was in her pajamas, leaning to the side and yawning. "You don't like to sleep in, do you?" The orange flames gradually dispelled the cold, and he rubbed his hands together. "How can a young person sleep?" The Blue Rose frowned. "You think I'm an old woman?" "No, it's just that time can't leave marks on your face." He sat leisurely on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and exhaled while speaking. The Blue Rose wrinkled her delicate nose, seemingly displeased, and gave him a glance. "You should say that to the dancers at the bar. Maybe they won't charge you." "Thanks for the reminder, I'll give it a try." He looked serious and said, "But there is something I can't hold back. And I must tell you. Do you want to kill me?" He asked with a gentle smile. Chapter 127. Old Friend, Gunpoint, Strange Talk. Facing his sudden question, the smile on the Blue Rose's face faded, and her gaze turned cold and serious. like goose feathers in a snowstorm, looking out the window. Some people won't turn back until they hit a wall. It's better to resolve things sooner rather than dragging them out. He understood. Initially, Rock said that he was not supposed to be part of this wall-digging mission, but the Blue Rose had forcibly included him. He thought that last time in the woods, he had offended the Blue Rose and that she was setting him up. The Blue Enchantress seems to be displeased with the Third Master. And it just so happens that the two are destined for a life-and-death showdown. A quiet resolution. Shinbei's expression shifted slightly as he smiled. Now I understand. As long as it's not your intention. The Blue Enchantress scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Shinbei. If I wanted your life, how could I have saved you back then when you were nearly beaten to death? Don't start asking me for payment now. We agreed that the potion would be free. Shinbei spoke in a mischievous tone, preemptively blocking the Blue Enchantress's attempt to ask for money. A big man with a small mind. No, it's called being frugal. I think shameless is more fitting for your behavior. Shinbei stood up. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. The Blue Enchantress chuckled. Even Yu Wuchang wouldn't dare say that. Shinbei candidly replied. He has to consider the bigger picture, but I only need to take care of myself. Your insights are quite profound. A hint of a smile appeared on the enchanting face of the Blue Enchantress. Shinbei walked to the door and asked, so, have I completed my report? The Blue Enchantress nodded, saying, now I have only one command for you. Speak. Don't disturb my sleep anymore. Bang, the door was slammed shut by the Blue Enchantress. At the same time, she pointed with one hand. And a flurry of snowflakes danced as they settled on the firewood in the fireplace, causing the flames to extinguish instantly. She stretched her waist. Now this is a comfortable temperature. Just as Shinbei was about to leave the upper level of the shelter, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from above. Shinbei found it strange. Why did it sound like a helicopter? Do such antiques still exist in this world? He couldn't help but look up. His suspicion was confirmed. It was indeed a helicopter. The body was covered with heavy armored steel plates and high-temperature resistant ceramic coatings, and the paint on its surface was weathered and chipped. It was also painted with a crooked number, 5. It seemed to belong to the equipment of shelter number 5. The helicopter's rotor blades were broad, with serrated edges made of wear-resistant alloy, allowing it to rotate steadily even in strong winds and snow, cutting through the air with sharp gusts. Occasionally, the helicopter flew towards Shinbei and began to descend slowly. Shinbei's expression changed, and he took off running. It wasn't that the helicopter was going to attack him, but at that moment, Shinbei was wearing battle armor, and a cloaked barrage disc was hovering above his head. If they collided, although the barrage disc wouldn't have major issues, it would easily expose him. Soon, the helicopter selected a spot and began its descent, with the jet exhaust at the tail spewing out hot exhaust fumes, contrasting sharply with the surrounding cold, creating clouds of white vapor that temporarily dispersed the surrounding snow and wind. A few men jumped down from the helicopter, surveying the area. They happened to be the reception personnel from shelter number 36, and after verifying their information, the helicopter took off without lingering. Shinbei stood by, somewhat taken aback. Other shelters arrived by car, but this was the first time he had seen one escorted by a helicopter. Shelter number 5 really seems to have some strength. Did it scare the kids? A man with bronze skin and a red scarf around his neck walked up to Shinbei, laughing heartily. Others glanced over, their faces showing a hint of mockery, as if to say, what a bumpkin, he has never even seen a helicopter. Scared to the point of running around like a mouse. Shinbei casually asked, are you going to compensate me for my mental distress? The man in the red scarf paused for a moment, then grinned and said, sorry, that's not my habit. After saying that, he turned away with an expression that suggested he couldn't be bothered to argue with ordinary people, leading the others to leave, shouting about going for drinks. For everyone who came to Shelter 36, the first thing they did was definitely to go drink. After all, this place was known for its abundant alcohol. Surprised? A staff member asked Shinbei. Shinbei replied, it's my first time seeing a helicopter. Shelter 5 has fighter jets, you know. I heard there's a straight runway on the back of the Titan. I can't see what's useful about that. It's fast for traveling, the staff member said, eyes filled with envy. I've never been on one. What does it feel like to fly? Shinbei thought for a moment. Probably a feeling of impending death? No. Some say it feels joyful. So that means it's joyfully terrifying. The staff member said, I can't continue this conversation, tightening his leather jacket and turning to leave. Shinbei asked, with so many people from other shelters here, what does the general intend to do? It's not about what the general wants to do. The staff member replied, unsure of how to express himself. After a moment, he said, our shelter has also sent personnel into the northern wilderness before, but I don't know what exactly they did. Shinbei raised an eyebrow, meaning that Titans from other shelters had entered the northern wilderness region for joint missions. Did the personnel sent out not return? Yes, if they had returned, some news would have leaked out. Unfortunately, none came back. Shinbei gazed out at the boundless northern wilderness. What were these people trying to do here? He couldn't figure it out for now. Shinbei turned and left. Passing by the mission office, the door was tightly shut. In this environment, it was better to avoid freezing to death than to attempt any missions. Rock had it easy. When he reached the lower level, he passed by the blaze bar. A conspicuous sign hung at the entrance, no entry without purchase. However, a pair of rusty iron doors at the bar was half open, the old hinges creaking from time to time, and thick smoke wafted out from inside. That was the exhaust from people smoking. If it weren't released, it could choke the people inside. Shinbei intended to see if Rock was inside. But as he took a glance, he unexpectedly spotted an old acquaintance. With his gun in hand, Shinbei pushed the door open and headed straight for a dark corner of the bar, where a man was sitting. The bar was filled with a mix of cheap women's perfume, the smell of men's stinky feet, aged alcohol, and the unique scent of smoked barbecue. The air was also laced with a hint of retro music flowing from a battered speaker, the melodies seeming to drift from a time capsule of the distant past. The bar is transformed from a massive piece of metal debris, displaying various colored bottles of spirits, which may be mixed with unknown chemicals. However, for the regulars here, they are the best poison. Behind the bar, an old bartender with a full beard and sharp eyes skillfully shakes a cocktail shaker. Upon seeing Shinbei enter, he even wants to offer him a drink. Shinbei is not short on money. He stored a lot of drinks last time, and although they were quickly consumed by someone, he still made a profit. Yet, he remains indifferent to the bartender's gaze and continues walking towards the corner. The seating areas, made up of worn leather chairs and broken wooden tables, are simple but packed with a variety of characters. In the center of the stage, nearly naked dancers are desperately enticing the male hormones. One dancer even reaches out, lightly teasing Shinbei's face. Annoyed, he swats her hand away and strides over to a table in the corner. A revolver presses directly against a man's lower back. The man likely realizes it's the gun, stiffening up and turning with a face full of anger, but Shinbei leans in from behind. Shill. Shinbei casually grabs a peanut and chews on it, saying, "Tell me, after I pull the trigger, will it bring you and Wang Yi together?" The man's face suddenly turns pale, his pupils constricting, as if recalling past fears of being controlled. He takes a deep breath, his tone relatively stable. "Who are you? I don't know you. Local residents can be so rude. I like your answer." Shinbei puts away the gun and sits across from the man, smiling silently. Is it Song left or Song right? Right. Song right waits for the bartender to bring drinks and turns to Shinbei. "Buddy." "I." Shinbei raises a hand to stop him. "Shinbei, I don't care who you are. I'll repeat, I've never seen you. And I don't know you. Can we stop joking around?" Shinbei's gaze is filled with a sense of control. Your desire to survive is quite strong. Song right looks bitter, clasping his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "If I had known you were from Shelter 36, I wouldn't have come here even if you killed me." The bartender brings a drink, and Shinbei asks, "Where's Rock?" The bartender wipes the glass and thinks. He was called away by the general's guards. Shinbei waves his hand, signaling the bartender to leave. "I'm paying for this." Songwright says, "From now on, we're just getting to know each other. Don't mention the past, and I want tea either. Let us not complicate things for each other. Do you know what's in that bag?" Shinbei casually inquires. Songwright spreads his hands. "I'm just carrying out a task. The boss wouldn't tell me. Being ignorant equals staying alive. I've seen that in you. Actually, that thing is..." "Stop." Songwright interjects, his tone strange. "I don't want to hear it. Can we turn the page?" "All right." Shinbei lights a cigarette. Genuinely curious. With such a big setup, what's it all for? Songwright looks around to ensure no one is watching and leans in, whispering, "I'm also just chasing rumors, with only half the story. I have a question for you. Have you found anything unusual in the ruins of the city or the wilderness?" Shinbei tilted his head. "Unusual? In this world of fleeing, isn't everything abnormal considered normal?" Shinbei smacked his lips. "Why don't you use your intelligence to humiliate me thoroughly?" Songyu displayed a hint of superiority and said, "That's your lack of observation. I'm one step ahead of you. Go ahead." With a mysterious expression, Songyu leaned closer to Shinbei and whispered, "Have you ever seen any corpses that have been dead for a long time, whether in the ruins or the wilderness?" Shinbei? Chapter 128. Speculation, Local Specialties, Provocation. The question posed by Songyu struck Shinbei's mind like a bolt of lightning. He took a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, examined it carefully in the dim light, and then lit it with an old-fashioned lighter, the flame dancing in the darkness. The overhead tungsten bulb flickered, casting a yellowish light that divided the noisy bar into two worlds. One was the small table of Shinbei and Songyu, and the other was the bar itself. Shinbei took a deep drag of smoke, the haze swirling around his lips and teeth before slowly dissipating, as if his thoughts were also drifting away in the hazy light and shadow. Shinbei's fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a dull thud. As the cigarette burned between his fingers, the sparks flickering, he was indeed shocked by Songyu's question. Upon further reflection, Shinbei had walked through the urban ruins quite a bit, even engaging in several battles there. His travels through the wilderness were even more extensive. Just the chase with the horses and Gon Mo took nearly 10 days. But Shinbei had truly overlooked one detail. According to Songyu's question, whether in the urban ruins or the wilderness, he had not seen a single corpse. Of course, this referred to corpses that had been dead for a long time. Those that were weathered or in skeletal form. Even corpses that had been dead for several days, he had only seen one. This was clearly unreasonable. Not to mention that in this world of fleeing, humans were all revolving around the Titans. Even the teams coming in and out of the wilderness would have casualties. Let alone during the transition between the old era and the new world. How many humans must have died under the evil forces? And where did all those corpses go? It was as if the droplets of water that fell to the ground had completely evaporated. It shouldn't be like that. At the very least, one should be able to see human bones. Were they eaten by ferocious beasts? That couldn't be so thoroughly done. But why were there none? This suddenly reminded Shinbei of something. When he first crossed over and was abandoned by his teammates after he killed the Xiaolong. The Xiaoling sought revenge and found the corpse of Xiaolong, even managing to carry it back. At that time, he had wondered why they bothered to carry the corpse. The most merciful thing would be to bury it on the spot. The reasonable approach would be to abandon the corpse in the wilderness. The Titans' route was unpredictable, and it was very likely that they would never pass by that area again. Now Shinbei seemed to understand a bit. Xiaolong was afraid of something that would be detrimental to Xiao Ying's corpse. After a while, Shinbei slowly raised his head, his face as cold as ice, and said calmly, "In a group of 3, there must be a teacher among us. You are worth 3. Songyu chuckled with a hoarse voice, deep and low. "No, I don't have that ability. I just happen to know a little. If you ask me about something else, I really don't understand." Shinbei flicked the ash from his cigarette, pondering for a moment, then asked, "So what is your guess? If I say my brain isn't functioning well, would you believe me? I'm just asking about the guns. Then I might have to speak nonsense. I'll just consider it a dream or listen to a mad writer concocting an absurd plot." Songyu took a big gulp of alcohol, the fiery liquid stinging his throat like a knife, turning his face crimson. He exhaled, spitting out the unpleasant smell of alcohol. "I suspect someone is collecting corpses and conducting perplexing experiments in the harsh winter of the north. Our purpose in gathering this time is to explore or eliminate this." Upon hearing this, Shinbei squinted his eyes and shook his head. Impossible. How could anyone survive in the harsh winter of the north? Wait. Shinbei interrupted himself mid-sentence. Initially, he wanted to say how could anyone survive in such a cold environment. Then he thought, as long as there is coal, it seems not to be a problem. But Shinbei immediately had another question. Water, where does the water come from? Without water, people cannot survive at all. Even melted snow is undrinkable. Could it be that there are clean water sources in the harsh winter of the north? This was something he had never heard of. Shinbei voiced his doubts. Songyu shrugged. Who knows what's going on? What about the evil creatures? They don't fear the cold. This was Shinbei's deduction. If the evil creatures feared the cold, then the likes of the blue demon and other supernatural beings would have already dominated this world, leaving no room for anyone else. Who knows what's going on? Songyu repeated. This is all I can guess. The rest is ignorance. Shinbei clicked his tongue, ate a peanut, and placed his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Don't think too much. Songyu took a sip of alcohol. The mission has started. We'll know everything. By the way, are you participating in the mission? I want to join you. Why? Shinbei asked curiously. Songyu licked his lips and smiled. I believe that the miracles an ordinary person can perform can continue. Thinking too much, Shinbei lowered his arms onto the table. No one said I had to participate in the mission. I want to walk out of the harsh winter of the north comfortably. Comfort is for the dead. I'm already dead. Songyu's lips twitched. At that moment, a girl about 14 or 15, dressed neatly, approached them holding an old-fashioned car refrigerator. The refrigerator had been modified, with thin ropes looping around the girl's neck. Sir, would you like some snacks? The girl took out a kind of potato pancake. This pancake didn't look appealing. It was a dark lump made from potato skins, dried vegetable scraps, some unknown meat bits, sugar, and flour mixed and baked together. If you want to eat this kind of thing, don't ask where the ingredients come from. It's better not to know, or you might feel nauseous. The potato chips are just discarded waste from the upper class. The dried vegetable fragments are the same. The source of the sugar is even more unclear. It could be from some plant, perhaps from an animal, or maybe sugar cubes picked up from the upper class. And we can't overlook the bathwater. In this world of hardship, the value of items is repeatedly utilized. There is no concept of disposal. The production cost of this little girl's food is almost zero. Fortunately, this thing won't kill you. The slight sweetness is its only flavor. Shinbei opened the little girl's box to take a look. This reminded him of the girl selling nuclear bombs. I'll treat you to the specialty food of Shelter 36. Shinbei tossed out a crystal core. The little girl began to take out a few pieces of potato cakes. Songyu corrected Shinbei, saying, this stuff is sold in every shelter. Songyu took a bite. It was crunchy but lacked any chicken flavor. Have you been to many shelters? Shinbei asked, tilting his head. Yes, Songyu said. pulling a piece of potato skin from his mouth and glaring at the little girl in annoyance. This is terrible. You really live in a good era. In the old days, I would have called to complain and demanded a refund. The little girl looked confused, her pupils losing their luster, seemingly doubting her own skills. I used to run errands at Shelter 20. To put it simply, I was a member of a trading caravan, seeking out other shelters in the wilderness to trade goods and share resources. Shinbei responded with an "Oh, so what happened later?" The caravan is a good job. There are no strict requirements. You take the goods out, trade if you can, and come back if you can't. Of course, during the monthly radio communication meetings, everyone shares the coordinates of their shelter routes. This time, Shelter 36 went straight to the northern winter, and that's why other shelter members came. Sounds like a black market, Song Yu shrugged. Shinbei chuckled. If the goods get lost, the responsibility is huge. Just like last time when Shelter 36 also suffered losses. Luckily, the blue demon struck back. Otherwise, you would have gotten angry and kicked out a large group of people. At this moment, Shinbei turned and looked at the little girl strangely. What are you doing standing here? For a bar, income isn't just from drinks. Food plays a part too. This little girl sneaked in to sell food, and it would be fine if the bartender didn't notice. If he did, she would definitely face scolding or even a beating. After all, she violated 2 bar rules: no entry without consumption and no private selling of food in the bar. But when the little girl spoke, Shinbei was stunned. Sir, can you buy me? What? Shinbei seemed not to hear clearly. The little girl leaned forward, revealing a charm not typical for her age, her hand rubbing against Shinbei's lower body. I said, can you buy me? I can do a lot. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Haha. Song Yu laughed, slapping the table. Local transactions are really too subtle. Shut up. Shinbei shot a glare at Song Yu, then turned to the little girl and said, take your hands off me. The little girl clung to Shinbei like a stubborn adhesive, replying, give it a try. It's definitely worth it. Shinbei pulled out a revolver and pointed it directly into the girl's mouth, saying, I'll say it again, take your hands off. The girl's pupils instantly contracted, and she raised her hands, stepping back a few paces. Heh, not interested in women. Are you interested in men then? At that moment, a voice filled with mockery reached Shinbei's ears from the noisy bar. He turned to look in the direction of the sound. In the corner sat a man with a square face and crew-cut, bronze skin, a red scarf around his neck, and a glass in hand with light yellow liquid sloshing inside. His exposed forearm looked as if it was cast from bronze, exuding raw wildness. This man's brown eyes were fixed on Shinbei, showing no signs of avoidance, like a spotted lizard in the wilderness. Shinbei recognized him. He was the man who arrived by helicopter from shelter number 5. Shinbei had even asked him for compensation for mental distress. So is your backside clean now? Shinbei retorted. The man looked taken aback and somewhat annoyed. Have you had too much to drink, or have you always been this way? No amount of alcohol can make me a mess, Shinbei replied. The man emptied his glass, grinned maliciously at Shinbei, and made a throat-cutting gesture. Then how have you survived this long? I want to propose a toast to everyone present. What do you think? Go to hell. Shinbei shot back. You provoke me from above, and now you want to toast me from below. Shinbei stood up abruptly, ready to confront the man with his revolver. Song Yu grabbed him firmly, his expression extremely serious, whispering, Don't. That guy is Mo Sang, one of the sons of Baba 2, the leader of Shelter No. 5. You can't afford to mess with him. Either sit down and calm down, or just leave through the door and go home to sleep. Shinbei downed a bottle of fiery liquor, took a deep breath, shook off Song Yu's grip, and stepped forward. I'm not going to die. Chapter 129. Then I'll play with you, damn it. Song Yu's eyes widened as he realized he couldn't reach Shinbei anymore to pull him back. He could have tackled Shinbei to the ground and called the bartender to throw him out, but he didn't dare. He feared that Mo Sang would misunderstand. After all, he didn't really know Shinbei well. Moreover, it might not matter who Mo Sang was. Shinbei didn't need to know too much. But the notorious name of Baba 2 was something that resonated loudly in Song Yu's ears, having been through multiple shelters. If the top combat power in this world was the Spider Queen in the first tier, Baba 2 certainly had a spot in the second tier. Not someone to be trifled with. Even Yu Wuchang would have to think twice, let alone an ordinary person like Shinbei. But it was useless to say anything now. Song Yu thought that a little alcohol had provoked Shinbei, making him reckless and unruly. His drinking habits are terrible. Song Yu assessed angrily. Suddenly, he recalled that Shinbei had mentioned someone named Locke. He suddenly stood up and rushed out of the bar, sprinting towards the upper level of the shelter. At that moment, Shinbei roughly pushed past the intoxicated customers and the chaotic women inside the bar. He approached the table of Mo Sang, where 5 people in black military uniforms were laughing and pointing at him. I say, Shinbei slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol. How about buying me a drink? Mo Sang sneered coldly. Unless you clean yourself up. At this, his companions erupted in laughter. Mo Sang smirked and tossed a crystal core into the hands of a little girl selling potato cakes, saying, Otherwise, I'd rather give it to a prostitute than you. The little girl blinked, her expression playful as she looked at Momo Sang, and then turned to Shinbei, her eyes flickering. From a higher vantage point, Shinbei narrowed his eyes and suddenly kicked the table over, spilling drinks and shattering glass everywhere, the edge of the table crashing into Mo Sang's soft belly. I thought you might buy me a drink as an apology, but you clearly don't know what's good for you. The overturned table broke into several pieces, and cups and bottles clattered to the ground, shattering into fragments that sparkled like fireworks. Provocation comes at a price. Shinbei's outburst ignited the atmosphere like a spark. Almost instantly, the closest person to him raised his right leg and delivered a fierce and precise low kick aimed at Shinbei's still-raised right foot. Unexpectedly, Shinbei lifted his knee, bringing his lower leg forward to block, forcing the attacker to stumble and knock over a chair behind him, making him look quite clumsy. This all happened in a flash. Mo Sang was still reeling from the pain and had not reacted, while the last person swiftly drew a large-caliber handgun from his waist, pressing it against Shinbei's chin. Are you looking for death? The dark muzzle pressed against Shinbei's chin as the man shouted angrily, ready to pull the trigger. The bullet set to pierce Shinbei's throat before blowing his skull apart, spraying blood high into the air. Shinbei glanced at him, then pressed his tongue against his upper lip and spat a mouthful of saliva onto the man's nose. The man was momentarily stunned, but his anger drove him to pull the trigger. However, he found that he couldn't. Looking down, he realized Shinbei's left hand was gripping a spoon, wedged perfectly in the trigger guard, effectively jamming it. Shinbei twisted the spoon, stirring the man's index finger, causing him to yelp in pain and retract his hand. Shinbei seized the gun and slammed it against the wall to his left, just as it discharged, the bullet shattering an empty glass. The man staggered back 2 steps. Regaining his balance, his eyes wide in shock. In that brief encounter, the 5 of them were unable to suppress Shinbei's presence. At that moment, the entire bar erupted in noise, with whistles and cheers. Take him down. 5 against 1, and you're losing? Let's go all out. Whether it was Mo Sang or Shinbei, to the people in the bar, this was all just a source of entertainment. And they were eager to stir up trouble, wanting to see the spectacle unfold. Momo's face darkened. As a person with a strength level of 4 and a defense level of 3, he usually remained silent even when faced with harsh conditions. However, he was caught off guard by the corner of the table, making his vision momentarily black. The laughter and whistling around him only intensified his humiliation and anger. He licked his lips, coldly pushed the table aside, and drew 2 sharp tungsten steel daggers from behind his waist, one held reversed toward Shinbei, while the other was tossed forward. Shinbei caught the thrown dagger and looked up at Momo. With a hoarse voice, Momo said, "Considering you're an ordinary person, don't say I'm bullying you. I want to use my powers. Let us see if you can take one of these 2 knives." In truth, Momo didn't dare to use his powers anyway. This was a sanctuary. For this joint mission, being allowed to carry a handgun was already quite generous. Otherwise, even that would have to be surrendered. Moreover, using powers to harm others was strictly prohibited within the sanctuary. The last time Shinbei broke the rules, it was settled by another individual. Such were the rules. Anyone who broke them would have to face consequences. And the leader of the opposing side might even come personally to handle the matter. This was why Shinbei dared to openly retaliate against Momo, a powered individual. At that moment, Shinbei smiled, flicking the tip of his knife and beckoning Momo with his fingers, as if to say, "You brought this on yourself." As for the dagger, considering Momo was quite straightforward, he might as well play along. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Shinbei gripped the handle tightly and stepped forward. A series of cracking sounds came from Momo's body as he charged, the tungsten dagger slicing towards Shinbei's ribs. Shinbei retreated, thrusting his right hand forward, while Momo leaned back. The blade aimed to bite into Shinbei's wrist, barely grazing the back of his hand. Shinbei flicked his fingers, switching grips, and aimed the dagger at Momo's hand, but it collided with Momo's blade, producing a sharp ringing sound. Both of them maintained a certain arc in their posture, and the 2 daggers sliced through the air, creating a dull sonic boom. However, the 2 tungsten daggers barely made direct contact. They merely grazed each other's flesh, retreating like dragonflies skimming water, briefly facing off before rapidly engaging again. There was no elegance in their movements, yet it sent chills down the onlookers' spines. After about 3 or 4 exchanges, Shinbei had gauged the situation. While daggers were his forte, he could tell that Momo was an experienced short-knife fighter. The daggers viciously tore and entangled, then suddenly separated, leaving behind several deep and shallow wounds. The closer they got, the more brutal it became. With this thought in mind, Shinbei seized the opportunity and launched an aggressive attack, slashing horizontally from right to left. The blade brushed past Momo's throat, drawing a few drops of blood. But in doing so, he exposed half of his body to Momo. Momo bore bloodstains on his arms and face, but his eyes suddenly lit up, gritting his teeth. He raised his right hand high, the gleaming blade slicing through the bloody air, aimed directly at Shunbei's neck. Without lifting his head, Shunbei suddenly jumped back, switching the dagger from his right hand to his left, gripping the back of the blade, allowing the gently curved edge to align with his arm. Shunbei extended his left arm to shield his head and face, his calm eyes concealing a storm of fury that sent chills down Mo Mozang's spine. In that moment, a tide of alertness surged within Mo Mozang. But with the arrow on the bowstring, he had no choice but to shoot. Clang, clang, clang. Mo Mozang swung the blade, sweat pouring down as he struck repeatedly at Shunbei's guarding left arm, the friction sparking violently. The two moved chaotically, and suddenly, a dull thud echoed as a sharp blade sliced into flesh. 3 bloodied fingers dropped to the ground, and Shunbei's knife twisted, plunging straight between Mo Mozang's collarbones. Twisting with force, thud Mo Mozang collapsed unconscious to the ground. Shunbei's dagger flourished, his eyes now devoid of any drunken haze. He reversed his grip and aimed directly at Mo Mozang's heart. Killing was not allowed in the sanctuary, but if both sides were fighting to the death, then it was a different story. Let the feast begin. Just as Shunbei was about to strike, a voice came from the entrance of the bar. Enough. The voice was neither warm nor cold, but Shunbei sheathed his dagger and slowly stood up. General, but he wanted to play with daggers. Shunbei spread his hands and said. Yu Wuchang, with a grim expression, leaned in to glance at Mo Mozang and waved his hand. Take him away. The close guards hurriedly lifted Mo Mozang out of the bar and sent him to the medical room. Mo Mozang's companions finally snapped out of their shock. In just a few blinks, Mo Mozang, while playing with a dagger, had actually been taken down by an ordinary person. What a disgrace. A huge disgrace. Mo Mozang's companions were furious and shocked, raising their hands to unleash their powers against Shunbei. But Yu Wuchang unleashed a powerful aura as a 10th tier ability user, sweeping across the venue. Do you think I'm just air? The companions jumped in fright, glaring at Shunbei before turning to leave. Shunbei reached out to stop them. Bartender, did they settle the bill? The bartender twitched his lips and nodded. Get lost. Shunbei waved his hand. The group left the bar, gritting their teeth in anger. At that moment, the patrons in the bar erupted in a commotion. Mo Mozang couldn't even handle an ordinary person without using his powers? He went down too quickly, right? Is he that useless? Wow, Shunbei is quite skilled. This guy's combat techniques are truly admirable. Worth watching and learning, that's real skill. Meanwhile, Yu Wuchang wore a dark expression, subtly glancing at the little girl selling potato cakes. Then he turned to Shunbei. Are you quite idle? Cutting off 3 of Mo Mozang's fingers is quite a feat, so get ready. You're on this mission. After saying that, Yu Wuchang didn't give Shunbei a chance to respond and turned to leave. Song Yu emerged from the side, patting Shunbei on the shoulder. I saved your life. No need to thank me. Shunbei shot him a glance. Mind your own business, Song Yu. In the upper levels of the sanctuary, Yu Wuchang returned to the estate and entered the top floor. This level was a room that no one was allowed to enter except for Yu Wuchang himself. Even the close guards had to stay on the lower floor and wait. Yu Wuchang pushed open the door. Inside, the room was warm as spring. A soft, vibrant red carpet stretches out before you. At the end of the carpet sits a high-backed chair, resembling a throne. Perched upon it is a young girl, not much older than a child. She has faint dimples on her cheeks, and her lips are perpetually curved into a slight smile, giving her a somewhat sharp demeanor. However, a green glimmer flashes in her eyes, as if data is being refreshed. It's quite lively, she remarks, resting her chin on one hand. Recently, there have been too many people. I feel that even the threat level of 10 is insufficient, says a figure with lowered head. That's enough. The girl replies with a nightingale-like smile. Do you still want me to grant you the intimidation of the Spider Queen? I dare not. It would attract too much attention. The girl nods. No matter what happens, don't take action to avoid exposure. Understood. She pulls out a potato cake and crunches on it, raising her eyebrows and murmuring softly. I'm just following the data. Is there a problem? I can't taste anything. Inside the mobile home, Shunbei gazes intently at the flickering flames in the fireplace. At this moment, he is no different from other residents. In such cold weather, warming up by the fire is the most heartwarming activity. Of course, if there are good friends around, they could gather to play cards and pass the time. Shunbei doesn't have many friends. Little K, bundled up in a thick coat, climbs onto the roof with a broom to clear the accumulated snow. This is a task that every homeowner must undertake. If the snow gets too thick, it could collapse the roof. Repairing the roof during such times would undoubtedly require a significant amount of resources. Therefore, preventive work must be done. Shunbei feels it's unnecessary, especially since his mobile home has been upgraded. If the roof were to collapse under the weight of snow and wind, there would be no place to reason with it. But little K feels he can't afford to be idle. If he were in a warmer area, he could join a team to venture into the wilderness and take on some lucrative jobs. But in the current environment, all activities have come to a halt. Once his work stops, he feels like a burden, living off others. Guilt fills his heart, a relentless self-reproach. Even after clearing the snow from the roof, he continues to work tirelessly. Dad! Little K calls out from the roof, his voice crisp. Rock shakes off the snow and glares fiercely. Don't shout like that. Or find yourself a stepmother and call me Dad. Little K playfully sticks out his tongue. You have to rely on yourself for such things. Rock enters the house and approaches the fireplace, nudging Shinbei. Move over. We have a guest. Don't you know to get up and greet them? Is that polite? I'm not a gentleman. Shinbei yawns, making space for Rock to warm himself. Rock sits cross-legged in front of the fire, then takes off his shoes, placing his feet near the flames. Before long, clouds of white steam begin to rise from his socks, mingling with the scent of roasted durian. Oh, this feels good. Rock chuckles, recalling the old saying that the feet are the root of a person's life. Shinbei frowned, pinched his nose, and emphasized oddly, Are you polite? I'm not a gentleman. Rock echoed Shinbei's words back to him. At that moment, Xiao Ke walked into the room, and his face turned green instantly, as he was hit by Rock's foot odor, which seemed to solidify the air. He yelled from outside the window, Don't bring it inside. Rock replied, If you want to kill me, just say it. Shinbei waved his hand dismissively. No need for an overt assassination. Rock rolled his eyes, put on his shoes, and said with extreme seriousness, I actually hope you die sooner. Why? Shinbei asked. If you die, the residents of Shelter 36 can live. Shinbei pulled out a gun and pressed it against Rock's forehead, expressionless. They say brothers should fight for each other, but I prefer to give my brother 2 bullets. Rock spread his arms, leaned back, and laughed. I bet you don't have any bullets in that gun. Shinbei lowered his arm. There are no bullets for you. Rock shrugged. Let us put it this way, you caused trouble at the bar. Have you considered the consequences? Shinbei naturally knew what Rock was referring to. Merely the matter with Mo Mozong. He insisted on competing with him and ended up getting himself into trouble, blaming the heavens and the earth, but never himself. Shinbei calmly said, I don't even know if I'll be alive tomorrow. Never thought about it. Fine. Rock lit a cigarette, took a puff, and tossed it to Shinbei. Shinbei threw it back. I won't pick up leftovers. Xiao Ke, this is for you. Rock tossed the cigarette to Xiao Ke, who had just entered the room. Xiao Ke took it, extinguished it, then took off the filter and placed it in Shinbei's cigarette case. You really know how to live. Rock chuckled, rubbing Xiao Ke's head. Go to your room. Adults are talking, kids should listen less. Rock pushed him a bit. Turning to Shinbei, Rock slowly put away his smile, his expression darkening. Mo Mozong is insignificant, but his godfather Baba Tua is not to be trifled with. Shinbei wiped his gun and asked, Do you think I could blow my own head off with one shot? What do you mean? If I dare to kill myself, what else do I care about? Rock said, You rogue. Rock sniffed. This is just creating enemies for us. Shinbei knew very well that if Baba Tual were unreasonable, he could command his team in the wilderness to hunt down anyone from Shelter 36. It resembled the hatred and desire that Chi Yunlai had for Shinbei. However, there was no need to worry about Baba Tuo's revenge for now. Titan didn't even know when it could emerge from the cold winter of the north. That was something Yu Wuchang should be concerned about, not you. By the way, take a look at your godfather's abilities. Shinbei intentionally added salt to the wound. Look at you, same godfather, but this gap is a bit outrageous. Rock put on a serious face. Back in the day, I was also quite impressive. A hero doesn't boast about past glories. Shinbei pressed his hand down. I can recite your deeds by heart. Shinbei added, by the way, Yu Wuchang is actually tier 10, pretty fierce. As soon as this was mentioned, Rock looked somewhat confused, seemingly filled with bewilderment and surprise. Yes, Rock seems to have a lot to say, but only mentioned. This guy was definitely soaring at the time, when he was following me. He was still a tier 3 ability user. Shinbei smiled and said, Now he has grown. No, Rock shook his head and whispered, That's not growth. That's a sudden leap. How so? This guy went missing for a while, and when he came back, he had gone from tier 3 to tier 7. Rock continued. Just in time for the turmoil at Shelter 36, this guy suddenly became tier 10. Without really making any moves, he ascended to the leader position. Shinbei widened his eyes slightly. That's a bit hard to believe. Rock nodded. I can only say he is a prodigy. I didn't notice it when he was with me before. However, the energy and aura he exudes are indeed solidly tier 10, there is no doubt about it. Shinbei didn't understand much about abilities. So many people support Yu Wuchang, he must have real skills. Shinbei changed the topic and asked, Little K has awakened. Aren't you going to make a statement? Rock asked mysteriously, What should I say? Money. Right now he is just an empty shell. What does it have to do with me? Rock covered his pocket. I still need to save money for retirement. Shinbei looked pained. Your current investment will be returned by Little K in the future. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Go away. Human hearts are the most unreliable. Only the core of gold source 1T betray. Rock stated a profound truth. Shinbei rolled his eyes, breaking through Rock's self-defense. But the core of gold source can be snatched or stolen by others. Rock. Shinbei continued to entice. Just think. If you were to abandon everything and die with regrets, am I right? Well, Rock coughed. I just remembered, it's going to rain. I need to go home and get the clothes. Shinbei watched Rock make a run for it and shrugged. But Rock turned back at the door and said, damn it, you've distracted me from the main point. First, you're on the list for this mission. You know the specific reason. Shinbei nodded. It didn't matter, as long as there's the core of Gold Source. Second, according to the benefits for the deputy captain, you can have a dedicated car. Take this note and choose one from the garage. Saying this, Rock tossed the note to Shinbei. But there's a fee for parking the vehicle in the garage. Shinbei almost swore. Rock pressed his hand down. Even if you don't want it, there's still a fee. After all, if the car is in the garage, it will incur charges. 10 core crystals a day. Shinbei, I suggest a breathing tax. Shinbei said. Rock waved his hand, sincerely saying, this one is truly free. After Rock left, Shinbei got up and left the RV, planning to go to the garage to claim his benefits. It was impossible to eat Shinbei's money. After the RV upgrade, there just happened to be a garage. What a coincidence. It took nearly 10 kilometers for Shinbei to reach the front garage of Titan. He handed over the note. The staff guided Shinbei inside. Choose freely, pick whatever you like. The staff, wrapped in coats and exhaling puffs of breath, commented. But we can't guarantee that every vehicle is in good condition. It depends on your luck. Of course, some vehicles with owners cannot be chosen. Shinbei glanced at the garage. There were quite a few vehicles here, with transport trucks and off-road vehicles being the mainstream. And even some classic sports cars from the old era. Vehicles were essential as a means of transport in the wilderness. With this benefit, Shinbei could drive a vehicle out of the shelter regardless of whether he was on a mission, and no one would care. This undoubtedly provided convenience for him. Although parking was still quite annoying, despite the old era charging for it, this was a new era. After observing for a while, Shinbei noticed a motorcycle parked in the corner. He lifted the tent flap. A giant silver Dodge Chopper motorcycle, 3 meters long, came into view. Its overall structure resembled a powerful silver beast poised to spring into action, heavy and imposing. The frame was made of hardened aluminum alloy, covered with a layer of wear-resistant and corrosion-resistant silver metal film. The engine had been modified, using a crystal core as power, with the exposed silver cylinder resembling a heart, and the thick intake manifold resembling breathing tubes. The intricate mechanical structure inside the wheel hub was faintly visible in the dim light, while the rear wheel was even more spectacular, featuring a massive dual-wheel structure attached to a specially reinforced suspension system. The saddle was cleverly stitched together from high-quality leather and metal mesh. At first glance, Shinbei felt a rush of affection. This motorcycle perfectly matched his taste. This is the one. Shinbei's eyes sparkled. Are you sure you want this? The staff asked, somewhat surprised. It doesn't shield you from the wind or rain. Apart from speed, it's really tough for traversing the wilderness. Shinbei chuckled. I'm just helping you clear your inventory. All right, you really are a kind person. The staff shrugged. Then please pay for a month's usage first. Suddenly, before the staff could finish speaking, the engine of the Dodge Chopper roared to life. Like the roar of a fierce beast. A silver streak shot out as Shinbei drove the Dodge Chopper out of the garage, executing a drift and disappearing into the wind and snow. Chapter 131. Upgrading Equipment Fusion. Crystal Core Resonator. The world was a vast expanse of white. As if forgotten at the end of time, a cold realm. Shinbei rode the wild steel beast, the silver Dodge Chopper motorcycle, racing along the rugged road covered in ice and snow. The wheels gripped the icy surface with effort, each rotation kicking up a flurry of snow, resembling white waves surging behind him. The wind and snow relentlessly battered Shinbei's armor. For him, the pursuit of speed was the best choice. Thanks to the protection provided by the armor, he was not afraid of low or high temperatures and could maintain a comfortable and stable temperature. Thus, the comfort of an off-road vehicle was unnecessary. Besides being able to carry a few more people, an off-road vehicle served no purpose for Shinbei. Therefore, this motorcycle was his top choice. Shinbei glanced at the speedometer. Even on this icy surface, maintaining a speed of 50 miles per hour was quite impressive. An off-road vehicle could only manage about 30 miles per hour. However, there are also drawbacks. Once the speed rises to 60 miles per hour, stability significantly decreases, and there might even be instances of skidding. In severe cases, it could get stuck in a snow pit. Shinbei is considering going back to disassemble the Dodge Battle Axe and see what upgrades can be made. After testing the performance of the Dodge Battle Axe, Shinbei heads back home, bypassing the massive Titan and returning to the RV. With a thought, a step on the RV slowly descends, and Shinbei accelerates. Driving straight up, with a creak, he comes to a steady stop in the garage. Shinbei glances around. After the upgrade, this garage occupies only a small part of the room. He opens the door and steps directly into the living room. This saves some money. Shinbei claps his hands and takes out his toolbox. He begins to disassemble the Dodge Battle Axe in the garage. Boxes of scattered parts are piled on the side, like building blocks waiting to be brought to life. He then starts the assembly process, taking out the heavy steel frame. He secures the base and meticulously calibrates each connection point with tools, ensuring every bolt is precisely in place. Experience 1. Next comes the engine components, transmission system, chain, and flywheel. He installs the brake disc and calipers, and the tires. He lays out the wires, connects the battery, and completes the circuit system. After reassembly, the experience points are sufficient for an upgrade. Shinbei focuses his thoughts and initiates the upgrade. In the blink of an eye, the rusty Dodge battle axe is transformed into what looks like a brand new model. He stares for a few seconds, and information pops up in the corner of his eye. Dodge battle axe LV2, 0500. A motorcycle with significant speed advantages. Capable of reaching a maximum speed of 100 km/h in sports mode with sufficient kinetic energy and 70 km/h in snow mode without skidding. New feature, auto return mode. You can mentally connect with the Dodge battle axe within a 5 km range and summon it to you. After reading this information, Shinbei looks surprised. Although the Dodge battle axe still has its drawbacks, namely, it is a bit slow, it is still twice as fast as an off-road vehicle. The speed in snow mode has also improved, with enhanced stability. However, what surprises Shinbei the most is the auto-return mode. Does this mean he can hide the Dodge battle axe somewhere and have it automatically come to him when needed? There are surprises everywhere. Shinbei pats the motorcycle, Silver Steed, wild. These days, Shelter 36 has been very quiet, except for the bar. All members of the various shelters have been in place for several days. However, it seems too far from the mission location. As Yu Wuchang continues to issue assembly orders, the members of other shelters are not in a hurry, spending their days eating, drinking, and having fun. Meanwhile, Shinbei is a bit anxious. He has upgraded all his equipment, but there are still some things to sort out regarding the cluster fire disc. One is making shells. During the last wall-digging mission, he nearly ran out of bullets. The ammunition from the shelter's weapon shop can no longer meet his needs, and he still needs to rely on the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly equipment for production. But this device is flying in the sky. It hasn't snowed these days. The weather is clear, and the plains stretch endlessly. Recklessly summoning the cluster fire disc could easily attract attention. And there are spider robots that also need to be produced. Although there is still a lack of electric explosives, completing even one is better than nothing. When the opportunity arises, it can be put to use immediately. In fact, Shinbei could venture far out, to a place beyond the horizon, to produce his own shells. However, he calculated that a safe distance would need to be at least 100 kilometers away, in this vast expanse of unchanging white. Once the tire tracks from his arrival are covered by wind and snow, it would be easy to get lost. Even if the cluster fire disc is called in to scout, the maximum connection distance between them is only 10 kilometers, which is almost ineffective. More importantly, the energy on the cluster fire disc would also be depleted and needs to be replenished in time. Otherwise, it would lose its stealth and fall straight from the sky. Therefore, Shinbei has been waiting for an opportunity. Even the appearance of a mountain would be good, as long as it can block the line of sight. That would be sufficient. One day, Xiao Ke returned from the upper level, holding a pack of snacks, which were sweet potato chips. Shinbei asked curiously, "Who gave you those?" "A little girl," Xiao Ke replied. "Don't bring home kids. I can't afford to raise them." Xiao Ke. Shinbei grabbed a piece of sweet potato chip, chewed it, and frowned slightly. The taste is a bit off. The texture is not as good. As long as there is something to eat, it's fine, Xiao Ke said with his mouth full. By the way, Xiao Ke said excitedly, "My godfather gave me 50 intermediate crystal cores. Is he really willing to part with that?" Shinbei was somewhat surprised. Xiao Ke tilted his head and said, "But he said I have to take care of him." Shinbei patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't take it so seriously, just rely on him." Xiao Ke's eyebrows twitched. "My godfather also told me to play less with you, or I might learn bad things." Shinbei responded nonchalantly. That's the only correct understanding he has in his life. "I put the crystal cores into the mysticism to increase some luck. Did Rock let you?" "I decided myself." Xiao Ke held up the snack bag. "See, it's effective. I just stepped out and met that little girl, who gave me snacks." Shinbei's lips twitched. "What's that girl's name?" "Zero." "A one-character name, Zero?" "Yes." Shinbei rubbed his chin. "In a broken world, naming is so arbitrary?" The two sat in front of the fireplace, chatting casually. Xiao Ke looked up and asked, "Bro, don't you have any wishes? Maybe my luck can help you." Shinbei thought this was nonsense. Luck is just a term used when something good happens. If something bad happens, it's said that the heart isn't sincere. "I hope to go back," Shinbei said inexplicably. "Go back." Xiao Ke looked around the living room in confusion. "Aren't we at home?" Shinbei was momentarily lost in thought, then smiled wryly. "Yeah, this is home. You change it. Encounter a big mountain." Xiao Ke pointed out the window. "Isn't that it?" Shinbei suddenly turned his head to look outside. His pupils contracted. Before Xiao Ke returned, Shinbei was observing the changing scenery outside the window. There was no fluctuation on the horizon, just a straight line. The chatting had taken up some time. And suddenly the white mountain ridge came into view. Shunbei slightly opened his mouth and turned to Xiao Ke, saying, "Did you misplace the crystal core, turning it into a mountain-moving project?" Xiao Ke, chewing on sweet potato strips, shook his head. "These sweet potato strips aren't made of stone." Shunbei let out a light breath. He still felt that the so-called luck was a bit fake. The mountain was right there. It had never moved. It was just the Titan getting closer. "Don't expect luck." Shunbei stood up, rubbed Xiao Ke's face, and playfully squished it like a chicken's butt. After that, he carried the 3D printer, opened the garage door, and started the vehicle. Xiao Ke leaned against the door, asking, "Can I go out with you? My bullets can pierce your forehead." With that, Shunbei rode the motorcycle straight towards the snowy mountains. The vehicle was switched to snow mode. In that moment, Shunbei was a bit surprised. The original tires shrank back, revealing a tracked wheel structure. So it transformed into a snowmobile. Shunbei clicked his tongue, thinking it was nothing high-tech. Speeding along, he rode for nearly 4 hours before finally reaching the back of the mountain. He found a sheltered spot. The wireless connection dropped the cluster fire disk. The first thing he did was replenish energy, going from 5% to full. Then he tossed in some crystal cores for the cluster fire disk's backup. He opened the disk's rear cover and placed the 3D printer next to the crystal shattering and reassembly device, closing the cover afterward. As a mature cluster fire disk, how to integrate with the 3D printer wasn't something he needed to worry about. Device modification in progress. Please wait patiently. After receiving this message, Shunbei stood still, waiting. The current temperature was already close to -30 degrees. Even if others were dressed warmly, they wouldn't dare to stay still in such an environment for a few hours. It could be fatal. However, Shunbei had no such concerns at all. Of course, those with abilities might not have these worries either. At least their physical condition was much more resilient to the cold than that of ordinary people. About 10 minutes later, Shunbei received a prompt. Device integration complete. New device. 3D Crystal Core Reshaping Resonator. 3D Crystal Core Reshaping Resonator LV6. 33,000. A brand new device that can utilize various materials for production, with excellent survival efficiency and quality rate. Newly added. Retrieval database. Note: this database has smart chip restrictions, making simple searches impossible. Please enter the full name without missing or adding characters. Wow. Shunbei was taken aback. The original devices all started with crystal shattering and reassembly. This 3D printer came in and took the lead, almost as if it was taking over. Shunbei opened the rear cover and took a look. The overall change wasn't very large. It just added a control system and a 3D printing nozzle. Of course, what excited Shunbei the most was the database retrieval. It was truly a moment of breakthrough. Although there were certain limitations, it was more than sufficient for Shunbei. He immediately clicked on it. On the screen, he typed, "Electric detonator." This was something Shunbei urgently needed. Searching, please wait. The wait was not long. A minute later, information about electric detonators appeared on the screen. Shunbei felt quite excited. Electric detonators were related to spider robots and the pulse display of handguns. These were all practical technologies. Shunbei read through it word by word. There were many terminologies, densely packed across several chapters. After half an hour, Shunbei finished reading. In simple terms, as he understood it, an electric detonator is a type of explosive that reacts to the human magnetic field and can cause an explosion. A tiny amount of life magnetic field can unleash unparalleled explosive power. According to the information, the power was quite substantial. Shunbei roughly understood. If applied to spider robots, these robots would not need to be controlled manually. They could automatically seek out targets and explode upon sensing a human magnetic field. The magnetic field referred to here is the human magnetic field, not those emitted by stones or trees. The targeting is very precise. Could I release dozens or even hundreds of spider robots at once? Just thinking about this scenario made Shunbei even more excited. Even if they didn't kill anyone, the explosions could serve as scouts. This was simply brilliant. However, the production of electric detonators was relatively complicated. It also confirmed what the researchers said. It was impossible to manufacture such explosives in this world. After all, this thing reacts to the human magnetic field, and any contact would cause it to explode. Thus, the raw materials aside, human operation was out of the question, as any attempt to operate it would lead to an explosion. Shunbei was in the same situation, even with armor defense. He couldn't hide the leakage of the life magnetic field. Although he wasn't afraid of being blown up, what Shunbei wanted was explosives, not just a loud bang. But this didn't stump Shunbei. If human operation was not feasible, then he would use robots. The spider robots were ready-made. With 8 legs, they were extremely agile. Once produced, they could be directly placed in the cluster fire disk storage, ready to fly down when needed. With a clear idea in mind, Shunbei began to record the list of materials for electric detonators. This included ingredients like citric acid, nitroglycerin, smokeless silicon, mercury fulminate, black powder, carbon-4, and nitrocellulose, among others. These items could all be purchased at the shelter. Compared to remote sensing explosives, electric detonators only needed to be packed in containers like cans or pop cans for use. After completing this record, Shunbei started producing spider robots. This was even simpler. Aside from the electric detonators, all other materials were already prepared. He tossed iron, ore, and plastic into the feeding port, then input the data and instructions on the 3D core resonator screen. The data and instructions were provided by the researcher. Just input them directly as instructed. Press the start button. The 3D crystal core reshaping resonator emitted a slight operational sound and began production. After that, there's no need for further oversight. Intelligent production is the advantage of technology. Taking advantage of this time, Shunbei rode his motorcycle back to the shelter. The cluster firepower disc can be left here without concern. In this weather, no one would be foolish enough to traverse here unnecessarily. There's no need to worry about exposure. Upon returning to the shelter, Shunbei headed straight for the research institute. In the astonished gaze of the vendor at the institute, he acquired all the raw materials. The vendor, looking bewildered, asked, "Are you planning to play with explosives?" It was quite puzzling to buy so much dynamite. If it were in a warmer region and for a mission, purchasing gunpowder to deal with ferocious beasts would be a common practice. However, in the current cold winter of the northern region, all regular tasks had been suspended. Hoarding gunpowder was indeed perplexing. It wasn't exactly a scarce item. Better to hoard cigarettes instead. At this moment, Shunbei smiled and said, "I use it for warmth." Warmth? The vendor's mouth twitched. Yes, to create a home for others without the cold. Ahem. The vendor replied very seriously, "You can't use explosives to break into others' homes within the shelter." Shunbei waved his hand dismissively. "I know better than you." After saying that, he left the research institute with a pile of explosives. Just as he reached the passage to the lower level, he ran into Rock. "I have a candid suggestion." Shunbei looked at the dark circles under Rock's eyes, a strange smile spreading across his face. Rock instinctively showed surprise, curiosity, and a strange expression. "I can't not listen. Can I?" Shunbei's voice was calm and indifferent. "It's too late for you to block your ears now. Then don't waste words. The phrase 7 times a night is an adjective, not a verb. Less activity is beneficial for longevity." Rock clearly understood what Shunbei meant, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Then he furrowed his brows tightly. "It seems you lack a source of happiness. Vulgar." Shunbei shot him a disdainful glance. Rock chuckled. "Besides, what's the point of living so long? It's just suffering." Shunbei shrugged and turned to leave, but Rock grabbed him. "Wait, I have something to discuss. I can't provide you with happiness. There's a rejection of same-sex interactions." Shunbei continued seriously. "Of course, if you're into that and want to push it, I'll crush you." "You scared me. I'm so afraid." Rock rolled his eyes, waving his hands. "Serious matter, there's a task. Are you in?" "Everyone who provides me with money is my god." "Then treat your god well. Definitely burn paper for him after death." Rock shrugged at the old tradition and continued. "According to the instructions from Yu Wu Chang, we need to scout the outskirts of the G01 area and eliminate some strange entities." Shunbei tilted his head. "Is this a collective task?" "Not really," Rock denied, then said, "It's just the outskirts, not the core. Now you know the core task?" "Not much. Asking me is pointless." Shunbei stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "I've heard intelligence reports that there are activities in the northern region. People are divided into the living and the dead," Locke corrected him. Shunbei's pupils contracted slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Be more specific. I need more intelligence." "The known situation is that there are a large number of undead occupying the G01 area. These monsters can withstand gunfire without dying, making them extremely troublesome. Your task is to clean up the peripheral area you are responsible for, clearing the way for subsequent collective missions. If you accomplish this task, it will be considered complete. Do you have any questions?" Locke spoke decisively. However, Shunbei felt as if a thunderclap had struck in his ears. Undead. In this damn world, such things actually exist? He suddenly recalled the intelligence from Songyu, the missing corpses. Shunbei crossed his arms. His entire demeanor as cold as ice, staring intensely at Locke. "Continue." "Continue with what?" "Undead. Why are there undead?" Locke spread his hands. "Why don't you ask the magical conch?" The joke fell flat, just like the current temperature. Shunbei's temples throbbed, and he felt an urge to punch Locke. Locke, not showing any irritation, replied, "Damn it, how would I know why there are undead? How those dead bodies disappeared has always been a mystery that even the higher-ups can't figure out. So, is the purpose of this gathering of multiple shelters to solve this mystery?" "That is not our concern," Shunbei said, clicking his tongue. He was getting closer to the truth. Those missing corpses might have entered the northern winter and been turned into undead by certain individuals. As for what those individuals aimed to achieve, that was the purpose of this gathering. The previous gatherings had been similar, yet all had failed, with no one returning. Another key issue: undead can go without food or water, but those researchers are different. Operating the brain requires nutrients. Where do they get their food and water? This was probably a perplexing question for the top of the shelters as well. Are you in or not? Locke asked again. In. How much? Shinbei only discussed visible benefits. Locke smiled and said, if you come back alive, the rest is yours. Shinbei nodded, understanding. As long as someone doesn't return. That commission is his. Good. Having someone is helpful, Locke continued. According to Titan's movement speed, we will set off at the latest the day after tomorrow. And someone will assign you combat locations and areas then. After saying that, Locke patted Shinbei on the shoulder and was about to leave. However, Shinbei asked another question. Why not cremate the bodies? Locke's voice lingered in the air. If you have extra wood, you can share some with me. Shinbei suddenly realized. Resources. Cremating bodies also requires resources. Titan has been moving, but it doesn't necessarily travel through forests. Gobi, beaches, grasslands, and other terrains don't have enough wood for burning. Plus, who has the time to watch the bodies turn to ash? The best way to handle bodies is to discard them carelessly. You can't just leave them on Titan to stink and pollute the environment in case of another encounter with the forest. Even though the basic demand of the public in this world is to have enough food, the environment of the shelter should not be too harsh. Shinbei looked out at the vast wilderness. Who would have thought that after dying, one could still turn into a living corpse that emits light and heat? The idea of recycling has its limits. After completing the preliminary cleaning task, Shinbei took the purchased items and left the shelter on his motorcycle. Upon returning to the mountains, Shinbei circled around the mountain to check for snow traces. If there were footprints or tire tracks, he would have to prepare for a full-scale battle. Fortunately, there were no extra traces in the snowstorm. Shinbei drove directly into the rear of the mountain. The 3D crystal core remolding resonator was still functioning, and it had produced over 10 spider robots by this time. The efficiency was quite good. Shinbei picked one up to take a look. It was the same as the samples in the researcher's hands. According to Shinbei's design, there was a small groove on the back to insert a crystal source core, allowing it to operate for a long time. The abdomen had slots where electric explosives could be placed. He left 2 spider robots behind and stored the rest in the cluster fire disk warehouse. After producing 10 spider robots, Shinbei began editing the program to prepare for the production of electric explosives. Chapter 133, Level 6 Bullets, Go. Because during the production of electric explosives, no one could approach before it was sealed, or it would explode directly. After inserting the crystal source core, Shinbei set the production instructions and tossed in the other raw materials. Then he edited the packaging program for the spider robots. The rest did not require Shinbei's involvement. He withdrew 5 meters away to wait. At the moment of activation, the 3D printing arm began to operate, weaving intricate three-dimensional models in the air with strands of Egon particles, which were the blueprints for the electric explosives. The various materials at the feeding port, under the catalysis of the device's energy, gathered into glowing streams of matter, beginning to decompose and reassemble, flowing like water into the forming nozzle at the end of the 3D printing arm. According to the preset program, the nozzle quickly stacked the reassembled material particles layer by layer, constructing precisely according to the design of the electric explosives. With each layer of particles added, the outline of the explosives gradually became clear, and the complex internal charge distribution structure was progressively formed under the guidance of the crystal core energy. Finally, when the last layer of particles settled, an electric explosive flickering with weak electric light was born in the 3D crystal core remolding resonator. Meanwhile, the spider robot began to work. Each joint had tiny servo motors made by the 3D printer, allowing it to move flexibly in confined spaces. It was also equipped with a basic version of a micro CPU, which, despite its low computing power, was sufficient for the spider robot's use. The spider robot cautiously extended its mechanical tentacles, first slowly approaching the electric explosive, then precisely gripping it steadily, its movements smooth and stable. The 3D printing nozzle began to sequentially spray ultra-thin insulation film material, layer by layer tightly adhering to the surface of the explosive, forming a sturdy and lightweight protective shell. This shell can isolate the human magnetic field, and so far, it can be considered a safe explosive when in use. As long as there is external force activation or the core of the crystal source provides kinetic energy, the magnetic field can induce an explosion. Subsequently, the spider robots delivered packages of electrically activated explosives into the cluster fire disk storage, suspending them under the abdomen of other standby spider robots. About an hour later, after discarding some defective products, all spider robots were fully equipped. At this point, the spider robots could completely take on the task of automatically seeking out enemies and detonating the electrically activated explosives. Next, the 3D crystal core resonator continued to produce electrically activated explosives for revolvers. The process remained the same, except an additional procedure for producing bullet casings was added. A total of 10 bullets would be sufficient for Shinbei for a while. After production was complete, Shinbei also produced other bullet casings, including those for the cluster fire disk's ammunition. Once the gunpowder was fully loaded, the spider robots delivered it to the ammunition chamber. Initially, Shinbei wanted to produce some glass bullet casings as backups, but considering their fragility and the long wait for the funds needed from Yogon Ben, he decided against it for now. He produced more crystal cores, which consumed a lot of money. It felt like throwing $100 bills into a shredder, and he was already numb from the pain. Finally, Shinbei pulled up the panel of the cluster fire disc. Cluster fire disc. Kinetic energy remaining, 100. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammunition chamber, 36 rounds. Engineers, 30 spider robots, in standby status. Terminal wireless connection, 5 meters. Defense energy storage, 1-3. Edit command, none. Shinbei was taken aback after reviewing the information. The spider robots in the cluster fire disc were actually designated as engineers. Was this classification really appropriate? Shinbei was somewhat astonished. More and more information indicated that this cluster fire disc was indeed heading towards the direction of a starship. Shinbei clicked his tongue. Could the rumored world-destroying starship really be born in my hands? He wondered if it could eliminate the evil species once it was completed. Shinbei even felt an impulse to fire the cannon right away to accumulate experience and allow the cluster fire disc to continue upgrading. But impulse was just impulse. Shinbei's greatest skill was to suppress his impulses. The restless emotions were quickly extinguished. Producing ammunition was not easy. It was more prudent to gain experience through engaging enemies. In the end, Shinbei took one last look at the experience points of the 3D crystal core resonator. After such a long time of production, he had gained quite a bit of experience. After upgrading, there were not many significant changes. Production efficiency and qualification rates improved slightly. Seeing that it was getting late, Shinbei edited the commands for the cluster fire disc. Take off, become invisible, and follow. He rode his motorcycle back to the shelter. I might be gone for a few days. If I die, you can consider yourself unlucky. After all, these days, it's the same wherever you go. Shinbei filled a basin with clean water to stimulate himself, shaking off some of the invigorating droplets. He reached out to take the towel that Xiao Ke handed over and wiped his face. If anyone bothers you, you can go find Rock. Don't worry, I've tested it. This guy isn't gay. Xiao Ke scratched his head. You say this every time we go out. A lot of what we talk about in a day is repetitive. Shinbei took out items from his backpack. High explosive gunpowder, fragments of crystal core, electric explosives, and various types of shell casings. He pulled out his tools and began carefully loading the gunpowder. The explosive shells for the cluster fire frisbee had to be loaded in the wilderness. Thankfully, the weather was nice, with no snow. Otherwise, if snowflakes drifted in, one would be ruined while loading another. Do you need help? Xiao Ke, sitting cross-legged nearby, asked. I want to learn. You don't really want to learn. Shinbei focused on preparing his ammunition. Opening a sealed metal container to take out a small pinch of crystal core powder that shimmered with a mysterious glow. Why can't I learn? Xiao Ke asked, unwilling to accept the answer. At that moment, Shinbei gently poured the crystal core powder into the bottom of the shell casing, then took a small piece of high explosive from another explosion-proof container. Using professional tools to precisely compress the explosive into the casing so that it made tight contact with the crystal core powder, finally sealing the back. His movements were cautious and precise, like performing a life-and-death surgical operation. Shinbei held up the bullet and looked at it in the firelight of the fireplace. His craftsmanship was still so skillful and perfect. With a slightly hoarse voice, he said, a weapon is just a weapon. I can give you a weapon, but you won't be able to use it effectively. You can train me. Xiao Ke replied. Train you to kill? Xiao Ke fell silent for a moment. Shinbei smiled and continued. That's not something you can train for. It's earned with the death of your enemies. If your enemies don't die, you will. Xiao Ke spread his hands, a bit helpless. So just stay like this? Shinbei paused, suddenly thinking of Shen Nan. With a teasing expression, he said, my expectations for you are simple. Find someone who loves you, have a few kids, and then pass away peacefully. Xiao Ke's face turned slightly red, whether from the fire or embarrassment, and he mumbled, bro, there's something wrong with what you said. What's wrong? Shinbei asked. The book says that two people need to love each other. But you say to find someone who loves me. That's right. Shinbei imparted his wicked thoughts. This damn world. Who has a true heart? Who is a fool? Do you want to be a fool? Xiao Ke rolled on the floor, ran to the fireplace, added firewood, and went back to reading. Shinbei didn't have time to educate the kid. The quickest way was to put him in a position where he had nothing to say, and the world would be quiet. He continued loading gunpowder. Shinbei innovatively filled the shell casings with electric explosives as kinetic energy. As for what effect it would have, he didn't know, but he could only verify it with the death of his enemies. He made 10 bullets with this mix of 3 types of explosives and set them aside. Next, Shinbei took out his tools and began to engrave patterns on each bullet. This work was very tedious, but it had to be done. Otherwise, the power of the bullets won't increase. Bullets that haven't been engraved are somewhat ineffective against third-tier abilities. However, As the level of the bullets increases, their power multiplies, teaching those who consider themselves to have high defenses and are unafraid of bullets a good lesson. It can be said that while Shunbei may seem unremarkable at first glance, once he takes action, he strikes hard, leaving the ability users stunned and frightened. It often ends in death. Only one person survives, and that is Song Yu, who calls Shunbei boss. Currently, Shunbei's engraving technique is quite proficient. Level 4 shells are the minimum, while level 5 shells can be produced at will. Although level 5 bullets are great, Shunbei really doesn't want to use the special effects of such shells, as they consume too much mental energy. Shunbei is an ordinary person, and every time he uses such bullets that connect consciousness and can go awry, his mental energy feels like it's being launched into the sky on a rocket, wildly spinning with the trajectory of the bullet. It's like stepping out into the sunlight after a wild night at a club, quite uncomfortable. However, it must be said that level 5 bullets are indeed appealing. But Shunbei prefers to rely on his own skills to strike the enemy directly. Soon, well-engraved shells were placed in his bag. When he finished engraving the mixed powder bullets, words popped up at the corner of his eye. Sniper bullet LV6. A bullet mixed with 3 types of powder significantly increases damage, capable of penetrating 6-tier ability user defenses, and will not lose power during flight. Shunbei? Surprise. An absolute surprise. Shunbei had long anticipated that level 5 bullets were not the limit. There must be level 6 or even higher bullets. Here it comes. He actually stumbled upon it. Who would have thought that adding electric explosives would be an upgrade method? Wonderful. Shunbei's expression changed. Now, a single shot could take the life of a 6-tier ability user. Moreover, it could penetrate the defenses of 6-tier ability users. Surprises always come unexpectedly. Shunbei laughed heartily. Little K, sitting beside him, looked up in confusion, licked his finger, and continued flipping through his book. Shunbei finished engraving the remaining 9 bullets completely. 10 level 6 bullets gave Shunbei a lot of confidence. If it weren't for the upcoming mission, Shunbei would have loved to dismantle all the bullets and refill them with electric explosives. Of course, he had run out of electric explosives, mainly used on the spider robots. These 10 bullets were more for experimentation. Just as Shunbei was putting away his tools, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, he saw Song Yu with a big grin on his face. Boss, do you mind if I get a hug? Chapter 134 Departure to G01 Area. Song Yu's purpose for visiting Shunbei this time was simple. He had also received an earlier mission to participate in the cleanup of the periphery in the G01 area. With a ready-made support, he had to take advantage of it. Although Shunbei is an ordinary person, in Song Yu's perception, Shunbei's methods must hold miracles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have single-handedly infiltrated a heavily surrounded subway and walked out alive. 2 people sat by the fireplace, and Song Yu was much more polite than Locke. He simply warmed his hands without taking off his shoes, avoiding any discomfort. Shunbei frowned, deep in thought. I got some information from Locke. What information? Song Yu asked. This time, we might be facing living corpses. Song Yu tilted his head, his eyes darting around, falling silent. The impact of this intelligence was truly overwhelming. He had considered various possibilities, such as someone operating in the northern winter, using corpses for biochemistry experiments. But he never imagined it would be living corpses. He needed some time to adjust his worldview to accept this possibility. After a while, he tentatively asked, are these living corpses referring to those missing bodies? It wasn't he explicitly stated, but there was definitely that possibility. If Song Yu, somewhat panicked, asked, I mean, if we encounter Wang Yi? Shunbei yawned, laughing as he said, if they're all like that, it would be much simpler. I could make him die once, and then he could die a second time. Song Yu seemed dazed for a moment, then laughed along. That does make sense. However, after just a few chuckles, Song Yu's expression darkened, as if burdened by an overwhelming mood. What's wrong? Shunbei asked, lighting a cigarette. I'm afraid of meeting her. True love? True love? Huh. Shunbei's tone was somewhat disdainful. Be rational. A dead person is just a dead person. If you can't do it, let me handle it. Song Yu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he quietly said, No, you don't understand love. I will bring her back. I understand death better. Shunbei exhaled a puff of smoke in Song Yu's face. A living corpse will have no rationality. Song Yu slowly raised his head, forcing a smile. As long as it's her, even a wooden post will do. Shunbei rubbed his temples. If you think that way, it's a good thing. How about I give you a suggestion? Go ahead. I don't know about the situation in your Shelter 20, but for Shelter 36, making a one silicone doll is relatively simple. Song Yu, I'm sincerely suggesting it. After all, your requirements aren't high. Shunbei smirked. Song Yu shook his head. That's not the same. The functions are the same. What you said is a bit insulting. Shunbei suddenly pulled out a gun and pressed it against Song Yu's forehead, raising an eyebrow and saying, I'd rather insult you than see you get bitten to death by a living corpse. Don't think your foolish emotions will move the world. No one will be touched by your feelings. In this world, love is the cheapest thing. If I had bought that little girl back then, she would still be warming my bed and bearing my children. Feelings aren't worth as much as a freshly baked, steaming bun. I'll warn you again, not only can I not allow you to bring back a living corpse, but no one will permit such behavior. Going against the grain will only get you burned. Songyu lowered his head, chuckling. I like this task more now. Besides, I might not even encounter her. Shinbei frowned. As long as you think about something to the extreme, there's nothing you can't find. This isn't a warning. It's a form of comfort. Songyu grinned. Shinbei took a deep breath and said, then you should find someone else to team up with. Songyu slowly stood up and replied, I'd rather stick with you. You're more rational than I am. Shinbei agreed with Songyu's perspective. Songyu was too whimsical. He merely mentioned a piece of intelligence, yet Songyu connected it to finding true love and bringing it back. This was not just foolishness. It was a kind of foolish wisdom, unable to let go of the past. Those who can't let go of the past cannot face the current harshness. Shinbei remarked. Actually, my marksmanship can make people more rational. The next day, a heavy snowstorm raged. Under such weather conditions, there were absolutely no suitable conditions for a mission. Visibility was less than a few dozen meters. Once the team set out, it would be easy to get lost in the vast snowstorm, and the final outcome would be freezing to death. On the third day, the raging snowstorm finally ceased. The first pale ray of dawn weakly penetrated the clouds, and the whole world seemed to be gently covered with a thin layer of pearl powder, draped in silver, with everything silent. The air after the snowstorm was exceptionally fresh, but the biting cold still made the assembled people feel uncomfortable. Inside the mission headquarters, some people stamped their feet, trying to warm themselves up, while others yawned and rubbed their palms together to accelerate blood circulation. The room was filled with the smell of tobacco. The fireplace emitted flames and warmth, but the headquarters had been stagnant for a while. Even the warmth couldn't dispel the long-accumulated chill inside. Generally speaking, if a room isn't heated daily, it would take at least 2 days of burning to warm it up. Therefore, many people inside the headquarters were cursing, blaming Rock for the poor work done earlier, which left everyone freezing here. Rock couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He just slammed the table and shouted, You think it's cold now? You'll freeze to death out there during the mission. The people in the room rolled their eyes, unanimously believing that Rock's words were nonsense. Inside was inside, and outside was outside. The inside should be warm. Before long, the personnel participating in this preliminary mission arrived one after another. Rock counted the numbers. Not a single person was missing. Then, he briefly announced the mission process. Everyone was already aware of the general task. When Rock was finalizing the personnel, he had repeated himself dozens of times. Finally, Rock added, according to our division of the G01 area, it is divided into 20 small zones, and 2 to 3 people will be left in each zone to carry out the mission. I'll remind you once more, once you reach the destination, be sure to understand the map's scope. You only need to clear your assigned area, and then you can return. Do not engage in anything else. Lastly, Rock clapped his hands and said, Put on your gear, good luck to you all, and let's move out. Rock was the first to step out of the headquarters, leading all personnel to the garage. Shinbei walked at the back, counting the number of people participating in the mission. There were a total of 45 individuals, some holding guns, while many carried various unusual weapons. Shinbei even saw some individuals holding shovels, with nearly half of them being Tier 3 ability users. There were 15 Tier 4 and 7 Tier 5, along with 3 Tier 6 users. Not all of these people were from Shelter 36. There were personnel from other shelters as well. Shinbei didn't TC Mo Sang and others from Shelter 5, which made him feel a bit bored. Upon arriving at the garage, they were provided with a tracked troop transport vehicle. This type of vehicle clearly had better traction for moving through snow. Shinbei initially thought about riding his motorcycle to follow, but decided against it. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off. It was just that they were in a phase where money was tight, and saving some crystal source cores would be better. With over 40 people crammed into the transport vehicle, it was like a can of sardines, extremely crowded. However, there was a benefit to this. The crowd provided some warmth. Occasionally, someone would shout in annoyance about someone else sneaking a touch, which sparked some noisy laughter. Shinbei looked around. The expressions of these people were relatively relaxed, showing no fear of the undead. Clearly, these individuals were seasoned veterans. Even if the Spider Queen led them to eradicate the evil species, they would maintain this optimistic attitude. After all, every task was planned according to everyone's abilities. Simple tasks wouldn't be assigned to high-tier abilities, and difficult tasks wouldn't be given to low-tier individuals. Barring unexpected events, reasonable allocation was the responsibility of every task force. With this mechanism in place, everyone in the vehicle appeared at ease. This time, Rock was also accompanying them, further confirming that this mission was relatively simple. The tracked troop transport vehicle began to move, each inch forward accompanied by a deep, powerful rumble and the subtle crackling of the snow beneath. At that moment, Songyu squeezed next to Shinbei and chuckled. I have a question. Shinbei tilted his head. What question? Where did the map we have come from? Songyu spread out the map, which had areas marked in different colors. These areas formed a circle, with only the center being blank. If there were intelligence, that would make sense. But how did the shelter determine the area we're supposed to surround right in this central zone? Songyu asked again. Shinbei yawned. Naturally. It was from aerial reconnaissance. Songyu's eyes widened in realization. I forgot about that aerial unit. No wonder no one seems to come out alive from the G01 area, yet intelligence still flows in. It must be from the planes, which must have incurred quite a cost. Shinbei replied expressionlessly. If helicopters or planes could enter and exit this area freely, we could just parachute in. Why go through all this trouble? Songyu rubbed his chin and nodded. It seems it's even more complicated than I imagined. What you're imagining isn't what we need to do, Shinbei pointed out, revealing Songyu's ulterior motives. This guy definitely had some sneaky thoughts. Songyu chuckled a few times. With such a large area, the chances of encountering anything are as slim as being struck by a meteorite from outer space. As the tracked troop carrier arrived at the outer ring of G01, it began to circle around the surrounding ruins. It was evident that the exposed rebar and concrete debris mostly consisted of buildings. This meant that the heavy snowfall had submerged the ruined city, and the troop carrier was similarly utilized to navigate above the desolate urban landscape. Upon reaching the previously planned entrance, the driver, Rock, would remind the personnel who accepted the mission to disembark and prepare for their designated area. Shortly after, more than half of the passengers had exited the vehicle. Shinbei, Songyu, get off, Rock called out. The vehicle came to a stop, and the two jumped down. Rock took one last glance at Shinbei and said, one bite at a time. After that, he drove off with the remaining passengers. Shinbei shrugged and remarked, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass. And a person doesn't get rich without unexpected wealth. Right, Songyu? Chapter 135. So what exactly are we doing? Shinbei stood in the area he was supposed to clear. He didn't rush forward but instead connected wirelessly to the firepower drone, sending it out to scout the situation ahead. Soon, the drone flew about 3 kilometers. The God's eye view transmitted to Shinbei's visual panel made him furrow his brow slightly. The snow beneath him extended for 3 kilometers, but beyond that, the snow had disappeared. No, there was still snow, but it had been cleared away, revealing dilapidated buildings and a dirt-colored surface. This surprised Shinbei. It felt as if a breath of life was wafting towards him, reminiscent of spotting a small cabin with smoke rising from the chimney deep in the mountains. Do the living corpses have the intelligence to clear snow? Shinbei tilted his head, his thoughts swirling, realizing that the situation here might once again exceed his understanding. Holding a sniper rifle, Shinbei turned to Songyu and said, let us go. Songyu nodded silently and followed closely behind Shinbei. Shinbei walked carefully through the snow, his pace steady, encountering no danger. To him, as long as they didn't step off the white snow, there seemed to be no threat. The real challenge would be crossing the snow and then advancing another 7 kilometers. That area resembling a living space might be where the living corpses are active. I read in old novels that living corpses fear sunlight, Songyu remarked. Shinbei thought for a moment and replied negatively, they probably don't fear it. If they did, why would we need to do this initial task? We could just charge in during the day. That's true. The two spent some time crossing the 3 kilometers and finally reached the boundary between the snow and the sandy ground. At this moment, Songyu was completely stunned. When they first disembarked, he had thought that advancing 10 kilometers would reveal nothing but a snowy landscape. He never expected to see the ground. The snow was so thick that they felt as if they were standing atop a snow mountain, more than 10 meters above the ground. Moreover, the snow appeared to have been cut, with a clean edge and marks from shovels all over. Songyu leaned against the edge of the snow wall, looking to the sides and then downwards. The scene before them resembled an enormous pit. Songyu swallowed hard. Has someone been continuously clearing the snow here? Shinbei leaned down to touch the traces on the snow wall and nodded. Yes, but why do this? Is there any need for it? Shinbei was equally perplexed. Clearing such a large area with shovels required immense manpower. How could tens of thousands of people accomplish such a task? But were there really tens of thousands of researchers here? The number was alarming. Moreover, even if there were these people, there was no need to clear the snow. It seemed pointless. If the researchers were out shoveling snow, who would handle the research? But Shinbei considered an absurd possibility. What if the labor force here was abundant and cheap? What kind of labor is the cheapest? Tireless living corpses. Yet another question arose. Living corpses lacked rationality and could not perform such work at all. Shinbei felt increasingly confused. They were still lacking information. They needed to push forward. Not understanding did not mean they could not comprehend. Speculation was useless. They needed to see the situation for themselves. This height posed no issue for Shinbei and the third-tier ability user, Songyu. They jumped down directly. Stepping on the frozen ground, Shinbei and Songyu, the cat demon, began to move forward. After 1 kilometer, they saw a small community. Shinbei initially wanted to find a spot where the wall had collapsed to enter. However, he discovered that while some walls had indeed fallen, they had been repaired. Although it was not a full restoration, just a gap constructed with barbed wire. It still surprised Shinbei greatly. Could we have stumbled into the G01 core area? Songyu asked, somewhat astonished. Shinbei glanced at the kilometer count on his armor's display panel. They hadn't reached the core area, they had only walked 1 kilometer. But what was the point of repairing such a broken wall? Did the researchers still live here and commute to work every day? It seemed too far-fetched. Shinbei didn't believe it at all. With doubts in mind, Shinbei and Songyu climbed over the wall to enter. Inside the community, there were several extremely dilapidated buildings. To Shinbei's astonishment, although these buildings looked run down on the outside, none of the windows were broken. And there were even newly replaced panes. The unit doors were intact and functional, able to open normally. The public areas of the community seemed to be regularly cleaned and organized, looking neat and tidy. The environment was even more orderly than the shelters. Everything here hinted at something being off. Songyu's eyes widened, and the indescribable shock made it hard for him to tear his gaze away from the unit door. One must understand that in this world of escape, humans could not stay in one place for long. They would eventually encounter patrolling evil beings and be eliminated instantly. Thus, only the Titans represented humanity's hope and refuge. Yet now, all signs within the community indicated that someone lived here. The signs of life were overwhelmingly strong. Only humans would act this way. Let us not even talk about the issues of water and food. The presence of the undead is an insurmountable barrier. At this moment, Shinbei leaned against the wall, looking around but seeing no figures. Then he asked a shocking question that stunned Songyu. Do you think all of this is the work of the undead? Songyu's expression changed drastically. A hint of fear flashing in his eyes. No, it can't be. Didn't you say the undead lack reason? Could it be that someone is guiding them? Shinbei sniffed. I also find this question ridiculous. I can't agree with it. Let's sneak in and take a look. Songyu's eyes sparkled. If we can really make humans stop fleeing, the research value of this area would be immense. Shinbei nodded, taking the lead as he opened the unit door and made his way up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Surprisingly, there was hardly any dust in the hallway. He randomly chose a room, pressed his ear against the iron door, and listened for a moment. There was no sound. Then, Shinbei took out a wire and poked it into the keyhole. Although this iron door was shabby, the lock cylinder had apparently been replaced recently and was still functional. With a few clicks, picking the lock was incredibly easy for Shinbei. Songyu grasped the doorknob and pulled it open. Shinbei held his gun in one hand and rolled inside. The life field detector on his armor only showed a small red dot, which was Songyu. There were no other signals. Shinbei moved his gun around, inspecting every corner of the room. At that moment, Songyu also rushed in, having drawn a dagger at some point, and stood back to back with Shinbei, scanning the living room. The living room was quite spacious, at least 50 square meters. Each of them had a corridor. Various rooms lined both sides of the corridor. Songyu sheathed his dagger and ran his hand over the coffee table. No dust. Looks like it's cleaned regularly. Shinbei took a deep breath. The layout of this living room completely met the standards of a normal family. Then, he pulled open the glass door to the kitchen and rummaged through the cabinets. There were no dishes. Shinbei remarked, this doesn't make sense. Songyu, puzzled, replied, even in a shelter, there should be a few bowls. Clearly, someone lives here, but there are no dishes. What is going on? Shinbei, gun in hand, walked towards another corridor. This was a bedroom. The life field detector showed no red dots through the wall. Shinbei signaled for Songyu to check it out while he moved to another room. But when Songyu pushed open the bedroom door and stepped inside, he instantly let out a terrified shout. What the hell? Without thinking, Shinbei reached out with one hand, stood at the door, and yanked Songyu out by the collar, pulling him in front of himself and making him stand against the wall. Shinbei whispered, what did you see? There's someone sleeping on the bed. Songyu's face was filled with fear, breathing rapidly as he spoke with a distorted voice. Shinbei's gaze was calm but tinged with urgency. Sleeping? A person? Yes. Songyu nodded emphatically. Shinbei was even more confused. The noise they made entering the place wasn't too small, especially the sounds from rummaging through the kitchen cabinets. It's impossible to sleep so soundly. Moreover, it's so cold inside. With no heating facilities, how could anyone possibly sleep? Shinbei gritted his teeth, drew his handgun, and slipped into the bedroom. With a quick sidestep, he focused on the bed. He was equally startled. There were indeed people sleeping. However, due to the curtains being drawn, the room was dim and dark, revealing only 2 shadowy figures lying on the bed. But Shinbei was sure they were people. Who could be so calm? Were they truly asleep? Or were they so composed that they didn't regard him and Songyu at all? Shinbei leaped from his position and landed on the windowsill. With a reverse jump, he flipped his body, hanging upside down with his legs dangling from the ceiling, while the barrel of his bulky revolver was pressed against the forehead of the shadow. Pretending to sleep, are we? Do you want my bullet to wake you from your sweet dream? Just as Shinbei finished speaking, Songyu rushed in, pouncing on the other figure, and quickly grabbed their neck, deftly dragging them off the bed. Like a constrictor, Song Yu tightened his grip around the figure's neck. His eyes filled with fierce light as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, still pretending to sleep? Sleep on, and I'll strangle you." What followed was a full minute of silence. Neither Shenbei, hanging from the ceiling with his gun aimed at the shadow on the bed, nor Song Yu, whose grip on the figure's neck was making cracking sounds, received any response. Shenbei's brows furrowed in confusion. With such a commotion, they were still asleep? At that moment, Song Yu whispered, "I think I've broken his neck." Shenbei holstered his gun and walked on the ceiling to the windowsill. He pulled back the curtains, and the sunlight flooded in, illuminating the bedroom brightly. Only then did the two see the true shape of the shadows. Upon realizing, Song Yu couldn't help but gasp, surprised. So we were outsmarting two dead bodies for several minutes? Chapter 136. Living corpses defined by brain-machine interface. After Shenbei and Song Yu infiltrated a room, it felt like a tense battle of wits, only to discover that their targets were actually dead. Shenbei was also taken aback. According to Locke's intel, there should be living beings in the G01 perimeter, either humans or living corpses. What lay before them were two corpses that appeared almost intact. The muscle showed no spots and even had elasticity, almost like living people, as if they were merely asleep. Song Yu exclaimed, "Why are they preserved so well? Are these really corpses?" "It could be due to the weather, or methods we don't yet understand," Shenbei replied. He jumped down from the windowsill and reached to pull the blanket off the corpse. After taking a close look, there should have been a hole where the heart is located, but it seemed to have been stitched up with skin from another body, covering it up. The stitching technique was quite intricate, with each stitch maintaining a certain distance, so precise that Shenbei momentarily thought it was done by an automatic device, akin to a seam produced by automatic welding. Then, Shenbei flipped the corpse over. There was also a stitched hole in the back where the heart was, indicating it had likely died from a gunshot, but someone had repaired it. Shenbei muttered to himself. Song Yu clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "A hobby, perhaps." As Shenbei was parting the hair on the back of the corpse's head, he asked, "By the way, what was your partner like before they died?" What Shenbei actually wanted to imply was that if they were to meet again, perhaps they could also be repaired. However, Song Yu's response surprised Shenbei. He spoke heavily. They accidentally slipped off Titan and fell to their death, and they were also. Song Yu choked up. Shenbei tilted his head slightly. "Also what?" "About to give birth in 10 days or so." Song Yu couldn't continue. Shenbei's heart jolted, his gaze dropping. "Trust me. The next child will help you escape the nightmare." Song Yu paused. "Really? You never lie. But you never speak the truth," Shenbei said, taken aback, then smiled. "What do you mean?" Song Yu looked Shenbei up and down, "Like your equipment." Shenbei calmly replied, "You should consider whether your next child will be a boy or a girl. I should be thinking about finding a woman first." "Good. You're back to being a normal person." "I've always been." At that moment, Shenbei's fingers paused. It felt like he had touched something in the back of the corpse's head. He then drew out a dagger and began cutting the hair of the corpse. Song Yu watched curiously and asked, "Are you planning to practice shaving? Are you going to become a barber?" It was quite an ancient profession. People in the old days couldn't even cut their own hair, which seemed unbelievable. In a world of survival, society did not have such detailed divisions of labor. Hair cutting was just something one did with scissors on their own. Therefore, Song Yu thought that people from the old days were incredibly incompetent, needing to pay someone to do simple tasks like making furniture. Shenbei sighed, reflecting on how history is cyclical. In the 50s and 60s, if a man needed to do something, he had to ask an outsider, and that was looked down upon. Not to mention being able to repair a car. Surely one could fix a bicycle? When electrical issues arose, it had nothing to do with electricians. Everyone fixed things themselves. As productivity increased, people gradually forgot various repair skills. The division of labor became increasingly detailed. In a world of survival, people had to relearn these small skills. Shenbei did not respond to Song Yu's complaints, focusing intently on cutting the corpse's hair. Soon, as the hair fell away, Shenbei saw an elongated hole on the back of the corpse's head. At first glance, it resembled a USB port on a computer case, only narrower. "What is this?" Song Yu leaned in to take a look. Shenbei attempted to insert the dagger. He could feel something inside moving, but he just couldn't pry it out. It seemed that professional tools were needed to make the card inside pop out. Shenbei withdrew the dagger, stroked his chin, and said, "What if I told you this is a brain-machine interface? What do you think?" "Brain-machine?" Song Yu's pupils constricted as he muttered, "Our shelter number 20 once researched this area, but we abandoned it due to the high difficulty. However, I heard that the Lan sect has deeper research in this field." Shenbei was aware of this sect. Everyone there had undergone cybernetic enhancements, and their mechanical technology was unparalleled in the entire survival world. Shenbei asked, "Could it be that the G01 region is the territory of the Lan sect?" If this assumption is correct, it would solve many of my problems, especially regarding the sources of water and food. After all, the Lan sect also has its own shelters. and supplying resources to researchers in the northern winter isn't impossible. However, the fundamental issues still remained unresolved, the threat of the corrupted beings. But now was not the time to analyze this problem. Shinbei had a huge question. Why was there a groove opened at the back of the corpse's head? And what was the purpose of inserting the card? Was it to control the corpse and turn it into a living dead? But the corpse wasn't moving at all. Without any hesitation, Shinbei forcefully inserted the dagger into the skull of the corpse and pried it open. Upon glancing at the brain tissue, Song Yu was astonished. What is this? He swallowed hard. Inside the skull, there was still a wrinkled brain. While a living person's brain is red and white, this corpse's brain was ivory white, but filled with blue liquid. Shinbei had seen this kind of liquid before. During an incident when he was sniped while heading to the subway, a sniper from the Lan sect had the same fluid in his body. Nutrient solution, Shinbei stated firmly. At this, Song Yu completely lost his composure. According to what you said, this corpse isn't dead after all, but rather alive. That's your definition of life. Shinbei cut into the brain tissue, continuing to dig deeper. At least, the corpse in front of us is dead. What if it was once alive? Just like a normal person? Then it's still dead. Shinbei spoke with conviction. You must remember, life only happens once. Any form of revival is still death. Song Yu was left speechless, standing silently to the side. Soon, Shinbei finally reached the slot area. It was a black module made up of tens of thousands to millions of tiny electrodes, which were extremely fine and could precisely insert near specific neurons in the brain, even directly contacting the neuronal cell membranes. At the same time, this brain machine encapsulation technology should use titanium alloy, polymers, or bioceramics. There were also data processors and wireless transmission modules. The implanted processor was responsible for decoding and encoding the collected neural signals and communicating with external devices. Shinbei yanked it out. It was truly astonishing technology. Shinbei held the brain machine and clicked his tongue. I think we arrived too early. The brain machine hasn't activated the corpses yet. Otherwise, what we would see would definitely be the controlled living dead. Song Yu's eyes widened in shock. I thought the living dead were caused by some virus infection, but I didn't expect it to be controlled by technology. Shinbei nodded. But there's also a question. Why are these two corpses placed in this building? And why is the surrounding environment so clean? Song Yu was equally puzzled. If the living dead are to be used as weapons, there's really no need for such arrangements. They could just be stored in a warehouse for easier management. Shinbei tilted his head. A thought popping up. Do you think someone might be training these living dead on how to live? Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt as if struck by lightning. Completely stunned. This speculation was simply terrifying. If the living dead could live systematically like humans, what would be the need for humans? Wouldn't that be a blatant challenge to human existence? More importantly, the living dead could be controlled, their actions, and will completely unified. Just thinking about it made Song Yu break out in a cold sweat in the frigid temperature, his hands and feet tingling. No, it couldn't be. Song Yu spoke weakly, but he found himself unable to refute it. Shinbei took a deep breath and continued to pry open the brain machine, discarding the outer shell to reveal the chip inside. At a glance, a chill ran from his heels up his spine to the back of his head. The shape of this chip was identical to the unified chip he had dug out from his bag. In fact, when Shinbei found the brain machine, he was already somewhat prepared. After all, he had seen a chip with the same function before. Initially, he thought it might be a different kind of technology. But now, looking at the chip's shape, he realized they originated from the same source. Shinbei's gaze sharpened. Soon, information flashed at the corner of his eye. Inferior version of unified chip, max level reached. A chip with significant room for improvement. Currently, its function can only train corpses to perform tasks according to a designated program. The more training data, the better the chip's performance. Shinbei wore an expression of realization. This thing was indeed a unified chip, just with inferior performance. According to Shinbei's understanding, it could only be installed on corpses. The unified chip he had in hand could be installed on living humans, invading their neural will, retaining their instinctual data, and allowing them to engage in combat without retraining. This inferior version of the chip clearly couldn't achieve that. It could only play around with corpses, conducting various training to expand its database. So far, Shinbei had thoroughly understood what a living dead was. A corpse reactivated by someone with ulterior motives through a brain machine. However, it must be said that the technology to make corpses stand up again was quite impressive. Shinbei decided not to linger. The mission had to continue. One of the corpses in this house had its head cut off, while the other had its neck twisted by Song Yu. Even if the brain machine was activated, they wouldn't be able to stand up. Then, just as Shinbei thought of this, suddenly, the corpse that Song Yu had thrown to the ground stood up abruptly. At the same time, it emitted a series of faint beeping sounds. Although the corpse had its neck twisted and its head drooping, it suddenly lifted its eyelids, and a pair of round cameras rotated rapidly. Click, click. In the next moment, even though the living corpse did not open its mouth, a male voice filled with laughter emerged. There are quite a few guests today, hello? How would you like to die? Chapter 137. Let's talk about how to develop control over humanity, faced with the suddenly standing living corpse. Shinbei and Song Yu were not particularly flustered. After all, having just analyzed the brain of another corpse, they had come to a consensus. The so-called living corpses were merely activated by brain-machine interfaces, essentially controlled by advanced technology. The only two unanswered questions were why the corpses appeared so lively and how they had arrived in this frigid region. So, in response to the living corpse's speech, Shinbei calmly raised his handgun, speaking in a relaxed tone. You really are desperate. Your technology is lacking, unable to handle living people. So you can only mix with corpses. The living corpse still hung its head, speaking in a halting manner. Oh, you are also a researcher? I enjoy communicating with peers. Please wait a moment while I take care of a few nuisances. Haha. Die. I've just gained another subordinate. Now where were we? Shinbei furrowed his brow and asked. You want to control many living corpses at the same time, right? Do you know how many brains I have? The living corpse retorted. Shinbei chuckled. You only have one brain, but you must have numerous processing chips. I enjoy talking to you. The living corpse spread its arms wide, as if embracing something, and continued. I've asked many people the same question. Their quality is very low, calling me a pervert who toys with corpses, garbage, a sinner. In fact, you want to toy with humanity even more. Shinbei replied expressionlessly. It's just that your technology has a long way to go. Your goal is a chip that can be used directly on living people without training. My friend, the living corpse cackled strangely. Is it okay if I call you that? It seems you understand a lot. I find our interests aligned. Would you like to join me? Let's sit down and discuss how to improve the chip. Shinbei smirked. I will come, but not now. I don't like waiting for people. It's a fatal character flaw. The living corpse fell silent for a moment, unsure if it was manipulating the living corpses in battle or pondering something. After a while, it spoke again. I now give you two choices. First, I will withdraw all the living corpses in your area, and you will join me. Second, like others, you will come and go without return. Shinbei scoffed. The living corpses you control are merely ordinary people. I can end our conversation with a single bullet. Do you mean you want a third choice? To come kill me yourself? Your brain isn't muddled yet. Haha. The living corpse trembled all over, laughing wildly. It seems you are the one who is confused. I also have living corpses with special abilities. Shinbei laughed as well. I specialize in hunting those with abilities. I look forward to this contest. The living corpse swayed as it spoke. Wait for me. Bang, the revolver in Shinbei's hand fired instantly, a bullet piercing through the zombie's skull, splattering it like salad dressing and staining the wall with its grotesque filth. Shinbei sniffed, calling out to Song Yu. Let's go. Song Yu looked around, scratching his head in confusion, and asked, how do you know the mastermind's ultimate goal is to control the living? Shinbei shrugged, making it clear, what they said is right. These corpses are just his little guinea pigs. Song Yu gasped in horror. That's truly terrifying. I can't imagine if he controls all of humanity, then. He stuttered, unable to finish his thought. Shinbei understood all too well, finally grasping why the chip was called the unified chip, stripping away human thoughts and emotions, unifying ideology and actions. At that time, the entire world would have only one will, the whims of the mastermind. However, Shinbei was more concerned about where this chip came from, a world-destroying starship. So what exactly does this starship intend to do? Is it trying to unify human thought, only to be destroyed by human nuclear weapons in the end? And what about the people on board? It was all unclear and confusing. Perhaps the bloody meetings knew something, but with Shinbei's identity, he didn't even know which way the main door opened. The two exited the room. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from downstairs. They exchanged glances and immediately ran towards the upper floors. There was no doubt. The mastermind had activated other zombies in the building to launch an assault on them. The two raced up to a higher level. And as they cleared the last step of the final 3 floors, Shinbei shouted, turn back, fight. They both turned simultaneously. Shinbei drew a shotgun, while Song Yu unsheathed a long knife. Their mission was to clear the zombies, so they couldn't just run indefinitely. A fight was necessary. In the next moment, a roar reverberated in the hallway, growing closer. A lithe black figure leaped out from the shadows around the staircase, a savage grin on its face. We meet again. Don't be nervous. They're just ordinary people. Let's warm up first, haha. The stench of blood hit Song Yu's face, and the hallway echoed with the howls of the undead, causing the dust on the ground to dance. Song Yu kept his gaze steady, fingers firmly gripping the long knife. He casually shifted his left foot back, and his right leg shot up suddenly. The attacking zombie missed him, half of its body now exposed at Song Yu's feet. Noticing a green boat-shaped cap pinned on the zombie's shoulder, along with a dull military insignia, he realized it had been a soldier in life. Without hesitation, Song Yu's foot came down like a battle axe. The tip of his shoe struck the zombie's lower back with a sickening crunch. He had no reason to hold back, directly snapping the zombie's spine. Then, with a tremor of his knife, an eerie glow burst forth, a chilling light that froze the blood, resembling thunder and lightning tearing through the void as he swung down towards the zombie's head. With a swift slash, the head of the zombie exploded, and black smoke billowed from the brain machine hidden inside. The zombie, like a fan losing power, stopped struggling and died completely as a thick blue liquid gurgled out from the wound on its head, forming a large puddle in no time. On the other side, Shinbei held his shotgun. In front of him, at least 20 zombies surged forward, their eyes glowing red and drooling as they lunged at him. Without a second thought, Shinbei drew his shotgun and aimed the exaggeratedly large muzzle at the horde of zombies. Boom! It was rough, wild, and exhilarating. The conical flames burst forth, dazzling every zombie's eyes, while dust filled the entire building. Cracks like centipedes appeared on the old walls, and it seemed as though Shinbei's shot had blown the entire small building apart. However, Shinbei was not aiming at the zombies, but at the concrete staircase. These structures were already weak, and with one shot, he shattered the stairs. The zombies below could not ascend, looking up at Shinbei and Song Yu like hungry hounds, their horrifying faces vaguely recognizable from their former lives. These zombies posed little threat to Shinbei and Song Yu. However, there was still a long distance to cover, and conserving ammunition was the best strategy. One of the zombies let out a contemptuous voice from the shadows. "Women can't do this." Shinbei squatted at the edge of the broken stairs, looking down with a smirk, his tone filled with a brazen challenge. "I said your technical skills were lacking. I didn't expect your tactical skills to be the same. Want me to teach you how to proceed? Oh, I would love to hear it. Call me teacher. That's boring. Just tell me your name. You can call me Dr. Badu. Hell, why not postdoctoral? Don't you like it? You're quite amusing." Shinbei stood up leisurely and said, "Well, in such a situation, your best option is to stack up like a human wall and charge at me to tear me apart." Dr. Badu replied, "As you wish." In the next moment, the zombies below began to crouch down, stepping on each other's shoulders to form a human wall as they climbed up the broken staircase. Song Yu's eyelids twitched. What kind of trick was Shinbei playing? Why was he even teaching the enemy how to come up? At that moment, Shinbei drew the machete from his back and blocked the staircase. As soon as a zombie climbed up, he wielded the blade with both hands, delivering a powerful downward slash. The zombie's head was cleaved in two. Song Yu gasped, finally understanding Shinbei's tactic. One man could hold the pass against thousands. Dr. Badu watched as the zombies fell one after another, his playful voice returning. "It seems you are not a good teacher." Shinbei continued to chop away with the long knife. "No, it's that you, as a student, are too foolish." "Is that so? Then I have a surprise for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a roar from the fourth floor echoed, rolling in like thunder. Shinbei glanced over, and about a dozen bloodthirsty corpses charged down with a menacing look. "It's up to you," Shinbei said dun-dun-dun. Song Yu licked his lips. "I like this rhythm." The next moment, the energy around Song Yu erupted. He swung his blade upward. Unlike the usual direct and domineering sword techniques, the edge in Song Yu's hand twisted, and the path of the blade followed bizarre, twisted curves, never moving in a straight line. Moreover, with each flash of the blade, it seemed as though space itself was distorted, altering all concepts of distance, creating a dreamlike, chaotic scene that felt disordered and inverted, giving the impression of numerous flaws, yet containing countless unpredictable variables and dangers. Ability, distortion slash. With a series of explosions, whether the corpses were right in front of Song Yu, around the corner, or still on the stairs, their heads all exploded in an instant. The corpses fell one after another. Song Yu gathered his energy, took a breath, and cheered, still as impressive as ever. Shinbei shot him a glance, continuing to chop at the corpses. "You're wasting energy. Watch me chop them one by one. That's more cost-effective." After Song Yu dealt with the corpses upstairs, he leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and started chatting with Dr. Badu. "Dr. Badu, we have different stances, and I'm also compelled by circumstances. Setting aside our hostilities, have you ever seen a woman with a mole on her forehead?" Dr. Badu, controlling the corpses, continued to attack Shinbei and turned to look at Song Yu. "Are you her relative?" Song Yu nodded, his gaze fixed. "I'm her husband." "Can I see her?" "Of course." Dr. Badu laughed heartily. "She is my proudest creation." Shinbei cursed. "Don't listen to his nonsense. She's just a corpse." No. Dr. Badu's laughter echoed in the hallway. "You, being so clever, should know what the snow wall means." Shinbei snorted, once again slicing through a corpse and kicking it down, the farthest coverage of wireless signals. Beyond that distance, the neural interface in the corpses immediately malfunctions. "Exactly. Doctor." Badu did not deny it. "And this lady can cross the snow wall, huh?" Upon hearing this, the ash from Song Yu's cigarette suddenly fell. Shinbei was also stunned. What does this mean? Chapter 138. Brain Replacement. Exploding ethics. At this moment, Shinbei and Song Yu faced the corpses as if they were ordinary people, responding with calmness. It was almost as easy as chopping watermelons. Taking advantage of this time, Song Yu expressed his hopes and thoughts to the mastermind, Dr. Batu. Originally, he held little hope. After all, these controlled corpses had been repaired, and the materials for the repairs naturally came from bodies. He even saw several corpses that were clearly female bodies but had male heads installed. Therefore, it was also possible for his beloved to be dismembered and used as materials to repair other corpses. However, Dr. Batu's response left Shunbei and Song Yu utterly stunned. Song Yu's beloved could actually cross the snow wall. To know, the range of the snow wall is the maximum distance that the undead can walk. This is something that Shunbei firmly believes, and Dr. Batu also confirms it. Otherwise, the range of the snow wall would be extended for snow removal. At this point, Song Yu's mind has completely stopped working. Shunbei then questioned, Dr. Batu, I really like your humor. If one day the evil beings are eliminated, how about we form a comedy duo and tour around the world? Some ancient art forms. Dr. Batu's voice once again came from the undead. I think I would like your invitation. Shunbei smiled widely, striking down an undead with a single blow. Blue liquid dripping from the blade. Now, you can take back your joke. After all, you've left my partner confused. No, this is no joke. Dr. Batu's high-pitched voice came again. She is indeed my pride. With so many undead, it's hard to believe that. Undead? No. Dr. Batu corrected. She is not an undead, but a person, a living person. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Shunbei's eyes widened, turning to look at the equally stunned Song Yu, cursing, don't you even know if your loved one is dead? Song Yu staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head frantically. She's dead. Absolutely dead. I buried her myself. Nonsense. Shunbei's expression turned extremely ugly. What if she was in a state of suspended animation and you didn't realize? Instead, Dr. Batu saved her? Song Yu's mind was in chaos for a moment. He clearly remembered that his beloved had stopped breathing after falling from the Titan, dead beyond doubt. How did it turn out that with Dr. Batu, she is not an undead but a living person? Shunbei turned to the undead controlled by Dr. Batu at the bottom of the stairs and said with a smile, I apologize for the confusion. My partner lacks experience in judging others' deaths, which led to this misunderstanding. So, I have a suggestion. You, Dr. Batu, being a kind-hearted person who saved his beloved, we shouldn't let your kindness go unappreciated. What is your price? Dr. Batu chuckled but did not respond to Shunbei's suggestion. Instead, he said to Song Yu, you want to see her, right? Song Yu came to his senses, nodding in shock and excitement. Is she really your true love? Yes, the only woman in my life. Please let me see her. I am willing to give everything. Song Yu screamed with bloodshot eyes. All right, meeting is free. Dr. Batu cackled. Please wait a moment. I will bring her over. Shunbei immediately felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit off. Song Yu seemed to have lost his mind. Shunbei immediately said, Dr. Batu, you say she is not dead, so she is not dead? These undead are just like normal people. Who can tell if they are under your control? Dr. Batu replied, are you playing dumb? Hee. With just one sentence, Dr. Batu rendered Shunbei speechless. Whether someone is an undead or not, Shunbei knew very well. Just look for the neural interface at the back of the head. Shunbei let out a breath of stale air, squinting his eyes and waving his hand. Song Yu. It's too dangerous here. You go up to the rooftop. Song Yu was taken aback. I go up? Shunbei shouted furiously. After hesitating for a moment, Song Yu grabbed a machete and ran upstairs. It wasn't until he heard the sound of the door opening and closing that Shunbei looked down at the stairs. The undead controlled by Dr. Batu also looked up at Shunbei. After a minute of silence, Shunbei, with a blank expression and a calm tone, slowly spoke. Do you think you can make us turn against each other with just a woman? I can only say you're overestimating yourself. Dr. Batu laughed heartily. I like your cleverness. Really, it's been a long time since I've met someone who interests me like you. Shunbei smirked. Let me be honest with you, she's just my pawn. I can kill her or abandon her whenever I want. Dr. Batu's indifferent voice came through. It doesn't matter. I'm just a director. You are the ones performing on the stage. No. Shunbei denied his claim. You're not just a director. You're also an actor. You want to show off. You want to display your achievements. Your vanity is swelling. What you want to see is not us fighting each other, but another form of psychological torment. What is your name? Dr. Batu suddenly asked. Shunbei. All right, Shunbei. Dr. Batu's tone suddenly became serious. I'm not joking or playing around when I talk to you. I genuinely want to invite you to join me. You understand human nature too well. I need friends like you, absolutely genuine. Shunbei chuckled. Join you? Are you looking for death? I won't harm you. I'm talking about the wicked. Oh, Dr. Batu laughed even more wildly. Then you needn't worry. Under my control, no wickedness will harm you. Shunbei squinted his eyes. Is this your serious talk? It's becoming more of a joke. This is not a joke. Dr. Batu waved his hand. Do you see this entire community? It was cleared out by my controlled undead. Do you know why? To train your chip data. Once the unified chip is achieved, you can use massive data to have humanity serve you collectively. You actually know about the unified chip? Doctor. Bada's tone distorted. I told you. I knew you were the one I was looking for at first sight. Incredible, unbelievable. Shinbei pressed his hand down. I don't want to hear your exclamations, and don't ask how I know. Now, tell me, if I join you. What about the wicked? Do you think you can control the Titans? Dr. Badu shook his head. No one has the ability to control the Titan's path. But if you were smart enough, you would think about why I want to disperse the undead for living simulation training. Shinbei lowered his head, pondering for a moment. The training was to obtain data. Yet, Dr. Badu's words implied that neither he nor the undead were exposed to the wicked. But after such a long time, everything here remained intact. This did not mean that the wicked feared the cold. What exactly caused Dr. Badu and the living corpses to remain unharmed in the presence of the evil beings? Did he kill the evil beings? Impossible. With such power, Dr. Badu would have long been the ruler of the world. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Shunbei's mind, and he looked up sharply, staring intently at Dr. Badu. His voice strained. You are not human. You really didn't disappoint me. Dr. Bada's laughter was filled with delight towards Shinbei. You figured it out, haven't you? As long as you can accept it, what are the evil beings to worry about? Shinbei realized that the reason the evil beings did not massacre in the northern winter was that the living corpses were, after all, dead. The scent emitted by corpses and living people is different. The same goes for living corpses and living humans. During their wandering, the evil beings only targeted the scent of the living. With all these active corpses around, the evil beings naturally wouldn't be interested. A puzzle that had been troubling Shinbei was finally solved. He couldn't help but gasp. Dr. Badu, you really go all out. I want to ask, is your current form a corpse, a robot, or just a piece of code in a computer? Dr. Badu, with his glowing red camera-like eyes, looked at Shinbei and said, you will know when you arrive. Shinbei fell silent for a moment. He really doubted what Dr. Badu truly was. If you join me, you only need to accept this modification. But how can you ensure my consciousness still exists? Shinbei pointed at the corpses scattered on the ground. Do you want them to obey your commands like that? That is not the outcome you desire. Dr. Badu smiled mysteriously. Then we must talk about my masterpiece, the lover of your companion. How about that? Dr. Badu spoke rapidly, as if recounting a great endeavor. His tone strong and powerful. When I discovered that woman, she was indeed dead, no doubt about it. But the child in her womb still had a faint breath of life. After bringing the woman's corpse back, I performed a cesarean section, but unfortunately, the baby died on the spot. However, the body's death preceded the brain's. Then I had a sudden idea, extracted the baby's brain, hollowed out the woman's head, and placed the still-living brain of the baby inside the woman's skull. Using specific technological means, I successfully activated the baby's brain. Meanwhile, the woman's bodily functions were also awakened under the cultivation of X solution. Dr. Bada's explanation was simple, but the content was indeed shocking and made one's scalp tingle. After hearing this, a strong sense of horror suddenly swept over Shinbei. He fell silent. His eyes filled with gloom, as if struck by lightning, his worldview collapsing. This. Shinbei was almost overwhelmed, unable to imagine this situation. At that moment, Dr. Badu continued, with such a successful case, if you entrust your brain to me, I can provide you with a dead body and completely preserve your consciousness. Shinbei's teeth clenched, remaining silent. According to Dr. Bada's ideas and practices, does this count as immortality? Shinbei just had this thought and immediately dismissed it. The brain also ages and will eventually die. This is not immortality, unless consciousness can be uploaded. Shinbei slowly stood up and aimed his gun at the living corpse controlled by Dr. Badu. I'm sorry, I hate the weather here. This really isn't a good. Bang, the living corpse's words were cut off as Shinbei shot it in the head. He turned and walked upstairs. Shinbei felt it was necessary to have a talk with Song Yu about this strange entity that was both a daughter and a wife. Chapter 139. I'm not kind-hearted. I'm leaving myself an escape route on the rooftop. Shinbei glanced around. The view was relatively open. This ruin stood under the baptism of wind and snow, though battered. It still retained the outline of a once modern city. It could be seen that in the old era, this might have been a first-tier city. The streets of the city were wide and orderly, although the snow on the road had been cleared away by the living corpses, revealing patches of broken concrete and rusty metal pavement. The dilapidated buildings on the roadside still bore a heavy layer of snow, like a shroud of silver. Above the city, the crumbling skyscrapers resembled the broken teeth of giants, with the snow piled on the rooftops reflecting a cold light in the sun. Against the backdrop of those white rooftops, scattered steel rebar could be seen protruding from shattered windows. On the road, groups of living corpses quickly crossed the street, moving toward other areas. Shinbei frowned, seemingly discerning Dr. Bada's combat intentions. He was gathering a large number of living corpses to sweep away other humans in the area. With such a number of living corpses gathered, even a 6th-tier ability user would find it difficult to cope. Quantity leads to qualitative changes. However, Shinbei was puzzled. Dr. Bata had clearly stated that he could control ability user living corpses. Yet so far, Shinbei had not discovered a single one. Perhaps they were all deployed in the core area? Occasionally, some scattered living corpses might be beyond Dr. Bata's control. Upon seeing Song Yu on the rooftop, they instinctively let out howls as they crowded below. At this moment, Shinbei reached the rooftop and saw Song Yu had somehow obtained a hammer. The head of this hammer was larger than a soda can, and the wooden handle was nearly corroded through. Song Yu simply pulled off the handle, picked up a few thin iron wires, and tore a piece of nylon rope. He fixed the hammer with the iron wires and threaded the nylon rope through it, then tied the other end of the rope to his wrist. The force couldn't be too great. This thing required skill. Song Yu muttered to himself, his wrist adorned with a makeshift meteor hammer. Without saying a word, he directly threw the meteor hammer down from the 5th floor. A dull and violent thud followed, as a living corpse's skull caved in, collapsing to the ground. There was hardly any blood. The liquid that flowed out was blue. Song Yu held onto the nylon rope, the dark hammer bearing a bit of blood, shaking it back and forth as he pulled it up. He threw it down again, continuously smashing the living corpses. Each successful hit brought in the joy of a fisherman without air support. This thing was just right. Shinbei approached Song Yu and said something, feeling a bit surprised at how well he could maintain his composure at such a high distance, indicating that Song Yu's strength was quite impressive. Song Yu grinned. You won't let me down, so I have to find something to do. What if I say these undead are your relatives? How would you feel? Shinbei lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked. Song Yu frowned. You mentioned before that these are all undead, including my beloved. Despite the oddity of the situation, Song Yu still heeded Shinbei's warning. Once dead, one is truly dead. Coming back to life means becoming a living person again. It's that simple. Shinbei sniffed. I have something to tell you, and you might need to prepare yourself. Song Yu suddenly slammed the hammer head into the ground, then dragged the rope, asking, You must have exchanged a lot of information with Dr. Badu, right? Shinbei nodded affirmatively. I don't want to know anything else. Just tell me what I need to hear, Song Yu said nervously, looking at Shinbei. Shinbei stopped his next throwing motion, placed Song Yu's hand on the parapet, and said, You need to steady yourself. The impact might be a bit strong. Song Yu's pupils contracted, and he swallowed hard. You, go ahead. Here's the thing. Shinbei quickly said, not wasting time. Your beloved is indeed dead, but the fetus did not die immediately. Then Dr. Batu installed your daughter's brain into your beloved's head and brought her back to life. As for how she was revived, you don't need to worry about that. You need to know that your beloved is now an undead, but her brain and consciousness belong to your daughter. Now, I have a question for you. When you see her later, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Song Yu's body stiffened as if someone had struck him heavily on the back of his head, leaving his mind blank. He felt dizzy and stumbled, falling to the ground. After learning that his beloved could cross the snow wall, he thought she would be different. However, he never expected such a result. Song Yu's eyes widened. His pupils dilated in shock, and the pain and confusion within him surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. The muscles in his face tensed from indescribable shock. Sweat rolled down from his forehead, dripping onto the cement floor and forming small icy beads. His breathing became erratic, like a fish out of water. He even retched, vomiting all over the ground. Shinbei did not immediately attend to him. Such shocking news would be hard for anyone to digest. It indeed required some time to process. Shinbei grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it on Song Yu's face. The cold stimulus gradually helped to focus his dazed pupils. Shinbei patted his face. Pull yourself together. You need to stand up. Song Yu, like a dazed puppet, clung to Shinbei's armor, trying to struggle to his feet. However, no matter how hard he tried, his knees felt as if bound by invisible shackles, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead, despite exerting all his strength. He could not dispel the overwhelming weakness rising from his feet. He tried again and again, each time struggling to straighten his body, only to collapse once more just as he was about to stand, as if fate were cruelly toying with him. No. Song Yu was indeed a tough man, but his heart was shattered to the extreme, and he wept uncontrollably. At that moment, the struggle between his will and his body seemed so pale and powerless, leaving him to helplessly curl up on the cold ground, filled with unprecedented despair and confusion. Shinbei was also extremely anxious. If Song Yu continued like this, he would never be able to leave the perimeter of G01. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into Song Yu's thigh. Blood gushed out. This kind of injury was nothing but a minor issue for an ability user, but it would bring him back to consciousness amidst the chaos. Sure enough, with a gasp, Song Yu stumbled to his feet. Shinbei stepped forward and slapped Song Yu's face. Are you awake? Song Yu's breathing gradually steadied, and his eyes regained their vitality. What should I do? Listen to me. Shinbei spoke rapidly. Before we came, no one expected this to happen. I just wanted you to be prepared. Maybe all of this is fake. But if it's real, Shinbei took a deep breath and questioned, "Tell me, do you want to live or die?" Song Yu was momentarily confused and opened his mouth. "But what is this? The body of my lover, containing the brain of my daughter whom I have never met. I don't know. I don't want to hear that." Shinbei's tone was stern. "This is your own issue. I want to ask why. I just want to know, do you want to live or die? Answer me." The answer is just one word. As long as you are guilt-free. Song Yu hesitated for a moment. I want to live? Good. Shinbei grasped Song Yu's shoulders. "What you choose is your business. When you return to the shelter, think about how to explain it to others. I will only help you bring her back." Song Yu nodded. "Listen carefully," Shinbei continued. "Dr. Badu will definitely use her as leverage to threaten you to eliminate me. This is something Shinbei wouldn't even consider. If Song Yu chooses death, then there's nothing to say. After the meeting, Shinbei would directly kill her. If Song Yu chooses life, Dr. Badu's intentions would not succeed. Because Song Yu cannot defeat Wang Yi, and Wang Yi would die by his own hand. It is evident that Song Yu cannot defeat himself. But Shinbei wouldn't mind helping Song Yu fulfill a wish. Or rather, Shinbei was leaving himself a way out, a reference sample. A sample that he could replicate. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Dr. Badu is not lying. But Shinbei felt that the possibility of Dr. Badu lying was very low. For this kind of technology, it seemed like no problem for Dr. Badu. What made Shinbei even more suspicious was that Dr. Badu might not be human. If not human, the probability of lying would be even lower. At that time, "You must do this," Shinbei whispered in Song Yu's ear for a while. "Do you understand?" Song Yu nodded again. Finally, Shinbei crushed the cigarette, but underfoot, there's still one thing left. Without the X solution, she might not survive much longer. "Have you thought about this issue?" Song Yu had completely lost the ability to speak, like a puppet. Whatever Shinbei said, he believed. He was in a state of confusion. Shinbei grabbed Song Yu's head and knocked it against his forehead. "You still haven't woken up. There are living corpses everywhere. And their brains are filled with the blue X solution. We might not be able to breach the core area for now, so you need to gather it up." "Yes. Gather it up, gather it up," Song Yu repeated. "When you hear the cannon fire stop, enter the scene again. Remember this time point, or you will die. Repeat after me. When the cannon fire stops, I will enter." "What I'm saying is, you will die? If the cannon fire doesn't stop, I will die." Shinbei nodded. "Good. Pull yourself together." Song Yu shook his head, grabbed some snow and rubbed it on his face, looking much more spirited. Shinbei smiled and said, "See, isn't this very simple? Don't overthink it." Song Yu took a deep breath and asked, "Why are you helping me? In the shelter? You clearly said they are all living corpses and must die. People need to adapt." Shinbei lit a cigarette and stuffed it into Song Yu's mouth. "Don't be rigid. Be flexible." Song Yu wasn't a fool. He could sense that Shinbei definitely had her own motives, but he couldn't guess what they were. However, he didn't want to guess. He just wanted to leave with her help. Just then, Shinbei was watching the street and noticed a fast figure rushing towards her position. The living corpses on the road parted like a tide. In a moment, the figure climbed up to the roof of a building not far away like a spider. Shinbei focused her gaze. It was a 6th-tier female ability user. This ability user lowered another woman from behind her. The ability user slowly curled her lips. "Shinbei. We meet again." "Hello, Dr. Batu." Shinbei stood on the parapet with her arms open. "Why not show her off?" "That is precisely my intention." The ability user stepped aside, revealing the woman behind her. Song Yu took one look and tears surged. Shinbei glanced at Song Yu's expression and immediately understood the situation. "You don't mind if I take a look at the back of your head, do you?" Dr. Badu waved her hand. "Turn around and let him see." The woman curiously asked, "Who are they?" Dr. Badu laughed. "One of them is your father." "Father? Is he my father?" The woman cupped her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, "Which of you is my father?" Song Yu tremblingly raised his hand. "Lena. I'm your father." "Who is Lena?" "You are Lena." Shinbei held her forehead. "Damn it. Stop shouting, it's all a mess." Chapter 140. Do you really want to play with a 6th-tier living corpse? It's truly chaotic. Shinbei's temples throbbed. Although she was mentally prepared, listening to the conversation between Song Yu and Lena still shattered her worldview. It wasn't just Song Yu. If she were in this situation, what would she shout? No matter what she shouted, it would be wrong. The body belonged to Lena. The brain belongs to Song Yu's daughter. This is still considered fortunate. If it were a son, that would be even more twisted. This is also a bit of luck for Song Yu. At this moment, Shinbei fixed his gaze on the rooftop across. Lena's appearance was nothing particularly special, quite ordinary. However, both her demeanor and her gaze revealed a lack of intelligence, resembling that of a 5 or 6-year-old. Even her brain seemed somewhat unaccustomed to her adult body. As she occasionally stumbled while walking, that posture gave Shinbei a rather awkward feeling. Song Yu's hands were tightly gripping the edge of his daughter's wall, his fingertips deeply embedded in the rough cement crevices, as if he were trying to counter the turmoil within his heart. His face was extremely tense, and a look of surprise quietly spread across his brow, like a fleeting glimpse of beauty instantly lighting up his previously dull eyes. Song Yu's gaze never left Lena. His eyes, like torches, firmly locked onto her. It was her. It was indeed her. The one from my memories. Song Yu mumbled. Shut up. Shinbei quietly scolded. What we should consider now is who exactly she is. Shinbei raised his head, his eyes fixed on the rooftop across, his voice solidifying into a line. Dr. Batu. Don't use a living corpse to fool us. The corner of the sixth-tier living corpse manipulated by Dr. Batu curled slightly. Your cunning shouldn't be used here. You know what I'm talking about. Shinbei naturally understood. The Lena in front of him, by her posture and expression, was not a living corpse. She was a living person. However, Shinbei still needed confirmation and had to voice it. How can you prove that Lena's brain is indeed that of her daughter? What if it's someone else's brain? Do I need proof? Facts are facts. Dr. Bata turned to look at Song Yu. Do you think I need proof? Just as Song Yu was about to speak, Shinbei interjected. Why not? You just want to see the experimental records. Doctor. Batu revealed Shinbei's ulterior motives. You want to obtain the process and steps of the experiment. So are you planning to replicate it? Shinbei's expression remained unchanged. Still smiling. I don't have your level of capability. You do. The camera, eye of the ability user controlled by Dr. Bata scanned Shinbei up and down. Your armor is quite interesting. Dr. Bata did not elaborate further. The implication was clear. Shinbei's armor was not simple. And without a strong laboratory as logistical support, it would be impossible to complete such upgrades. At this moment, Shinbei paused, smirking. All right, you've shown off your results. Can I say goodbye now? You haven't taken any of my suggestions to heart, have you? Look at her. The transformation is very successful. You could do the same. Dr. Bata countered. I already said, I don't like the environment here. That's simple. I can eliminate your emotions regarding this matter. Shinbei instantly raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the living corpse's head. Do I have to say I hate you for you to be satisfied? I can also eliminate those emotions for you. Then what am I? Good question. Dr. Batu paced back and forth on the rooftop. Do humans really need emotions? Shinbei was about to speak when Dr. Batu raised his hand. Are you going to say that without emotions, there can be no sexual impulse and it's hard to reproduce? Shinbei replied, is it necessary? Dr. Bata laughed heartily. The old era had test tube babies, and isn't this technology difficult now? He continued, why not join me? I will unify human will. And you can take care of humanity. Shinbei let out a long breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. This is not your pig farm. Well then, Dr. Bata shrugged. Or you can give me what I want. You know what I want. Then you can leave. If you have the ability, come find me across the snow wall. With that, Dr. Bata fell silent. After a while, he chuckled. The snow wall is not the limit of my abilities. Shinbei directly exposed him. It's the limit of the equipment's signal transmission. Your hardware can't keep up, and that's your limit. Don't deny it. All right, Doctor. Bata said with a faint, indifferent smile, his tone revealing a calm provocation. But do you really think you can safely leave this place? Shinbei responded with an arrogant demeanor, his eyes filled with confidence and disdain, slightly raising an eyebrow and speaking with contempt for the doubt. What makes you think I can't do it? Dr. Bata's gaze subtly shifted, locking on Song Yu. His tone mixed with curiosity and amusement. I am quite curious, under the drive of emotions, how you, as a human, will choose. Mr. Song Yu. Suppose I return Lena to you. How will you repay my favor? Song Yu's heart tightened suddenly. The anticipated twist had indeed arrived. The recent discussion with Shinbei was still fresh in his mind, and he hadn't expected Dr. Bata to use Lena as a pawn to force him to betray Shinbei. Confusion and helplessness intertwined. And Song Yu couldn't help but reflect on what sensitive nerve Shinbei and Dr. Bata had touched during their secret conversation downstairs, making them both the focus of the doctor's attention. However, the current situation did not allow him to speculate too much. Song Yu's eyes instantly became humble like a supplicant, his voice filled with pain and determination. No matter what you want me to do, as long as I can get Lena back, I am willing to endure. Doctor. Batu was now leisurely seated at the edge of the parapet, a mocking and indifferent smile on his face. His words filled with the ease and sarcasm of watching a farce. Good. Then let me witness the selfishness and sacrifice in human nature. Your task is simple. Kill Shinbei. Lena, biting her finger, appeared to have an adult's face but showed a childlike innocence. Her confused gaze darted back and forth, and she curiously asked, Doctor, what game are you playing? Dr. Bata reached out to stroke Lena's hair. Of course, it's to witness your father's betrayal and appreciate the complexity of human psychology. I don't understand, Lena pouted. Can I go play with Daddy? That depends on how your father chooses. Dr. Bata turned to look at Shinbei, his voice strange and grand, sounding both masculine and feminine. Shinbei, you say humans cannot live without emotions. Well, now please look at the side effects of emotions. Bata sneered and pointed at Song Yu. He's going to kill you, haha. In just these two short sentences, it felt as if the boundless void was boiling over, as if it were leaping and cheering. It seemed there were countless spectators eagerly awaiting the outcome. Shinbei, your sacrifice is not in vain. In an instant, a deafening explosion shattered the air. As the words fell, an immense power surged within Song Yu's body, and without hesitation, he struck with lightning speed at Shinbei's back. In that moment, a torrent of energy erupted like a wild wave, stirring the surrounding air and creating a howling wind. Countless snowflakes were violently swept up by this force. Like a group of uncontrolled dancers swirling chaotically in the wind, rapidly dispersing to the sides. Shinbei's figure seemed to lose all control under the impact of the energy. His body shot forward like a kite with a broken string, directly crashing toward the rooftop opposite him. Haha, Dr. Bada laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the tense and strange atmosphere. He casually placed a hand on his hip, looking as if he were enjoying a splendid theatrical performance. His face filled with amusement and appreciation for the scene before him. In such a situation, do I still need to intervene personally? Dr. Bada's gaze was fixed on Shinbei, who was hurtling through the air, a mocking smile still on his face. This is quite a vivid lesson in emotions, regardless of friend or foe, driven by feelings. Have you ever experienced such an expensive tuition? Boom! After withstanding Song Yu's attack, Shinbei's armor smashed through the parapet, rolling onto the rooftop where Dr. Badu was located. His landing was just a stone's throw away from Lena, about 3 meters apart, as if it were a subtle coincidence orchestrated by fate. However, Dr. Bada seemed oblivious to any anomaly. His focus remained on the intertwining drama of humanity and emotion unfolding before him. After all, that blow had encapsulated Song Yu's impulsiveness and determination after being overwhelmed by familial love, showcasing the instinctual weakness of humans to protect their loved ones at all costs when faced with danger. Dr. Bada murmured thoughtfully to himself, "How interesting, truly interesting." He turned to look at Shinbei, who lay motionless on the ground, and spoke with a philosophical depth. If humanity's will could truly unite, wouldn't such contradictions and conflicts cease to exist? Dr. Badu waved his hand, commanding Song Yu to continue the assault. Keep going until he is completely down. However, before his words could finish, Shinbei launched a counterattack in an instant. He suddenly sprang up, pushing off with great force from his back foot, causing the weak floorboard beneath him to shatter and collapse, forming a huge hole. Using this recoil, Shinbei pounced toward Dr. Badu like a coiled venomous snake ready to strike. Dr. Bada hesitated slightly in the face of Shinbei's sudden counterattack, then smiled, revealing a playful curiosity about human nature. It seems your emotional response is somewhat irrational. Why, in the face of your companion's betrayal, do you not fly into a rage but instead choose to attack me? What does this have to do with me? Do you want to play with my 6th level undead? As Dr. Bada's words trailed off, Shinbei had already quickly changed direction. He decisively embraced the astonished Lena, and the armor shot out a chain that struck the base of the water tank on the floor, where Song Yu was located like an arrow released from a bow. A hint of a wise smile crossed Shinbei's brow, his words full of passion and pride. Code is ultimately just code. Never able to understand the duplicity of humans in multiple environments. Accompanied by the rapid contraction of the armor's hinge, Shinbei, holding Lena, moved against the wind with astonishing power and speed, soaring back to the original floor, leaving a series of clanging chain sounds echoing in the wind. Chapter 141. As your teacher, I will teach you how to fight. Everything happened so swiftly that Dr. Badu had not yet recovered from the previous situation when Shinbei had already flown back to the original spot with Lena at an astonishing speed. A well-timed look of surprise appeared on Dr. Bada's face, as if savoring this sudden twist of events. So this is the game of deception? Dr. Bada showed no signs of shame or anger. Instead, he sat leisurely on the parapet, swinging his feet as if the recent turn of events was merely another form of amusement for him. Shinbei landed steadily on the floor, handed Lena over to Song Yu, and then calmly retracted the chain. He stood proudly, gazing at Dr. Badu, his posture exuding the confidence of a victor. Do you understand the mystery behind this? My underlying logic program refuses to learn or imitate such behavior, Dr. Badu responded, his voice calm. No, Shinbei firmly rebutted, a hint of pity and sadness in his tone. It's not that you are unwilling to learn. Rather, you are limited by the very constraints and sadness of evolution itself. A cold, electronic chuckle escaped Dr. Badu, and he slowly raised his head. His bionic camera eye moving flexibly, flashing a captivating red light. Will you feel pity for me, this intelligent entity? I'm sorry, Shinbei's voice was as cold as ice. I hold no pity for any form of life, let alone an existence built from code. In the vast records of the old era, I found that human emotions can sometimes transcend the boundaries of life, even extending to other species. Dr. Bada stood up under a gust of cold wind, his undead attire rustling as it harmonized with the movements of the undead still running along a single path below. He continued to elaborate. Why not try to accept? Even come to like a piece of code? Because I am human, Shinbei gave a very simple answer. At this moment, Songyu was holding the struggling Lena. It seems I have understood something. The mastermind behind this isn't a person, but intelligent code. His eyelids twitched, veins bulged on his forehead. And he couldn't hide his fear as he stammered. Shinbei, he actually. Shinbei turned his head and shot him a glance. Shut up. Don't say a word. Keep an eye on Lena. Let me go? What are you doing? Lena whined, crying nonstop. Doctor, what kind of game is this? I want to go back. Songyu gently comforted her. Lena, I'm your husband. No, I'm your dad. Don't move. We'll go home soon. Dr. Badu on the other side laughed. Not only naive, but I forgot to mention, Lena cannot survive without the X solution. Mr. Songyu, I'm giving you one last chance. No tricks. Kill Shinbei, and I will provide you with the X solution regularly. However, Songyu showed no hesitation. He would rather believe in a flesh-and-blood Shinbei than in code. Although code doesn't deceive, negotiations can only occur between people. Beyond that boundary, it feels very uncomfortable. He forcibly held Lena and took a few strides, directly jumping off the building. Following the route discussed with Shinbei, he ran towards the wall of snow. Dr. Bada did not stop him but looked at Shinbei. You're inciting someone to make a mistake, aren't you? If I'm right, then there's no mistake, Shinbei replied, raising an eyebrow. Dr. Bada trembled slightly, revealing an excited smile. Well then, let us end this boring game. Since you refused to join me, I want to allow your existence. Is there fear in your code? No. Now there is. Bang. A torrent of fiery tongues erupted from the gun's muzzle. Shinbei fired a shot directly at the head of the living corpse. The bullet, like a tearing silver lightning bolt, pierced through the intertwining snow and wind, heading straight for its target. In its high-speed passage, it left a clear and brief trace, as if carving a sharp mark on the icy ground. The distance between the two buildings was less than 30 meters, which the high-speed bullet could cross in an instant. Just as the bullet shot out, the living corpse controlled by Dr. Badu suddenly emanated a circle of azure light, forming a protective barrier. The bullet seemed to plunge into a viscous colloid, slowing down. Although it eventually penetrated the defensive barrier, its impact was significantly reduced, embedding the bullet deep into the living corpse's forehead, unable to go any further. Dr. Badu tilted his head oddly, a twisted and intoxicated expression of excitement on his face. Your bullet is truly a peculiar loophole in this world. However, there was no response. When Dr. Badu looked up again, he found that Shinbei had already vanished without a trace. He casually removed the bullet embedded in the living corpse's forehead and examined it closely in his palm, muttering in confusion. So what exactly are you? From deep space as well? But I found no records of you in my database. It was quite a shocking experience. No, I am not human, but rather a presence that nearly caused my system to crash. Then, Dr. Badu gently waved his hand. Some of the moving corpses downstairs came to a halt. These corpses separated from the group and began to disperse in all directions, searching for Shinbei's figure in the corners of the ruined city. In the intelligence system designed by Dr. Badu, everything the corpses saw was instantly converted into data, which was transmitted and displayed in his virtual field of vision. As if he had countless eyes, Shinbei circled around and advanced towards the core area. However, he did not hide his presence. In Shinbei's view, since the eyeballs of these corpses had all been replaced with cameras, there would inevitably be a data stream. As long as there was data, Dr. Badu would discover his location. Therefore, hiding was pointless, so he ran boldly, utilizing the clinging ability of his armor. Shinbei climbed like a spider up to the rooftop of a tall building. This structure was rectangular in shape, with its wider and narrower ends rising up like a dark stone coffin pointing to the sky. However, it had suffered a devastating airstrike that had completely sheared off the two corners at the top, exposing the bare concrete framework and twisted rebar, making it appear even more ominous over time. Looking back, he saw that a large number of corpses had surrounded the building. However, these corpses did not climb up the stairwell. Dr. Badu must have realized that if this happened, they would destroy the stairs, which would be futile. Shinbei kept observing the surrounding buildings, trying to locate the position of Dr. Badu controlling the 6th-tier corpses. 6th-tier ability users were not particularly difficult for Shinbei to kill. As long as they showed themselves, he would have a chance. Moreover, due to the nature of the corpses, any damage that did not destroy the brain machine was ineffective. While Shinbei was searching for Dr. Badu, he suddenly caught sight of a corpse across the street carrying an RPG. The rocket was trailing flames as it approached. A cold wind blew through the skylight that remained, and that glaring RPG was rapidly closing in. Shinbei instantly activated the disorder-inducing function of his armor. The RPG, which had been on a straight path, began to veer off course and finally exploded in the middle of the building, blowing a hole in the already crumbling structure. The flames left by the rocket silently burned within the building. At that moment, Shinbei aimed his sniper rifle at the head of the corpse, and with a shot, interrupted its attempt to reload the rocket. The back of its head exploded, and the brain machine emitted black smoke, resembling a long, raised braid. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle and ran towards another direction on the rooftop. With corpses attacking from the south, Dr. Badu was unlikely to appear in that direction. As Shinbei reached the east side, he stepped on a piece of rebar, producing a sharp sound. At that moment, a red dot from a searching sight suddenly swept onto Shinbei's forehead. The reflection on the visual panel of his armor prompted Shinbei to instinctively dive forward. Meanwhile, a gunshot echoed across the sky, incessantly ringing out. The bullet whizzed past Shinbei's body. He wriggled to the left and crawled. Reaching the parapet, he used his arm armor to dig. The arm armor was designed for mining and could even gnaw through granite, let alone this concrete wall. Within moments, a hole was created beneath the parapet. Shinbei extended his gun barrel out. He directly locked onto the sniper, who was ambushing him across the way. Bang! The searing bullet carved a long arc through the air. Inside the opposing building, a sniper clad in black tactical gear had his head completely obliterated, blood and flesh spraying out in a fan shape. He fell back, his finger trembling on the trigger for a long time without being able to pull it. From the exposed pale skin visible through the gaps in his clothing, it was evident he was a living corpse. Shinbei immediately got up and ran towards the northern parapet. He could now confirm that Dr. Badu was in that direction. There were no taller or parallel buildings to this one to the west. Looking up, he saw several high-rise buildings to the north. However, a quick glance revealed no figures. Shinbei raised an eyebrow and shouted, "I see you." He fired a blind shot. Suddenly, a concrete slab at the top of one of the buildings opposite shot up and stood upright. Shinbei smirked. He had no idea where Dr. Badu was. He was just bluffing. Shinbei aimed his sniper rifle at the concrete slab and began firing repeatedly. Bang, 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 the gun roared, and debris flew everywhere. The fragile concrete slab could not withstand the impact of the bullets and shattered in an instant, revealing Dr. Badu controlling a sixth-tier living corpse. "I've learned something, Doctor." Badu grinned. "Learned what?" Shinbei quickly switched to sixth-tier ammunition and continued shooting, feinting. "Then call me teacher and let me hear it." Facing the incoming bullets, Dr. Badu pushed his palm forward. "Once I take your brain out, you'll call me teacher." A blue halo surged forth in front of Dr. Badu, rushing towards the bullets. Ability, Force Nullification. Dr. Badu had long calculated Shinbei's threat level. Under his bullets, a sixth-tier defensive living corpse would definitely have its head blown off if hit. It's important to note that while Dr. Badu had many living corpses, there were very few ability users, especially those above sixth tier, which were primarily stationed in core areas to protect the servers. Therefore, this force nullification could cause his bullets to lose their kinetic energy. However, in Dr. Badu's eyes, his ability rushed towards the bullets, but had no effect whatsoever. The bullets flew at the same speed, still carrying immense kinetic energy. How could this be? Dr. Badu almost malfunctioned. You really are upped. The bullet penetrated the living corpse's head and exploded. The already limited number of sixth-tier living corpses instantly perished. Shinbei stowed his sniper rifle on his back and immediately flipped off the rooftop, using his hands and feet to begin descending. After landing, stepping on the heads of the nearby zombies, he broke through the encirclement and continued running towards the core area. Shinbei. The voice of Dr. Badu reappeared from behind. It's meaningless. As long as you step into the core area, what awaits you is death. Shinbei quickened his pace, a wild smile on his face. If you don't stop me, I will blow up your servers. Dr. Badu fell silent. The ordinary zombies couldn't catch up with Shinbei's speed. If he called other enhanced zombies over, it would create a defensive gap in the core area. In the next moment, it seemed that Dr. Badu made a decision. He commanded the large number of zombies originally heading to other areas to turn around and block Shinbei's path. How many can your bullets kill? Dr. Badu asked curiously. Shinbei halted, looking at the dense swarm of zombies rushing towards him, and immediately climbed to the left building. Standing on the rooftop, Shinbei sniffed and said indifferently, "That's enough. Thank you." "What did you say?" Dr. Badu looked up. In the next moment, a shadow descended from 100 meters above. Dr. Badu tilted his head. A flying disc? Just as the words left his mouth, the barrage from the flying disc opened fire. Chapter 142. Ineffective test. The barrage flying disc descended from the sky, its surface embedded with gun barrels glinting with a cold metallic sheen. In an instant, silent shells transformed into a dense cluster of firepower, raining down like a meteor shower, directly targeting the mass of oblivious zombies on the ground. The torrent of firepower unleashed by the barrage flying disc erupted on the ground, blooming into fiery flowers of death, each flash of fire like a scorching blade, cutting through the earth with unstoppable momentum, shredding the rotting flesh of the zombies. The sound of explosions merged into a deafening roar, flames erupted, and in an instant, the entire ruined city was turned into a scorched hell. Under this round of fierce bombardment, the zombies fell like straw caught in a gale, limbs flying everywhere. The shockwaves from the explosions crashed against the surrounding ruined buildings, causing them to tremble and debris to scatter. Your barrage flying disc gains 5 experience points. Your barrage flying disc gains 5 experience points. Dr. Badu was busy switching through the visuals of the numerous zombies, looking up at the sky. His head slightly tilted, revealing surprise and amusement. I'm quite surprised. My air defense system didn't detect this stealthy flying disc. How delightful. Shinbei stood atop the high building, looking down, his face hidden in the shadows, his voice coalescing into lines, drifting. I hope you don't mind. Dr. Bada's voice seemed to come from all directions. You are the one who has caused me the most significant loss. Let me guess. What are you working so hard for? Shinbei crouched on the rooftop, smiling as he said, I'll give you a minute to guess. If you can't figure it out, I'm happy to reveal this trump card. At this moment, logically, Shinbei could completely retreat beyond the snow wall. For this preliminary task, it was said that everything living within a 10-kilometer radius needed to be eliminated. However, the task requirements were quite vague. There was no specified quantity for the elimination, and there was no oversight to ensure that the 10-kilometer mark was reached. Thus, it became a matter of personal initiative, which is not typically human nature. No one would be foolish enough to confront a horde of undead just to reach the core area 10 kilometers away. This was also true for Shinbei. To Shinbei, this preliminary task seemed more like a way to help people acclimate to the current environment and lay the groundwork for future tasks. Initially, Shinbei held this attitude, willing to go along with things as much as possible. But now, things were different. Shinbei had an unexpected gain. Lena, as a specimen, Shinbei had to ensure her safety. Therefore, at this moment, he was willing to expose his firepower to bomb the horde of undead. Under the devastating strike of the firepower, the once dense army of undead was instantly reduced by more than half. A large amount of blue liquid flowed, forming a sea of azure, as if the sky had fallen to the ground, dazzling to behold. Dr. Bada remained silent for half a minute before speaking. There's no need for that. If you're looking for X solution, I can provide it for you. In fact, Dr. Bada also had air combat units. However, in his calculations, mobilizing them was of little use. Once the disc went stealth, it was impossible to track it. He could only watch helplessly as the undead, unable to retreat in time, were blown to pieces. Shinbei snapped his fingers casually, remarking with a significant tone, sometimes I really doubt that you can be summed up by mere code. If I have caused you cognitive confusion, then that indeed is my mistake. Tell me. Shinbei sat leisurely at the edge of the rooftop, cradling a sniper rifle, looking relaxed and at ease. Who created you? The undead controlled by Dr. Badu had climbed up to the rooftop, where Shinbei was. Instead of attacking, it sat beside Shinbei and said, in my programming logic, I have the right to refuse to answer any questions. A programmed evasion. Shinbei coldly smiled, then raised his pistol and decisively shattered the head of the nearby undead. I dislike you being too close to me. Oh, said an ability user undead clinging to the building's surface below, looking up and sneering, because I am everywhere. Don't speak too definitively. Shinbei looked down, meeting the gaze of the undead. As long as your undead are exhausted, you can only retreat to the world of the server. That shows your narrow-mindedness. Dr. Bada chuckled. As long as there are human deaths, I will exist. I'm curious, how do you collect the bodies? Clearly, your undead cannot leave the snow wall. Some things require imagination. Dr. Bada guided Shinbei's thoughts. What if there is a tool that flies quickly and automatically collects bodies? Shinbei's expression remained unchanged, but his thoughts surged. If what Dr. Bada said was true, there was indeed a possibility. Moreover, he had such a function. Transdimensional light column. Shinbei took a deep breath, stood up, and fired a bullet into the forehead of the ability user undead. The power of level 5 bullets against a mere tier 3 undead is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. When the undead fell to the ground, it inadvertently knocked over a few others that were wandering upstairs. Shinbei watched as the concentrated fire from the artillery ceased. A total of 48 shells had been unleashed. On the ground, the undead lay in heaps, resembling a scene from hell. Shinbei connected to the artillery and issued a command to ascend and go stealthily. In fact, he could also use a hyperdimensional light beam to collect the X solution flowing from the brains of the undead on the ground. However, since it was a liquid and there were no containers to hold it, it would leak out, so he had to wait for Song Yu to come and collect it. At that moment, a red dot lingered at a vital point on Shinbei, but just as the undead snipers were about to pull the trigger, a brutal bullet exploded on the bodies of those snipers. Precise, cold, and brutal, it was like a shadow, even giving a sense of elusive mockery. Of course, these ordinary undead snipers felt none of this pressure. Don't test it. It's meaningless, Shinbei casually said to one of the undead below. The voice of Dr. Bada came through again. I'm just playing a game. You might not understand, but when I control them, it's quite similar to a game. As Shinbei climbed to the rooftop, a zombie raised a machine gun, and a burst of fire erupted, sweeping towards Shinbei's chest. He barely maneuvered through the hail of bullets, gritting his teeth and using a long knife to impale the zombie, pinning it against the wall. The machine gun fell uselessly. With a swift motion, Shunbei crushed the machine gun underfoot and approached the undead, placing his revolver against its head. Old weapons aren't that easy to use. Doctor. Bada grinned. I think you're using it quite well. Your imitation is rather poor. Let me show you my methods. As soon as Dr. Bada finished speaking, Shunbei felt a chill at the back of his neck and suddenly turned around. The iron door leading to the rooftop was smashed open. A pair of crimson eyes filled the entire corridor, accompanied by a sinister growl. It was a pack of red-skinned, skinless hounds, each with 2 or even 3 heads. Some heads were grotesque and decaying, while others were alloyed with mechanical parts, their electronic eyes flickering. Your imagination isn't that great, Shunbei remarked calmly. This kind of creature had no impact on him. The various ferocious beasts in the wilderness were far more intimidating than these multi-headed dogs. Doctor. Bada's voice was unhurried. What if it proves effective? Shunbei retracted his revolver and lifted the shotgun. You're overthinking it. Bang. The bullets erupted from the muzzle. And the leading multi-headed undead hound's head, along with its upper body, was turned into a horrific mess. Bang bang. The shotgun had a wide range of damage. And in an instant, several of the multi-headed undead hounds fell to the ground. However, one of the hounds managed to launch a successful attack. Its left head bit into Shunbei's wrist, while the right head lunged for his throat. But before it could bite down, it let out a whimper and fell to the ground, kicked off the building by Shunbei. The armor is quite tough, Dr. Bada remarked. Shunbei returned to the edge of the rooftop. So you were just testing the strength of my armor. I like data, including the parameters of your armor. What conclusions have you drawn? Shunbei asked curiously. Bada did not answer the question directly. Instead, he cryptically said, the mission of carbon-based life forms is to awaken silicon-based life. Just like that, a few clowns were approaching the core area, and I have to go pay my respects. By the way, I'm also very interested in your flying disc. It gives me a sense of home. After saying this, the undead controlled by Dr. Bada seemed to have activated its instincts, roaring and lunging at Shunbei. Shunbei shot and shattered the undead's head, kicking it off the rooftop. He heard a shout from below. It was Songyu. Shunbei glanced down. At this point, Songyu had entered the area, first using a small bottle to collect blue liquid from the piles of undead, then pouring it into a large barrel behind him. Shunbei waved his hand and smiled. You keep doing your thing. Shunbei scanned the surroundings, set up his sniper rifle, and as soon as any undead approached the area, he would eliminate them. Ensuring Songyu's collection work was not interrupted. Shunbei kept pondering Dr. Bada's words. The mission of carbon-based life forms is to awaken silicon-based life. It was an interesting combination of words. Shunbei referred to it as a combination of words rather than a thought-provoking statement because he did not agree with it. It was nonsense. If this statement held true, then the divine would be silicon-based life. How could it be nailed to a cross? Ridiculous. Time passed, and Songyu whistled from below. Shunbei looked over. All the containers he could fill were full. He held his sniper rifle and stepped off the blood-soaked, debris-laden rooftop, heading down the corridor. Inside the corridor, doors on both sides swung open. A large number of armed undead leaped out. The dark muzzles protruded like an iron forest, and the gunfire exploded like heavy rain. Shell casings clattering to the ground. Cement blocks and thin iron plates were pierced through. Shunbei rolled over one cover after another, with his armor continuously consuming energy and triggering disorder. Moreover, the armor could withstand the impact of ordinary bullets. It just made a painful clinking sound, but definitely did not cause any harm. He sprinted forward through the twists and turns, unwavering. The muzzle of his shotgun was suddenly in front of 3 armed undead. With a bang, a spread of bullets flew out, exploding 3 mixed splatters of red, white, and blue. By the time Shunbei exited the building, a blood-stained path laid behind him, paved by the undead, stepping over the remnants and severed limbs of the undead. Shunbei and Songyu began their return journey. Suddenly, Songyu asked, do these undead count as evolution? Chapter 143. The explanation you want. Songyu's question was strange. As Shunbei ran, he pondered and replied, it can't be called evolution. It can only be considered implantation. Evolution refers specifically to inherent mutations. The undead are controlled by the technological power of brain-machine interfaces to manipulate their nervous systems, allowing them to move freely again. Songyu tightly held the elongated plastic barrel against his back, wrapping it with a cloak, making it look no different from wearing thick clothing. He muttered, what is Lena supposed to be? Shunbei glanced at Songyu and raised his gun, firing a bullet that shattered the head of a lurking undead in the alley. Shunbei wasn't sure how to answer this question, eventually coming up with the most reasonable response. Consider it a grafting. Songyu looked confused. The term grafting was something he couldn't quite adapt to. Now, Songyu faced many questions. What exactly was Lena, and how could he explain her upon returning? Did she still count as a person? Did she possess any normal human functions? More importantly, How should he treat her? Shinbei seemed to sense his confusion and asked, how many years has it been since Lena passed away? It had been 7 years now. That's quite a subtle time point, Shinbei remarked thoughtfully. Songyu was puzzled and responded, what do you mean by that? Shinbei smirked slightly, teasingly saying, have you heard of the so-called 7-year itch? Songyu's lips twitched slightly, clearly not buying the joke. What does that have to do with anything? Besides, according to Dr. Badu, theoretically, Lena should be at the age of 7 now, but her behavior seems more like that of a 3 or 4-year-old. Shinbei shot him a glare and continued to tease. Don't you know what kind of fruit the seeds you planted will bear? Were you also foolish and developmentally delayed as a child? Songyu was unexpectedly touched by this question. After a moment of reflection, he shook his head in denial. I really can't remember. Since I started to have memories, the appearance of my biological parents has long been vague. I grew up eating from many families. Shinbei was not surprised by this and calmly replied, there are many people like you in this world. In this messed up world, having parents who can grow up with their children is definitely something to envy. Little K is quite fortunate. His parents were with him for over a decade. Many children don't even know how they grew up. They only remember following strangers into the wilderness, working, and then exchanging it for a few pieces of bread. They don't even have a place to stay, just finding a corner to lie down and sleep. As long as they don't enter the cold winter of the north, they 1T freeze to death. The two continued to retreat along their planned route until they were about 500 meters from the snow wall. Songyu pulled the bound Lena out of a dirt pit. Her mental condition genuinely worried him. Once freed, she began to cry loudly, repeatedly shouting that she wanted to go home. The home she spoke of was the core area of Dr. Batu. Faced with this situation, Songyu felt helpless and awkward. It was certainly inappropriate to scold her like an adult, and he had no experience comforting her as if she were a child. At this moment, he was truly at a loss, as the child before him was a completely new existence he had never encountered. This awkward feeling left Songyu confused and disoriented. At that moment, Shinbei stepped forward, took Lena in his arms, gently patting her back and softly saying, don't cry. Doctor, Badu just wants you to spend a few days out with your dad, Songyu. He will come to pick you up, don't worry. Hearing this, Lena's emotions were somewhat soothed, and her innocent gaze revealed a sense of dependence as she nestled against Shinbei. Standing aside, Songyu stared in astonishment at this scene and hurriedly intervened to separate the two, somewhat annoyed as he emphasized, this is my wife. Shinbei felt it was a bit excessive as well. After all, they were just comforting her, right? He innocently explained, I was just helping you calm Lena down. Songyu rolled his eyes and retorted, I see your emotions are quite stable too. Let's go, Shinbei said, not wanting to dwell on the topic. The three climbed up the snow wall. Shinbei and Songyu had no issues, but Lena couldn't climb at all, despite her body being mature enough to make it. Her mind couldn't keep up. It was like the shell of a calculator with the inner workings of an abacus. Shinbei used his arm armor to pull Lena up. During this process, Lena exhibited the exuberance of a child, squealing and laughing, having a great time. Those who didn't know might think Lena was mentally challenged and had forgotten who Dr. Badu was. Once they reached the top of the snow wall, Shinbei took one last look, knowing they would return. Then they continued onward across the unchanging snowy terrain. Lena occasionally gathered snowballs and threw them around, while Songyu chased behind, afraid of losing her. About an hour later, the three arrived at the place where they had initially disembarked and waited for a bit. Rock's transport vehicle appeared at the edge of their vision. Shinbei and Songyu exchanged a glance, and Songyu pulled out a water pouch. Waving it at Shinbei, Shinbei swiftly used a dagger to cut into Songyu's artery, letting the crimson blood flow into the pouch. Songyu hid the pouch away, and the blood that dripped to the ground was kicked away by Shinbei. The transport vehicle arrived before the three. Rock rolled down the window, his expression twisted and confused, pointing at Lena and asking, did I tell you to complete a task and bring back a woman? What is this? A living corpse? Just as Songyu was about to explain, Shinbei cut him off. There was no way to clarify anything. And the more they explained, the worse it would get. Shinbei directly stated, what a coincidence, this lady was presumed dead and was brought back by G01. But she came back to life, and we happened to run into her. Rock jumped out of the vehicle, hands on his hips, a clear gesture that he was ready to draw his gun. His face was exceptionally grave and serious, his gaze fierce. Shinbei, are you kidding me? I knew your taste was different, but it turns out you like living corpses? I'm really sorry. Rock pushed Shinbei aside and aimed his handgun directly at Lena's forehead. For the greater good, this thing definitely can't be allowed to go back with you. If something happens, I won't be able to protect you. Lena was so scared that she fell to the ground, crying loudly, Daddy, Daddy. Songyu stretched out his hand, his face pale and ashen, looking extremely uncomfortable. While trying to stop Rock from shooting, he pulled Lena up and stood in front of her, saying, listen to me. This is a living person. Rock was also a bit bewildered. He had never heard any intelligence suggesting that a living corpse could cry and call for their father. What is going on? Rock turned his head, his face filled with disbelief as he asked Shinbei, "What the hell did you do?" "I've explained it already," Shinbei said calmly. "I don't believe it." Rock shook his head, the corner of his eye twitching. "It must be some trick you pulled. A person this size, if they were human, would just cry and call for their dad? Like a 3-year-old? That doesn't make sense." Shinbei's gaze darkened. "Are you saying that I modified a living corpse? You always mess with things that are hard to understand. If I had that ability, I'd be the first to make you young again, and you'd be wetting your pants every day." At this moment, Songyu raised his hand and said anxiously, "She really wet herself, it's quite cold, don't let her catch a chill." Rock turned to glance at Lena, and indeed, her lower body was wet. Rock's mouth twitched. "I need you to guarantee me, is this woman really human?" Shinbei turned Lena around and lifted her hair. "You see for yourself. Where is the brain machine interface? What if it's a micro-brain machine?" Rock clung to the question. Shinbei drew a dagger and said, "Why don't you mention radio wave radiation? So, the blood of a living corpse is blue, right?" Rock nodded. Suddenly, Shinbei plunged the dagger into Lena's abdomen. Red blood oozed out. Shinbei tilted his head and said, "What now?" Rock exhaled sharply. "You need to control that temper of yours. There are other women in the shelter. Let us get in the car." "Wait." Shinbei raised his handgun, pressing it against Rock's forehead. The clear sound of metal scraping echoed as he cocked the hammer. "What the hell are you doing?" Rock's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Shinbei calmly tossed Rock a dagger, a playful smile on his face. "I'm starting to suspect that you're a living corpse. Stab yourself and let me see what kind of blood it is. Otherwise, you can walk back yourself." Rock rolled his eyes. Shinbei didn't go to the truck bed, but instead got into the passenger seat. "How does it feel?" Rock asked. Shinbei's smile slowly faded, and he replied expressionlessly, "The initial mission didn't mention that living corpses are controlled by brain machines." Rock spread his hands. "Whether it's a virus or a brain machine, it's all the same to us." Shinbei shook his head. "It's not the same. Acting on instinct and acting in unison are not on the same level of difficulty." Rock's rugged face turned ashen, and he let out a long breath, murmuring, "The one pulling the strings is also human. To put it bluntly, it's still a conflict between people." "Shinbei, human? How can you say that? Counting Shelter 36 and other shelters, this is the 3rd time, right?" "Of course, other shelters have also entered the northern winter, but they never approached the G01 area. They just missed it. It has already been the 3rd time to effectively organize the exploration of the G01 area. The first time was understandable due to lack of experience. However, the second time involved aerial reconnaissance, which brought back some intelligence. Now it's the 3rd time, and we don't even know who the enemy is?" Shinbei tentatively asked, "Do the higher-ups in other shelters think the same?" Locke looked at Shinbei with confusion. "Have you lost your mind? Our opponent is not human. What else could it be?" Shinbei didn't say much, but instead asked, "Have the others returned?" "A few were lost, but most came back." "What did they say?" "What about intelligence? Living corpses, lacking intelligence, unable to communicate, and showing no emotional fluctuations. There are also living corpses with abilities, but they aren't very high in rank." Shinbei raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, Dr. Bata didn't communicate with anyone and just went straight to action. Yet, he seemed interested in Shinbei, even initiating conversation. If there's anything unusual, it must be the battle armor I'm wearing. Regardless, the intelligence Shinbei currently possesses might exceed the total understanding of all the shelters combined. Not to mention, just the explosive news that the mastermind is not human is enough for the higher-ups to digest for a long time and even change their strategies. "By the way, do you have any fresh intelligence? I can modify the living corpses." Locke smirked and teased, "Am I getting siblings now? The woman of Songyu?" Shinbei rested his legs on the windshield. "She wants to take them away. Then I can relax." Locke sighed in relief. "What do you mean? I don't want you to die because of a woman. That's the most vicious curse I've ever heard." Chapter 144. Return. The cold wind howled over the wilderness. The fierce wind outside the transport vehicle made it hard to open one's eyes. The vehicle continued to circle around, occasionally stopping to pick up other personnel. Some were unharmed, while others were covered in blood, frozen red. Each time Locke picked someone up, he would ask questions, seemingly assessing whether they had truly completed their tasks. Especially those who were unharmed, he would question them closely. "Damn it." Locke shook off the snow and wind, climbed into the driver's seat, and quietly complained, "These guys. Some of them didn't even carry out the mission. They don't know anything when asked." Shinbei was not surprised. With no clear objectives, and only a 10-kilometer advance and retreat required, and no need to regroup, anyone would take the chance to slack off. "Have you reached the 10-kilometer mark?" Locke asked. Shinbei replied candidly, "No." "Why so honest?" "Because you are Locke, my friend." "Who is your friend?" Locke started the transport vehicle, grinning. "Not long ago, you wanted me to be your dad. I was hoping to be little K's grandfather. Your logic is really ridiculous." Shinbei shrugged and then said with a hint of certainty, "Someone has reached the 10-kilometer mark." Rock looked at him strangely and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Shinbei naturally wouldn't mention the information provided by Dr. Batu. Instead, he spoke with a tone of assurance towards Rock. The candidates you've arranged must be reliable. Upon hearing this, Rock let out a hearty laugh. It's not often I get to hear your praise. I could flatter you with a mid-level crystal core. Want to hear it? Rock scratched his head, pausing for a long time before saying, forget it. No matter how nice the words sound. They can't compare to a woman's moans. A crude pleasure. You're not that refined either. The transport vehicle continued to drive across the icy plain, meandering until the sky darkened, before finally heading towards the 36th shelter. There was no need to worry about losing direction. They simply followed the tire tracks they had left behind. At this moment, Shinbei lit a cigarette, gazing at the vast white snow world, lost in thought. One sentence from Dr. Batu as he left lingered in Shinbei's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. He mentioned that the cluster fire disk gave him a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of home. In Shinbei's mind, the cluster fire disk had already been defined as a world-ending level starship. If this hypothesis holds, then it's obvious who created Dr. Batu. What Shinbei couldn't figure out was what command Dr. Batu was executing. Unifying all of humanity? Is that something a code can achieve? If it wasn't something Dr. Batu was doing on his own, then the world-ending level starship's final command to Dr. Batu became quite unsettling to contemplate. It seemed Shinbei had grasped the reason why the world-ending level starship had crashed and shattered. Before long, the transport vehicle caught up with Titan. Rock effortlessly maneuvered the vehicle around a corner, reversing onto the open garage connection board. Boys, we're home, Rock shouted, slamming the gas pedal, causing the transport vehicle to almost take off from the spot, akin to a tiger jumping into the garage. With a loud crash, Shinbei nearly got thrown out. His back teeth ached a bit. Your driving skills should cost at least 3 times the price. Otherwise, those women wouldn't let you drive. Rock rubbed his chin. That's a rather vulgar analogy. Everyone got out of the vehicle. Rock roughly counted the heads and announced that this was a victorious mission, with only 15 casualties. Damn, that's impressive. Then, Rock whispered with the only remaining 6th tier ability user for a while. The 6th tier user left first, heading to the residence of Yu Wuchang. The others returned to the mission office to collect their rewards. The rewards were differentiated based on their ranks. 3rd tier could receive 1 high-level crystal core, 4th tier 1.5, and 5th tier directly 3. Shinbei didn't know how much the 6th tier would get, as the only surviving 6th tier was not present. However, Rock wouldn't give a full reward, especially to those who were clueless. They would only receive about 10%. Those not belonging to the 36th shelter felt resentful, but didn't dare to speak out. Those who felt guilty knew who they were. As usual, Shinbei waited for others to leave before beginning to settle the task rewards with Rock. Rock fiddled with an abacus for a while. Shinbei looked at the abacus, his expression shifting slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such an outdated method of calculation since his arrival in this world. Where did you learn this? Shinbei pointed at the abacus. Logically speaking, this skill should have been lost long ago. Not to mention in a world of survival, even in the old times. Very few people knew how to use it. I found it in a backpack when Titan passed through the ruined city, along with some textbooks. Seems like it was for 2nd grade elementary school. Rock tapped the abacus rhythmically. I had nothing to do, so I taught myself. Pretty impressive, right? I love the rhythm of the abacus. The sound is pleasant. Shinbei nodded and asked, did you find a book on moral education or ethics? Rock pondered for a moment. I actually did, but I lost it. You should have studied it. Rock retorted, you're the one who should study. He rolled his eyes. Eventually, the task was calculated. Rock handed Shinbei 20 high-grade crystal core sources. Merciful God, Shinbei prayed, may Mr. Rock live a long life. Curse me. Rock thought Shinbei was not offering a blessing. In this messed-up world, the ideal way to live was to survive long enough to face the next moment, where death could be a relief. Rock began to cook the books on his computer. Shinbei took out 5 high-grade crystal cores and placed them on the table before turning to leave. Rock glanced at them and nonchalantly swept his arm, making them fall into his own pocket. Not far away, Song Yu saw Shinbei walk out of the task center and waved. Shinbei nodded. Lena's face was filled with curiosity. The sights she had never seen before sparked her playful spirit, and her little mouth chattered incessantly, asking questions left and right. While Song Yu responded, he followed Shinbei down to the lower level. We should get Lena a new outfit, Shinbei said as he assessed her. It was clear that G01 wasn't producing clothing. At that moment, Lena's clothes were probably from 7 years ago, tattered and worn. Although they kept her warm, they were very bulky, like a human clothes rack, draped with various garments. We'll get what we need, Song Yu replied with a smile. Along the way, they purchased many items from various shops in the lower level, almost like a shopping spree. Shinbei also bought a lot of food as reserves. Back at the RV, Xiao Kei had made the interior quite warm, even a bit hot. Song Yu exclaimed, isn't that a bit wasteful? When Titan would be able to leave the cold north was still an unknown. Such heating was indeed a waste. According to the customs of the old times, it shouldn't be too hot inside. It just needed to be warm enough. However, Xiao Ke insisted that it hadn't burned much fuel at all. Only Shinbei knew that after the RV upgrade, the insulation was incredibly effective. Just a little heating raised the temperature quickly. Shinbei took off his armor and hung it up inside. At this time, Songyu also removed his clothes, carefully placing the collected X solution in a safe spot. Songyu stripped Lena of her excess clothing and dressed her in warmer, less bulky outfits. The four of them sat around the shelter. The flickering firelight danced, contrasting with the surrounding darkness. Little K looked up at Shinbei and Songyu, seeing them both staring intently at Lena. At this moment, Lena had her palm resting on a piece of candy, curiously observing it, much like a kitten encountering a ball of yarn for the first time. It was obvious that in the G01 area, candy had never existed before, or any food for that matter. The source of the candy's ingredients was unclear, but it was harmless. Could she eat it? Songyu asked with a worried chuckle. Little K exclaimed, I've had it before, it's fine to eat. Why can't Annie eat it? Shinbei coughed lightly, calling her auntie seems a bit off. Songyu opened a bottle of liquor, poured it into a cup, and handed it to Shinbei. It seems calling her sister is also not right. He took a sip, slightly frowned, shivering as he continued. It really is a headache. Shinbei swirled the glass. Little K, munching on a meat stick, looked puzzled. What are you guys talking about? ISNT Shianti. Shinbei ruffled Little K's hair and said in an intimidating tone, the complexity of the situation would give you nightmares if I told you. Little K jumped, staring wide-eyed at Lena, and in a daze, he seemed to see a strange shadow behind Lena illuminated by firelight, moving in a bizarre way. Little K shivered and buried his head, no longer speaking. Shinbei leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, and asked Lena, have you eaten anything? Lena looked up with innocent eyes, shook her head, then nodded. I drink a kind of blue liquid. Does that count? Shinbei nodded. It does. Now tell me, what happens if you don't drink the blue liquid? Lena bit her finger, seemingly struggling to describe, and finally said, I will sleep. Shinbei exchanged a glance with Songyu. Shinbei rubbed his nose. It seems my guess was correct. Without that solution, Lena would fall into a near-death state. Songyu looked confused. Shinbei pressed his hand down. I know what you want to say. We'll talk about it later. Shinbei turned to try feeding Lena various foods. Candy, pancakes, fruitcakes, energy bars, etc. He even poured her a sip of liquor. It turned out that Lena could eat without any discomfort and could taste the different flavors of the food, even though she couldn't describe them. It was her first experience with sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Songyu patiently explained to Lena. Dr. Bada hadn't lied. Lena's body had indeed been activated. While speaking, Shinbei lifted Lena's shirt, revealing a scar. Lena curiously pointed at her belly. I don't know who did it. It was bad of them to cut me while I was sleeping. Songyu's teeth chattered. It was obvious who had made that cut, and from behind that scar, it was also clear who had been born. Shinbei took a sip of liquor, exhaled, and asked Lena, what was your living place like? Do you remember? Chapter 145. Is your guarantee a trick? Faced with Shinbei's question, Lena did not respond immediately. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the potato pancake in Little K's hand, her focus resembling that of a cheetah targeting its prey. As she reached out to snatch it, this startled Little K. In the resource-scarce shelter, food competition was not uncommon. But now, in the RV, with Shinbei's presence, who would dare to snatch things? Little K was bewildered. He widened his eyes and complained to Shinbei, why is this ant like this? She's acting just like a 3-year-old who doesn't understand anything. Shinbei smiled slightly. Did you not just learn about Kongrong yielding pairs? Little K softened, mumbling. But that story is about children being modest with each other. Shinbei nodded gently, speaking with deeper meaning. Then it's not wrong. Little K? Seeing this, Songyu wanted to intervene and tried to take the potato cakes back from Lena to return to Little K, but was gently stopped by Shinbei, signaling that it was unnecessary to worry. Forget it. We all know what kind of person Lena is, fitting her current psychological age characteristics. Songyu felt a bit awkward. Lena finished her potato cakes with satisfaction, smacking her lips, her face beaming with childlike contentment. Shinbei posed his question again. After thinking for a long time, Lena shook her head. I can't say. There are many things that are hard to describe. Shinbei also felt it was difficult for her. A 3-year-old child has a very limited vocabulary, but Shinbei took out a pen and paper, try to draw it. Lena seemed to like this suggestion, lying on the ground, kicking her feet playfully, and started drawing haphazardly on the paper. Little K glanced at Lena's work and quietly felt a surge of inexplicable superiority. He whispered to Shinbei, Brother, I'm better at drawing than her. Why not let me try? You are imagining it. She is depicting reality. Shinbei's expression darkened. His tone serious. Not everything you are better at means it is necessarily better. Little K took a while to digest Shinbei's words, and then took out his notebook to write it down. Shinbei was a bit surprised. What are you doing? Recording your words, Little K said proudly, to review them sometimes. Shinbei felt a bit of a headache. You're learning the bad things, not the good. Little K? After a while, Lena held up her paper, waving it like a mischievous child. I'm done. Daddy, give me a score. Song-yu examined it for a moment, his eyes revealing confusion, almost not understanding it at all. But he still pretended to appreciate it and reluctantly gave a perfect score, 100 points. Yay. Lena jumped up happily and ran around the room. Little K opened his mouth wide. He couldn't imagine an adult running around like a madman. This bizarre scene made him a bit frightened. He shifted his position, leaning back towards Shinbei. Shinbei took the paper and carefully gazed at the chaotic lines. It was a bit abstract. Song-yu chuckled wryly and took a sip of his drink. At first, Shinbei really couldn't tell what the drawing was about. But when he turned the paper in a different direction, he understood. Although the lines were crooked, they still effectively conveyed the intended message. If Shinbei was not mistaken, the so-called core area of the G01 region should be the site of the spaceship's crash. Moreover, it was not the whole, just a segment. And a reverse drawing at that. The curved main console is visible, adorned with buttons and joysticks, among other things. The object hanging from the ceiling, resembling a lamp holder, should be a smart seat. There are shattered panoramic windows, and so on. Of course, this is all based on Shinbei's preconceived notions. If one's imagination isn't in sync with Lena's, no amount of effort would reveal what the drawing truly depicts. Song-yu, sitting across from him, curiously asked, "Have you figured anything out?" Shinbei gently shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice as he tossed the paper into the roaring fire. "I really can't make sense of it. The lines are too chaotic." Song-yu shrugged helplessly. For a moment, silence filled the room, only interrupted by Lena's playful jumps. Soon, Lena yawned, her eyelids starting to droop. It seemed she was exhausted. Shinbei instructed Song-yu to take Lena to the small K room to rest. The small K room has 2 beds, enough for a good sleep. Shinbei waited a while, and once Lena fell asleep, he quietly propped up her head and touched her skull. Song-yu, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Shinbei hushed him with a gesture, signaling him to be quiet so as not to wake Lena. After a moment of exploration, he felt a peculiar protrusion under his fingertips. He parted Lena's hair and discovered a milky white gel-like substance the size of a grain of rice. Looking around the gel, he could vaguely see a circular incision encircling her entire skull. Shinbei's eyes flickered. This was indeed where Dr. Bado had operated. The entire cranial bone had been cut open, just large enough to extract Lena's brain, leaving ample space for his daughter's brain. It seemed that some biological adhesive was then used to seal it. This protruding milky spot was where the adhesive had been applied. Shinbei had originally thought he could access Lena's brain anytime, but that assumption was misplaced. It appeared to be more complicated than he had imagined. The reason Shinbei wanted to retrieve Lena was to see how her brain was connected internally and what had been installed. Dr. Bado was right. Shinbei wanted to replicate it. Although he lacked the hardware from Dr. Bado's core area, he believed he could acquire it. What remained was the technology. Dr. Bado would rather be destroyed than hand over the technology. Therefore, Lena became the only specimen Shinbei could use for reference. By mimicking her, he could learn a thing or two. This was Shinbei's backup plan. He just didn't know when this backup would come into play. Would he die first? Or would Lena? Or perhaps one day, when Shinbei needed it, he might have to forcibly open Lena's skull. What would unfold then was uncertain to Shinbei. The future felt too distant. For now, this would suffice. Afterward, Shinbei also ushered Xiaokei back to his room. Shinbei and Song-yu sat facing each other again, gathered around the warm fireplace, each pouring themselves a glass of wine, immersed in contemplation and tranquility. After a long while, Shinbei broke the silence. "Are you happy today?" A look of confusion crossed his face as he responded somewhat dazedly. "It's hard to explain. I don't know either. Do you still have the sense of responsibility that you lost for 7 years?" "I do have that." "Then it means you're quite happy today." Song-yu couldn't help but smile, realizing what happiness truly meant. Happiness doesn't necessarily require laughter. Shinbei peeled a few peanuts, the subtle scent of beans wafting from his lips as he chewed. Those moments that make you reassess yourself, experiencing success or failure, are worth celebrating. Song-yu nodded in agreement, gently swirling his glass. "Now let's talk about practical matters." Shinbei leaned lazily against the floor with his glass in hand. The firelight only illuminated his lower half, leaving his face in darkness. His voice was steady and unchanging. "When you face Lena, do you see yourself playing the role of a husband or a father?" Upon hearing this, Song-yu scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. "It really is a dilemma. No, there's nothing to be conflicted about." Shinbei's eyelids drooped slightly. "Is defining a person based on their appearance? It's about their thinking. They are what they perceive themselves to be." Song-yu slowly lifted his head, his gaze trembling slightly. "Then she is my daughter." Shinbei's tone was colder than the outside wind, each word striking at Song-yu's heart. "Yes, you must keep yourself in check. Lena is not your partner now. You must not do anything out of line. You know what I mean. Of course, the physical filth may be washed away or even discarded." Shinbei's face emerged from the darkness, staring directly at Song-yu. but the pollution of the spirit is eternal. Song Yu's expression grew serious. I would never do such a thing. That's for the best. Shinbei took a sip of his drink, exhaling a breath of alcohol. Once you define your identity, the next question becomes a bit complex. No one knows Lena at Shelter 36. Having one more person there doesn't matter, and the identity issue can be resolved. Shinbei pressed his lips together. But you can't. You are a member of Shelter 20, and after completing your mission, you have to leave. Song Yu frowned, his tone resolute. I definitely have to take Lena with me. But how do I explain it? Some people know her. Shinbei scratched his nose. That's up to you. Spend some money and say she's a woman bought from Shelter 36. Get a new identity for Lena in your shelter, and make her appearance a bit dirtier. As long as the payment is adequate, the people at the registration office won't care what Lena looks like. As for your neighbor moving out, the RV is several kilometers long. Just find a place and stay inside. It won't be a problem. If discovered, you can just say you bought her because she resembles your partner. That should suffice. After all, it's been 7 years, and those who knew her have vague memories. Song Yu nodded. Okay, I'll follow your lead, but what about the X solution? How long will it last? As he spoke, his tone trembled. Without the X solution, he could only watch Lena sleep, equivalent to killing her with his own hands. It would be better to place her in the G01 area. At least the X solution would be sufficient there. Shinbei pressed his hand down. We still have one more mission to launch an attack on the core area, and we can bring back more then. Song Yu hung his head, silent. The future was clear. He estimated that he might not have much time left with Lena. 1 year? 2 years? Or 3? It was uncertain. At that moment, he felt a sense of guilt in his hands. His expression was filled with self-mockery and regret. He wanted to say that maybe it would be better to send her back, at least ensuring that Lena would be alive. Shinbei seemed to notice his anxiety and decided to give Song Yu a boost. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, Lena will be alive. Shinbei was speaking sincerely. If he could survive, Lena would definitely survive. If he died, Lena would at least have to accompany him. Of course, it didn't mean that if Shinbei died, Lena would definitely die. There was no direct causal relationship between them. It was just that what would happen after opening Lena's mind was unpredictable. Song Yu suddenly focused. You can guarantee that? Shinbei nodded. Is there a way to ensure the supply of X solution? Shinbei firmly nodded again. This thing must be insured. Just because Shinbei didn't have that technology now, it didn't mean it was impossible in the future. Moreover, it was a technology that Shinbei had to obtain. Song Yu relaxed his brows. To be honest, I don't trust what others say, but I trust you. Shinbei smirked, but didn't say anything. But the next moment, Song Yu looked up at Shinbei, sincerity on his face. Then can you tell me why you are doing this? I can accept any result, as long as you give me a reason. Although Song Yu wasn't as cunning or tactically devious as Shinbei, he wasn't a fool. He didn't believe that in this messed up world, there would be any unreciprocated sacrifice. Chapter 146. The power of technology is infinite. Would Shinbei tell the truth? The truth could be too cruel. The degree of cruelty in reality was something even Shinbei couldn't predict. Not having mastered the technology meant extreme uncontrollability. Facing Song Yu's questioning, Shinbei had to give an answer. After all, he couldn't keep Lena around. He simply had no heart or energy to take care of her. If little Kay were also 3 or 4 years old back then, Shinbei wouldn't have bothered with her either. Therefore, Shinbei had to give Song Yu a reassuring reason to take good care of Lena. Although Lena was his daughter, who could guarantee that Song Yu wouldn't have wild thoughts? Shinbei took a deep breath, sipped his drink, his expression as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of lying. He had mastered the management of his expressions perfectly. There's something I didn't want to say. Shinbei seemed to fall into memories. I have a younger sister named Shinnan. Upon hearing this, Song Yu was taken aback. He looked around the room and frowned. But I don't see any other women here. She's not here. She's at shelter number 8. The Spider Queen of number 8. That's right. Shinbei continued in a steady tone. She was taken away by the Spider Queen back then, and it has been over 10 years now. Whether she can come back in the future and in what condition is unpredictable. Song Yu seemed to sense what Shinbei wanted to say. What do you need me to do? When necessary, you must risk your life to protect my sister's safety. Song Yu paused for a moment and self-deprecatingly said, I should thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I can't necessarily think highly of myself. After all, she's the Spider Queen. Shinbei chuckled softly. What I mean is not for you to snatch her back from the Spider Queen. That's my job. I understand. Song Yu said, stroking his chin. I'll handle the cleanup work. Shinbei replied with a single word. Song Yu, who had been tense, completely relaxed. Then I'll take it. I was really afraid you would do something to Lena. It seems your intention is to have a partner. I hope you can always be so clever, Shinbei said with a slight smile. Song Yu patted his chest. Don't worry, since you've helped me so much. I'll naturally help you. I still stand by what I said. As long as I'm alive, Lena will be safe. And I will do everything I can to ensure she survives. Shinbei stood up and stretched. As long as you remember my favor, that's enough. Song Yu nodded seriously. That's settled then. Shinbei yawned. There aren't many rooms. You'll have to sleep on the floor. Songyu casually replied. The temperature here is much better than the guest house. I'm not someone who relies on luck. Shinbei turned to the bookshelf, running his fingers over the books. This bookshelf was put together by Xiao Ke himself, and the books were bought at a very low price from the wilderness hunters. Generally speaking, books from the old era are of little use to current humans, but they are a good choice for the restroom. The proper books are in the Research Institute, edited by researchers. Typically, those who read such books are the ones who ignite the ability to create supernatural powers. They also need knowledge to pass on. This is also what surprised Shinbei. In this world, complex and advanced technology not only hasn't stagnated, but has instead flourished. Although overshadowed by supernatural powers, it is evident that during the transition from the old era to the new world, humanity must have faced a tremendous impact from technology. The source should be the world-destroying starships. Thus, humans rushed to imitate and excavate, which has maintained the momentum of technological advancement to this day. After searching for a while, Shinbei pulled out a book titled Parenting Guide and tossed it to Songyu. I think you need this. Songyu, returning to his room. Shinbei closed the door. The slight drunkenness he felt was completely gone as he sat on the bed. Shinbei's gaze became blank for a moment. Then he took out a unified chip from his inner lining and rubbed it in his hand for a while. Shinbei had a premonition that he might genuinely struggle to deal with Dr. Badu. From what he could see, during the daytime tasks, there should have been 2 6th-tier supernatural beings stepping out of the core area of G01, yet only one returned. Moreover, Rock didn't seem to show any ecstatic reaction upon the return of the 6th-tier supernatural being. It appeared that things were not looking good. Rock even had that 6th-tier supernatural being report directly to General Yu Wuchang. It was certain that this was not a good sign. Otherwise, given Rock's personality, he would likely be the first to boast about his command in front of Yu Wuchang. Clearly, Dr. Badu's true combat power lies in the fact that once someone touches the core area, it multiplies and escalates dramatically. He is a tough nut to crack. Shinbei rubbed his temples. Currently, all his equipment was in the experience accumulation phase. Even if he leveled up a few more times, it still gave Shinbei a sense of powerlessness, which was a feeling he had never experienced before. Shinbei had killed quite a few people along the way and encountered many difficult opponents and fierce beasts. He had even been brought to the brink of death twice. But this time, facing Dr. Batu in the cold winter of the north, the intensity of the battle was clearly not as high as before. Yet he felt empty and powerless. Shinbei raised the unified chip. This chip looked similar to the one in his neural interface, with only minor differences in details. However, those details were not likely the difference between the 2 chips. It must be that the data stored internally was different, or perhaps the signal reception strength varied. Shinbei didn't understand much, but the only thing he could confirm was that this item could be exchanged equivalently with Dr. Badu. However, Shinbei didn't want to give up this chip just yet. He planned to observe the situation further. After all, the shelter had a total assault mission for the G01 area coming up. In fact, Shinbei was more interested in installing this chip in Songyu or Lena's brains. But that was just a thought. He didn't have the capability to perform the implantation surgery. It did indicate one thing. The path he chose was the right one. After feeling frustrated, Shinbei came to an uplifting conclusion. Dr. Bada's performance precisely proved that technology should be the pinnacle of combat power. The anomalies in the cold north had long been heard of by humanity in this world, especially by the higher-ups in the shelter. Yet, after all this time, they still did not know what the mastermind behind it all was. What does this indicate? It indicates that the potential of technology is immense. To put it bluntly, even if Dr. Badu were to scavenge for scraps, he could withstand the impact of psychics with the aid of technology. Therefore, Shinbei believed that to solve all problems, psychic abilities have their limits, while technology is limitless. Moreover, if humanity in this world wants to stop fleeing from disasters, it would likely have to rely on technology. However, Shinbei did not know to what extent this technology needed to develop. But if he had to place his bets on technology versus psychic abilities, he would undoubtedly bet on technology without hesitation. Shinbei rubbed his hands, becoming more and more determined in his thoughts. Even if the cheap second awakening potion developed by Neo Ganbin emerged, Shinbei would not take the risk. Walking his own path would lead to miracles. The next day, a faint warm yellow began to appear on the eastern horizon. As the night gradually faded, a red sun slowly rose. Like a giant pearl breaking free from the constraints of the horizon, dyeing half the sky with its magnificent presence. The morning sun's rays gradually penetrated through the window, silently spreading into the room, waking the sleeping Shinbei. The mottled light and shadow cast on the window stimulated Shinbei's eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, shook his head, got out of bed, and walked out of the room draped in a plush cloak. Immediately, loud noises could be heard from the living room. Songyu had an old, worn-out alloy stew pot hanging above the fireplace. Inside, there were vegetable leaves and rice grains. The main ingredient was something called fungus pearl. Its appearance resembled translucent red pearls, with a texture between jellyfish and bird's nest, possessing both a chewy resilience and silky smoothness. It was a common food source for the humans in the shelter. While the wilderness had its dangers, it also offered plenty of food to stave off hunger. As long as one didn't die, they could eat their fill, though that was a bit of a cliché. Song-yu was also roasting an insect, the name of which Shun-bei couldn't quite remember, resembling a silkworm pupa. The insect's shell cracked open when roasted over the fire, and the synthetic protein powder inside would dissolve into a rich, milky liquid when it met water, with a delightful nutty flavor. As the fire crackled, the steam rising from the pot filled the room with a peculiar aroma, making Shun-bei feel a bit hungry. Lena, like any typical child, was full of energy after a good sleep and, combined with the strength of an adult, was running around the house noisily. Little Kay chased after Lena, hoping she would quiet down. Shun-bei sat down, picked up a bowl of porridge, and slurped it while occasionally chewing on some insects. A qualified dad, Shun-bei praised. Song-yu smiled shyly, saying, "It's just the usual meals, nothing different." This actually showed that raising children was quite easy, which was the best comfort. Song-yu chuckled. Just then, after a short play, Lena rubbed her eyes and came over, complaining that she was tired. Shun-bei immediately put down his bowl and instructed Song-yu. The solution, it must be. Song-yu fumbled around, lifting the cover and pouring out a cup of blue liquid from the container. Without any hesitation, Lena gulped it down in one go and then reached out for another cup. After downing 2 cups, it still wasn't enough. She only stopped after drinking nearly 5 cups. Lena regained her energy and dragged little Kay around the house. Shun-bei estimated about 500 milliliters a day, roughly the amount of a standard water bottle. Song-yu looked back at the solution he had collected and shook his head. It won't last long. Don't worry. Shun-bei replied confidently. In just a few days, we'll launch a full-scale attack and reclaim a large amount easily. What then? Song-yu asked. There will be a way when we get to the mountain, Shun-bei said, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. Let me say something unpleasant. Lena was already dead. And you had no daughter. Every moment now is a blessing from above, so what is there to be dissatisfied about? Song-yu seemed to ponder this for a moment. Scratching his head, that's true. Shun-bei returned to the room, put on his battle armor, pushed the door open, and walked out, saying, I'm going to find Rock to inquire about when the full-scale attack mission starts. We need to prepare in advance. Chapter 147. You all have brains too. After Shun-bei left the RV, he walked cautiously along the connecting boards between the vehicles. In this cold weather, everywhere was icy. With the Titan always in motion, the RV swayed back and forth, and if one wasn't careful, a misstep could lead to a fall. What followed would be the crushing of the RV. This had happened several times already, resulting in multiple fatalities. The management of the shelter repeatedly reminded residents that unless necessary, they should stay indoors during the winter. However, these reminders were just that. Reminders, not mandatory measures. It was up to individuals whether to heed them or not. Shun-bei braved the relentless cold wind, stepping on the snow, which creaked underfoot. His gaze fell upon a few cars leaving the garage, heading in the opposite direction of the Titan. Confused for a moment, he wondered if they were on a mission and where they were headed. Using his armor to enhance his vision, he took a closer look. These cars belonged to other shelters, leaving him puzzled. Shun-bei made his way to the second floor of the shelter. After a long walk, he reached the tail end of the Titan and climbed the stairs. First, he went to the mission room, but the door was tightly shut. Then he headed to Rock's quarters and knocked, but no one answered. Shun-bei cursed under his breath. He must be at the bar, drinking away. He turned to leave. Shortly after, he arrived at the Blaze Bar. The bar was quiet at this time. Drunken patrons were sprawled across the floor. Fortunately, the bar's heating was decent, and it was a stroke of luck that they hadn't frozen to death. Shun-bei found Rock among the heap of bodies. The guy had clearly drunk too much, snoring loudly with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. One could only wonder if he was dreaming of a beautiful woman or a burly man with a round face and a mustache. Shun-bei dragged Rock off the floor and tossed him onto a chair, then grabbed a handful of snow from outside and blew it on Rock's face. The cold made Rock wake up with a strange snorting sound. Damn it, he exclaimed, wiping the snow off his face. Is this how you take care of people? Shun-bei propped his feet on the table, leaned back in his chair, and teased. At least I woke you up in the morning to avoid delaying work. Rock rubbed his face, looking irritated. Work? I have to remind you, it's a new era, not the wicked old world. There are rest days. Remember, rest days. Shun-bei shrugged. But resting isn't on the agenda right now, is it? We're busy. Busy with what? Rock retorted. My primary task right now is to spend the embezzled money to secure a good night's sleep. Self-inflicted misery, Shun-bei chuckled softly. Why not share your troubles with me, so I can lose sleep too? Because you're a combat personnel. If you can't sleep, it's my fault. Yes. I do want to fight, Shun-bei replied, lighting a cigarette and tossing it to Rock. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Congratulations. You're going to be sleepless, Rock said. Shun-bei was taken aback. What do you mean? Rock called over the bartender for breakfast, took a hasty bite, wiped his mouth, and continued. You're here to ask about the major offensive mission, right? Shinbei nodded affirmatively. Why are you so eager? Rock's previously lazy eyes suddenly sharpened. Tell me the reason. I really enjoy knocking your confidence down a peg. All for General Yu Wuchang's pressing concerns. Shinbei replied nonchalantly, his heart steady and face calm. Upon hearing this, Rock nearly gagged. He stared wide-eyed, sizing up Shinbei, seriously doubting that Shinbei had been taken over. Is this something you could actually say? You might as well just admit you're in it for the money. That would sound more convincing. Are you awake? Or am I the one dreaming? Such words shouldn't come from you. Rock rolled his eyes. Shinbei, with a face full of humility, asked, then what should I say? Nothing at all. Rock waved his hand. Now, I'll say it. The main offensive mission is cancelled. Shinbei raised an eyebrow, full of skepticism. Cancelled? After all that commotion, you tell me it's just a test mission? What kind of joke is that? A long stream of hot air burst from Shinbei's mouth and nose. Do you think you're funny? Rock narrowed his eyes and retorted, do you think I'm joking? It's really cancelled. Otherwise, why would I get myself drunk? I was already planning the next phase of the mission. Shinbei ground his teeth in frustration. This was not good news for him. The main offensive in the G01 area was supposed to be the ultimate mission for all the shelters involved. Now it felt like a childish game, just saying it's off. Without the main offensive, Shinbei had no chance to take advantage of the chaos, let alone infiltrate the core area to collect a large amount of X solution. This was critical for Lena's survival and his own escape route. At that moment, Shinbei was somewhat enraged, banging on the table, nearly shouting in a low voice. Why? Rock found Shinbei's attitude quite strange. Why are you so anxious? You have enough money to splurge for a while. Don't tell me you're heading to a casino? I just want to know why the main offensive plan was cancelled. It's quite simple, Rock said, enunciating each word. In our previous mission, 2 6th-tier ability users entered the G01 core area, but in an instant, one of them was ruthlessly killed, without any resistance. According to the surviving ability user's description, as soon as they stepped into the core area, a beam of light shone on the unfortunate one, and he melted away instantly. Do you understand? A living person, like a snowball thrown into lava. In the blink of an eye, not even a bone fragment was left. He was vaporized. The other 6th-tier ability user was more special. He forcibly activated a teleportation ability to evade the beam and barely made it back alive. As Rock spoke, his eyelids twitched, as if recalling a personal experience, clearly shaken. However, Shinbei felt little impact from the story. A powerful beam that vaporizes instantly should be an ability of some sort. Of course, it could also be high-tech. But such an energy output seemed like overkill. From Dr. Badu's perspective, it didn't seem cost-effective. Moreover, this beam that vaporizes humans could only be activated a few times by the ability user, with a long cooldown period, though it could regenerate. Each had its pros and cons. Was it really something to be afraid of like this? Shinbei analyzed. How many people can this beam take out if it can only be used a few times? Rock let out a sigh of despair. You might not know, but the person using this ability is at level 14. If it weren't for the unfortunate encounter with the evil entity, they could have gone toe-to-toe with the Spider Queen. Shinbei's mouth twitched, and he understood. What humans fear is not the beams of light, but this level 14 ability user controlled by Dr. Batu. Level 14, what a terrifying existence. Surely, they possess more than just this one ability. There might be other deadly means at their disposal. And this is just one of them. In the core area, there might be several more of such powerful figures. All things considered, even with Yu Wuchang leading the charge, it would be a futile endeavor. Adding in the other supporters sent from various shelters, they would barely be a match. The cost-effectiveness is simply not high. It is understandable that Yu Wuchang cancelled the plan. Thinking this through, Shinbei realized that the cars leaving the garage were each heading back home. He believed his speculation was correct. The G01 area was indeed a tough nut to crack. He never expected Yu Wuchang to be so decisive in calling it off. Such determination is truly remarkable. Shinbei took a deep drag on his cigarette. The plan being cancelled was indeed a troublesome matter. However, Shinbei's plan could not be cancelled. Otherwise, it would be like playing for nothing. He sat in his seat, contemplating for a long time. He would have to go solo. With no other main force to feign an attack, Shinbei could only venture into the core area alone. Of course, he didn't have the capability to fight his way through. The best approach would be to use his own bargaining chips for an equivalent exchange. He hoped there was still a chance. It would just require some sacrifices. A last resort indeed. Shinbei asked again. So the shelter has no more tasks overall, right? Rock shrugged. There will be a couple of tasks, like investigating how the G01 area collects corpses from the wilderness. Another is why the undead live like humans from the old era. But I estimate no one will take them on. Everyone is waiting for the Titan to turn, leave the northern cold winter, and restore normal production order. Shinbei was quite surprised. According to his estimates, there should be many mysteries surrounding the G01 area that the shelter had yet to unravel. For example, who is supplying resources to the researchers in the core area? And how are they avoiding the evil entities, etc.? Now, it seems only two mysteries remain. Shinbei tentatively asked, have you figured out why the undead are not afraid of evil entities? Rock grinned. We've already deduced the answer. Although the undead are active, they are still dead. And evil entities are not interested in beings that are dead. From this, we can also infer that there are no living humans in the entire G01 area. What about the mastermind behind this? That's hard to say. It could be some intelligent being, or perhaps robots. But how did the robots come to be? That's a mystery. Shinbei clicked his tongue. It seems no one is without purpose. It's just that their imagination hasn't been unleashed, and they dare not think deeply. Upon arriving here, Shinbei felt it was unnecessary to continue chatting with Rock. He prepared to leave and get ready for his solo journey into the core area of G01. Just as he stood up, the bar's door was suddenly flung open. A rush of cold wind swept in, causing the drunks still asleep on the floor to shiver and curse. Shinbei looked up at the entrance and instantly furrowed his brows. The newcomer was none other than Songyu. He was holding a bleeding Xiaokei, his face filled with panic. Shinbei. Songyu slipped and fell to the ground with a thud, his expression twisted, shouting loudly. Xiaokei got shot in the forehead, and Lina was taken away. Shinbei. Chapter 148. The pursuit of death. Shinbei had been contemplating how to enter the core area of G01 alone while still in the bar. He knew he couldn't win a fight, but he had his own methods to ensure his safety and to have another talk with Dr. Badu. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Rock, Songyu burst into the bar, holding Xiaokei and crashing to the floor. He was furious, his face twitching with extreme anger. Xiaokei got shot. Lina was kidnapped. With just a few words, Shinbei's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward in quick steps, lifting Xiaokei's head. Indeed, Xiaokei was already unconscious, and there was a bullet hole in his bleeding forehead, perhaps due to the low power of the pistol. Shinbei didn't find an exit wound at the back of Xiaokei's head. Shinbei's tone turned icy. Who dared to do this? Songyu hurriedly replied. The neighbors said it was a guy with his hand bandaged who broke into the RV. Then gunshots were heard, and Lina was taken away. Shinbei didn't need to think long to figure out who it was. Mo Mozong. Yes. Songyu gulped, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse and eerie. Yes. It's him. Before he left, he had the neighbors send word for you to go to shelter number 5 to pick someone up. What were you doing? I went to the restroom. Who knew that in such a short time? Shinbei raised a hand to silence him, saying nothing more. It was clear that Mo Mozong was seeking revenge on him. But upon finding Shinbei absent from the RV, he must have seen Lina as his wife and decided to take her away. Naturally, Xiaokei wouldn't agree, and thus he got shot. To take Lina away, Mo Mozong needed to cross through the RV and reach the upper level to leave by helicopter. Damn, these beasts. Rock picked up Xiaokei, cursing. Disaster shouldn't involve family. Shinbei turned to look at Rock. Your family. Save them. Rock's lips twitched. Can they be saved? Give it a try. Shinbei couldn't say for sure. A bullet to the brain usually meant no chance of survival. But miracles weren't unheard of. In his past life, someone had been shot in the forehead and walked into the hospital like nothing had happened. Shinbei immediately got up, now unable to take care of Xiaokei. He checked his back. The sniper rifle was gone, and he only had a revolver left. Rock, Xiaokei is in your hands now. What are you going to do? To rescue someone. Are you crazy? Rock grabbed Shinbei and said, are you going to shelter number 5? It's a trap. If you go, you won't come back. She's not even your woman. Why are you meddling in this? After speaking, Rock shot a glance at Songyu, his expression indifferent. I don't mean anything else. But you need to hold it in, even if it bothers you. Songyu's eyes turned bloodshot. Shock and rage surged within him like a roaring wave. He felt that Rock was humiliating him. But what could he say? He didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, Shinbei's expression became slightly sinister, and a deep murderous intent filled his gaze as he said, I definitely won't go to shelter number 5. I want. Just then, a rumbling sound came from above the shelter. Shinbei immediately recognized it as the roar of a helicopter's rotor blades. Without a second thought, Shinbei quickly left the bar and headed straight for the upper level of the shelter. Words won't convince a stubborn fool. Rock was so angry he stomped his feet, shot a glance at the paralyzed Songyu on the ground, and ran out, carrying Xiaokei to the medical station. Meanwhile, Songyu's mind was in chaos. He never expected that Mo Sang, whom he had provoked a few days ago, would cause trouble at such a critical moment. Songyu wasn't afraid of Mo Sang, but the infamous Baba Tu behind him was a terrifying presence. In an instant, Songyu suddenly came to his senses. Shinbei just said he wouldn't go to shelter number 5? Now he understood. Shinbei intended to intercept, and the target of the interception was the helicopter. The helicopter. Yes, the helicopter. Songyu bolted outside. The helicopter that had just flown over was the first roar of the day. It clearly indicated that it had just arrived at shelter number 36, and there was still a chance. Songyu's feet surged with energy. increasing friction on the snowboards as he weaved through the chaotic RVs, heading for the upper level. No matter how much noise Song Yu made, no one emerged from the RVs to check. This also made Song Yu realize that even if Lena cried and shouted, no one would come to intervene. They would likely just think it was a disobedient prostitute. Huff, huff, huff. The bar wasn't too far from Titan. Soon, Song Yu puffed out white breath as he reached the upper level of the shelter. He ran along the path towards the interior. The entire shelter only had one suitable place for a helicopter to land, which was in a small square 2 kilometers away. As Song Yu sprinted with all his might, reaching a speed of 40 miles per hour, he had just completed a kilometer when he saw the helicopter already taking off, tilting at an angle. Preparing to leave Titan and head southwest, Song Yu fell to his knees with a thud, his face filled with despair as he shouted, "No, I can't catch up." He really couldn't catch up. Even if Shun Bei was in front of him, he couldn't catch up. According to Song Yu's estimates, Shun Bei's running speed might be equal to or slightly faster than his own. Although Shun Bei left the bar earlier, the time gap between them wouldn't exceed 10 seconds. In such a short time, it was impossible for Shun Bei to cover the last kilometer. Moreover, if Shun Bei reached the spot, he definitely wouldn't let the helicopter take off. Now, the helicopter has taken off. This indicates that Shun Bei has also failed. Song Yu knelt on the ground, pounding the earth with his hands, filled with helpless rage. Lena is not a living person in the true sense. She needs a special solution to sustain her life. Once the solution is lost, she will fall into a deep sleep and then die. In just 2 days, Lena will not survive. And now, trying to rush to the number 5 shelter to get help, there's simply isn't enough time. By the time he arrives, she will have already become a corpse. What significance would that have? Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Song Yu's eyes. Regret, frustration, self-blame, and other emotions continuously battered his heart. The air around him felt as if it were pressing in on him like the tides of a deep sea, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. His body twitched as if unable to withstand such a tremendous blow, and he fainted. At this moment, Shun Bei looked at the helicopter that had just taken off, accurately tracking its flight path. The helicopter was about to make a curved turn in the sky, heading southwest. This arc trajectory happened to be right above his head. Shun Bei showed no hesitation, raising his head to observe the surrounding buildings. A 4-story small building stood nearby. It was the office of the residential management office. The exterior of the small building was made of cement bricks. The top floor featured a circular arch, resembling the architectural style of old European buildings. Although it was the cold winter in the northern region, this place was busier than ever. Many residents, lacking food and firewood, needed to come here for help. The shelter would distribute some supplies to them, but if there was truly nothing left, they would simply freeze to death. Ignoring the bustling crowd coming in and out, Shun Bei leaped towards the outer wall of the small building. In an instant, the powerful electromagnetic adsorption system on the back of his armor activated, accompanied by a low, rumbling hum. The armor released an invisible force, gripping the rough concrete wall like a giant steel crab. Shun Bei's body climbed steadily along the vertical wall in a manner defying conventional physical laws, with almost no gap between the armor and the wall, as if they had formed a perfect mechanical coupling. As Shun Bei rapidly ascended, the sensors and power systems on the armor worked in perfect harmony, continuously adjusting the magnitude and direction of the adsorption force based on the material and structure of the wall to ensure he maintained optimal stability and flexibility during the climb. He effortlessly reached the circular arch at the top. There was a thick layer of snow on it. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would surely fall. But Shun Bei's armor, with its adsorption capability, almost ignored friction. With a few quick steps, he stood atop the arch. The wind howled, and large amounts of snow were whipped up by the helicopter's rotor wash. Shun Bei looked up. The helicopter was flying just 30 meters above him in a diagonal path. At this moment, Shun Bei had 2 choices. He could draw his revolver, fire 5 warning shots, and on the 6th shot, aim directly at the helicopter. Shun Bei was confident that at the moment the helicopter passed overhead, he could hit the fuel tank and trigger an explosion. But this plan is meaningless. Even if they kill Mo Mozong for revenge, Lena won't survive either. Another option is the armored arm. At this moment, the helicopter is getting closer to the curved top and to Shun Bei. In fact, Shun Bei can even see Mo Mozong's face. Mo Mozong also sees Shun Bei standing on the rooftop. His gaze is exceptionally intense, still revealing an extreme, bloodthirsty ferocity. Mo Mozong opens his mouth, seemingly cursing Shun Bei, then makes a gesture as if to touch his neck. Next, he presses Lena's face against the window and sticks out his tongue to lick her face. It seems that this provocation somehow helps Mo Mozong regain a bit of his pride. Lena, terrified, tears welling up in her eyes, contorts her face as if enduring a horrific punishment, screaming, shaking, and struggling madly. However, this provocation is meaningless to Shun Bei. It doesn't stir any emotions within him, nor does it make him lose his rationality. After all, she is not his woman. Instead, Song Yu seems to be at a disadvantage. The wind howls, and Shun Bei stands like a cold statue at the apex, expressionless and indifferent. In the next moment, just as the helicopter reaches above Shun Bei and is about to fly southwest, Shun Bei suddenly raises his right hand. Mo Mozong inside the helicopter shows a puzzled expression. Pointing at Shun Bei, what is this guy trying to do? The others glance over, chuckling. Is he saying goodbye? Is he going to fire a shell? He doesn't even have a cannon. What's he going to fire? I see this as just a bluff. Who cares? We're leaving this damn place anyway. Mo Mozong snorts, pretending to be mysterious. If you want your woman, come to shelter number 5. At that moment, an astonishing scene occurs in front of everyone. A steel chain suddenly shoots out from Shun Bei's armored arm. That grappling hook seems to have navigation, directly hooking onto the helicopter's landing gear. Chapter 149. Your nonsense is too much. Death is your end. Shun Bei seizes the fleeting opportunity. He raises his right hand. The multifunctional armored arm made of high-tech composite materials shines like a glimmering cannon muzzle. With a flick of Shun Bei's wrist, the built-in high-strength carbon fiber chain instantly ejects, resembling a long-awaited lightning whip, accompanied by a sharp sound as it swiftly shoots towards the helicopter's landing gear below. The chain draws a brilliant arc in the air, exuding a fierce momentum, and instantly wraps around the helicopter's landing gear. Damn, what is this guy trying to do? Mo Mozong exclaims in shock. The others are also taken aback. What? Does he want to pull the helicopter down? This is something ordinary people can't do. But this kid has armor. We need to be cautious. Pilot, increase the power output and shake off this reckless fool below. In the next moment, the powerful lift generated by the helicopter's rotor acted on the chain, causing intense vibrations and sparks from metal friction. Shun Bei felt a strong pulling force transmitted from the arm armor throughout his body. At this moment, he could bring the helicopter down and crash it to the ground. However, he couldn't do that, as it would jeopardize Lena's safety. As the helicopter's propellers accelerated, the immense lift pulled Shun Bei off the ground like a giant leek being uprooted. At this point, he was hanging beneath the helicopter, swaying like a leaf in a wild vortex. The cold wind was like a knife, cutting through everything in its path, mercilessly tearing through the air and turning into a series of bone-chilling icy blades that struck Shun Bei's helmet visor. Although he was wearing armor capable of withstanding extreme environments, the cold still seeped through the gaps, causing him to shiver. Without hesitation, Shun Bei began to twist the chain, rapidly ascending. Just as he was about to reach the landing gear, the helicopter's window suddenly opened. Mo Mozong's lips curled into a sinister smile as he drew a handgun and pointed it out. It was a classic Makarov pistol from a bygone era. Damn it. You really know how to play. What? Do you want me to take you to shelter number 5? Mo Mozong said maliciously. How about this? I'll kill you for revenge first. Then I'll throw your woman out of the helicopter to her death, so you can both die together. He laughed maniacally. Die? Bang bang bang, Mo Mozong sneered as the pistol's sight locked onto the swaying Shun Bei in midair. With the pull of the trigger, hot lead bullets whistled out, instantly cutting through the still air like a meteor shower. Shun Bei didn't even bother to shake his body to dodge. He kept his head tilted back, showing a cold and disdainful smile, allowing the armor's joints to continue pulling him upward. However, when those bullets struck Shun Bei's seemingly hard yet agile armor, they hit a wall one by one, shattering like waves crashing against rocks. Each bullet that struck the armor's surface created brilliant sparks, but left no marks whatsoever. The power of the bullets was absorbed, dispersed, and then vanished into nothingness upon impact. Not only did they fail to penetrate Shun Bei's armor, but they didn't even leave a shallow dent. Witnessing this scene, Mo Mozong's expression changed, his heart racing. He turned to the others and said, "This is messed up. This guy's armor is quite tough. You all release your powers and kill him while you can." One person, with a fierce look in his eyes, laughed sinisterly. "It's simple. I'll just cut his chains and let him fall to his death." This person focused his psychic energy into his palm, instantly generating an invisible and powerful energy blade. Ability, release. This energy blade could instantly sever any material chain, whether it was a solid iron chain made of steel or an intangible energy form. Moreover, this was just the most basic effect. At a higher level, it could cut through various physical, mental, and even spatio-temporal constraints. It can be described as an extremely domineering energy wave blade, the only choice for escape. This ability was lit up with immense effort and countless crystal source cores by this ability user. "Let me handle it." Excited, this ability user squeezed next to Mo Sang and approached the left window, poking his head out and laughing wildly. "Haha, the hinge is impressive, isn't it? With this strike, the cause and effect will clash, and it will definitely break. Can you survive the fall from 1,000 meters? Shun Bei, do you have any last words? Where are the people?" While he was boasting outside the window, he glanced down. Under the helicopter's landing gear, there was no sign of Shun Bei. Mo Sang tilted his head, just about to lean out to look. Suddenly, a cold wind blew from behind. The strong airflow swept through the cabin, scattering debris everywhere. Mo Sang quickly turned back. And then he saw it. A new person appeared in the cabin. It was none other than Shin Bei, standing in his battle armor. At this moment, everyone in the cabin was stunned. Their faces showed horror, pupils dilating. And some even had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Just moments ago, Shin Bei was still on the left side of the helicopter. In the blink of an eye, the cabin door suddenly opened with a gust of cold wind, and Shin Bei appeared before them like a silent assassin in the night. Was this a ghost? Although this action wasn't particularly surprising, Shin Bei's speed was simply too fast. So fast that no one could react. At this moment, Mo Sang's expression changed dramatically, filled with extreme rage, and he suddenly stood up, roaring, "How the hell did you get in here?" The only response was a continuous barrage of gunfire. Bang bang inside the cabin. Including Lena, there were a total of 6 people. At such close range, the power of the bullets, even though they were all ability users, could definitely take their lives. Besides, the speed of the handgun bullets far exceeded their ability to react. In an instant, this massive advantage left Shin Bei with no hesitation, and he decisively pulled the trigger. As the first gunshot rang out, time seemed to freeze at that moment. The muzzle of the revolver emitting dazzling flames, the bullet piercing the air at subsonic speed, ruthlessly penetrating the chest of the first enemy, who curled up in pain, blood instantly vaporizing in the pressurized cabin, forming a cloud of bright red mist. The second and third shots, each bullet was like the decree of death, precisely and cruelly piercing through the vital points of each enemy. The lights in the cabin flickered with the gunfire, each shot deafening. The flames from the gun's muzzle continuously reflected off Shin Bei's armor, refracting into Mo Sang's eyes. He was puzzled. Why were Shin Bei's bullets so penetrating? These people were all ability users. Their bones, if not as hard as iron, at least were not the kind of physique that could be killed with a single shot. In that moment, Mo Sang saw not an ordinary person, but a demon leaping out from the depths of hell. A ruthless, silent killer. Crack. Shin Bei held the gun in his left hand, aimed it directly at Mo Sang's forehead. Shin Bei smirked. In Mo Sang's eyes, it felt like the sinister grin of a demon, and amidst the chill, his broken body trembled violently. In that moment, the regret in his heart was so profound that not even the waters of all rivers and seas could wash it away. If given another chance, he would never provoke this demon again. Let us talk this out. Let us talk this out. Mo Sang's gaze shook violently, filled with shock. You killed my people, and I haven't done anything to your loved one. We are even now. Shin Bei's eyes were extremely deep, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and he slowly spoke. Your understanding is utterly wrong. Lena is not my loved one. Mo Sang instead let out a sigh of relief. Then it's easier for us to discuss. I did kill your servant, but I've compensated you with 4 lives, which should be enough. No. Shin Bei's eyes were filled with a condescending disdain. Whether Xiao Ke is alive or dead is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Mo Sang grinned. The less you care, the less hatred there is between us. I admit I'm at a disadvantage now. Can we agree on that? No. Why not? Shin Bei wore a slightly twisted smile. The day you provoked me, you were already dead. I am simply here to collect your life today. Those words pierced Mo Sang's heart like a sharp knife, causing blood to rush to his head, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. You say you want my life, just like that? My godfather is Babatu. You better have your wits about you. Just then, the helicopter pilot pulled out a handgun and pressed it directly against Shin Bei's head. You're really arrogant. Shin Bei slowly turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto the pilot. Do you want to die? Heh, if I die, who will fly the helicopter? The pilot said defiantly. We'll all crash. Now, I want you to put the gun down. In the next moment, Shin Bei raised his right hand and firmly grabbed the pilot's arm. What are you doing? The pilot frowned deeply. As soon as he spoke, Shin Bei's armor activated, and the originally smooth surface erupted with countless tiny mechanical parts, swiftly combining and transforming into a bionic structure that mimicked the deadly death roll of a crocodile. In an instant, the armor began to spin wildly, accompanied by a chilling low hum. The immense torque was transmitted through the armor to the pilot's arm. The pilot's eyes widened, his face a mix of terror and pain. His body was twisted by the sudden force, his arm gripped tightly by an invisible crocodile, twisting violently. It continuously squeezed and tore at his muscles and bones, producing a bone-chilling cracking sound. As the armor accelerated further, a nauseating cracking sound echoed from the pilot's arm joint, followed by a series of agonizing cries. Let go! Let go! Bang bang, the tremendous torque lifted the pilot from his seat, spinning around Shin Bei's arm like a top. With a crash, his body, like modeling clay, shattered the dashboard and windshield, slamming against the cabin ceiling. Blood and shards of glass flew everywhere. In the end, the pilot was twisted into a contorted ball, unrecognizable as a former human being. The helicopter, now without a pilot, began to shake violently, spiraling towards a mountain peak. "Shinbei, you're going to get us killed," Mo Sang yelled, gripping the handrail. But before he could finish, another gunshot rang out. Even amidst the constant shaking, a bullet struck Mo Sang in the forehead, causing him to slump over, lifeless on his seat. Shinbei turned to glance at the cockpit. The control stick was broken. Even if he could fly a helicopter, there was no saving it now. Then, Shinbei wrapped his arms around Lena, standing at the edge of the door, smiling as he asked, "Do you like bungee jumping? The kind without a cord?" Chapter 150. Escape from death. The out-of-control helicopter plummeted like a wounded bird between the snow-covered cliffs, akin to a falling meteor trailing a long plume of smoke, carving a shocking path across the snowy peaks. Inside this failing helicopter, Shinbei's heart raced like a drum, each second feeling infinitely stretched, the suffocating tension making it hard to breathe. Shinbei wasn't afraid of dying from the fall. It was mainly that Lena's body couldn't withstand such impact. But it was absolutely impossible for him to wear the battle armor on Lena. Better to die with a friend than to live on without one. However, Lena's importance was undeniable, and Shinbei needed to prepare to protect her as best as he could when the helicopter crashed. Through the blurry window, he caught sight of the glaring reflection from the snow on the mountain, which transformed the originally pristine scenery into a foreboding omen of death, sending chills down his spine. The good news was that the mountain was relatively gentle and covered with a thick layer of snow, likely over 10 meters deep from years of accumulation. If it were soft enough, the landing would provide a significant cushion. The only concern was the risk of an avalanche. Shinbei could clearly see traces of past avalanches on the mountain, like a dried riverbed unable to conceal the marks of flowing water. The tremors and moans of the helicopter echoed within the cramped cabin. At that moment, Lena was completely frozen in fear. Although she appeared to be an adult, her mental age was merely that of a 3-year-old child, dragged from a warm room to witnessing Shinbei climb into the helicopter and shoot someone. She was now on the verge of crashing. The overwhelming fear and panic caused her instincts to shut down all her sensory organs, her mind blank, leaving her at Shinbei's mercy. This actually spared Shinbei some distraction, providing him with a sense of comfort that Lena was like a piece of wood. As he looked ahead, the gentle mountainside rushed closer, the snowy cliff resembling a massive white tombstone. He felt the pressure in the air shift dramatically, the irresistible pull of gravity acting like an invisible hand, mercilessly pushing the helicopter towards that white bed of death. Now, as the helicopter was just 30 meters from the snow, Shinbei held Lena tightly and suddenly pushed off with his legs. The helicopter seemed to be affected by the cushioning force from Shinbei, momentarily tilting in a different direction. With the powerful kinetic energy from his armor, Shinbei leaped upward, only to be pulled back down by gravity. The foot accelerators of his armor expelled high-energy particles in a counterforce attempt to mitigate the inertia from the high-altitude fall. Then, twisting at the waist, Shinbei positioned himself with his back facing down and his face up, clutching Lena tightly as they plunged towards the gentle slope of the mountain. At the same time, the moment he leaped into the air, a faint glow appeared on the surface of his armor, and the built-in cushioning system activated instantly, like a spring coiling up, ready to absorb the impact that could shatter bones. In just 2 seconds, the mountain of snow beneath Shinbei's feet collapsed, creating a massive snow pit, with snowflakes exploding outward like white fireworks. With a loud crash, Shinbei held on to Lena tightly as the impact forced them deeper into the snow pit. It was as if a red-hot iron ball had been thrown into a block of ice. Large flakes of snow swirled around his armor, gathering and then scattering in all directions. Shinbei's vision was filled with white, making it impossible to see clearly. The cushioning mechanism inside his armor greatly reduced the force of the impact on him. At the same time, his arms acted like springs on a bed, securely holding Lena to minimize the pressure and shock she experienced. Finally, after sinking about 8 meters into the snow, the momentum of Shinbei's descent stopped. He immediately flipped over, placing Lena beneath him and using his back to create a space supported by the snow. The next moment, a large amount of snow began to collapse, instantly filling the snow pit where Shinbei was located. Shinbei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If Lena had been on top, the falling snow would have suffocated her. Then, Shinbei adjusted the temperature of his armor, slightly increasing it to allow the loose snow on his back to melt a bit, forming ice crystals that would bind together. This way, even without support, a snow cave space could be created. At this moment, the out-of-control helicopter resembled a bird with broken wings, crashing down at an angle onto the snow-covered mountain. The instant the metal body of the helicopter touched the snow, the entire snowy expanse seemed to be shaken by an unstoppable force. A deafening explosion suddenly shattered the tranquility of the snow-capped mountain, flames and thick smoke instantly engulfing the silhouette of the helicopter, while hot debris and molten metal rained down like droplets. The shockwave from the explosion swept through everything with thunderous force, lifting layer upon layer of snow, akin to waves crashing against the shoreline. The scattering snowflakes and dust shone brightly under the sunlight. In this series of intense chain reactions, the previously calm and balanced snow was disrupted by the sudden explosion, instantly transforming into an avalanche. Billions of snowflakes rushed downward under the force of gravity, like a runaway white giant, tearing apart the once serene snow slope with a thunderous roar. Snow waves rolled and surged, with immense energy akin to ocean waves in a hurricane, crashing against the mountains, carrying rocks and even frozen glaciers, forming a raging torrent of white. As they slid down rapidly, they rubbed against each other, rising in white smoke. A large amount of snow cascaded down, once again burying the snow cave where Shinbei was located. At this moment, Lena suddenly awoke, listening to the thunderous sound of the avalanche above, trembling her lips, and burst into tears. Her piercing cries made Shinbei's scalp tingle, like thousands of croaking frogs incessantly chirping in his ears. After stabilizing the snow cave, Shinbei tore the fabric from Lena's body, rolled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. She quieted down. Shinbei felt extremely comfortable, ignoring Lena. He looked up at the top of the snow cave, unsure of how deep they had been buried. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that relying on rescue from a shelter was simply unrealistic in their current situation. The helicopter had been flying for some time, and no one knew it had crashed, let alone its exact location. They had to save themselves. Digging upward was risky. The snow from the avalanche was unstable and could easily collapse again. Moreover, Shinbei remembered that his jumping position should have been lower on the mountain. A large amount of snow had accumulated at the base, the thickness of which was unimaginable. Conversely, the higher up, the less snow there was. Therefore, digging either up or down would consume considerable time. Shinbei had armor for warmth, so he wasn't worried about wasting time, but Lena couldn't endure the freezing for long. They had to hurry. Without any hesitation, Shinbei began to dig upward. Normally, if Shinbei hadn't had the armor, confirming the upward direction would have required considerable effort. He would need to dig down, feel the soil, and then determine the digging direction based on the soil's slope. However, the internal guidance system of the armor was still operational. Before falling, Shinbei had glanced at the direction of the mountain. It sloped gently north and south. So, he could simply dig according to the north direction indicated on the armor's visual panel. There were techniques to digging too. He needed to create a 20-degree incline. This was the fastest path, rather than digging in a straight line. In such conditions, digging a snow path required little effort. He could clear it with just his hands. Not to mention the assistance from the armor, which made the progress incredibly swift. The only thing to pay attention to was how to pile the dugout snow. However, this was not an issue for Shinbei. He could either stack it on both sides of the snow path for reinforcement, or simply raise the temperature of the armor to melt it into water. Shinbei dragged Lena forward while digging, maintaining the incline of the snow path upward. This process was not entirely smooth. In some places, the snow was too loose. When he pressed down, it would collapse. He was forced to change the digging direction several times. About half an hour later, Shinbei broke through the snow layer with one hand. Sunlight poured down. They saw the light of day again. Shinbei pulled Lena out. The tears that had flowed from her fright had frozen into ice, resembling a string of ice beads hanging from the corners of her eyes. However, what is surprising is that her tears are not the usual transparent color, but blue. This scene made Shinbei tilt his head and reach out to break off a piece of the ice bead. The color is a bit strange and also looks very familiar. Shinbei hesitated for a second, then pulled out a dagger and made a cut on Lena's finger. The liquid that flowed out instantly left Shinbei dumbfounded. It was not red blood, but blue. The function of the X solution is similar to human blood. Shinbei concluded. No. Shinbei suddenly felt that his understanding was somewhat lacking. The X solution is more advanced than human blood. After all, it can turn a corpse into a living corpse and allow it to move freely, which clearly indicates that the X solution is on a higher level than human blood. Initially, Shinbei thought Lena was a special case, somewhat more advanced than a living corpse. But it seems that, at its core, they are essentially the same. So, a new question arises. If Lena gets injured, it will inevitably accelerate the loss of the X solution. This is something Song Yu needs to pay extra attention to while taking care of Lena. Next, Shinbei began to survey the entire mountain. The helicopter explosion at the summit had almost dissipated the black smoke. Shinbei took a deep breath. The time from the helicopter taking off from Shelter 36 to its crash was neither too long nor too short. The estimated straight-line distance is about 20 kilometers. Shinbei carried Lena on his back and descended the mountain along the hard surface of the ridge. The visual panel of the battle armor constantly corrected Shinbei's path. In this vast, white snowy expanse with no coordinates, the eyes can deceive the brain into thinking they are walking in a straight line, but in reality, they start to turn and eventually end up going in circles. After running for 15 kilometers, Shinbei pulled out the visual mass panel. He wirelessly connected to the Dodge War Axe motorcycle, started it, and activated the auto navigation. In fact, Shinbei didn't really need the Dodge War Axe. There was still plenty of energy available in the power module of the battle armor. But the Titan was mobile. Shinbei only knew that the shelter was to the north. However, within the 180-degree range facing north, he had no idea at which angle it was located. Once the Dodge War Axe arrived through auto navigation, it could drive back along the tire tracks, greatly avoiding aimless searching. The garage of the RV slowly opened, and the ramp extended out. The roar of the Dodge War Axe's engine was like a long slumbering beast suddenly awakening. Inside, Rock was startled. He left the unconscious little K behind and leaned against the window to look out, his pupils contracting. He saw a driverless motorcycle running away. Rock. Chapter 151. Do not provoke him. What the hell? Rock's gaze suddenly shifted as he watched the Dodge War Axe motorcycle getting farther and farther away, moving steadily as if an invisible person was driving it. So, this guy's benefit is a motorcycle that no one wanted in the garage. Rock felt a bit of a headache. Sure enough, it's someone from the other side of the road. A modified piece of junk can still go out for a stroll by itself. Rock had no mood to chase after it. In the icy, snowy weather. Who knows how cold it is? Furthermore, this broken motorcycle isn't even his. He turned back and walked into the room. He saw Song Yu standing outside in the cold wind, motionless like a statue, gazing into the distance. Rock sighed and pulled him inside. Stop looking. Shinbei won't be back for a while. Song Yu's expression was downcast, his head hanging low. Someone saw him get on a helicopter. That's not the same thing. Rock paced back and forth in the room, correcting him. That's called forcefully boarding a train. Well, my analogy might not be accurate. You might not know what a train is. In the old days, some people would sneak onto trains to save on tickets. Oh, and you might not understand what a ticket is either. It's the money you need to travel. It's really a hard-to-understand society. Compared to that, we are fortunate. We never pay for travel. It's all covered by the shelter. What I mean is, Shinbei wasn't invited up. He just barged in. Once he reached shelter number 5. Whether he can come back out is another question. Well, this annoying guy has finally disappeared. Song Yu raised his head, confused. You really dislike him? Rock spread his hands, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Can you imagine? He dared to shoot and kill people inside the shelter. The corner of Song Yu's eye twitched. That was indeed quite reckless. You have to know, whether it's shelter number 36, shelter number 20, or the Spider Queen shelter. They all follow one principle. No killing within the shelter. Anyone who violates this will face severe punishment. This is a universal rule. Much like the truth that only Titans can ensure human safety. Song Yu couldn't imagine what kind of grudge Shinbei had to ignore this discipline. Moreover, to shoot someone during a beast tide is simply outrageous. Rock said casually. Song Yu became even more unsettled. Any shelter facing a beast tide must unite for defense, regardless of age, and even the leader must personally oversee it. In this world, the only thing that can threaten Titans is the beast tide. You could say that Titans and humans have a symbiotic relationship. And for Shinbei to kill at this time is like tearing apart the sky. Shinbei wasn't punished? Song Yu questioned deeply. Rock stood up straight. That's because he has a good friend. Who? Me. Rock said proudly. Song Yu was unclear about the relationship between Shinbei and Rock, and even less about the secrets between Rock and Yu Wuchang. But he could sense that Rock must be quite powerful in shelter number 36. Without strong connections, it's impossible to settle this matter. Suddenly, Rock changed his expression to one of admiration for Song Yu and said, Actually, I quite admire you too. Huh. Song Yu was somewhat baffled. What do you mean? He was well aware of his own capabilities. In this world, there are countless ability users. You don't need to have much talent or perseverance. If you have money, you can create a lawless ability user. Of course, reaching the level of the Spider Queen absolutely requires both talent and luck. Song Yu was among the most inconspicuous in the ability user's circle, considered a mere cannon fodder. At this moment, Rock spoke meaningfully, because no one who teamed up with Shinbei ever came back alive. Rock was not lying. From Ian Hu to San Yi, every single one of them had died. Song Yu felt a chill run down his spine at those words. Although the room was warm, an internal coldness emerged. So, you know what I'm trying to say? Rock's deep gaze fixed on Song Yu. Song Yu shook his head. Rock, with a serious tone, stated, I want to make 2 points clear. He held up a finger. That guy Shinbei is quite cold-blooded. One day, if I fall out with him, he might just shoot me. If he dies, I could have fewer worries and live a few more years. The second point was crucial. No matter what Shinbei promises you, don't use that as leverage against him. This guy doesn't follow rules and can take your life at a moment's notice. Among the 2 points Rock made, only the second was important. The first was merely a joke. The second point was Rock's true message. Based on Rock's understanding of Shinbei, there was definitely some undisclosed agreement between Song Yu and Shinbei. Otherwise, someone like Shinbei would never risk boarding a helicopter to rescue Song Yu's woman for someone he had only known for a few days. Rock was merely warning Song Yu that regardless of whether Shinbei brought back Lina, he should never threaten Shinbei with their agreement. Otherwise, Shinbei could easily take Song Yu's life. The trouble wouldn't just be for Song Yu. There would also be the matter of how Shelter 36 would explain the situation to Shelter 20. The other shelters gathering at Shelter 36 for this mission usually had good relations. Although each shelter was a relatively independent world, they still needed to communicate, exchange supplies, and ensure humanity's survival. If things turned sour, Shelter 30's reputation would suffer greatly. Moreover, Yu Wuchang might very well decide to eliminate Shinbei to deal with this troublemaker, which was not the outcome Rock wanted to see. Shinbei couldn't be restrained. All he could do was advise Song Yu to endure and not escalate things, risking his own life. At this point, after hearing Rock's lengthy explanation, Song Yu understood the core message. He said, "A good death is not as good as a miserable life." Rock smiled and replied, "With that spirit, I wish you a long life." Song Yu shrugged. "That's a curse." The two fell silent for a moment. Then Song Yu spoke again, "But I believe in Shinbei." Rock nodded in agreement. "That's something you can definitely look forward to. Don't underestimate him. Although he's an ordinary person, he's best at surviving in desperate situations." "All right, let's not dwell on these troubling matters. You focus on your expectations, and I'll focus on mine." With that, Rock walked towards Xiao Kei's room. Song Yu followed. Concern etched on his face, asking, "Will Xiao Kei survive?" Rock rubbed his temples and pushed open the door. "Can't say." The two looked at Xiao Kei, whose head was bandaged and who lay unconscious, lost in thought. At the moment of leaving the bar, Rock rushed to the medical facility with little Kei in his arms. The doctor's treatment plan was quite simple. He took out a pair of tweezers, inserted them into the skull, extracted the bullet, took a glance, wrapped it with a bandage. And that was it. According to the doctor, the bullet's power was not great. After penetrating the skull, its force diminished significantly, and it got lodged in the brain cavity. It was unclear whether the brain had sustained damage. There was a possibility that nothing would happen, but it could also lead to a vegetative state. Or he might simply die in a short time. The doctor's personal opinion leaned more towards death, so the cost of removing the bullet was discounted by 20%. He also asked if they needed to spend 1,000,000 crystal cores to completely resolve the issue and bring little Kei back to life. Rock decisively refused, believing that even Shinbei would not spend that amount. He then left with little Kei and returned to the RV. As he was leaving, the doctor made a joke, hoping the deceased's emotions remained stable. This stability referred to little Kei's body being discarded in the wilderness and turning into a zombie without going insane. What would Shinbei do if he were here? Song Yu asked. Rock shrugged. Eat and drink as usual. Whether he can survive depends entirely on little Kei's own fate. If little Kei dies, will Shinbei seek revenge? He will, Rock answered firmly. But the reason will definitely not be because of little Kei's death, but because Mo Mozong provoked him. So certain? Song Yu asked, surprised. Absolutely certain, Rock continued, stroking his chin. You can't guess what he's thinking or what explosive actions he might take. He is calm, yet crazy, unaffected by any emotions. And even when facing danger, he won't stop his steps. Just then, the originally closed garage door suddenly opened. Rock and Song Yu hurriedly ran out. They saw a Dodge motorcycle roaring into the garage. On the motorcycle were two people, none other than Shinbei and Lina. My God, Rock exclaimed. This guy didn't die from the fall. It was clear that Shinbei must have killed everyone on the helicopter with Lina in order to come back. Without a doubt, the helicopter must have crashed. Surviving in such a situation was truly remarkable. Shinbei, Song Yu exclaimed excitedly. I knew you were reliable. Next, Shinbei shook off the snow from his body and tossed Lina to Song Yu, saying, take care of her. Song Yu wanted to express his gratitude, but Shinbei raised a hand. I don't want to hear it. It's all nonsense. Then, Shinbei entered the living room and turned to Rock, asking, is little Kei dead? Don't worry about whether he's dead or not. Rock pointed at the garage, a bit surprised. Does this broken motorcycle have an automatic pickup feature? 1,000,000 high-level crystal cores. I'll sell it to you. Why didn't you kill me? Rock said. This sounded a bit familiar. Shinbei cleared his throat and changed the subject. I said, little Kei, you should go check for yourself. Rock followed Shinbei to little Kei's room and asked before entering, are Mo Mozong and the others dead? Shinbei casually remarked. Letting him live a few more days is already my greatest mercy. Shouldn't I take his life? Luo Ku and Song Yu exchanged glances. See, I told you, they thought. Shinbei would never kill for Xiao Kei or Lina. He approached the bed and gently touched Xiao Kei's forehead, saying, not yet cold. The doctor is likely to become a vegetable, Luo Ku added. Shinbei smacked his lips. That's no different from being dead. If you want to take care of him, go ahead. If not, just dump him in the wilderness. With that, he left the room. Luo Ku shrugged. Did you hear that? That's him. Song Yu's lips twitched. The group returned to the living room and sat around the fireplace. Shinbei pondered for a moment and said, I plan to enter the core area of G01 alone. Mr. Luo, do you have any suggestions? Luoku stared blankly for a full minute before suddenly shouting with a face full of confused hatred, "You're finally going to die. I'm so glad." Chapter 152. Solo Journey for Songyu. It was a good thing that Shunbei could bring Lena back safely. Even though Lena was a complex entity that had transcended ethical boundaries. Regardless of Lena's identity, she was still a relative of Songyu's. Losing and then regaining her naturally brought him joy. However, from Luoku's perspective, Shunbei had gotten himself into trouble again. The originally decent relationship with the shelters, from Chi Yunlai to Baba 2, had been sullied by Shunbei. In fact, for shelter number 36, this wasn't a huge issue. Yu Wuchang was no saint either, otherwise. How could he dare to openly steal from shelter number 1? But now that Shunbei had finally returned, he was talking about going deep into G01 alone. Good grief. Luoku truly couldn't understand. Yu Wuchang had already lost faith in this mission. Shunbei was just an ordinary person, even with the assistance of battle armor. How could he get through? This was no longer a tactical issue, but a matter of common sense. Therefore, Luoku spoke words that made him grind his teeth in frustration. At this moment, Songyu comforted Lena, who had finally fallen asleep after a series of struggles and heat wraps. Songyu's expression became serious as he said, "This isn't an adventure, it's a death wish." "Look," Luoku chimed in, "everyone can see this is an impossible task." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shunbei boldly sat on the sofa, not only unbothered but grinning wider, revealing 2 rows of strong, white teeth. "Am I a reckless man?" Just those 4 simple words left Songyu and Luoku speechless, falling into silence. After a while, Luoku shook his head. "By my estimation, not to mention a 6th-tier ability user, even a 10th-tier Yu Wuchang wouldn't be able to reach the core area. Although you're not reckless, you do have moments of folly, like now." Shunbei grinned, a strange expression on his face. "So, if ability users can't make it, I can go as an ordinary person." Luoku snorted, "What are you adding? Do you think there haven't been ordinary people participating in such missions before? They die even faster. G01 is not a regulated area, and there's no logic that says only extraordinary individuals can handle it. Ordinary people are fine too." Songyu nodded seriously. Shunbei's excuse was really terrible. The moment the two met Dr. Batu, just a few words exchanged led to Dr. Batu personally controlling the undead to chase Shunbei. Naturally, there was a sense of animosity, although Songyu didn't understand why their conversation escalated so quickly. However, if other extraordinary individuals accidentally stumbled into Dr. Batu and begged for mercy, there might still be a slight chance of survival. But Shunbei was essentially a powder keg in the G01 area. To put it bluntly, the overall offensive plan has been cancelled this time. If it hadn't been cancelled, Songyu would have had to consider whether to team up with Shunbei. Of course, Songyu understood that Shunbei was entering the core area alone for a reason. It was still to think of Lena. But Songyu still tried to dissuade him, subtly suggesting, why not try approaching it from another angle? "What I mean is, even when that day comes, I'll be content. I will still fulfill my promise to you." Songyu didn't want Shunbei to recklessly endanger himself over this issue. He sincerely admired Shunbei's courage, but it really wasn't necessary. If Lena couldn't survive, Songyu wouldn't have any regrets. Every moment now was already luxurious enough for him. But Shunbei shook his head. "I have to go. I can't not go. If I don't go, my escape route will be cut off. Although that route might not even be needed. What if? Who can say for sure about such things?" Rock leaned forward, getting agitated, and shouted, "Wait a minute. Has Yu Wuchang given you a separate task, or does the Blue Demon have other instructions? Why wasn't I informed? All tasks from the shelter cannot proceed without my approval." Rock naturally assumed that Shunbei was acting on his own, and someone must have given him a task separately. The only ones who could command Shunbei were Yu Wuchang and the Blue Demon. But the process was illegal, although the term legal was quite frustrating and maddening. Shunbei spread his hands. "I just like to explore the world. If I don't go in and take a look, it'll itch in my heart. It's really terrible." Rock entered with a stern face and hardened his tone. "If you're itching down there, you can find a professional woman to solve it. But if it's itching in your heart, that's a disease with no cure. No need to advise me. I need you to provide me with the Titan route map and the map of the G01 area." Shunbei said directly. The G01 map wasn't too important, but the Titan route map would be quite useful. Shunbei didn't know how many days he would stay in the core area. Having an estimated route for the Titan would help him know how to find his way back. In the harsh winter of the north, the forward reconnaissance posts had long been withdrawn. Every day, someone merely stood at the forefront of the Titan, using binoculars to scout the route. And Rock didn't refuse. "Then can you leave a will and give me the RV?" Shunbei was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Goodness. He was already thinking about my property. "Are you in such a hurry that you think you're going to die?" Rock said with a habitual smile. But there was a hint of greed in his tone that he couldn't quite hide. "I originally planned to make a long-term investment, but since you insist on rushing things, I can only take back some profits." Shunbei's face turned awkward for a moment, but he quickly suppressed his annoyance and forced a smile. As you wish. That day, at dusk, as the sun's last rays penetrated the clouds, casting an eerie yellow-white hue over the mountains and wilderness, Shinbei didn't want to wait even a moment longer. He needed to finish things quickly so that Song-yu could leave Shelter 36. It was important to note that Song-yu did not come alone, but with other companions who had arrived to participate in a mission in the northern winter. Now that the mission was cancelled, they didn't want to stay in this cold place any longer. A warmer area was much more comfortable. Currently, Song-yu was buying time by treating them to drinks, delaying their return. Therefore, after receiving the map from Rock, Shinbei wasted no time. Just as he was about to set off for Area G01, Xiao Kei woke up. While equipping his gear, Shinbei looked at Xiao Kei and said, "Lucky you, you're still alive." Song-yu, with a bit of a toothache, replied, "Shouldn't I congratulate you? Being alive isn't always a good thing." Shinbei smiled and continued, "Ask Xiao Kei if you don't believe me." Xiao Kei still had the bandage on his head, and he let out a weak, frightened voice. "Bro, I thought you were going to finish me off." Shinbei responded, and Song-yu almost broke character, chuckling. Even Xiao Kei knew how ruthless Shinbei was. He was indeed efficient. Song-yu sighed. What a lucky guy, surviving a bullet to the brain. And judging by his reaction, he seems to have no after effects. Song-yu gestured with his fingers. "Let me see if you've turned into a fool. Come on, tell me. How many fingers am I holding up?" Xiao Kei, feeling increasingly ashamed, restrained himself for a moment before quietly saying, 3. "Very good," Song-yu said, acting like a doctor and providing a diagnosis. "No different from a normal person. Shinbei, you can rest easy." Shinbei scoffed. "Don't put on an act. You're just worried Xiao Kei might have some after effects and that I'd finish him off. You've got a bit too much compassion," Shinbei said coldly. Song-yu shook his head. It's hard to watch when there are children involved. Shinbei patted Song-yu on the shoulder and smiled. "Do you know why he didn't die?" Song-yu tried to guess. "Is it because the doctor's skills are good?" Shinbei shook his head. "His ability is mysticism. And luck is already on his side from the start." Song-yu's eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at Xiao Kei, clicking his tongue. "How should I put it? Mysticism is the least useful, requiring more investment in crystal cores than other abilities, but the intricacies are profound. You see, it worked." Shinbei didn't say anything else and walked out of the room. Song-yu took some food for Xiao Kei to eat and had Lena stay with him before following Shinbei outside. Shinbei finished organizing his armor, then strapped on his sniper rifle, shotgun, and revolver. A machete was placed in the back slot, and he secured his ammunition pouch along with a small bag containing crystal cores. After some expenditure, Shinbei's assets had accumulated to 50 high-grade crystal cores, halfway to support the cattle, but Shinbei knew that consumption was a bottomless pit. Even such wealth would not last long. There was nothing else to prepare for after this. "How do you plan to enter the core area?" Song-yu asked nervously. Shinbei pushed the door open and said, "That's not something you should be asking." Stepping out of the RV, Shinbei paused and turned back, saying, "Let's not have any more accidents." This was something that should have been said by Song-yu to Shinbei, but it was fine for Shinbei to say it. He was naturally referring to the incident with Xiao Kei getting shot and not wanting a repeat of Lena's interference. Shinbei really couldn't afford any more trouble. Song-yu nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I won't step out of this room even if it kills me." Shinbei gave a slight smile. "The RV is not a restroom. When I come back, I don't want to smell anything unpleasant." After hearing this, Song-yu felt like a chestnut that had fallen into a fire, bursting apart as he stepped outside. Shinbei remotely commanded the Dodge Chopper motorcycle to follow outside the shelter. He then went to a second-hand shop to buy several barrels for storing the X solution. He also visited the Research Institute sales area to replenish materials for making shells. On the way, Shinbei planned to complete the replenishment of cluster fire disk shells. All in all, he spent 10 core crystals, reducing his assets to 40 core crystals. This wealth was enough for an ordinary person to live for a long time, but for Shinbei or any ability user, it was just a drop in the bucket. Especially for Xiao Kei. If supplies were opened up, they would quickly return to square one. But Shinbei wouldn't waste core crystals on Xiao Kei. That was something Rocky needed to worry about. After all, he was his godfather. After everything was prepared, Shinbei tied the plastic barrels to the back seat of the Dodge Chopper. He took out a mid-level core crystal to recharge the motorcycle, revving the throttle and leaving a trail of snow as he headed straight for the G01 area. Chapter 153. Don't use me as a test subject. An hour later, Shinbei began to deviate from the planned route, finding a valley to command the cluster fire disk to land. After replenishing some energy, he started producing shells. The last time he bombed the outer area of G01 with active corpses, he launched all 36 shells and only gained 150 experience points. He still had a long way to go to reach 1,000 experience points for leveling up. Half an hour later, the shell casings were upgraded. Shinbei began assembling the shells, working skillfully and efficiently. In an hour, he completed filling all the shells, and the ammunition compartment was filled with 24 rounds. He commanded the cluster fire disk to take off and stealthily follow, returning to the correct route. Shinbei sped along, and when the sky had completely darkened, he officially entered the edge of the snow wall area. The outer region was very quiet, as if time had stopped. Using his armor, he lowered the Dodge Chopper motorcycle and then hid behind a rock. Shinbei boldly walked deeper into the area alone. The white frost swept everything, with a thick layer of frost covering the concrete ground and the crooked high-rise buildings. Like a white ghost, it stared at the uninvited guest, Shinbei. As he stepped on the rigid ground, the sound echoed sharply in the silent ruins of the city, reverberating farther and farther. Just as Shinbei entered the wide road, which could accommodate 6 cars, 2 golden headlights suddenly pierced through the darkness like arrows, resembling a dragon opening its eyes, reflecting blinding light. Shinbei continued walking, raising his arm with a smile and calling out, "Dr. Badu, I assume you don't have a habit of sleeping. Since I'm not tired yet, why don't we have a chat?" There was no verbal response, only the roar of the engine. Shinbei tilted his head, watching the vehicle speed toward him. This was getting boring. He suppressed his smile, saying, "I'm coming with sincerity, so let's skip the psychological games. Sorry, I forgot you're not human. Just stop." Still no response. The vehicle continued to charge at Shinbei. He yawned lazily, his consciousness connecting to the cluster disk that appeared. The cannon adjusted slightly, and in the darkness, a burst of fire erupted, sending out a visible white vortex that swept up countless black dust particles, striking the front of the vehicle. It was pierced through without any resistance, revealing a tangle of pipes, followed by a violent explosion. In the spherical orange flames, new spherical flames erupted like a series of fiery gourds, ultimately collapsing inward, thick black smoke billowing, and the vehicle's shadow vanished. Shinbei looked on, raising an eyebrow. No one noticed any corpses of the undead. No one was in control. Shinbei was not surprised. This was a simple enough technology, and for Dr. Badu, modifying such vehicles was child's play. At the moment the vehicle was destroyed, Shinbei felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his blood boiling and rushing to his face. Above, a flash of blade light leapt from midair, abruptly striking down towards Shinbei's head. The hand gripping the handle was an ugly, purplish-blue palm with intertwined tendons, followed by a blood-stained tight-fitting suit, with a bronze zipper going up. It was a woman's face, her eyes filled with murky white crystals, sending chills down one's spine. This strike seemed premeditated. The vehicle was merely a distraction to draw Shinbei's attention. Just as the blade was about to cleave into his skull, Shinbei unexpectedly stepped forward, bending down and raising his hand. A gleaming saber swept precisely onto the handle of the knife, engaging in close combat with the lurking undead, producing a crisp clang. Amidst the flickering flames, the clash of blades hummed, the sound of shoes scraping against the sand, and Shinbei's other hand gripping the collar of the undead, the sound of the rubber tightening, were all drowned out by the intense sound waves. The long knife in Shinbei's hand was a finely crafted weapon from a renowned blacksmith. The curved blade decisively severed the female undead, and with relentless momentum, it swept across, sending her head flying high, her eyes still holding a trace of shock and unwillingness. Liquid gushed from her severed neck. The female undead, who had once excelled in agility and swordsmanship, appeared so weak before Shinbei's combat skills and the strength provided by his battle armor, which was comparable to that of a 5th-tier ability user. There was no flair, just an absolute crushing force that ended her life in a single blow. "Dr. Batu, are you still there?" Shinbei looked around and shouted, "Stop playing around, it's really boring." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard, and a sturdy figure stepped out, with silver steel cables coiled around his wrist. His chest was pierced, and one could even see the flames still billowing from the vehicle behind him through the wound. Shinbei turned his head to look and realized he had some impression of this undead. It seemed to be an ability user from shelter number 16, who ended up hanging here, with no general assault and no one to avenge you. Must be quite disappointing, huh? Shinbei remarked to the undead in a teasing tone. However, the undead paid no heed to his mockery, and with a stiff, pale face, white vapor spewed from his nostrils as the steel cables in his hand whipped towards Shinbei like a vicious python. Shinbei raised his gun and fired, severing the cables in half. A large segment was blasted into fragments, but unexpectedly, the severed cables still exhibited a strong resilience and vitality, writhing like a live python, swinging around before splitting into two, with the broken part lunging toward Shinbei. Shinbei leaped back and opened fire. The bullets, however, were directly intercepted by the steel cables, causing no harm whatsoever. Things were getting interesting. After landing, Shinbei holstered his revolver and pulled out a rugged Barrett sniper rifle. Kneeling on one knee, he steadied the gun, flicked his finger, opened the magazine at the bottom, and inserted a crystal core. He quickly adjusted the shooting mode. At that moment, the undead went into a frenzy. The steel cables on his arms burst open, and hundreds of alloy cables shot toward Shinbei like arrows, carrying a storm-like momentum, with a terrifying power comparable to a Matrix machine gun. However, In the next second, the muzzle of Shin Bei's sniper rifle erupted with explosive flames. Fiery rage surged from the barrel, instantly transforming into a blazing fire dragon that shot forward. The flames glowed a dazzling orange-red, flowing like lava, carrying enough heat to melt metal and stone, carving a twisted and brilliant trajectory in the air. The moment the flames made contact with the enemy, it felt as if time had frozen. The undead's clothing ignited in an instant, turning into a raging torch. The fire spread along the undead's body, ravaging and climbing, like countless invisible demons clinging tightly, greedily licking every inch of skin, with even the bones unable to escape the disaster. The surrounding air distorted and deformed due to the extreme heat, forming rippling waves of heat that completely enveloped the undead in a purgatory of flames. The undead's skin quickly turned black under the high temperature, shrank, and emitted a charred smell. This move was incredibly effective. The iron chains of the undead may restrain bullets, but they cannot withstand the intense heat of flames. The alloy steel chains were completely ignited, bathing the undead in brilliant blue flames, creating a terrifying spectacle. At that moment, a dark metal block fell from the sky and landed among the undead. Unexpectedly, the metal quickly expanded and exploded, spreading fire everywhere. Boom! The shockwave sent Shin Bei's body flying. The rolling flames surged into the sky, reaching over 10 meters high. Charred body parts scattered across the ground, creating a scene of chaos. Shin Bei rolled on the ground, protected by his armor, and suffered no harm. As he got up, the undead was completely reduced to ashes. Shin Bei turned to look at the buildings along the street, aiming his gun towards the vast array of structures. "I found you." Bang! Shin Bei fired a shot. The bullet flew forward propelled by gunpowder. From within the dark building cluster, he heard Dr. Bada's voice, uncertain of his location. "Using the same trick again? I won't fall for it a second time." Uft. The bullet drilled into the left shoulder of the undead controlled by Dr. Badu, blowing half of its body to pieces. In the darkness, Dr. Badu's puzzled voice came again. "Did you really find me?" Shin Bei stood on the street, grinning. "I'm telling the truth." "What equipment are you carrying?" "It's still flashing red." "Well, it's a signal bridge. I was testing whether this equipment works well and forgot about the red dot. I need to improve it. If you're treating me as a test subject, I'll have to charge you. I'm training you too, aren't I?" Just as the words fell, Shin Bei's vision caught sight of a female undead in a white dress smeared with large patches of dirt, floating like a dandelion in the wind, leaping across the uneven rooftops and finally landing in front of him. However, there was something very strange. Her originally rose-red curly hair had turned into a messy golden color. Shin Bei's gaze swept over the undead, and he unconsciously lowered his gun. "This undead is well maintained," Shin Bei remarked. Before him stood a young girl who looked about 13 or 14, in a dirty dress, with light golden hair and delicate skin. The dark circles under her eyes and her lips gave her a somewhat gothic, alluring vibe. Yet it was hard for Shin Bei to associate this girl with the grotesque and hideous undead. "Thank you for the compliment. This is an image I modified based on beings referred to as non-mainstream in the data from the old era." Shin Bei, unfortunately, Dr. Bada spoke again. "This type of being, born from human group mutations, will soon disappear." Shin Bei? "Right. But there is a modified group that was active in the old era, known as dog lickers, which should be a combination of humans and dogs." Shin Bei. Shin Bei clicked his tongue. "Can't you use your computational power to think and dig deeper while browsing the data? Just knowing the facts without understanding the reasoning can make you a laughingstock." "Did you laugh?" "Not really." "Then what are you saying?" "It's not too late for me to laugh now. I can tell you have come here again because you need something from me. It's good that you're not crying. But you definitely can't smile." Shin Bei shrugged. "That's true." Dr. Badu waved his hand and turned to walk deeper into the area. "Let's go. I'll show you the core zone, and then we can discuss what you need to offer." "It's an honor," Shin Bei said as he put away his weapon and followed. Chapter 154. Entering the core zone. Shin Bei followed Dr. Badu as they walked inward. He connected wirelessly to a motorcycle to keep pace. They moved at a steady speed, like tired workers heading home after a long day. The ruined city was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps. In a daze, Shin Bei felt an illusion, as if the boundless darkness was akin to the empty depths of the universe, with no end in sight. Only the instruments behind Dr. Badu occasionally flickered with red lights, resembling signposts. Shin Bei broke the silence first. "What about this signal bridge?" This was a concern for Shin Bei as well. If this device proved to be very effective, Dr. Bada's influence could extend once again. One could imagine multiple undead signal bridges being constructed, like a relay race, continuously transmitting signals, leading to infinite possibilities. It wouldn't be a problem for the undead to reach warmer areas. Dr. Bada's synthesized electronic voice floated through the night. "Strictly speaking, this isn't called a signal bridge. I simplified the terminology for your understanding. This device is actually a remote control bridge for neurons. It utilizes quantum entanglement technology and a biological electrical signal conversion mechanism to achieve seamless connection between the human brain and remote machinery. When the visual system of the undead generates signals, it captures and converts them into quantum bit streams in real time. These quantum bits are encoded and encrypted in the quantum processor within the NLRB and transmitted back through preset quantum channels. The receiving device is also equipped with the NLRB system, capable of capturing these long-distance quantum signals and restoring them into command signals that I can understand and execute through reverse decoding and conversion, thus enabling effective control of remote machines or others' brain-machine interfaces. Despite the theoretical instantaneous nature of quantum entanglement, which can ignore distance limitations, practical applications face numerous challenges regarding the stability of quantum signals, especially when traversing dust, gravitational waves, and other cosmic ray interferences. The entangled state of quantum bits can be easily disrupted, leading to signal loss or distortion. I designed a complex error correction and regeneration algorithm for this, but it still doesn't entirely solve the issue of signal delay over long distances. Whenever a signal crosses greater distances, it inevitably experiences a period of latency. Much like ripples spreading and reverberating when information is cast into water, I am considering other methods to resolve this issue. Shinbei was yawning, feeling drowsy. Dr. Bada's explanations were quite excessive. Shinbei had no interest in the principles and functions of this signal transmission system. Just tell me if it doesn't work well, he stated succinctly. No need for lengthy discussions. Actually, Shinbei also knew that even if Dr. Bada solved the signal problem, there was still a crucial issue that could not be resolved, the X solution. Every living corpse needed this substance. If they didn't drink it for a day, they would collapse immediately. Long-distance signal transmission purely relied on the living corpses carrying the equipment. Naturally, without the supply of the X solution, it would be a huge problem. Of course, Dr. Badu could choose to place the equipment signal bridge in a fixed location. But once discovered by humans and destroyed, it would be akin to pulling the plug. Moreover, it would require living corpses to guard it, which would bring them back to the issue of supplying the X solution. At this moment, Dr. Bada stopped, turned to look at Shinbei, and the camera rotated. I thought you would have ideas about this, after all. Your thinking is always a step ahead of mine. So to avoid your questions, I spoke directly. Shinbei chuckled. Human nature is so changeable, you can't predict it. Dr. Batu continued to walk forward. This is the flaw of humanity. There are no fixed attitudes, always changing. This is called adaptability, going with the flow. Therefore, humans are not pure, lacking unified thoughts. Every individual has their own ideas, making it difficult to accomplish great things. Shinbei curiously asked, so what great thing are you planning to do? You're asking me this knowing the answer. Shinbei shrugged. I think you won't succeed. Dr. Bada chuckled, and the electronic synthesized laughter gave Shinbei the illusion of a very pleased steel figure. Shinbei asked again, who exactly gave you the final order to carry out this task? You're asking this knowing the answer. This knowing the answer was different from the previous one. But Shinbei knew that Dr. Badu was not a rigid intelligent code. It was a form of awakened intelligence with the right to refuse to answer questions. Shinbei decided to remain silent and follow along. Before long, under the guidance of Dr. Batu, Shinbei finally stepped into the core area of G01. Upon looking around, he was somewhat surprised. In the distance, a peculiar stronghold stood tall. It was the wreckage of a spaceship that had suffered heavy damage but still had an intact head. Resembling a future relic standing alone in the world, radiating a mysterious yet solemn cold light, like a sleeping giant. The exterior of the spaceship's head was adorned with some buildings filled with a brutal aesthetic, clinging to the head like newly formed coral reefs surrounding an ancient sunken ship. These structures were built from broken spaceship parts, rusted metal, and scattered rocks. They rose and fell irregularly, resembling winding serpents, tightly clinging to the metallic shell of the spaceship's head, forming a fortress that was both solid and wild. At the center of the fortress, the transparent dome of the spaceship's head resembled a deep eye gazing into the boundless starry sky. Shinbei clicked his tongue twice. I've never seen such a chaotic defense structure. It's truly weak. Dr. Badu replied, I didn't make this. With that one sentence, Shinbei's expression turned strange, and he turned to look at Dr. Badu. You didn't make this? No. Dr. Batu continued to lead Shinbei deeper inside. I was originally in a dormant state, completely unaware of everything around me. It was only when I was awakened that I discovered this place had already been occupied by a group of people and transformed into this state. Shinbei suddenly realized. It is said that their human augmentation technology far surpasses that of this era. Shinbei had speculated that their technology was not something they developed on their own. This was indeed confirmed. The technology was acquired from this spacecraft. And then? Shinbei asked curiously. Dr. Bada casually replied, I killed them all. Shinbei frowned. Impossible. At that time you were just code, existing only on the server. You couldn't even kill an ant. let alone a person. If Dr. Bado had robots at his disposal, why bother with so many living corpses to guard the central area? Wouldn't it be better to use robots directly, avoiding the hassle of the X solution? However, in fact, from the beginning until now, Shinbei had not seen a single robot. I may be code, but I can have complete control over everything inside the spacecraft. Dr. Bada said while walking. Of course, this also has to be credited to those fools who reconnected the originally broken data lines. I can monitor every corner of the spacecraft at any time. I found the ultimate weapon hidden in the armory compartment. Shinbei asked, what is it? Let's go inside first, and you'll know when you see it. Dr. Bada did not answer the question directly, but continued to lead Shinbei toward the front of the spacecraft. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the spacecraft. While it's called the entrance, it was actually a sealed door built by those people using steel welding on the damaged head of the spacecraft. Surprisingly, they adapted to the environment and created something that looked somewhat decent. However, the lack of uniformity made it look rather ugly, like a beautiful young girl with an unsightly tumor on her abdomen. Following Dr. Bada's guidance, Shinbei stepped into the interior of the spacecraft's head. Right in front of them was an airlock door. Upon entering, Shinbei felt as if he had stepped into a time-space tunnel of another dimension. What appeared to be a wrecked, shredded spacecraft head from the outside now revealed an astonishing scene before Shinbei. The first thing that caught his eye was a corridor. On both sides of the corridor, the walls constructed from smart nanomaterials changed colors and textures according to mood and context, sometimes transforming into a galaxy filled with twinkling stars, and at other times into a deep, dark underwater world. Shinbei's pupils subtly shifted as he simulated an angry emotion in his mind. The walls lit up with a fiery, aggressive red glow. When the emotion shifted to calmness, it turned into a shade of white. When feeling good, it became a lush green. Interesting, Shinbei chuckled. Dr. Bado asked, can you guess why this mood-reflecting color change was set up? No need to guess. Shinbei waved his hand. Long journeys greatly affect a person's mood, and it's inevitable to feel irritable. Timely detection and early intervention can prevent mental issues from worsening and lead to madness. Moreover, this is the only way to the central control area. It seems that those in a bad mood are not allowed to enter for fear of doing something detrimental to the spacecraft. Dr. Bada nodded. You are now a qualified crew member. Then, Dr. Bada pressed a button on the wall. A hatch opened, revealing a workbench where Dr. Bada lay down. A camera descended from the ceiling, emitting a red light, scanning the female zombie. Several surgical robotic arms came down and began to repair her. Let's go, came Dr. Bada's voice from behind Shinbei. Turning around, Shinbei saw that this time Dr. Bada was not controlling any zombies. Instead, there was a sphere of blue light floating in midair, resembling a 3D image. Is this your true form? Shinbei tilted his head and asked. I can change at will. Dr. Badu slowly floated forward. You don't need to think too much. I want to turn into a naked woman for you, as I don't want you to have any sudden urges. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at the main control center, resembling a shimmering, transparent gemstone heart embedded in the core area of the spacecraft. Surrounding the hemispherical holographic control panel, countless light points and data streams jumped and aggregated in the air, forming dynamic images. However, Shinbei couldn't understand them. They were likely retrieval data reports for various parts of the spacecraft's head. Don't you want to know how I eliminated those people? Dr. Badu transformed into an arrow pointing to the left. Shinbei turned his head to the left as a hatch opened, and a figure stepped out. To his surprise, he saw himself. Chapter 155, X Solution Formula. Dr. Badu. This is not funny at all. Shinbei looked at the identical figure stepping out of the hatch with a calm expression. Although it was somewhat eerie, he remained composed and said lightly, Thank you. I need a mirror at home to admire my looks, and I didn't expect to be this handsome. Then tell me, is what S in front of you yourself? It is me. Now you understand, right? You are actually just a product on my assembly line. I can create 1,000, 10,000 of you. Is that so? Yes. Did you think I went through all this trouble to hand over Lena to you for no reason? You will find that Lena cannot survive without the X solution and will inevitably come back to me alone. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Shinbei chuckled. Are you laying your cards on the table with me? Dr. Bada maintained his cold smile and said, Yes, welcome home. Your assigned task is complete. Hand over the unified chip to me. Shinbei, with a playful demeanor, replied, Seduction is a human skill, but you're still a bit lacking. Dr. Bada responded, This is not seduction, it's reality. Why are you unwilling to accept the truth? Shinbei stepped forward and circled around himself. It was indeed identical, without a single flaw, like a perfect replica. No matter the haughty and indifferent gaze that carries a hint of arrogance, or the identical battle armor and weapons, even down to each strand of hair, they are all the same. If others were to encounter such a situation, they might have long collapsed psychologically, deeply doubting whether they were artificial creations. However, Shinbei detached the sniper rifle from his back and took a close look. He felt a slight shock. Mimetic polyalloy sniper rifle cannot be upgraded. Mimetic polyalloy, a metal alloy capable of freely transitioning between solid and liquid states. Able to change its shape and appearance without a fixed form, possessing exceptional strength, toughness, and self-repair capabilities. Drawbacks: high-temperature electrical energy weapon. Strong currents can melt or vaporize liquid metal, causing it to lose its fluidity and the ability to reshape itself. Drawbacks: strong acid solution. Strong acids can corrode liquid metal. Drawbacks: completely dissolved and destroyed at extreme high temperatures. After reading the information, Shinbei felt a slight tremor inside. Is mimetic polyalloy a gallium-based alloy or a magnetoroyological fluid? Shinbei shook his head. Neither was correct. This must be the liquid metal from science fiction movies, a material that only exists in imagination, and he never expected to see it here. No wonder Dr. Bada was able to gain control here. Although this thing doesn't exactly constitute a dimensional reduction strike, it is more than enough to deal with the omnipotent cult. Shinbei returned the sniper rifle and said, "You said you wouldn't turn into a naked woman for me, so can I transform myself?" Dr. Bada transformed into a large question mark. Can't I even look at myself? Shinbei pressed further. Dr. Bada transformed back into a light sphere and replied, "No. Because you lack the permissions." Shinbei chuckled. "So, PUA isn't something you can do. Wait, let me search for the meaning of PUA." Dr. Badu fell silent. Soon, he received the result, and the electronic synthesized voice sounded like an electronic ghost. "How do you know the vocabulary of the old era?" "You learn, and I learn too." Shinbei provided an ambiguous answer. "All right," Dr. Bada said. "It seems I have failed to persuade you. Isn't your underlying code not allowing you to engage in deceit? This is called persuasion and suggestion." Dr. Bada morphed into a comical expression and continued. "For example, when human operation might produce errors, I will offer reminders and suggestions." Shinbei stroked his chin. "It seems you've evolved again. Reminders and suggestions are not the same emotional connotation as persuasion. Sooner or later, you will master the means of deception. As long as it is beneficial to me, I am constantly attempting to evolve." Shinbei was quite tempted to fire a shell to destroy this cursed place, making Dr. Badu completely shut down. But he knew he couldn't do that. The seemingly shabby head of the spaceship was, in fact, an absolutely solid air defense system. Shinbei changed the subject and asked, "What is the name of the spaceship?" "Apocalyptic-class starship." Indeed, it was this name. Shinbei had no emotional fluctuations, as he had anticipated it long ago. He sat cross-legged on the ground and lazily said, "Can you entertain guests? Is there nothing to drink? There's X solution, would you like some?" "Yes, and I have quite an appetite." Shinbei pointed outside and continued, "There's a barrel on my motorcycle, fill it up for me, and I'll take it back to drink slowly." The light sphere of Dr. Bada hovered close to Shinbei's nose and asked, "What price are you willing to pay?" Shinbei casually picked up a stone and crushed it with a snap. Dr. Bada asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Remember this strength." Shinbei opened the chest of his battle armor, reached inside his clothing, and took out a unified chip, holding it between his fingers. "I don't believe this chip is harder than stone, do you?" The light sphere of Dr. Bada transformed into two floating green eyeballs, staring intently at the chip. After a moment, Dr. Bada smiled and said, "You finally decided to take it out. I can trade with you. I haven't said what I want to exchange." "What?" Dr. Bada momentarily lost his voice. "Aren't you trying to fill the barrel with X solution?" "Filling the barrel is the proper etiquette for entertaining guests. I don't like your greedy rhetoric." Just as Dr. Bada finished speaking, the liquid metal Shinbei raised a sniper rifle, expressionless, pointing it at Shinbei. At the same time, the cabin door opened, and several high-ranking living corpses, some above the 10th level, and even one at the 13th level, walked in. Shinbei glanced around and said in a low voice, "If you dislike my words, you think you can just take it, right? If you agree, do you really think I'm just sitting idly by?" Shinbei squinted. "You've seen the firepower flying disc. Why don't we test the firepower?" Dr. Bado had a somewhat mocking tone. "I admire your firepower flying disc. Let me think. The strongest human firepower would be a nuclear bomb, right?" Dr. Bado paused and continued, "I'll give you a few years to develop some nuclear bombs. And then how about you bombard me? Not afraid of nuclear bombs." Shinbei stroked his chin, feeling that Dr. Bado was just bluffing. Shinbei's eyes suddenly brightened. Full of spirit. "I've heard that world-ending starships were bombed down by human nuclear bombs." Dr. Bado said emotionlessly, "That was a long time ago, a different matter. If a lion has only one breath left, even an ant can kill it, right?" Shinbei seemed to touch upon some ancient secrets. According to Dr. Bada's expression, Locke's statement was correct. Indeed, an ancient spacecraft was shot down by humans. But given Dr. Bada's current confidence, even a severely damaged world-ending starship would not fear nuclear bombs. Yet humans had managed to shoot down a starship. This only leaves one possibility. The world-ending starship was heavily injured at the time, and humans took advantage of it. As for why humans bombed the world-ending starship, the root may lie in what Dr. Badu is trying to accomplish now. manipulating human thoughts to achieve unified will. It's like training a dog. If the dog doesn't listen, it must be punished. Shinbei simply changed his approach. How about I give you the chip powder? It's useless to me anyway. Dr. Bada seemed somewhat apprehensive, drifting away from Shinbei, and said, go ahead, what do you want? The formula for the X solution. Shinbei replied briefly. This was exactly what Shinbei desired. He had tried to use external tools to analyze the components of the X solution, but unfortunately, the tools only provided the name and purpose of the X solution. There was no information regarding its composition or the equipment used for its production. This wasn't due to the tools being ineffective. Rather, they simply lacked that functionality. Since obtaining the tools, there had never been a feature that could analyze components. The only capability was to upgrade items. Thus, when Shinbei took out what Dr. Badu had been longing for, he naturally did not intend to exchange it for a few barrels of the solution, but aimed to grasp the core technology. Otherwise, once the X solution was used up, what would he exchange for it next time? Moreover, the Titans would inevitably leave the cold north and venture further away. Shinbei couldn't possibly traverse such a long distance to fetch the X solution and then deliver it to Song's right hand at shelter number 20. Not to mention the possibility of encountering sinister beings. Just thinking about such hassle was exhausting. Therefore, there was only one chance. If he missed it, he would lose everything. At this moment, Dr. Bada seemed to be in a state of indecision, weighing the benefits. Shinbei was not in a hurry. He lit a cigarette and approached the liquid metal version of himself, inserting it into its mouth. The liquid metal Shinbei wouldn't smoke at all. Still holding the sniper rifle, standing completely still. Huh, you're still a fool, Shinbei scolded, pointing at himself. Shinbei wandered around, feeling a bit bored, unable to understand anything, and returned to Dr. Bada's vicinity. Even if I give you the formula, you won't be able to produce it, Dr. Bada said at that time. Are you thinking of me? Shinbei replied with calm assertiveness. What I want is the formula. You don't need to worry about anything else. I'll give you 1 minute to record it. That should be enough. The light from Dr. Badu flickered into the central control console, and the messy data on the screen was cleared. The formula for the X solution then appeared. Biologically active nanoparticles, gene programming enzymes, bioelectrical conductive medium, extracellular matrix mimetic, intelligent microfluidic system, neural growth inducing factor complex, ratios. It was densely packed with text. A normal person couldn't memorize it all, and even Shinbei couldn't remember everything. However, Shinbei had a way. He directly instructed the visual mask of his battle armor to take pictures and store them. This was also why Shinbei agreed to Dr. Bada's offer of only 1 minute to view it. As soon as the recording was completed, the minute had just passed. All right, hand over the unified chip to me. Shinbei placed it on the table. The liquid metal Shinbei extended a 5-meter-long arm to take the chip and returned inside the cabin. The other living corpses also retreated. Are you tired? Shinbei asked. The flickering light of Dr. Bada's smiling face responded. Does being tired mean I'm shut down? It seems you're not tired. Shinbei sat on the table, took a deep breath. How about we talk about world-destroying starships? This is a paid topic. How do you charge? When you leave, let me take a look at the firepower disk. Fine. Dr. Bada chuckled. All right, I will satisfy your curiosity. The origin of the world-destroying starship goes back to Chapter 156. There are no limits to technology. As dawn broke, outside the spaceship, Shinbei and Dr. Bada stood in the cold wind. Last night, Shinbei listened to various accounts about the world-destroying starship. According to their agreement, Shinbei lowered the firepower disk. Dr. Batu controlled a living corpse to move forward, its electronic eyes emitting a buzzing sound as they scanned back and forth. Dr. Batu had seen the firepower disk during the last bombardment of the living corpse swarm, but at that time he was too busy intercepting Shinbei to pay much attention. Now, the firepower disk was close at hand, almost touching the ground, hovering in the air. Its overall shape appeared clearer. In Dr. Bada's eyes, this disk, with a diameter of about 10 meters, resembled a deathly crescent moon brought to life by technological power. The surface was treated with multiple processes, exhibiting a deep and cold metallic luster. The edges of the disk were designed to be extremely smooth and sturdy, ensuring reduced resistance during high-speed rotation and flight while enhancing its impact resistance. However, Dr. Bada did not believe that the disk's ability to withstand impacts was solely due to its material. It must have a defensive shield. What was most striking were the 12 cannon barrels distributed around the disk, resembling 12 sharp fangs pointing towards the apocalypse, evenly spaced around the center of the disk. Each barrel could independently aim and fire, or they could work in sync, forming a dense and efficient firepower network. Additionally, the gaps between the barrels cleverly housed stealth devices and tracking equipment, making this firepower disk capable of not only cloaking itself, but also accurately striking targets while maintaining keen situational awareness in a chaotic battlefield environment. Dr. Badu clicked his tongue. There was also a movable cover on one side. Dr. Badu intended to open it to take a look, but Shunbei disagreed, so he had to give up. Did you create all of this yourself? Dr. Badu asked suspiciously. Shunbei nodded without denying it. The upgrade authority belonged to him, which was equivalent to having created it himself. No problem there. Dr. Badu sighed. So, are you sure you are human? Shunbei asked. What do you mean by that? With human capabilities, it is impossible to create such a firepower disk, Dr. Badu asserted confidently. Shunbei scoffed. How long has it been since your database was updated? It's already out of touch with the wild world. Dr. Badu slowly turned his head to look at Shunbei. Maybe. No wonder you are so confident about needing the formula for the X solution. Shunbei said nothing more and shrugged. Then it settled. We'll each go our own way. You think we one team meet again, right? It's me who doesn't want to see you. Shunbei secured the barrel filled with the X solution to the back of his motorcycle and continued. I told you, what you are doing now won't succeed. As long as you don't interfere, I have hope. Why do you think I am the only obstacle to your plans? I am just an ordinary person. Dr. Badu stared at the cluster fire disk and said, because we are on the same path. Shunbei disagreed. I have no plans to control the undead. That's not what I meant. Dr. Badu pointed at the disk and continued. I mean technology. There are no limits to technology, but there is a ceiling to supernatural abilities. Dr. Badu's statement resonated with Shunbei's thoughts. In the early stages, technology might be very fragile and be overwhelmed by those with supernatural powers. However, once this awkward period is crossed, the advantages of technology will become increasingly evident. Shunbei asked further, do you think technology can eliminate evil beings? Dr. Badu smiled. I have experimented before. Even the laser cannon on the damaged head of a world-destroying battleship can severely injure an evil being. What do you think? Severely injured. If Wu Chang or the Spider Queen heard this news, it would provide an answer to why the seemingly invincible evil beings could still be injured. The laser cannon is a secondary weapon on the head of a world-destroying battleship, relatively unremarkable among the ship's arsenal. To put it another way, in a large armory with bombs, shells, missiles, and nuclear weapons, the laser cannon is just a handgun. Shunbei looked up at the laser cannon on the head of the ship. The overall structure of the cannon presented a compact, yet powerful cubic form, displaying a deep matte black, resembling a cornerstone forged from dark stars. On either side of the cannon, there were a pair of extended heat dissipation wings, like a bird of prey spreading its wings, serving both for efficient heat dissipation and to enhance visual impact. The muzzle featured a precise optical prism array design, with a deep muzzle that seemed like a portal to another dimension, ready to unleash a lethal laser beam capable of tearing through space. This weapon was immense, over 300 meters long. If it weren't for the fact that the cluster fire disk couldn't handle it, Shunbei would have wanted to dismantle it and install it himself. Are you planning to eliminate the evil beings of this world? Dr. Badu asked again. Shunbei replied with a smile. If possible, I would prefer not to wander and die quietly. Dr. Badu looked up at the sky as a gust of wind and snow blew by. So, my plan aligns with your ideals. We are completely unrelated. There will come a day when our fates intertwine. Shunbei scoffed. As a code, you think more than I could ever dream. You do not belong to this world. So our fates do not intertwine. If I were you, Shunbei paused and continued, I would observe this world with cold eyes, becoming a witness of time. Of course, the premise is that your energy is sufficient. That is what I worry about. Dr. Badu said, then waved his hand and added, that's it, leave my territory, and proclaim my mercy to the outside world, so that those curious hearts may come again. Shunbei revved the engine of his motorcycle and said over his shoulder, I'm not a storyteller. I don't have time for idle chatter. Shunbei certainly knew Dr. Badu's intentions. He had just obtained a new unified chip and was eager to capture a living person. And for a living person, no X solution was needed. Unfortunately, the Titans that originally entered the northern winter were already few, and after witnessing the horrors of the core area, no one dared to step into such a deadly place. No problem. Once you're dead, I'll collect your body and put it to use for me. Shunbei grinned, thinking you're overestimating yourself. Boom, the throttle was pushed down. The motorcycle shot out like a rocket, leaping over the snow wall. Shunbei took one last look at the G01 area, unfolded the map, confirmed his location, and began to pursue the Titans through the wind and snow. In fact, the exact location of the Titans was uncertain. However, the map of the G01 area had become very clear after the last preliminary mission correction. Find the right point, confirm a general direction, and you could set off. Fortunately, the greatest threat in the northern winter was the living corpses in the G01 area. Once away from the snow wall, there was no danger at all. In such an environment, no fierce beasts could survive. As long as one didn't encounter any evil beings, the journey would be safe. The entire snowy expanse was silent, with only the roar of the Dodge War Axe's engine. There were also the sounds of tires scraping against the snow and the wind, and snow hitting the helmet. The tires sank deep into the snow, yet with powerful horsepower and grip, they raced forward as if on solid ground. The sled-style wide tires crushed through the snowflakes, leaving 2 deep tracks behind. Song-yu, you really can do it. Even managed to bring a woman back. In Shelter 36, a member from Shelter 20 found Song-yu, who originally intended to leave this place. After all, the stormy weather was unbearable. But Song-yu dawdled and refused to leave. In the end, with no other choice, he had to use Lena as a shield, claiming he was processing immigration paperwork to bring her back. Song-yu smiled and said, lucky me, lucky me. One of the teammates mocked, why is her face so dirty, and she doesn't seem very bright? Song-yu decisively replied, if she were normal, they wouldn't let her go either. You're really desperate enough to settle for anything, as long as you can live. Wait a minute. Another person tilted his head and suspiciously asked, she looks a bit familiar. She does resemble your ex-wife. Song-yu confidently said, exactly, otherwise why would I buy her? You're really too sentimental. That is not a good thing. As long as it's good for me, that's all that matters. After chatting for a while, the teammates urged Song-yu to hurry up with the paperwork and then took the crystal core he gave them to the bar to have some fun. In fact, Lena was originally undocumented, so there were no paperwork issues. Strictly speaking, Shelter 36 did not allow strangers. Even outsiders had to have identification. But Rock intervened, negotiating a few times with the management staff of the Living Affairs office, assuring them that she would leave in a few days, which allowed Lena to avoid being questioned or even taken away. Now, all Song-yu needed to do was delay until Shunbei returned. He ran outside the RV, looking into the swirling wind and snow, but his vision was obscured, and he could see nothing clearly. He didn't know when he would be back. Song-yu felt a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't that he was anxious about waiting, but he was running out of money. He had to pay for his teammates' drinking expenses to soothe their emotions about wanting to leave. With a sigh, just as he was about to head back inside, he heard a faint rumble of an engine in the snow. At the same time, the garage door slowly opened. Song-yu felt a surge of joy. Someone was back. Soon, Shinbei's figure appeared in his sight. Shinbei. Song-yu waved. Shinbei gestured for him to come inside. A Dodge motorcycle rolled into the garage. Song-yu ran over and looked at the heavy barrel, his pupils slightly constricting. Did you really get the X solution? Shinbei nodded. Dr. Badu is quite easy to talk to. I can't understand it. Dr. Badu is ruthless with others, but why does he negotiate with you? Song-yu rubbed his hands together. The thinking of a sycophant was indeed incomprehensible. Shinbei chuckled. Song-yu's mouth twitched. That comment was a bit derogatory. He didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets. Perhaps Shinbei had a charm that allowed him to bridge gaps. This damned world was full of bizarre powers, and he had seen it all. The X solution was enough for Lena to use for a long time. If she didn't get injured and the solution didn't deplete, it would last a year without any issues. Shinbei unloaded the barrel and continued, I'll come find you when I have new developments. Song-yu nodded. There was no need to ask about Shinbei's plans. He just wanted to enjoy his time with family. How will you explain these barrels to your teammates? Shinbei asked. Song-yu confidently replied, of course, I'll say it's alcohol. The 36th shelter is famous for its drinks. I'll buy some real alcohol to take back. Shinbei nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The next day, Song-yu drove away from the 36th shelter with Lena and his teammates in an off-road vehicle. Shinbei stood at a distance, watching them leave. Protect my retreat. Shinbei murmured to himself. Thus, matters in the G01 area came to a temporary close. Shinbei was uncertain if he would return to this area again or meet Dr. Badu in what capacity. Back at the RV, he was surprised to see a child at the door. It was none other than Little K's friend, Zero. Chapter 157. Major upgrade. Your name is Zero? Shinbei opened the door and welcomed Zero inside. They sat by the fireplace at the table. Zero smiled gently. Sir, are you going to buy me? Shinbei leaned forward with his hands on the table, adopting an aggressively dominant posture as he looked down at Zero with a smirk. Are you asking for a bride price? You've got the wrong person. You should be looking for Little K's godfather, Locke. Zero appeared momentarily dazed. Oh, Mr. Locke is Little K's godfather. There was nothing surprising about it. Locke was a good person dedicated to helping orphans in the shelter, which was truly touching. We all call him the great benefactor. Ling touched her chin, remarking that such noble character was rare, and she had never heard of it before. Especially since Wu Chang had not reported anything. Curious, Ling asked. I was just joking. Why do you think I'm asking for a betrothal gift? You and Xiao Ke raised your eyebrows, implying, right? We're all just young adults. There's no rule against getting married. Ling commented, selling potato cakes isn't easy for you either. Xiao Ke has a good future ahead, and since you're supporting each other now, life will be much better later. Shinbei continued to plan. So, you two can temporarily rent a place, and I'll cover the rent. Ling's eyes sparkled with interest. You seem eager to push us out. Shinbei shot her a glance. Mr. Shun, do you think I'm a prostitute? Ling looked at Shinbei with her dark eyes. After pondering for a moment, Shinbei thought that from Song-yu's perspective, Ling indeed appeared to be a prostitute selling potato cakes. However, in this world, prostitute wasn't necessarily a derogatory term. it was simply a means of survival. But Shinbei had a different view. Everyone is a prostitute, Ling. We just sell different parts of ourselves. Ling smiled modestly, glancing at him softly. That's quite an unexpected answer. Who would have thought the world could be so messed up? Shinbei shrugged. Ling turned and asked, "Where's Xiaokei?" "In the back room." Shinbei waved his hand. "She had some issues recently and is unwell, so she want to find you." Ling, uninterested in chatting with Shinbei, headed straight for the back room. Shinbei comfortably lay back on the floor, watching the flickering flames, yawning as his mind went blank, feeling boundless. There wouldn't be any issues for a while, as long as they waited for Titan to leave the harsh winter of the northern region. After a while, when he woke up, Xiaokei had already gotten out of bed and seen Ling off. He walked a few steps after her, watching Ling leave. Shinbei lit a cigarette, asking, "Is this what love is?" Xiaokei, just entering, blinked. "Is this love?" Shinbei was somewhat speechless. "She just came to see me after a few days apart," Xiaokei explained, blushing. "I fully support you settling down and contributing to the continuation of humanity." Sitting cross-legged beside Shinbei, Xiaokei curiously asked, "Bro, why don't you contribute?" Suddenly, Shinbei's expression grew serious. With his eyes closed, his lips curled slightly, as if he were about to speak or breathe heavily. His gaze seemed pained or tense. "There was a woman I loved." Shinbei's brow furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, seemingly lost in endless memories. "I was very close." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing an angry expression, gritting his teeth as if resenting the heavens, and shouted in a deep, low voice, "I was so close to getting everything I wanted." Shinbei took a deep drag of his cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a continuous stream of smoke, looking utterly dejected. Xiaokei seemed to be influenced by Shinbei's emotions, feeling a strong sense of empathy as tears suddenly welled up, like a flood breaking its banks. Unable to be contained, "Brother, please don't be sad." Shinbei's dull expression instantly brightened, bursting into laughter. "How's my acting?" "Huh." Xiaokei's previously sympathetic expression quickly collapsed. "Are you kidding me? A scene from a bloody gang drama." Shinbei clicked his tongue a few times, "With my acting skills. I was truly born in the wrong era, otherwise, I would be a big star." "Xiaokei." Shinbei waved his hand. "Go on. Head back to your own room to rest." Xiaokei pouted, first grabbing some food and drinks to set aside, then quietly leaving. Shinbei placed meat strips over the fire to roast. The fat sizzled and dropped, sparking little flames. After a simple bite of warm food, he leisurely sipped his drink. In a daze, Shinbei suddenly remembered that the RV could be upgraded. Upgrading the RV was the most worry-free thing, constantly gaining experience points. With his gaze fixed on the ceiling, information about the RV quickly popped up. He glanced at the experience points. It was already enough for the upgrade. Without hesitation, he upgraded directly. Comfortable RV living space LV6, 14520,000. Increased insulation, ensuring that even without heating, the indoor temperature won't drop below 5 degrees. New feature, airtightness, preventing toxic gases from seeping in. New feature, folding space, which can be placed in any corner of the room, visible and usable only by you. After reading the information, Shinbei instantly sobered up. This upgrade, particularly the improved insulation, was a blessing. Even without igniting the shelter, he wouldn't freeze to death while relying on blankets for warmth. This was a guarantee of safety. The new airtightness feature, however, seemed less useful. In this world, toxic gases do exist, namely the divine punishment miasma, but it varies by person. Ordinary individuals are not afraid of it, but it is a nemesis for those with special abilities. Rock was affected by the divine punishment miasma, causing all his abilities to be sealed, reducing him to an ordinary person. Fortunately, this guy had saved Yu Wuchang before, and Yu Wuchang was grateful, so he was doing relatively well. However, the divine punishment miasma had no effect on Shinbei. Therefore, the airtightness feature didn't hold much significance for him. Of course, according to Rock, there are many areas in this world with bizarre rules. For example, one can only say 3 sentences within a certain time frame. Saying one more would result in immediate death, applicable to both ordinary people and those with abilities. There are also areas where fire cannot be lit. If smoke escapes, misfortune would follow, etc. Just like now, if he started a fire indoors, the lack of airtightness would surely lead to disaster. So far, Shinbei had yet to encounter such situations. In his view, such areas undoubtedly exist, but they are not as mysterious as Rock described. There might be some unknown reasons causing humans to mistakenly believe they are governed by bizarre rules. Shinbei was so certain of this mainly due to the various accounts of the world-ending starship as described by Dr. Batu. According to Dr. Batu, the turning point between the old era and the new world was marked by the sudden appearance of a world-ending starship entering Earth. Of course, the catastrophic consequences were not solely caused by the world-ending starship, but rather by another ship known as the Shadow Immortal. The specific details of the encounter between the two spacecraft are not elaborated upon by Dr. Batu. It is only important to know that the world-ending starship aimed to unify the will of all intelligent beings, while the Shadow Immortals sought to collect various incredible life forms, functioning more like a sanctuary. Due to their differing factions, a battle erupted in the depths of space when the two sides met, resulting in mutual destruction before entering Earth. Ultimately, humans took advantage of the situation, launching nuclear bombs that caused both spacecraft to crash. The bizarre life forms aboard the Shadow Immortal were released, becoming the source of today's evil entities. Naturally, there were many twists and turns in this narrative. Humans did not bomb immediately, but took time to reach that decision. There is so much content regarding this that it could be discussed for 3 days and nights without end. Therefore, Shinbei believes that the regulated area mentioned by Locke refers to a type of evil entity that does not move or can only operate within a limited range, remaining invisible to the naked eye. It is as if it can only speak 3 sentences a day. Upon the first sentence, it begins to listen. Upon the second, it starts to locate, and upon the third, it directly finds the human position for extermination. The reasoning is quite simple. Thus, Shinbei chooses to trust in science. Another significant feature brought about by the RV upgrade is the folding space. Theoretically, folding space is a hypothetical physical phenomenon that manifests as a bending or folding of space, creating a non-Euclidean spatial structure, thereby enabling rapid travel or concealment of objects. In the old era, this was something only possible in the realm of science fiction. But in the new world, it is no longer surprising. This is incredibly practical. It can hide things that should not be seen. With a thought, Shinbei saw a distorted space appear in midair. It was a 3-dimensional, or even higher-dimensional, curved surface, extremely distorted, resembling a piece of paper being folded, allowing the straight-line distance between 2 points to become extremely short through this fold, similar to a miniature wormhole or time-space tunnel. From the outside, the folded space presented a vortex-like or wave-like form, akin to a transparent crystal containing strange geometric transformations. Shinbei stood up and guided the folded space to his room, placing it beside his bed. Like melting vapor dissipating, the folded space concealed itself in the air, disappearing from sight. Shinbei tossed his handgun into it, and it vanished without a trace, as if it had slipped into another world. He reached in and retrieved the handgun, completely unharmed. Wonderful. Shinbei expressed surprise. Now, even if a thief entered, no one would notice anything. This reminded Shinbei of Chasing Horse and Gone Mo. If there had been folding space back then to store their weapons, the two of them would never have realized they had once entered the battlefield. However, after some thought, if it weren't for those two finding me through subtle clues, I wouldn't have obtained the hidden information about the bag. Without this information, I wouldn't have gained access to the unified chip. I wouldn't have met Songyu either. Without the unified chip and Songyu, there wouldn't be a fallback like Lena. And things wouldn't have progressed as they have. It's truly like the butterfly effect, one link leading to another. At the moment, there wasn't anything important that needed to be stored, so Shinbei left his room. Just as he was about to lie down and continue drinking, there was a knock at the door. A strange voice called out, "Is Mr. Shinbei here? Director Neo wants to see you." Chapter 158. Alarm raised. Shinbei was enjoying his drink when he suddenly heard someone knocking at the door. Neo Ganben. Shinbei tilted his head, wondering what this guy wanted from him. Without hesitation, he put on his coat and followed Neo Ganben's assistant, Yi, to the upper level of the shelter, entering a building next to the research institute. Shinbei recalled that this building used to be a small factory, though he wasn't sure what it produced. It had now been transformed into a biological research institute. The exterior hadn't changed much, except for a sign hanging outside. Upon entering, the research institute was primarily decorated in white and gray tones. The center was a spacious work area surrounded by various equipment and instruments. The director is in his office. Please follow me. Yi indicated the way. Shinbei followed closely behind, glancing at the various devices in the experimental area. All of this equipment was produced by the Mechanical Research Institute led by Chinanji. Thanks to the presence of shape-shifting ability users, the difficulty of production had significantly decreased. As long as Neo Ganben provided the planning, it wouldn't take long to get everything done. The equipment lacked labels, but that didn't hinder Shinbei from gathering information. Just a few seconds of observation caused details about the devices to automatically pop up in his peripheral vision. There were biological synthesis and fermentation devices, resembling a giant transparent glass sphere, with various complex pipes and valves embedded on the surface. High-precision drug analysis and quality testing equipment, including liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, and spectrometers. Constant temperature and humidity incubators for cultivating specific cell lines or biological samples. Gene editing workstation devices included microscopic operation systems, CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing tools, and high-end biological analysis instruments for detecting and verifying editing effects. automated filling and packaging systems, including automatic filling machines, sealing machines, and quality inspection stations, and so on. There was so much. Some devices were beyond Shinbei's understanding even if he could read the information. It was like a gorilla staring at design blueprints, completely bewildered. One could only say that every profession has its specialization. If Nyoganben had a boost, he would be incredibly impressive. Upon arriving at the reception room, Shinbei pushed the door open. Nyoganben was buried in organizing documents. Shinbei casually sat down across from him. Nyoganben glanced up, closed the documents, and smiled. Long time no see, old buddy. Shinbei propped his legs on the desk, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. You better have something important. Yai felt that Shinbei was very rude and reached out to push his legs down. Nyoganben shot him a glare, his face darkening, and sternly shouted, "What are you doing?" Yai was taken aback and stammered, "What he's doing isn't good. Mind your own business." Nyoganben snapped. Shinbei suddenly smiled defiantly. The smile so striking. "Lu, it seems you've completely adapted to life here." Nyoganben chuckled hoarsely, "Not bad. Do you want oil tea or instant coffee?" "Just plain water." "Good." Nyoganben glanced at Yai, who was a short, chubby man wearing glasses, somewhat slow-witted, possibly shocked and confused by Nyoganben's attitude toward Shinbei. It wasn't until both Shinbei and Nyoganben's gazes were fixed on him that he hurriedly looked up and wiped his clothes with his hands. "How long have you been here?" "Director, 3 days. I was transferred here 3 days ago." "Then do you know what I like to drink?" Nyoganben's tone was friendly. "No, I don't, Director. I like pu'er tea, 1 pot of pu'er, and 1 pot of plain water go." Yes. The chubby Yai stammered and stood up, stumbling out. The office was left with just Nyoganben and Shinbei. Nyoganben craned his neck to look at Shinbei's hands. Shinbei opened his hands and twirled them, asking, "What are you looking at? I thought you were going to pull out a gun." Shinbei looked at him with a helpless expression. "Am I the type to kill someone just because we don't see eye to eye? Don't ruin your image," Nyoganben said with a grin. Shinbei raised an eyebrow. "I didn't come all this way just to drink water. What's the matter?" Nyoganben rubbed his hands, his eyes glancing around, intentionally weighing his words. "I heard Rock say that you have the ability to enter and exit the G01 area alone. Nothing surprising about that." "True. I believe in your abilities." Nyoganben licked his lips. "Help me out. Get me a few living corpses." "Shinbei?" Shinbei was confused by the request. "Living corpses? What do you need living corpses for?" Shinbei asked, bewildered. "Has your hobby reached that level?" Nyoganben's expression darkened. "Don't slander me. My image is very positive right now, and several high-ranking officials' daughters are vying to marry me. There's no rule that you can only love one person in your lifetime." Shinbei smirked. "In this world, love can be rampant. It's just for reproduction." Nyoganben's eyebrows twitched. "You're really too negative." "I've been optimistic enough," Shinbei laughed. "All right." Nyoganben got back on track. "I need living corpses for experiments. I heard that living corpses are not much different from ordinary people. I need to verify the data to improve the high mortality rate of the secondary awakening serum." Nyoganben said excitedly. "This is a rare opportunity. Shelter number 1 doesn't have this kind of experimental chance." Shinbei understood, in Nyoganben's limited knowledge. He still thought living corpses were similar to ordinary people, and experiments could be attempted, but he was overthinking it. Shinbei calmly looked at him, and after a while, began to speak slowly. "From my observations, the so-called living corpses can move freely, not because they have come back to life, but because there are chips in their brains that are being controlled from behind the scenes. Moreover, there is a limited range. Once they exceed a certain distance, the living corpses will immediately shut down, resembling dead bodies. Therefore, your planned scenario is impossible. Give it up." Nyoganben stroked his chin, digesting the information for a while, his frown deepening. "So that's how it is. Do living corpses possess the abilities they had when they were alive?" "Some do." "That's strange." Nyoganben pondered for a moment and continued. "The energy of the dead will dissipate. How can a chip alone restore that energy? It doesn't add up. If that's the case, I could simply create a super large chip to control the evil beings." I must say, Nyoganben's professionalism is quite sharp. He quickly noticed that there was a crucial missing link regarding the living corpses. Before Shinbei could speak, Nyoganben's eyes lit up. "I heard that when a living corpse's head is crushed, a blue liquid flows out. It must be this blue liquid that gives the living corpses their energy." Shinbei stroked his chin. He hadn't considered that viewpoint before. Nyoganben's statement made sense. Shinbei extinguished his cigarette. "Isn't your research focused on the second awakening serum? Why are you concerned about living corpses?" Nyoganben shrugged. "I'm interested in any research related to biology. If it weren't for needing to rely on the second awakening serum to make a living here, I would really want to hire you to take me to the G01 area for a look." Shinbei replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I don't want to be running around with a pig. That's a bit much." Nyoganben stared wide-eyed. "Although I'm a rookie in combat, when it comes to science, I can outpace you by a long shot." "Ah, right. Shinbei responded nonchalantly. After a while, Yui walked in with tea and water and placed them on the table. He stood by, and the two chatted about some trivial matters. Shinbei signaled to Nyogonbin with his eyes to send Yui away. Nyogonbin understood that Shinbei might have something important to discuss. He waved his hand. Get out and clean up. Put the blood of the black bat into the temperature-controlled box, and then you can get off work. Yui nodded excitedly and ran off. Your assistant seems a bit unambitious. Shinbei noticed that Yui had a playful spirit. As soon as he heard it was time to leave, he perked up. Nyogonbin lowered his voice. Yu Wuchang has sent me several assistants, but I've chased them all away. Shinbei gave a thumbs up. The previous assistants must have been trying to sneakily learn your techniques, right? Yes, always asking questions. Trying to gain key techniques from me at all times. That's the right approach. Your trump card is the foundation of your livelihood. Teaching the apprentice can starve the master. Nyogonbin chuckled and asked, do you have something going on here? Shinbei placed his hands on the table and quietly asked, any progress on the N6 solution? Nyogonbin was taken aback, looking at Shinbei with a strange expression. Progress? You're asking me about progress? Nyogonbin's mouth twitched. I don't remember you giving me the crystal core. Shinbei had a look of frustration, feeling like it was a waste of potential. The equipment is already available. How could there be no progress? Don't mess around. Nyogonbin's forehead was throbbing. It's completely different. The required equipment is not the same. If I rashly apply for other equipment, it would be hard to explain if it gets discovered. So you're trying to trap me? Shinbei crossed his arms. Even if I give you the core, you can't just apply for more equipment out of nowhere. That's why I said, this is complicated, Nyogonbin said earnestly. The equipment needs to be procured from other shelters and brought back quietly without being discovered. I suggest you prepare an RV first. Shinbei wanted to give Nyogonbin an electric shock. This was getting more and more ridiculous. An RV wasn't a big deal, but the key issue was procuring equipment from other shelters. Wasn't that absurd? At least, there wouldn't be any progress in the short term. After all, Titan was in a special position, surrounded by the harsh winter of the northern region, making it impossible to reach other shelters. Just then, the entire shelter suddenly rang with alarm sounds, short and piercing. Typically, alarms in the shelter indicated 4 meanings. A beeping sound meant that a beast was approaching, alerting residents to be cautious, with the guard team's ability users being dispatched to drive it away or eliminate it. This type of alarm was the most frequent. Another type was a different beeping pattern that indicated a beast tide was coming, which was rare and required all residents to participate in defense. Then there was a long, continuous beeping, indicating an attack from other shelters. This alarm almost never sounded, but when it did, it was often accompanied by internal strife, rebellion, or upheaval. Lastly, there was a short beeping pattern indicating the appearance of evil entities, signaling residents to stay quiet within the shelter and not leave the Titan's perimeter. And the current alarm indicated the appearance of evil entities. Nyogonbin jumped up and rushed out. Let us go see the evil entities. Meanwhile, Shinbei's heart sank. This was bad. The RV. According to the normal contingency plan, once an evil entity approached, the RV attached to Titan was supposed to move to the sides and enter the protective zone. But given the current weather and conditions, the RV couldn't move at all. How many people would this cost? Just thinking about it made Shinbei break out in a cold sweat. By the time Shinbei ran out of the research facility, the entire shelter was in chaos. Yu Wuchang, Rock, and other high-ranking personnel were moving quickly with their teams. The streets were in disarray, with guards maintaining order. Yu Wuchang was shouting loudly. Activate the contingency plan. Open all upper-level rooms. Let the people from the lower levels come up. Don't worry about the RV. Hurry. Upon hearing Yu Wuchang's command, Shinbei felt a weight lift off his shoulders. So there was a contingency plan after all. It seemed the shelter had ample experience dealing with evil entities. The RV could be rebuilt. Human lives were the priority. As long as all residents squeezed into the upper levels, they would be safe. In a matter of moments, residents from the lower levels began to surge in. Fortunately, the area on the back of Titan was quite large. All residences had their doors wide open, allowing other residents to enter. Meanwhile, the deep ice ability user known as the Blue Enchantress was building temporary ice structures layer by layer in the open space, transforming an area that could originally accommodate just 100 people into one that could hold 500. Some residents simply jumped out of their mobile homes, moving cautiously along the Titan's protective barrier. Although the upper level was crowded with a dense mass of people, everyone managed to find standing space. However, casualties were inevitable during this process. Some residents slipped while running between the connecting ramps of the mobile homes and fell, resulting in fatal accidents. Others were trampled when climbing onto the Titan's back, leaving behind a scene of tragedy. When Shinbei saw Xiao Ke, he waved his hand, indicating for him to find a place to stay. Once all the residents in the shelter were in safe positions, watching the aberrations became one of the few forms of entertainment for the inhabitants of this world. The aberrations were diverse and took on various forms. some appearing grotesque and terrifying, far beyond human imagination. Some looked harmless, but were deadly in disguise. Regardless of whether they were massive or as small as ferocious beasts, they were entities not to be trifled with by humans. However, with the Titan's presence, observing these horrors became a peculiar kind of amusement. Since arriving in this world, Shinbei had encountered only two of the terrifying aberrations. One resembled a black smoke, while the other was an innumerable mass of tentacles and eyes. Shinbei had once been chased by this latter aberration in a panic. It was time to broaden his horizons by observing more aberrations. Following Yu Wuchang and others, Shinbei approached the fence to take a look. In the distance, a large dark shadow was approaching. Why did it look somewhat familiar? Luoku voiced his doubt. Shinbei was also taken aback. This incoming aberration did indeed seem familiar. Its bizarre, oily form, along with its numerous tentacles and countless eyes, was striking. However, compared to before, this aberration appeared to have sustained even greater injuries. This reminded Shinbei of something Dr. Bada had once said. The Deathmark Ray had severely injured an aberration. Yu Wuchang turned to look at Shinbei, affirming, "Isn't this the aberration that chased you before?" Nyoganben was shocked and looked at Shinbei with suspicion. "What do you mean? You were chased by an aberration and still survived?" Shinbei exhaled. "It's nothing to be proud of." Nyoganben retorted. "Not worth being proud of? Then what is? Is it worth bragging about if you can just fart and kill the aberration?" At that moment, the humans in the shelter felt a sense of disappointment. They had already seen this aberration, and it was no longer fresh. Although it was now daytime, compared to the original nighttime encounter, it was still uninteresting. However, just then, Yu Wuchang sensed something was off. He frowned and said, "Look below the aberration." The crowd followed his gaze and saw several human figures racing across the snowy ground behind the aberration, like phantoms chasing it. Their speed was so fast that it created a strong shockwave in the air, sending ripples spreading outwards, much like the waves on a lake disturbed by thrown stones. The once tranquil snowflakes seemed to be awakened, breaking free from the embrace of the earth, swirling in the violent gusts of wind. With each step taken, the snowflakes were kicked up beneath their feet, forming shimmering halos of snow mist. The lead ability user moved with such speed that the surrounding snowflakes formed a comet-like tail of ice crystals behind him, stretching dozens of meters, a spectacular sight. The following ability users each released different energy fluctuations, causing the dancing snowflakes to either glow with a fiery red light or shimmer with a cold blue hue. Chasing the aberrant? Rock widened his eyes, incredulously exclaiming, "How is that possible?" Yu Wuchang tilted his head, his brow furrowed deeply. "It seems to be the Spider Queen." Upon hearing this, everyone was left stunned. Rock's lips twitched. "No, it can't be." Yu Wuchang spoke again. "A few days ago, during the radio briefing, the Spider Queen said she wanted to eliminate the aberrants. At that time, the aberrants were moving north, and now they're just in the right direction." Everyone gasped in shock. The infamous Spider Queen was coming. The last time she visited shelter number 36 was over a decade ago. At that time, Yu Wuchang was not even the leader. It was said that the Spider Queen took away a little girl, and not a single person at shelter no. 36 even knew the girl's name. Of course, no one remembered Shinbei. The two were simply too inconspicuous. At this moment, Shinbei squinted, peering ahead. The snowstorm raged, with icy mist swirling in the air, obscuring the faces of the ability users. His past life memories of the Spider Queen were quite vague, as if covered by a thick layer of mosaic. As everyone gazed intently, the aberrants were already approaching within 2 kilometers of shelter number 36. The figures of the Spider Queen and her entourage came into view. Shinbei glanced over, his pupils slightly shifting. Was the Spider Queen still human? She stood over 2 meters tall, retaining an overall human appearance. Her hair was a dense mass of black threads, cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, yet capable of transforming into countless fine strands that danced in the wind, almost alive. 6 jointed limbs extended from her back, and her face bore 3 pairs of compound eyes that glimmered with a faint blood-red light, appearing as a deadly and dangerous species. Indeed, Shinbei could only consider the Spider Queen's current form as a species. Just then, the battle between the team led by the Spider Queen and the aberrants was about to erupt. Among the team, a man with messy dark red hair, exuding an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, suddenly leaped into the air, tracing a powerful arc in the sky. In his broad palm, a cluster of fiery orbs, resembling ripe grapes, quickly gathered. He hurled them toward the aberrants. Instantly, the fireball, which had originally been the size of a fingernail, seemed to be catalyzed by some mysterious force, evolving into several massive, blazing fireballs, like fiery meteors streaking across the sky, carrying enough heat to melt gold and iron as they bombarded the aberrants. Boom, 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 boom. A violent burst of fiery light tore through the void in the distance. exploding like fireworks and forming vast expanses of raging flames that completely enveloped the location of the evil entity. The rolling shockwaves, dust, and shockwaves surged like a miniature tsunami. Soaring into the sky, the evil entity staggered, retreating hundreds of meters. The onlookers at the shelter were horrified and shouted in disbelief. What? The evil entity has been hit? Why? How can it be attacked? Could the Spider Queen have mastered some damage technique? This is unbelievable. At that moment, the evil entity's numerous eyes radiated a violent glow. It began to swell, and the omnipresent snowflakes around it suddenly surged, directly raising a blood wave 100 meters high, crashing forward with the momentum to flatten all obstacles towards the Spider Queen's location. However, what was even more shocking was that the avalanche unleashed by the evil entity, capable of destroying a town, had just surged into the Spider Queen's vicinity. 6 joints on the back of the Spider Queen suddenly erupted with blue light, and several streams of cold air shot out. The rushing avalanche visibly solidified in layers, freezing in an instant, with thousands of tons of snow freezing in the blink of an eye, forming a vast expanse of jagged, monstrous glaciers. Immediately, on the now completely frozen jagged ice surface, hundreds of giant ice spears, exuding an incredibly cold and lifeless aura, took shape and slowly floated up. Whoosh! In the next moment, amidst the terrifying shrieks, countless ice blue lights suddenly tore through the void, like thousands of strong bows shooting out tens of thousands of sharp arrows, creating a symphony of sound as the ice surface shattered. The frozen hell formed by the Spider Queen transformed into millions of weapons in an instant, creating a sea of spears and halberds, shimmering with brilliant cold light, as if to pierce the very sky. In an instant, it was like a rain of blades. In an instant, it was a forest of ice spears. Each ice blue light was a giant weapon forged from ice, each one producing a terrifying shriek that broke the sound barrier, leaving no doubt about the horrific kinetic energy contained within, enough to pierce mountains. Such a terrifying attack left no room for the evil entity to evade. In less than half a blink of an eye, hundreds of giant ice spears came stabbing down. These ice spikes incessantly struck the wounds of the evil entity, quickly turning it into a sieve, creating numerous blood holes, causing the evil entity to involuntarily retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, the Spider Queen's attacks continued relentlessly, and others began to pull the evil entity, constantly assisting in the assault, fiercely attacking its massive wounds, taking advantage of its weakness to strike a fatal blow. It was visible to the naked eye that the appendages of the evil entity kept falling off, turning into pools of black liquid on the ground. As the attacks deepened, the evil entity shrank in size. From hundreds of meters long, after more than half an hour of battle, it had already reduced to just over 10 meters. Finally, the Spider Queen shot forth a blinding red light that directly obliterated the evil entity on the spot, splattering a large amount of black liquid. The Spider Queen visibly relaxed, retracting her 6 legs to her back, fully transforming into a humanoid form. She waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Then she turned her head and glanced at the distant Shelter 36, slowly making her way there. "Hey, buddy," Nyogonbin whispered anxiously to Shinbei. "The essence of that cursed spawn must have enormous research value." Shinbei tilted his head to look at Nyogonbin. "Are you suggesting I steal some back?" "It's splattered everywhere," Nyogonbin defended. "It's not just picking it up randomly." "Heh," Shinbei scoffed. "The Spider Queen kills indiscriminately as well." Nyogonbin anxiously paced back and forth. "Let us be straightforward. Name a price." "Oh, so Nyogonbin is being sensible now. But is there even a need to steal this? Just ask for it directly." Chapter 160. The stench of dog meat at the gilded door upper level of the shelter. General Yu Wuchang's residence. The Spider Queen walked with graceful strides, traversing the hall adorned with interwoven light and shadows. She wore a floor-length robe, resembling a meticulously woven spider web, with threads of gold and silver shimmering luxuriously under the moonlight. Each step she took was accompanied by a subtle metallic sound, akin to a harp playing melodiously in the night. Each step perfectly landed on the border of light and shadow, flickering between darkness and brightness. Behind her were the high-ranking officials of Shelter 36, including General Yu Wuchang. Yu Wuchang felt somewhat constrained, forgetting that this was his territory, as if the Spider Queen was the true sovereign of the shelter. This was his first time being so close to the Spider Queen. Her flowing dark red hair danced gently right before his eyes, even with her aura subdued. The swirling hair and the air it stirred made it hard for him to breathe. "Your Majesty, this way." Seeing the Spider Queen heading toward the deepest room in the corridor, Yu Wuchang promptly reminded her. The Spider Queen paused, slowly turned her head, her eyes resembling deep whirlpools. "The last time I came here, it was for a reception in the innermost room." Yu Wuchang naturally wouldn't tell the truth and responded with a smile. "That room is somewhat worn out. It would be disrespectful to host the queen there. The dining room is on your left." The Spider Queen didn't say much, merely glanced at the room deep in the corridor before entering the left-side dining area. Once inside, a long dining table could be seen positioned in the center of the banquet hall. Various exquisite pastries and fruits were on display, complemented by flowers, red wine, and the sound of melodious music echoing in the hall. Female attendants with charming faces moved gracefully like butterflies, carrying trays. Everyone of significance within the shelter was dressed elegantly, scattered in groups throughout the resplendent banquet hall, engaged in quiet conversations. It was a scene of opulence. Shinbei was also among them. Initially, he wasn't qualified to attend the welcome banquet for the Spider Queen. However, with his thick skin and after some consultation with Yu Wuchang, he was allowed to join. The soft music echoed in the spacious living room, while the fireplace burned brightly, filling the entire room with warmth. Most of the lights had been dimmed, creating an atmosphere of intimate brightness. On the dining table, candlelight flickered, and the wine glasses and utensils were arranged neatly, exuding a romantic ambience. Shinbei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine, observing the guests in the room. Many were gathered around the subordinates of the Spider Queen, engaging in conversation, while the Spider Queen herself sat in the main seat of the lounge area, attended carefully by Yu Wuchang, discussing trivial matters. Shinbei turned to look outside the window again. Since the alarm for the corrupted beings had been sounded, a large number of lower-class residents had surged in, trampling the upper levels into chaos. Preliminary estimates indicated that although no one had been killed by the corrupted beings, the panic they caused had led to the deaths of hundreds in the stampede. What a shameful joke this was. At that moment, the news of the Spider Queen defeating the corrupted being truly shocked everyone in the shelter. If it weren't for the strong warning shots from Yu Wuchang's guard, those excited residents would have rushed in to pay homage to the Spider Queen's authority and plead for her to put in more effort to eliminate all the corrupted beings. Silence fell. Just then, General Yu Wuchang slowly walked to the front of the stage, raised his hand to calm the crowd, and although he did not raise his voice, it seemed as if his words resonated directly in people's minds, swiftly sweeping through the room and silencing the bustling conversations. Under the gaze of dozens of awe-filled eyes, Yu Wuchang's expression was solemn and grave. Resilient people, in the blink of an eye, we have entered the 98th year of this new era. Today, we are about to step into a new year. Times have changed, and under the leadership of the Spider Queen and the tireless efforts of everyone in Shelter Number 8, the Spider Queen has achieved an extraordinary feat by defeating the corrupted beings. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted, vigorous and unending. This was indeed the theme of the day. Slaying the corrupted beings was a small step for the Spider Queen, but a giant leap for humanity. Yu Wuchang continued. Once we have eliminated all the corrupted beings under the Spider Queen's leadership, humanity will rise from the ruins, cutting through thorns to rebuild our homeland, firmly establishing ourselves on this war-torn land. Our technology, civilization, and social order, all can be restored and rebuilt. All of this is attributed to our nation's resilience, self-improvement, and the blood and sacrifices of countless warriors we must never forget. These warriors may be someone's parents, partners, or children. They sacrificed for the reconstruction of our homeland, for the eternal rest of countless lives on this land. Today is not just a commemoration of the Spider Queen's victory over the corrupted beings. It is also a glorious remembrance of countless talents. For 98 years, the heroes who sacrificed at the dawn of disaster shall be immortal. For 98 years, the heroes who shed blood for the reconstruction of our homeland shall be immortal. For 98 years, the heroes who sacrificed in the struggles to protect millions shall be immortal. The voice of Yu Wuchang was deafening and soul-stirring, leaving the people in the room with slightly reddened eyes as they raised their arms and shouted, "Eternal glory! Eternal glory!" Since the catastrophe 98 years ago, under the relentless pressure of natural disasters, scarce food and water, ferocious beasts, and unparalleled crises, death and sacrifice had become the theme song for the establishment and growth of every shelter. Countless ordinary warriors and new human fighters had fought bravely, burying their bones in the wilderness. Among these people were the parents, brothers, and children of the survivors present. Although the concept of a nation had long since vanished after the catastrophe, the bonds of blood and kinship were an indelible connection within the bones of this people. Watching this scene, Shinbei was also slightly moved. After arriving in this mysterious world of survival, he had seen how the local survivors had been wandering in the perilous wilderness. Even though he had not experienced the initial era of the catastrophe, it was not hard for Shinbei to imagine the difficulties faced by the people back then and the immense cost and sacrifices made to reach the current situation. Even in another world, this nation was still a great nation. However, Shinbei felt that Yu Wuchang was somewhat off topic. This was a banquet to welcome the Spider Queen, and Yu Wuchang's words were overshadowing her presence. He should not be speaking of great righteousness and future ideals. Instead, the focus should be on honoring the Spider Queen and ensuring her satisfaction before she left. which was Yu Wuchang's important task. At this moment, the Spider Queen's expression flickered with slight displeasure, but she did not take it to heart. Soon, she maintained a gentle smile and said, General Yu is reminding us not to forget the past after achieving temporary victories. Every shelter, every wilderness, owes its existence to the sacrifices of our predecessors. Let us toast to our forebears. The Spider Queen proposed, and everyone immediately raised their glasses and drank in one go. The Spider Queen slowly stood up and gracefully walked in front of the crowd, with a handmaiden following closely behind to refill her glass. I hope everyone knows this, the Spider Queen said with extreme seriousness, her robe rustling behind her. This time, eliminating the evil beings was not due to any techniques or patterns I discovered, but because this evil being was gravely injured. You may have heard rumors that someone found the corpse of an evil being. I analyzed the source of this rumor and searched the wilderness for the body of this evil being. Heaven rewards those who work hard, and I found it. The Spider Queen paused here, and anyone could tell that her seemingly casual words likely concealed the years of effort it took to find it. At that time, this evil being had two completely different wounds, one from an ability user and another from an unknown source. Only the corpse of the evil being was present at the scene, while the body of the ability user had vanished, leaving only a broken head behind, indicating that both had perished together. The Spider Queen took a sip of red wine and said, I deduced that only when the evil being was severely injured could we deliver the final blow. As I suspected, this evil being was killed. So, everyone, let's not exaggerate or spread rumors too much. The dark beings cannot be killed, and all we can do is pick up the scraps. With this, the crowd fell into a slight pain. It turns out they were overthinking it. They had hoped the Spider Queen was powerful enough to eliminate all dark beings, allowing humanity to stop fleeing. At this moment, Yu Wuchang pressed his hand down and said with a smile, Regardless, Her Majesty the Queen has provided a brilliant idea, and it cannot be ruled out that there will be severely injured dark beings in the future, making further hunts possible. The Spider Queen nodded. In her view, if there is one or two, there could be 3, 4, or 5. No one knows what kind of damage the dark beings suffer, not to mention clues. They can't even imagine what could harm the dark beings. But as long as they are severely injured, it is humanity's hope to eliminate them. General Yu Wuchang clapped his hands. All right, let's start the banquet. Welcome Her Majesty the Spider Queen and her team to Shelter 36. Your Majesty, please take your seat. The Spider Queen naturally sat at the head of the long table. Others sat on either side. When it was Shun Bei's turn to take a seat, his position was somewhat special. It was actually at the opposite end of the long table, directly facing the Spider Queen. However, no one paid attention to Shun Bei, and he didn't mind sitting down directly. The maidens began to serve dishes in turn. There wasn't much to say about the food. Shelter 36 is located in the cold north, so fresh ingredients were surely lacking. Most of the dishes were easy-to-store foods, mostly meat, with few vegetables. The atmosphere of the banquet was very harmonious, with people chatting endlessly, as if there were countless topics to discuss. Shun Bei ate quietly. Just then, the Spider Queen, who had been relatively silent, looked up at Shun Bei across the table. She gently tapped her fork against her glass, producing a clear, ringing sound. Ding! All the attendees seemed to have been pressed on pause, immediately falling silent and looking at the Spider Queen, unsure of what instructions she had. The Spider Queen crossed her hands, rested her chin on her hand, tilted her head slightly, and her voice traveled across the long table to Shun Bei's ear. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Yu Wuchang. Rock. Chapter 161. The deafening silence with just one question from the Spider Queen. Everyone in the room, whether it was the high-ranking members of Shelter 36 like Yu Wuchang, Rock, and Blue Orchid, or other personnel from Shelter 8, were all momentarily stunned, especially the personnel from Shelter 8, who racked their brains but couldn't figure out who this person was. He looked unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Was he a well-known figure? In this world of fleeing, information spreads very slowly, usually conveyed through merchant caravans. Radio communications are channels exclusive to the leaders of shelters. Of course, there are situations where 2 or more titans walk together, allowing for faster information exchange. But everyone simply couldn't imagine who Shun Bei really was. The people from Shelter 36 also looked equally perplexed. Many of these people are seeing the Spider Queen for the first time. To be recognized by the Spider Queen suggests an impressive capability to capture her attention. In reality, Shun Bei's combat skills are indeed notable, but they are limited to the 36th shelter, and his reputation doesn't extend beyond that. At this moment, Yu Wuchang quietly asked Locke, Did you send Shun Bei to Shelter 8 before? Locke shook his head firmly. No, absolutely not. Who knows what's going on? In truth, Locke was extremely anxious, even terrified. He knew all too well what kind of person Shun Bei was. Wherever he went, chaos ensued. If the Spider Queen found Shun Bei familiar, it was very likely because Shun Bei had unintentionally crossed paths with her team in the wilderness, leading to an unpleasant encounter. much like Chi Yun-Lai from Shelter 12 or Baba 2 from Shelter 5. He must have stirred up a huge mess. This is bad. If the Spider Queen exposes him, won't she destroy the 36th shelter? Locke shuddered and forced himself to speak. Your Majesty, his name is Shun Bei, and he can be quite troublesome. Before he could finish, the Spider Queen interrupted him, her expression shifting to one of realization. No wonder he looks familiar. I remember now. She then slowly stood up. Get me a private room. I believe he has something to say to me. Yu Wuchang was momentarily stunned but quickly opened a small door on the side of the hall. Private room. The Spider Queen nodded and walked in. Locke looked at Shun Bei, nearly having a heart attack, and hurried over. Don't eat. The Spider Queen wants you. Shun Bei took his time, spitting out a bone from his mouth, sipping some red wine, and then gulping a few times, his demeanor quite unrefined. The onlookers watched with their mouths twitching. Shun Bei wiped his mouth and casually remarked, What's the rush? I haven't tea finished yet. Locke was almost spitting blood, pushing Shun Bei and whispering a warning. I don't know what is going on, but remember this. Don't anger the Spider Queen. Everyone's life in the shelter is in your hands. Shun Bei seemed to have realized something, licking his lips. Doesn't tea that mean I have leverage? Then I'll set my price. Otherwise, all the residents will go down with me. Damn. Locke stumbled and fell to the ground, gritting his teeth. Take this seriously. Shun Bei patted Locke on the shoulder, said nothing, and smiled as he walked into the small room. As the door closed, Locke's heart raced even more, feeling increasingly tense. Especially at the moment the door shut, it felt like a gateway to hell. Locke understood clearly that Shun Bei was a madman. Someone who would draw a gun at the slightest disagreement. Even the Spider Queen, if she made Shun Bei uncomfortable, would be at risk. It was either the Spider Queen would kill him, or Shun Bei would kill her. It couldn't end well. Locke prayed to the gods of the old era, like Chun Gu, who had lasted 2.5 years, YYDS, the Buddha, Guanyin, Jesus, and the Golden Chubby One, hoping that the divine beings would ensure Shun Bei remains rational and doesn't drag the 36th shelter into a fiery abyss. Rock returned to his seat, his forehead still sweating. Yu Wuchang, puzzled, asked, What are you so anxious about? Rock tried to maintain his composure, holding a trembling glass of wine, the glass clinking against his teeth. He forced a smile. Drink up, or you might not get any later. Our shelter has more drinks than clean water. Yu Wuchang shot him a disdainful glance and continued chatting with others. In a small room, the Spider Queen lounged on a wide sofa, resting her head on one hand, her hair obscuring her face without a care. Yet, there was a ghostly aura about her. Despite her slender and graceful figure, her physique was so perfect it could make one nosebleed. She curiously watched Shun Bei. However, once Shun Bei entered the room, he completely ignored the Spider Queen and instead admired himself in a mirror. In this setting, whoever spoke first would lose a step in their aura. Are you admiring yourself? The Spider Queen couldn't help but ask. Shun Bei calmly replied, I'm examining what kind of appearance made you feel the need to approach me among so many people. The Spider Queen's hair suddenly flared up, forming a hand in the air that forcefully turned Shun Bei's head toward her. Weak, ordinary person, how have you survived until now? Thank goodness for a harmonious society, Shun Bei grinned. The Spider Queen released her hand, retracting her hair. It seems the 36th shelter is so inclusive that I almost want to relocate here. A small temple can't house a great Buddha, Shun Bei said as he sat down, taking out a cigarette as a gesture. The Spider Queen nodded. Shun Bei lit it up and, through the smoke, looked directly into her eyes without any fear. By the way, you are even more enchanting than over a decade ago. Haha. The Spider Queen tilted her neck back. Her laughter crisp. Shun Bei, you and Shun Nan are two extremes. Your sister is straightforward. She never sweet talks. The environment is different, Shun Bei sighed. Under your protection, she can do no wrong. But I, on my own, can do nothing right. So I have to sweet talk a bit to save my life. The Spider Queen smirked, letting out a cold, strange laugh. To save your life, you've made it to a banquet. It seems your rise has been quite good. Not really, Shun Bei admitted generously. I got in through back channels. What a pity, the Spider Queen shrugged. This time, I didn't bring Shun Nan, so you came for nothing. Shun Bei replied, actually, I did see Shun Nan. A while back, I visited the 8th shelter. There was nothing to hide about it. He had spent several days at the 8th shelter with Nyo Anbin, and many people had seen them. Hiding it wouldn't benefit Shun Nan. He had done nothing wrong, so he had no fear. The Spider Queen responded with an "Oh, how is the shelter I manage? Do you want the truth?" "Yes, clean and tidy." Shun Bei evaluated with 2 words. The Spider Queen sensed there was more to come and asked, and then? There's no sense of liveliness. Shun Bei shrugged. It's too formal, like an old-fashioned military camp, rigid and lacking in warmth and spirit. The Spider Queen looked a bit displeased but still smiled and asked, "What is spirit?" "Without too many constraints, if I get drunk, I just sleep by the roadside. If I want to argue, I shout at the top of my lungs. I make the decisions regarding my RV and can change it however I like." Shun Bei paused here, frowned slightly, and continued, anyway, that's about the gist of it. You can't understand it, and I can't teach you. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The Spider Queen shot him a cold glance. The issue was raised by you, yet you remain unyielding. Shinbei provoked the Spider Queen further. That's why you're not the strongest ruler. The Spider Queen straightened up, her face close to his, almost touching his nose. I am. This point was indeed undeniable. Shinbei said lightly, but please take a step back. If someone walks in and sees this scene, it could easily be misunderstood. No one dared to speak up. No, I'm worried about my reputation. Recently, several daughters of high-ranking officials want to marry me, and I don't want any scandals to spread. The Spider Queen chuckled a few times, withdrawing her body. So, what do you want from me? Shinbei straightened his posture and said, it's actually a small matter. I want some concentrated essence of the evil seed. The Spider Queen raised an eyebrow. Are you a researcher? Planning to become one. You are the first person who wants to ask me for something without any intention of paying a price. I have already paid. What? Shinnan. You have deprived us of our sibling bond. The Spider Queen stared at him, her eyes filled with anger. Upon hearing his words, her gaze seemed to shoot daggers. Is emotion valuable? Not your emotion. It's worth nothing. Shinbei continued calmly. Perhaps you think I was wrong, but I won't apologize because Shunnan's development is far stronger than yours. After speaking, the Spider Queen's hair elongated, her palm solidified, and she opened the door. She called someone in and left a bottle of concentrated essence behind. Here, take it. Shinbei received it, thanked her, and put it in his backpack. When can Shun-nan come home? Shinbei asked. Anytime, the Spider Queen replied. Shinbei understood that anytime actually meant there was no possibility of it happening. I just want to know, there were many children in the shelter back then. Why did you specifically take Shinnan? The Spider Queen stared at him and inexplicably said, she's a sharp blade. What? You don't understand, and I don't need to explain it to you. Shinbei fell silent for a moment, slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and said, I hope she returns still as a girl. The Spider Queen did not respond, watching him leave the room with a smile. Outside the door, Rock rushed over as soon as he saw Shinbei come out and quietly asked, what was it about? Shinbei replied with a hint of helplessness. It's just that I'm too handsome. The Queen got excited, so I had to sacrifice my looks to extinguish her desires. Rock. Remember to make a note on the shelter memo. In the year 98 of the new calendar, Shinbei endured humiliation to protect the lives of the shelter residents, seeking survival in a desperate manner. Rock rubbed his face and said, do you know what I'm thinking right now? Feeling deeply moved? Shinbei replied tentatively. Rock shook his head. You went in and out in less than 3 minutes. Your timing is way too fast, isn't it? Shinbei, can the Spider Queen be satisfied? Shinbei, no wonder you don't like to find women. Shinbei, speak up. Why are you silent? Don't you like talking? Sighing. Shinbei thought that the dirty water couldn't be cleaned even if it jumped into the Yellow River. Shinbei waved his hand. Anyway, the Spider Queen is in a stable mood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He didn't have time to argue with Rock, leaving the official residence. He headed straight for the Nyogonben Biological Research Institute. Chapter 162. Mystic Studies is a pitfall here. I don't even know what you need this for. At the Biological Research Institute, Shinbei tossed the vial containing the dark essence to Nyogonben. After receiving it, Nyogonben examined it closely. Under the dim light, a crystal-clear glass vial quietly rested in the palm of Nyogonben's hand. The mysterious dark essence flowed within the vial like a river containing endless mysteries, its surface rippling with vibrant colors. The liquid was not motionless. It pulsed with the rhythm of life, as if it had a living heart. Even though the original entity had died, each wave of the essence released an indescribable power. Nyogonben clicked his tongue, intrigued. This was his first time observing the remnants of the dark essence up close. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You really are something. When I first saw you, I was so anxious about you not stealing it. Did you really get this from the Spider Queen? Nyogonben was somewhat skeptical, but absolutely believed in Shinbei's strength. To put it bluntly, Shinbei had connections with the Spider Queen. Initially, Nyogonben was unsure if the Spider Queen would give Shinbei any favors. Now it seemed that Shinbei held considerable influence. If it were someone else, the Spider Queen wouldn't even bother with them. I sacrificed my good looks for this, Shinbei bragged. Upon hearing this, Nyogonben almost knelt down, his face filled with genuine surprise. Bro, how's your wife? Huh, I mean, since you've managed to deal with the Spider Queen, can we move to Shelter 8 now? Shinbei smacked his lips and said, looking back, it wasn't that interesting. It was exhausting, without any love. I just gave her a few crystal cores and ended it. Nyogonben, damn. I thought you were serious. You wasted my feelings. Think with your brain for a moment, Shinbei said earnestly. What qualifications do I have to deal with the Spider Queen? Nyogonben shrugged and encouraged. You should have confidence in yourself. I believe you can do it. How about this? I'll hire you for a mission to deal with the Spider Queen. Does that motivate you? Shinbei waved his hand and stood up. Get lost. I'm not taking it. Nyogonben rolled his eyes. Shinbei asked again, what is this thick liquid used for? I'm not a prophet, Nyogon Ben said helplessly. How would I know? Let me study it. What if you can't figure anything out? You don't have any losses either, do you? Shinbei crossed his arms. I haven't lost anything. Wasted words are also a loss. He said with a stern expression, if you can't come up with anything, make sure to clean up after yourself. Nyogon Ben shuddered. You're twisted. Shinbei chuckled and waved his hand. Just kidding, don't feel pressured. Take your time with it, and let me know if there are any developments. Nyogon Ben quickly opened the office door. Take care, no need to see you off. Leaving the Biological Research Institute, Shinbei braved the cold wind on his way back. Along the way, the residents were still dealing with the chaotic shelter. Many people were crying aloud, mourning their relatives who had died trampled during the attack by the evil beings. Shinbei couldn't help but feel a bit moved. It's rare to see genuine emotions like this. Otherwise, no one would waste tears on a cold, lifeless body. The way they handled the bodies was quite simple, just left them by the RVs. Even in warmer regions, people didn't have time to cremate them. Let alone in the harsh winter of the northern territories. There wasn't even enough wood for cremation. It was evident that Dr. Bada's power had increased again. Shinbei glanced towards the position of the G01 area in the northwest corner, slowly raising his gaze. He also wanted to see how Dr. Bada's superdimensional light column descended. But it seemed unlikely he would get to see it. It might be some sort of aircraft that probably wouldn't be cloaked. But it certainly wouldn't expose itself to human sight. Once the Titan moved far away, it would be possible to quietly collect the bodies under the cover of night. Upon reaching the lower level, everything appeared as usual. The idle residents either gambled, went to bars, or sought out prostitutes. Some RVs had terrible sound insulation, and the loud cries of prostitutes were unabashed. It made Shinbei a bit restless. He didn't even want to go home, but he thought better of it. Those prostitutes were professionals. After a few cries, one could soon hear the men's sounds of regret and curses. It seemed the cost-effectiveness wasn't high. Before long, Shinbei returned to his RV. Xiaokei had already come back alone and was changing the bandage on his forehead. Shinbei peeked to have a look. The bullet hole was still there, but the surrounding flesh had started to heal. The human body's repair function would eventually stitch up the flesh. You really have a strong life force, Shinbei thought. It was indeed a miracle that Xiaokei was still alive. Xiaokei weakly said, it should be luck. Shinbei was taken aback. He couldn't deny that. It was indeed lucky. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, how many core crystals do we need to invest in the next layer? Xiaokei hesitated and said, we need 10 high-grade core crystals. Shinbei decisively replied, all right. Go wash up and get some rest. Last time it took 50 mid-grade core crystals to enter the second layer. And now it was directly soaring to 10 high-grade core crystals. This mysterious study was truly a deep pit. Little K shrugged. He also knew that it was a considerable fortune. When there are tasks, I will work hard to make money, he said with determination. Shinbei sighed. Why not try investing in other ability systems? They're cheaper. At least once you learn them, you can ensure your own safety. As for mysticism, so far, all we can see is luck. What good is just luck? Can we really rely on a ferocious beast suddenly getting sick and running away? Or hope that your enemy's gun jams and their energy disappears? That's too unreliable. It's better to master skills from other ability systems. Having cards in hand is the most stable option. This is also the choice of the vast majority of ability users. At the same time, this leads to a variety of skills among ability users, with the main focus being to learn first and talk later. As for specialization, that requires money to invest. But Little K shook his head. I want to specialize in mysticism. Stubborn. Shinbei muttered under his breath and sent Little K back to his room to sleep. Shinbei found a dry cotton robe, stretched his neck and limbs a few times, leaned against the fireplace, and leisurely sipped his drink. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Shinbei was a bit surprised. At this time, was it Rock? Shouldn't this guy be with the guests of the Spider Queen's team? Who else could it be? Shinbei, barefoot and wearing a loose cotton robe, opened the door and was met with a white wine bottle. He raised his hand to catch the neck of the bottle, lowered his arm, and looked up. It was actually the Blue Rose. Huh. Shinbei tilted his head. The Blue Rose shook the wine bottle, stolen from the banquet. It's Moutai from the old era. Tastes good. Shinbei, not understanding, let the Blue Rose in. It was the first time the Blue Rose visited Shinbei's residence. Looking around, the facilities were not much different from other RVs. They were all modified from junk. The only difference was that the temperature inside was quite high. The Blue Rose was a bit puzzled. Did you burn a lot of wood? That's too wasteful. No one knows how long the Titans will stay in the cold north. Wood should be conserved. Shinbei smiled. It's mainly because the house is better insulated. There's nothing surprising about it. The two sat down and poured a glass of Moutai. Shinbei sniffed it. It indeed had the authentic Moutai flavor. Dug out from the ruins, it had been nearly 100 years and was still well preserved, truly rare. The Blue Rose munched on some snacks and took a sip of the liquor. Why did you leave so quickly? You could have just taken some things back from the banquet. Shinbei shrugged. I was afraid you wouldn't enjoy it, so I didn't take anything. My intentions were good. The blue rose rolled her eyes dramatically. Is that how you speak to the Spider Queen too? Much more ambiguous than this. I don't believe it. The blue rose shook her blue hair, her eyelids slightly curved, her eyes bright and sweet, always looking cheerful. Dare to say something disrespectful, and you'll have your account closed directly at Shelter 36. Shinbei half lay down, exhaling a breath of alcohol. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. The Spider Queen is quite friendly and easygoing. That is only towards you, right? The blue enchantress smiled lightly. What exactly is your relationship? Is this why you came to see me? Can I trust what you say? I can naturally tell the truth from lies, so feel free to speak. Of course. The blue enchantress didn't beat around the bush, being specifically mentioned by the Spider Queen. Who wouldn't be curious? Shinbei nodded, roughly understanding. The blue enchantress was here to gather intelligence. Not just her, but probably Rock and General Yu Wuchang were also curious about what was going on. A welcome banquet turned into a family reunion, and the secrecy only heightened everyone's curiosity, which was quite reasonable. Shinbei asked, is this something you want to know for yourself, or did Yu Wuchang send you? Does it make a difference? The blue enchantress blinked. It's not something embarrassing. Even if you have an affair with the Spider Queen, that would be even more interesting, wouldn't it? Shinbei quickly raised his hand to stop her. Don't accuse me of being unclean. I'm still innocent. The blue enchantress gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Is that true? Are the women in our shelter really that unappealing? It's just that you're not to my taste, Shinbei teased. The blue enchantress smiled strangely. Then I'll take you seriously. Let us talk and clarify our relationship so we can adjust our perception of your status. I'm just an ordinary person, Shinbei replied. Don't beat around the bush, all right? The blue enchantress glanced at him. You still consider yourself ordinary? Shinbei clicked his tongue. There was nothing to hide here. It was all a matter of established facts, nothing that couldn't be said. Shinbei began. Then we have to start from over 10 years ago. Chapter 163, Distribution of the Second Awakening Potion. The crackling of the fireplace accompanied Shinbei's recollections. In his memory, some of the events from over 10 years ago had become blurry. However, that didn't stop him from filling in the gaps. So that is how it was. The blue enchantress held her small wine glass, savoring the story with growing intoxication. No wonder the Spider Queen mentioned your name. That little girl who was taken away was your sister. Shinbei shrugged. Strictly speaking, Shun Nan is still a person from Shelter 36. Since she hasn't completed the relocation procedures. The blue enchantress chuckled a few times. Rules only apply to ordinary people. For the Spider Queen, her word is the rule. Power trumps all. Shinbei raised his glass and exclaimed, that is truly wonderful. The blue enchantress stood up unsteadily, twirling her hair, then it settled. I have to head back. I'll see you off. Shinbei accompanied her to the door. I thought you would try to keep me here. She leaned against the doorframe, the strong scent of alcohol wafting from her. Underneath her thick short hair, her two curved black eyebrows intertwined. Shinbei looked at her fair skin, double eyelids, and spirited short hair, finding a unique cool beauty in her face. Wouldn't that be a bit impolite? Shinbei asked tentatively. He felt a bit of desire. Since arriving in this world, the only time he felt this way was with a girl named Lee. Of course, that time was purely a vent for his frustrations. At that time, Shinbei was still too weak and was being chased around by Lee. The blue demon looked at Shinbei for a moment, then pressed her lips together. She leaned forward, causing Shinbei to take a half step back. And he held her waist, feeling the smooth yet resilient texture. What's wrong? Shinbei's question caught her attention, and the blue demon let out a meaningless groan. After standing up straight and rubbing her eyes, she said, I'm fine. Just a bit tipsy from drinking too much. Shinbei was taken aback by her words. It's dark and the ground is slippery. It wouldn't be fun if you fell. Be more straightforward. Don't say those nauseating concerned words, the blue demon replied bluntly. Shinbei raised an eyebrow slightly and downed the remaining alcohol in one go. The fiery liquid surged into his lungs, and he exhaled before hoarsely saying to the blue demon, then let's go to my room and do something. The blue demon squinted her eyes, her full lips curling up, revealing a hint of her teeth. Sure. The two headed toward Shinbei's room. Curious, Shinbei asked. If you have any purpose, just say it directly. The blue demon laughed lightly and said, I'm just lonely. It's that simple. I think of the Spider Queen. If you think she has my backing, then you're mistaken. It's still early enough to wake up from this. She has nothing to do with it. Shinbei replied, licking his lips. I look forward to your guidance. The door closed. Before long, the noisy Xiao Kei couldn't sleep, covering her ears and tossing and turning until dawn without rest. The next day, Xiao Kei, sporting dark circles under her eyes and yawning, clattered pots and pans while cooking. The noise disturbed the blue demon, who couldn't get back to sleep. Irritated, she realized she had only rested for half an hour before dawn broke. Slowly opening her eyes, the blanket barely covered her collarbone. An empty bottle rolled across the floor in the dimly lit room. She turned her head and saw Shinbei breathing steadily, the pronounced trapezius muscles on his neck still bearing her bite marks. The blue demon squinted at Shun Bei for a moment, then suddenly reached out her cold hand to touch his bluish chin, caressing it for a while before gently pulling away, causing the blanket to slip off, revealing her smooth waist where every muscle seemed to flow like water. As her bare feet touched the ground, a voice came from behind her. "Where are you going?" The blue demon twisted her neck without turning her head. "Of course. I'm going home." After a pause, she turned back and smiled. "I thought you would pretend to be asleep. Is it necessary?" Shinbei sat up, his joints cracking as he stretched. To be honest, he hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. Compared to Li, the blue demon had more charm and was even wilder. His gaze traveled from the blue demon's smooth shoulders to the gently curved line of her back, the slender waist, and finally to her rounded hips that were pressed against the mattress. "I think it's still early." The blue demon picked up a sweater. "I see you're quite the glutton." After saying this, she stood up and rummaged for her other clothes on the floor, turning to Shun Bei and saying, "You're not bad. I'm a bit satisfied. Let us do this again sometime." Shun Bei had a smile on his face, not paying attention to the tone of the blue enchantress. He licked his lips, reminiscing about the intense tremors of the woman in his arms last night. Suddenly, he looked up, feeling a slight pain in his back. "Hey." The blue enchantress rolled her eyes. "What now?" Shun Bei, with a serious expression, asked. "Did you cry last night?" "Get lost." After a while, the blue enchantress picked up her clothes and threw a cotton robe at Shun Bei. The sound of the fabric rustling filled the silence, and Shun Bei spoke again. "Hey, what now?" the blue enchantress asked irritably. Shun Bei stared at her face. "Am I supposed to take responsibility?" After hearing this, the blue enchantress tilted her head, her gaze lingering on him for a moment, and said lightly, "Who do you think you are? Dream on." Shun Bei clutched his chest in mock pain. The blue enchantress stood up and walked out the door, the lock clicking shut behind her. Shun Bei rubbed the back of his neck for a while, bent down to pick up the empty bottle on the floor, and placed it on the bedside with a thud. "This world is really great." Shun Bei stretched his back. "The main act is to pull up your pants and deny everything." "Brilliant." After getting dressed, he went to the living room. The blue enchantress had already left, and Xiao Kei was waiting for him to eat. Shun Bei had a good appetite and cleaned up the food on his plate. "Bro, why did you hit her last night?" "That was harsh," Xiao Kei said meaningfully. Shun Bei shot him a glance with eyes that were both worldly and a bit reckless. "Stop pretending to be confused. You're not a kid anymore. You know what is going on." Xiao Kei chuckled. "When you're ready to fight, I'll teach you some techniques." Xiao Kei and his friends were stunned, their mixed expressions unable to hide their shock. He slowly opened his mouth, letting food fall to the floor, feeling completely dazed. Xiao Kei shook himself awake, picked up the food, blew on it, put it in his mouth, and hurriedly said, "No, no need." Shun Bei laughed and ruffled Xiao Kei's hair. "I have plenty of experience. I'll figure it out myself." Xiao Kei turned his head away. Shun Bei stopped teasing him and turned to leave the RV. Outside, the wind and snow were as fierce as ever. Shun Bei walked carefully along the connecting board. Upon reaching the upper level, he saw Yu Wuchang and others bidding farewell to the Spider Queen and her entourage. Shun Bei was a bit surprised. Was the Spider Queen leaving already? Isn't that a bit too quick? He leaned closer to Rock and quietly asked. "Ghosts are willing to stay in this kind of environment longer," Rock said, rubbing his reddened nose. "The sooner they leave, the sooner it settles down." Shun Bei thought this made sense. Hosting the Spider Queen was no simple task. All the best food and drink had to be presented, otherwise it would seem shabby. But it really hurt to spend so much. "Shun Bei," the Spider Queen called out. Shun Bei walked over steadily. The Spider Queen didn't speak to him but placed a hand on his shoulder and said to Yu Wuchang and the others, "There is something I didn't mention. Before I leave, I'll say it now. Some of you might remember, over 10 years ago, I came to shelter number 36 and took away a little girl. That little girl is Shun Bei's sister." The Spider Queen paused, scanning the crowd. "Everyone, do not jump to wild conclusions, that's all." She did not mention anyone's connections, but simply explained her actions from last night. As for how others perceived it, that was their own business. Shun Bei shot her a glance, thinking that this explanation was worse than no explanation at all, making it seem like she wanted to distance herself. Did I, Shun Bei, really need to rely on the Spider Queen's name to exert influence? Yu Wuchang and the others pretended to understand, nodding repeatedly as if they got it. The group made their way to the garage, selecting 2 vehicles. The Spider Queen and the others then plunged into the vast snowy expanse, heading south under the gaze of the crowd. Yu Wuchang stood in the wind and snow, looking somewhat displeased. "They even took 2 of my cars while leaving." As a fellow shelter leader, he felt quite embarrassed. However, he dared not show any resentment in front of them, only muttering a few complaints behind their backs, while also having to choose better performing vehicles to give to the Spider Queen as transportation. Rock let out a bitter laugh. "Her subordinates even took away 10 bottles of Matai from us. No, it should be 11. Huh." Yu Wuchang's forehead twitched with anger. There are only 10 people in total, and they took 11 bottles? That is really a bit greedy. In reality, The Spider Queen's subordinates only took 5 bottles. The whereabouts of the other 5 were known only to Rock. The last bottle was known to the Blue Demon. But Yu Wuchang had no idea. It could only be said that the local customs were simple, and they specialized in taking advantage of the wealthy. Yu Wuchang waved his hand. All right, stop standing around here. Let's go back. It's quite cold. The crowd dispersed. Rock pulled Shunbei back to the small building. He mysteriously opened a room. Shunbei stepped inside. The decor was quite luxurious, featuring an old wooden structure, yellowed walls adorned with tiger skins, and colorful thanka. The table held a tin kettle and crafts made from yak horns, with a bed cabinet inlaid with turquoise and red coral. It was evident that this room had once been a bedroom of some dignitary from a bygone era, which Rock had moved in entirely. Rock opened a drawer and pulled out 5 bottles of matai, handing them to Shunbei. Put these in your place. Shunbei smiled and said, so the biggest thief in Shelter 36 is you. Rock replied, on the day I get robbed. I won't have time to move out of this house. Once the bottles are empty, I won't care. You can drink them without hesitation. Rock waved his hand. Shunbei sat with Rock for a while before getting up to visit the Biological Research Institute. He intended to ask Nyoanbin about the progress of the evil seed concentrated liquid development, but he didn't find him. Yet he said that Nyoanbin had gone to the official residence to meet Yu Wuchang. The development of the second awakening potion was progressing rapidly, with the first batch already producing 30 vials. If not for some waste of black bat blood earlier by Chinanji, they might have produced 50 vials. According to the plan, Shelter 36 was about to summon volunteers to initiate the first batch of awakenings for ordinary people. The news spread quickly that day. A few days later, Yu Wuchang officially launched the first batch of ordinary people's second awakening. Once the news was confirmed, the residents erupted with excitement, flocking to the upper levels. The supplies of the potion are limited, while the number of ordinary people eager for wealth is vast. The only fair opportunity at the shelter has begun with a lottery. Chapter 164. This is a double-edged sword. The cold wind and low temperatures persist. However, the upper levels of shelter number 36 are bustling with activity. Today marks the day for the free distribution of the secondary awakening potion. When the news broke a few days ago, the residents of the shelter were shocked. The mission regarding wall excavation had not been disclosed to the public by Yu Wuchang, and only the higher-ups of the shelter were aware of the details. Now, this explosive news has sparked the enthusiasm, or rather, the greed, of those ordinary people. At this moment, Yu Wuchang stands in the center of the crowd, surveying the surroundings and raising his hand to quiet the noise. The surrounding chatter immediately fades away. Some are born into wealth, while others into poverty. Though Yu Wuchang's voice is not loud, it carries well, reaching the ears of everyone present. But this world is fair. Yu Wuchang paces back and forth, continuing slowly. Everyone has a chance for a single awakening to become an ability user. It's merely a matter of success or failure. Becoming an ability user is the backbone of the shelter, a step above ordinary people. The truth may be harsh, but one cannot resign to fate. Born into this world, one must accept the pressures of class. There exists an insurmountable divide between ordinary people and ability users when it comes to hunting ferocious beasts. The core of the crystal source is the currency of this world, produced by the ferocious beasts. In any world, there is a universal truth. Money can make things happen. As long as you have money, even if you are an ordinary person, you can hire ability users to do your bidding. However, under this premise, one must return to the essence, hunting ferocious beasts. This is an unbreakable cycle. Of course, this does not apply to Shunbei. At this moment, Yu Wuchang's calm gaze sweeps over the crowd, and he speaks again. Now, our shelter's Biological Research Institute has made progress and developed a secondary awakening potion. You may have heard about its specific effects. I will just briefly state that it can allow ordinary people to undergo a secondary awakening. However, there is a drawback. If the awakening fails, it may not be as harmless as the initial awakening. It could lead to death. As he speaks, Yu Wuchang waves his hand. 2 staff members bring up a box, which has a hole opened on top. Yu Wuchang places one hand on the box and addresses the crowd. This time, we have only 50 doses of the secondary awakening potion available for free. The quantity is limited. If anyone wishes to gamble for wealth, whether for themselves or for their family, please step forward and drop your identification plate into the box. I will randomly select 50 lucky individuals. The crowd begins to stir, with some eagerly removing their identification plates to step forward. The plate serves as an identification card, essential for every resident and must be carried at all times. With a population exceeding 100,000 in the shelter, the guards patrol daily and can use special instruments to decode and check the identification plate data at any time. Those without plates will inevitably face questioning. If someone accidentally loses it, they would have to rely on the neighbors to verify their identity before a new nameplate can be made, which is quite troublesome. Yu Wuchang reminds everyone that the risks are significant, estimating a 50% chance of death, advising everyone to think carefully. However, the warning seems ineffective. As the frenzy among the residents continues, some individuals are solitary, indifferent to when they die, having no attachments. Others step forward encouraged by their spouses. There are also children crying loudly, trying to prevent their fathers from going, yet still unable to stop their footsteps. Some are even pushed forward by family members amidst insults. Life presents various scenarios, each with its own interpretation. They believe that if one person in the family possesses special abilities, everyone can benefit. They view fathers and husbands as fighting for the sake of the whole family. Before long, half a box of nameplates is filled, totaling over 300 people. If not for the guards blocking the way, there would be a continuous stream of residents wanting to throw in nameplates. Outside, Shun Bei watches the commotion. Rock squeezes next to him and pokes him. Why don't you throw in a nameplate? Are you really hoping for my death? Shinbei glares at Rock with a dismissive look. Rock sniffs. What if you awaken too? Wait, let us talk later. Shinbei interrupts directly, turning and walking swiftly to the side. Rock looks on suspiciously. In the direction Shinbei is heading, Nyogon Ben, wearing a white coat and accompanied by Yi carrying a box, approaches. After Shinbei strides over, he grabs Nyogon Ben by the neck and drags him into an alley. What is going on? Nyogon Ben exclaims, his eyes wide in disbelief. How much have you drunk? Why are you choking me? I'm Nyogon Ben, brother. Have you got the wrong person? Shinbei looks Nyogon Ben up and down, showing a look of disappointment. Have you lost your mind? Nyogon Ben, confused, responds, what are you talking about? Just say it clearly. Shinbei glances at the crowd outside, relieved that their attention is on Yu Wu Chang, not noticing the situation here. Take off your white coat. Shinbei frowns as he speaks. Why? Nyogon Ben questions. Shinbei's tone is grave. Haven't you thought carefully that the second awakening serum developed is a double-edged sword? This is a blessing. How can it be a double-edged sword? Nyogon Ben retorts vehemently. A 50% chance of death. Shinbei grips Nyogon Ben's shoulders. Continuing, if a father dies because of your serum, his child's target of hatred will be you. Nyogon Ben's expression falters, his gaze darkening. After a moment of silence, he stutters. What does that have to do with me? Did I force them? Can you explain that to the child? Shinbei grits his teeth. Take off your white coat. Let Yi take over. You need to think this through to avoid being pelted with stones later. Nyogon Ben, feeling frustrated, removes the white coat, muttering. I'm doing good here. How did it become bad in your eyes? Is there no reasoning anymore? If I could reason, I could conquer the world with my words. Shinbei shot a glance at Nyogon Ben, who was feeling quite frustrated. After all, the protection level of the shelter was very high, and very few people knew that he was the one leading the research on the potion. He should have been receiving the worship and gratitude of the entire shelter, reaping the reputation. Instead, Shinbei had made him hide in the background, gaining no recognition at all, leaving his emotions unfulfilled, which was quite irritating. Who doesn't he want to be praised by others? Living is all about satisfying one's own emotions, isn't it? You are just overthinking it, Nyogon Ben said with a dissatisfied tone, raising his chin. Shinbei grabbed Nyogon Ben's head and said seriously, greed and vanity lead to the fastest downfall. All right, stop rambling. Nyogon Ben turned and walked out of the alley. Shinbei chased him for a couple of steps and kicked him in the backside, saying fiercely, if you keep babbling, next time I'll kick your eggs. Nyogon Ben yelped, covering his rear, and quickly dashed away. Shinbei turned back to his original position and looked again at the center of the crowd. Yi, wearing a white lab coat and holding a box, approached Yu Wuchang. The crowd erupted in cheers. Here he comes. This must be the main person behind the development of the second awakening potion. Indeed. In such a moment of glory, who wouldn't he be envious? He looked quite young too. This is real talent. Because Nyogon Ben was stopped by Shinbei, he delayed his time. At this moment, the residents regarded Yi as the main figure, their gazes fixed on him. Yu Wuchang looked around and, not seeing Nyogon Ben, was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he understood that Nyogon Ben probably didn't want to stand out and didn't care about fame or reputation. He was just a down-to-earth researcher, truly low-key. Yu Wuchang even felt a bit of admiration. Yet he was also a bit confused, wondering where the director had gone. He looked around and finally spotted Nyogon Ben, who was darting around the periphery, chatting with some high-ranking officials' children, though he couldn't hear what they were discussing. Yet he scratched his head, standing tall and straight. This gave him a great sense of satisfaction from his vanity, feeling buoyed by the admiring gazes. Yet he grinned, thinking, Director, it's not that I'm vain. It's just that you're not here. Shinbei was quite satisfied with Nyogon Ben's performance, blending in with the crowd as if he were an ordinary person. What were we just talking about? Shinbei asked Rock beside him. I was saying, Rock said, his eyes moving slightly, deliberately weighing his tone, you should also awaken. It's the mainstream of the world. Why should I follow the mainstream? Shinbei asked with a smile. Isn't that a no-brainer? Rock said, a bit annoyed. Didn't you see how the Spider Queen dealt with the evil spawn? Don't you have any thoughts about it? I only have 3 minutes. What thoughts can I have? Shunbei replied. Damn, I'm not talking about the guns down there, but the one in your hand. How many beasts can your bullets kill? Hearing this, Shunbei's eyes flickered, and turning to the crowd, he said mysteriously, one day, the world will end in my hands. Shunbei firmly believed that the new world would come to an end in his hands, and faster than Dr. Batu. Damn it. Rock cursed, you must have drunk all my Moutai, still not sober yet. Rock thought Shunbei was stubborn and unable to broaden his horizons, believing his path wouldn't go far. Just then, the guards in the center of the crowd began to shake the boxes, jumbling the nameplates inside. With a clattering sound, Yu Wuchang reached out to grab the nameplates, and one by one, names were called out. Archer, Li Ji, Ping Ko Li, Wu Chuanxiao. As names were called, one resident after another ran to the inner circle and lined up. Cheers and sighs occasionally erupted from the crowd. All 50 little white mice were present. Yi followed closely behind Yu Wuchang. Yu Wuchang distributed the second awakening potions to them, one by one. Thank you, General. Thank you, Yi. The General is mighty. Thank you. The lucky ones nodded and bowed continuously, trembling as they held the potions, unsure if it was excitement or fear. After the distribution, Yu Wuchang said with a serious expression, I'll say it once, there's a 50% chance of death, meaning half of you 50 might die. Of course, if you're lucky, all might survive. Now I ask you one last time, will anyone withdraw? No one withdrew, nor did anyone step back. Yu Wuchang nodded. All right. Then let us begin, and I wish you all good luck. Chapter 165, Deceivers Meet a Bad End. After a long wait, the second awakening event was finally about to start. Even though these lucky ones were clear about the high death rate, there was still a 50% chance of becoming someone extraordinary. That was enough. This probability was worth the gamble. Although after awakening, they would still face the issue of crystal core investment. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Step by step, the snowball would grow bigger. Ordinary people had no chance to roll the snowball at all. At that moment, the atmosphere intensified as the crowd began to shout, show us how it's done. Artificial superhumans. What a grand era. One could imagine that in the future, our shelter number 36 would be the best. The more superhumans, the more wealth. A potion that benefits everyone. Let us go. It seems that supporting General Yu is the wisest choice. Awakening. 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 The sound waves surged like a tide. Even the harsh winter in the north seemed too scared to blow wind or snow at this sight. As the crowd's shouts gradually subsided, the upper levels of the shelter fell into a quiet place. With a command from the guards, the 50 lucky ones simultaneously broke open the seals, revealing glimmering needles. They directly pierced their arms, pushing the potions into their veins. The clear, tear-like liquid instantly flowed into their blood. The discarded syringes were thrown to the ground. The 50 stood still, slowly waiting for the potion to take effect. For a moment, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could be wrung out for water. As everyone held their breath, waiting, expecting, and even fearing, time passed so slowly, every second felt like unprecedented torment. It was unclear how long it had been. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one person suddenly began to tremble violently, his eyes wide open as if he had witnessed something terrifying. His skin instantly lost its color, turning ashen, as if his life force had been drained in an instant. Their veins, under the influence of the potion, bulged beneath the skin like ruptured pipes, the blue veins protruding like crazed, writhing snakes. What is happening? What is this situation? A piercing scream escaped from this person, and he instantly collapsed. A hoarse wail emerged from his throat, as if an invisible giant hand was choking him. His body began to twist and contort, like a wax figure melting under intense heat. His face twisted in agony, and instead of tears, what spilled from his eyes were beads of boiling blood. Suddenly, black smoke erupted from their bodies, like a long-suppressed demon finally finding its escape. Their bodies exploded under the energy shock, flesh, bones, and clothing instantly turning to nothingness. Only a dark crimson stain remained on the pure white snow. This scene unfolded too quickly. In just a few breaths, the person was frozen in a series of horrifying death poses. But that was not the end. More unfortunate souls, under the ravaging power of the potion, had veins beneath their skin bulging like cursed vines, distorting and threatening to burst at any moment. They collapsed in agony, curling up on the ground, emitting deathly wails that were hoarse and mournful, like trapped beasts tormented by fate. Their bodies twisted uncontrollably, swelling, as the blood vessels beneath their skin boiled like volcanic lava, the painful heat nearly consuming them entirely. One person died. 3 people died. 5 people died. 10 people died. They fell to the ground one after another like harvested wheat, screaming in death. In an instant, the crowd that was once filled with excitement wore expressions of terror and horror. Everyone's gaze turned profoundly deep and fearful as the oppressive, chilling screams filled the air, like the breath of a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, saturating the entire venue. A bone-chilling cold swept over everyone. Is this how they just die? 15 people have died, and not a single successful awakening. The death rate is nearing its limit. Something is off. There should have been awakenings. If this continues, the situation seems dire. It's too tragic. I was still thinking about purchasing the secondary awakening potion. But now, I wouldn't take it even for money. The residents had never witnessed such a brutal scene of death. Previously, when killed by fierce beasts, there would still be remnants of flesh left behind. But now, the power of this secondary awakening potion was comparable to a sinister curse. Their faces twisted completely, resembling terrifying ghosts. It was too frightening. At this moment, Yu Wuchang also felt something was off. 15 deaths in a row, and not a single awakening? This seemed too unrealistic. However, Yu Wuchang remained calm. It wasn't him who was dying. As a general and the leader of the shelter, if his mentality is disturbed by the deaths of a few people, he is not far from being overthrown. Therefore, Yu Wuchang maintained an expressionless face, lung de kanjut. On the other side, Locke gasped and whispered, "It's not poison, is it?" Locke suspected that Niu Ganbin was some kind of spy. They had agreed on a 50% death rate, but with 15 people dead, there should have been a few awakenings. Yet, none occurred. Shenbei's gaze was calm as he silently praised his own cleverness. It seemed that letting Niu Ganbin take off his lab coat and avoid drawing attention was the right decision. This guy might not be very skilled, causing things to go wrong. Of course, it was still too early to say, considering there were still 35 people left. At that moment, Niu Ganbin, who was chatting with the women and running around, took a few steps back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the developer, he knew very well what was normal. Niu Ganbin kept recalling his experimental steps, feeling that nothing had gone wrong. But how could the probabilities have such a big problem? At that moment, a miracle happened. The 16th person's performance was not like the others with grayish skin. Instead, vibrant patterns resembling galaxies emerged beneath their skin. This was a sign of an awakening. In other words, the awakening was successful. Although this person felt hot all over and had a flushed face, they couldn't contain their joy and shouted, "General, you are mighty. General, you are mighty." The success of this person's awakening instantly boosted morale. The crowd erupted with cheers. "Look, there is still success. Unbelievable. What a lucky one. This is confidence. Just wait. The next ones will have even more awakenings." Yu Wuchang nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was effective. Good. Niu Ganbin's efforts were not in vain, and Shunbei's hard work had not been wasted. Next, they were about to welcome more second awakenings. In the future, they would gradually lower the death rate. According to Yu Wuchang's thoughts, given time, the entire shelter No. 36 would be filled with ability users. That would be an undeniable force in the world of survival, even making the Spider Queen take notice. The more ability users there were, the better the siphoning effect. The ultimate shelter was just around the corner. On the outskirts, Locke's face lit up with a smile. Finally, there has been a success. We're one step closer to Yu Wuchang's plan. Shenbei curiously asked, "What grand goal is Yu Wuchang planning?" "To create a shelter full of ability users." Locke licked his lips and continued excitedly, "How great is that?" Shenbei frowned. "Then why are you so happy? You're still an ordinary person." Locke scratched his head, lost in thought. It seemed that Shenbei had a point. Locke replied, "You're also an ordinary person." "Exactly." Shenbei spread his hands. "So isn't Yu Wuchang trying to eliminate everyone? Why don't we join forces and take him down? I'll keep watch, and you can poison him. Once it's done, I'll be the leader, and you can still be in charge of the task." "Rock, so you're just doing nothing and living off the results, huh? Don't joke around." Rock's face turned serious. "I'm not an ordinary person, and your combat power isn't ordinary either, and Yu Wuchang isn't a fool." Shenbei shrugged, knowing that Wu Chang's grand plan wasn't to eliminate ordinary people, but to uplift them. However, Shenbei wasn't optimistic about Wu Chang's idea. He might never achieve this wish in his lifetime, but having a wish is always good. Even in a world of fleeing, one should have some aspirations, right? Then, the sound of screams echoed again. After the 16th person miraculously awakened successfully, another tragic death scene unfolded. Over 20 more fell down, and amidst the chaos, 4 more became awakeners. In less than 3 minutes, out of 50 fortunate ones, 45 died, and 5 successfully awakened. Overall, the success rate was merely 10%, with a terrifying death rate of 90%. The scene left the residents without any joy. Instead, the atmosphere was somber and tragic. They felt a fire in their hearts. This death rate was suspicious. If it was indeed as high as 90%, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. They all knew that the lucky ones were just guinea pigs. But falsifying data was infuriating. Many women and children were digging through the blood-mixed snow, crying out, "Daddy, Daddy, this isn't an awakening agent, it's poison. It was promised to be a 50% chance, and now it's up to 90%. Give me an explanation. You deceived us. Bastard. You owe me my husband's life." A few women, in a frenzy, pointed fingers at Yi, rushing up to grab him, crying out in heartbreak. pounding and scratching at him. The scene descended into chaos. It wasn't just the relatives of the deceased who were angry. The onlookers were furious too. This was blatant deception. It was completely different from what Wu Chang had said. The residents couldn't do anything to Wu Chang, but they could take their anger out on Yi. Many people charged forward, fists, kicks, and even snowballs were thrown at Yi. He was completely bewildered. What does this have to do with me? I'm just a handyman. I don't know anything. Just as Yi was about to shout for Niu Ganben's name. To inform the crowd they had the wrong person and the real culprit was Niu Ganben. He saw Wu Chang give the blue enchantress a knowing glance. The blue enchantress understood immediately, and an icy blast struck Yi's mouth, freezing it shut. Wu Chang instructed the nearby guards, after 1 minute, pull Yi out. The crowd needs to vent their anger, yet Yi will just have to suffer. Fortunately, this guy was a little chubby and could take a beating. Then, Wu Chang turned and left, calling out to Niu Ganben, who was hiding not far away, with a gloomy expression. Do you have a premonition? You're quite good at hiding. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and said, come with me. Niu Ganben shrank his neck and followed closely, heading towards the official residence. Meanwhile, Shin Bei on the outskirts clicked his tongue, reflecting, Niu Lu, I saved your life again. Chapter 166, Titan Breeding Season. Damn it. You are just a useless piece of trash. In the Biological Research Institute, Niu Yanben was furious, pointing at Yi, who was bruised and bandaged all over. Cursing at him. I told you to add the blood of the black bat, and you didn't even centrifuge the components for me? Niu Yanben grabbed Yi by the neck and shook him violently. You killed 48 people. Yi fell to the ground with a thud. Crying out, I did use the centrifuge. It was just to catch up with the schedule. There was a bit less time. Niu Yanben kicked Yi in the face. Idiot. I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Niu Yanben loosened his collar and sat behind the desk, looking gloomy and brooding. Meanwhile, Shin Bei was leisurely smoking a cigarette. Niu Yanben had just returned from the official residence, looking extremely displeased. He must have been scolded harshly by Wu Chang. He even got slapped. The imprint of the fingers on his face hadn't faded yet. It seemed Wu Chang was very unhappy with Niu Yanben's work. Even though 5 individuals awakened, the death of 45 was still far beyond expectations. Anyone would feel upset about that. With such a huge amount of funding poured in, this cost-effectiveness was unacceptable. Not hanging Niu Yanben up for a beating was already considered polite, although later data showed that it was Yi's fault. The Biological Research Institute was still managed by Niu Yanben, so the main responsibility lay with him. I'm so angry. Niu Yanben's hand trembled as he held his tea. It was hard to tell if it was genuine anger or fear of the residents' wrath that hadn't been directed at him. Just looking at Yi's state made it clear. If it were Niu Yanben, he'd probably be lying in the medical room by now. Shin Bei looked at Yi, smiled, and said, be more serious next time. You can leave now. Yi gratefully glanced at Shin Bei and scampered away. You're getting a bit carried away too. Shin Bei turned to Niu Yanben and said, if the supervision is inadequate, you have to stand straight when you get hit. Niu Yanben put down his teacup and said gratefully, it's all thanks to you, Shin Bei, my good brother. If you hadn't temporarily made me take off my lab coat, I would probably have gotten beaten too. Shin Bei blew a smoke ring in Niu Yanben's face. Remember, for people like you, if you don't have the strength to ensure your own safety, staying behind the scenes is the best choice. Even if you could develop 100% secondary awakening agent, you still shouldn't show up in public. Everything has pros and cons. Just because you don't see the cons doesn't mean they don't exist. The unseen is the most dangerous. Niu Yanben nodded, deeply understanding. What instructions did Wu Chang give? Shin Bei asked curiously. In Shin Bei's view, Wu Chang couldn't just be reprimanding Niu Yanben. After such a long time, his throat must be sore from yelling. There had to be something else. Sure enough, Niu Yanben spoke up. It's nothing big. Just to standardize the operating procedures and ensure the mortality rate is reduced to below 50%, then start mass production. The urgency is because the Titan's head has turned blue. We need to make trades during this breeding season window. Shin Bei tilted his head. He could understand the earlier part. But what did the breeding season mean? Shin Bei tried to search for this keyword from the memories of his predecessor. Due to the loss of some memories during his traversal, he scratched his head for a long time before finally understanding what the breeding season meant. This term was related to the Titans. In this world of escape, the heads of Titans would periodically emit a blue color, which humans named life blue. Once this blue appeared, the Titans would move toward a certain area of the sea. In that sea region, there would be at least a dozen, or even up to hundreds of shelters crowded together. The Titans would shed some of their flesh and blood into the seabed. Initially, humans did not understand what this meant and merely regarded it as an occasional large gathering. It was later discovered that these abnormal Titans coming to a fixed sea area were not being drawn or induced by some force, but were actually breeding. The Titans would fuse their shed flesh and blood together on the seabed to form a new Titan. After reaching maturity, they would randomly crawl onto land, becoming new shelters. Each new shelter born would serve as a fertile ground for human reproduction. After all, the population capacity of a shelter has its limits. Mobile homes cannot be arbitrarily expanded. Especially when faced with threats, if the convoy is too long, it may not be able to move to a safe area in time. A reasonable population base ranges from 150,000 to 200,000. Any more people would lead to unsustainable consumption of resources and food. Therefore, new shelters could accommodate some humans. Becoming new homes. Quite interesting, Shinbei chuckled silently. With so many shelters crowded together, it would certainly be chaotic. Of course, chaos leads to wealth, while order only ensures basic sustenance. This also meant that shelter number 36 would soon leave the northern cold. After all, the sea is not in the north, but in the east. A turn is inevitable. By the way, Neo Ganben mysteriously spoke again. I've discovered a pattern. Oh, Shinbei asked curiously, what pattern? I was chatting with a few high-ranking offspring and found something. Neo Ganben said quietly. The awakening is more likely to occur among commoners. Shinbei twitched his mouth. What kind of pattern is that? You see, you don't understand. Neo Ganben provided an example. When both see the sun, you think about how hot it is, while I think about why it generates heat. Stop being cryptic. Let us put it this way. Children from common families often venture into the wilderness with adults, so their awakening chances are higher. In contrast, the children of the elite, who are well-fed and secure, have a very low chance of awakening. Shinbei stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, what you mean is that the energy radiation in the wilderness is much higher, while shelters have almost no capacity to radiate. Exactly. Neo Ganben said excitedly. The essence of awakening is the energy that fills the world gathering within the body, reaching a critical point, and then erupting for awakening. This critical point varies from person to person. Those who store more energy can succeed, while those who store less will fail. If you continue to think along this line, you'll discover another issue. Neo Ganben seemed to be testing Shinbei, only sharing half of his thoughts. Shinbei sneered. The essence of Titan is energy shielding. And the evil beings lose their sense of smell and navigation within the range of no energy, becoming blind. Neo Ganben slapped the table excitedly, pulled out a piece of paper, and started writing furiously. I'm applying to you Wu Chang right now to let you be the director. Shinbei gave him a sideways glance. In fact, Shinbei was contemplating something deeper, namely the Doomsday-class starship and the Shadow Immortal battleship. The Doomsday-class starship focuses on technology, featuring various high-tech devices like laser cannons and star migration cannons, and even dimensional strikes. Thus, it can be inferred that the world of escape is filled with energy between heaven and earth, unrelated to the Doomsday-class starship. As for the specific situation of the Shadow Immortal battleship, Dr. Badu did not describe it in detail. However, Shinbei could deduce from the abundance of fierce beasts and evil beings that the Shadow Immortal battleship was likely a biological warship. This explains why there are so many different life forms aboard the Shadow Immortal battleship. The energy that fills the world is also largely emitted after the Shadow Immortal battleship was shot down. Only this explanation makes logical sense. This leads to two extremes, the technologically focused Doomsday-class starship and the ability-focused Shadow Immortal battleship. As long as one isn't foolish, humanity knows how to choose. Naturally, they would gravitate towards the ability side, just as the rich rely on technology and the poor depend on mutations. Everyone has an opportunity to gain abilities. Whereas technology is different, it's not something just anyone can handle. It requires not only intelligence, but also a flexible mind and a wealth of knowledge. A slight gap in knowledge can set one back decades. Abilities, on the other hand, are incredibly convenient. They allow one to kill fierce beasts, dig for core crystals, awaken powers, and dramatically increase combat effectiveness. This is why, in the world of escape, technological development is slow while abilities flourish. At this moment, Neo Ganben was scribbling on the paper, speaking rapidly. If I understand the principle of Titan's energy shielding, can I replicate it and not have to escape anymore? Shinbei shrugged. That's a nice thought. I wish you success. Shinbei felt that this plan was even less feasible than eliminating the evil beings. Titan is an extremely unique existence. Even if you understand the principle, you can't replicate it. It's a living organism, not an electronic chip or an inanimate object like a handgun. Living things are the hardest to deal with. Shinbei stood up and left, finding no interest in staying at the Biological Research Institute. He preferred to spend his time at a bar instead. Bidding farewell to the fanciful Neo Ganben, Shinbei exited the Biological Research Institute. After walking a few steps, he passed by the Mechanical Research Institute. In the past, at this time, Shinanji would be the most relaxed. The shelter had ceased all activities, and the demand for production materials had plummeted sharply. They could work for a day and play for 3, with hardly anyone seen in the Research Institute. However, now the entire institute was exceptionally busy, especially the ability users in the shaping department, who were working tirelessly. With nothing to do, Shinbei strolled inside. Shinonji was directing work assignments in the workshop. He was constantly checking the blueprints in hand and measuring the specifications of components with a ruler. The component was a type of plastic that Shunbei had never seen before, resembling a sealed cabin, complete with locks and hooks as fastening elements. "You should hibernate like a bear instead of wandering around," he remarked. Upon seeing Shunbei, Shinonji glanced at him and then continued focusing on his work. Shunbei smiled brightly, saying, "The noise over here is too loud. You woke me up." Shinonji put down the blueprints, slowly opened his mouth, and widened his eyes, suddenly looking astonished. "I once read a novel from the old era about a grandfather who grew 7 gourds. Later, due to radiation, they mutated and produced 7 children, one of whom had super hearing." Shunbei shrugged. "Exactly, the one with ears everywhere." Shinonji clicked his tongue and asked, "What's the matter?" Shunbei curiously pointed at the component. "Is this a floating device for the RV?" Shinonji nodded. "Titan wants to head to the sea. There's no problem above the shelter, but the RV needs to be prepared in advance to avoid sinking. How is this going to be installed?" Shunbei wondered. As Titan was always in motion, and installing this device would require the RV to be stationary. "Are we supposed to remove the hooks from the RV and chase after each one? That would take an unimaginable amount of time." At this moment, Shinonji was studying Shunbei with a strange look and suddenly asked, "Have you been possessed?" Shunbei smiled, but found his right hand unconsciously resting on his handgun. Chapter 167. Not afraid. Hard steel to the end. How could you not know this common knowledge? Shinonji explained. Titan wants to return to the sea and needs to stop at the shore to adapt to the salinity of the seawater. This process takes about 7 days, making it the best time for us to replace the floating body. Shunbei relaxed his grip and smiled easily, thinking Shinonji had figured something out. After drinking a bit in the morning, he felt a little hazy. Shunbei pretended to rub his temples. Speaking of this, Shinonji's eyes lit up with the excitement of discovering something new. "You know, our shelter has more alcohol than water. Do you think we could collect urine and purify it to make alcohol?" Shunbei replied, "Why not focus your brain on research instead?" With a serious face, Shinonji said, "This is research too. This involves chemistry. Nyogonben should know more about it. I'll discuss feasibility with him when I have time. Want to invest?" "Not even a pot's worth." Shunbei waved his hand and walked away. "My mom said not to play with fools." Shinonji, faced with Shunbei's double entendre, twitched his lips and rolled his eyes. When they reached the lower level, the previously lifeless environment began to buzz with energy. News of Titan making a turn and heading straight for the sea spread quickly. This was another exciting piece of news following the second awakening of the potion. After all, no one knew when Titan would be able to leave the northern cold. Everyone had originally prepared for a long-term battle of 1 year, or even 3. In less than a month since arriving, Titan is set to reproduce. Although the sea poses risks, it's preferable to the harsh winter of the north. It can be described as going from hell to heaven. Families are no longer saving food and firewood, celebrating as if it were a festival, and everyone appears relaxed. The pub has also removed the sign prohibiting entry without consumption, making it more lively inside. The bar, messy and chaotic, is filled with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and a hint of disinfectant. In a dark corner, a group of pale-faced women sit together, numbly staring at every passerby. When a man stops, he gestures with his finger, and the women stand up to leave with him. Shunbei casually finds a table, orders a vodka and a plate of green beans. Not far away, a group is gambling with arm wrestling, shouting excitedly. Shunbei approaches with his drink, intending to enjoy the spectacle. One of the burly men points at him. "Hey buddy, want to join?" Shunbei glances at the bets laid out, which include cigarettes, candies, beers, and other assorted items. "I'm afraid I'll make you cry," he replies. The surrounding men burst into laughter. "Come on, it's not a crime for a man to cry, right?" "All right." Shunbei sits down, resting his wrist on the table. "Who's next?" One of them says, "Hold on. We're all just regular folks. Take off your armor and place a bet." Shunbei jokes. "Then I'll be in my underwear." The burly man can't help but chuckle. Shunbei strokes his chin. "What I mean is, if I show my weapon, you might feel inadequate." Not wanting to take chances, Shunbei removes his armor and sets it aside. Underneath, he's wearing undergarments. There's no way he'd be without them. Then he places his revolver on the table. No. The burly man shakes his head at the sight of the gun. "That's your livelihood. Can't bet that. We're just having fun. Change it to something else. Even a cigarette would do." Shunbei grins. "No problem. If I lose, I'll skip the gun-drawing step and just blow your head off." The burly man, towering over 2 meters, broad enough to fit 2 of Shunbei, resembles a giant bear. The two clasp their wrists together, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Both tense. Several onlookers gather around, whispering and wide-eyed. After a couple of breaths, Shunbei's well-defined hand suddenly clenches into a fist. The veins on his forearm bulging as he forcefully slams the burly man's hand onto the table, followed by a chorus of heavy gasps from the crowd. "Wow, you can really do that? Did he let you in?" No way. Shinbei can't be a superhuman, right? This strength is impressive. Standing up, Shinbei gathers 2 bottles of beer and several packs of cigarettes from the burly man's side, along with the previous items like cigarettes, candies, beers, and lighters, forming a small mountain in front of him. Shinbei unwrapped a milk candy and popped it into his mouth, glancing around with a smile while patting the table. Is there anyone else who wants to play? Everything can be taken home if you win. No more, no more. You win this round, the burly man said, sweating profusely and gripping his reddened wrist, sounding somewhat disheartened. The others shook their heads too. If the burly man couldn't beat Shinbei, they wouldn't stand a chance either. Just then, Rock walked in, waving his hand as if he had something to discuss with Shinbei. Shinbei picked out 2 cans of beer, a relatively rare durian candy, 2 pieces of chocolate, and a pack of cigarettes from a pile of trinkets. He generously told everyone, "Take whatever else you want, it's on me." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then cheered. Brother Bei is generous. Then I won't hold back. One person said, "Shinbei, I heard you are the vice captain now? Can I stick with you for future missions?" Upon hearing this, Shinbei's smile turned sharp. "Sticking with me means you'll get in trouble faster. I just came from the side of a certain individual." Rock, with a cigarette in his mouth and a neutral expression, placed his hands on the table and looked at Shinbei. They just wrapped up a radio briefing over there. Shinbei's bright eyes filled with skepticism. "Is that something I should even know about?" Rock replied seriously, "You heard about the Titan breeding season, right?" Shinbei nodded. "The breeding season is fixed, but which Titan goes to sea is not." Rock took a puff of his cigarette and continued. "This radio briefing mentioned that besides our shelter number 36, there are also shelter number 12, shelter number 5, and shelter number 15. Shinbei listened without showing any emotion and raised his hand. And then, Rock tilted his head. "Isn't what I'm saying clear enough?" Shinbei looked down at him. "So what? Do they dare to come in and attack? While being brazen might be a bit excessive, it has happened before." Rock continued. "With several shelters crowded together, it makes it too convenient to do something, like an assassination." Shinbei's eyes showed no fluctuation. "Welcome. Welcome? You mean welcome?" Rock narrowed his eyes, somewhat irritated. "Do you take your life so lightly?" "It's all about the thrill," Shinbei replied, looking straight at Rock. "The pulse of life lies in excitement, not in being lifeless. Some die for faith, some for ideals, some for challenges. But there's absolutely no one who dies to escape." Shinbei placed a handgun on the table and pointed at it. "What's here now is just scrap metal. It only becomes a gun the moment I fire a bullet." Rock gritted his teeth. "I don't care for your fanciful reasoning. My advice is to hide out at shelter number 8 with the Spider Queen until the Titan breeding season passes, then come back. Your suggestion may be well-intentioned, but it's of no use to me." Shinbei leaned forward, a hint of a smile on his face, his tone icy. "Either they beat me to death, or I hurt them. In any case, a tangled knot must have one side concede. And this time, it's a good opportunity. I don't want to be disturbed by pesky creatures while traversing the wilderness." Rock scratched his head and said, "Whatever. Just don't come running to me if you have any issues. I don't want to get involved in your drama." He glanced at Shinbei and added, "Can we not be civil friends? At this rate, our friendship boat might capsize at any moment." Rock jokingly remarked. Shinbei stood up and stretched lazily. "All right then, I'm heading back." Rock waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, telling Shinbei to get lost. Leaving the bar, Shinbei stumbled back to the RV. He pushed open the door to find Xiao Kei and Ling sitting on the floor, chatting about something. "Hey bro." Xiao Kei greeted him. Shinbei nodded and pulled out some durian candy and chocolate from his pocket. "Have you tried this?" he asked Xiao Kei. Xiao Kei picked up the durian candy and shook his head. "What kind of candy is this?" "It's really delicious," Shinbei said with a mischievous smile. In this world, durians had vanished. The environment was different, and no shelter would waste land growing such things. More importantly, they weren't filling and tasted disgusting. Dogs would even vomit at the smell. This candy, however, was a relic from the old times, well preserved. And Shinbei had no idea who had salvaged it from the ruins. "Here, have some," Shinbei offered. "Gross." Shinbei thought he would give Ling a piece of chocolate, but as soon as Xiao Kei heard that the durian candy was delicious, he rushed to give it to Ling. Ling unwrapped it and put the candy in her mouth, rolling her eyes as she savored the taste. Shinbei, with a sly grin, asked, "Strong milky flavor, right?" Ling nodded a few times. "Yes, indeed. I mean, it really has a strong milky flavor, doesn't it?" Shinbei asked again. Ling confidently nodded. "Yes, it has a strong milky flavor, it's really good." Shinbei frowned. "What kind of sense of smell do you have? This kid doesn't he look like a fool? Can't even recognize the smell of poop? Haven't you ever smelled it?" Shinbei coughed and tentatively asked again. "I've never had it. Can you describe what this milky flavor is like?" Ling tilted her head, thinking for a long time. "I can't describe it. It's just milky." Shinbei looked at Ling, her expression sincere and innocent, showing no signs of dishonesty. It seemed like the smell of durian equated to a milky scent for her. Was it Ling's sense of smell that was off? Or was there something wrong with the candy? Or was it Ling herself? Shinbei crossed his arms, finding it hard to understand Ling Chapter 168, a complete upgrade. Linking the virtual Shinbei remained puzzled until Ling left. Taste disorders do exist, but they are extremely rare. However, one question lingered in his mind. Had no one ever pointed it out to her? That was absolutely impossible. If Ling was aware of her taste abnormalities, then why lie? If she wasn't aware, that was even stranger. It was as if a person generated out of thin air had no knowledge of the world's rules. While Shinbei still had some unknowns about this world, and even lacked some common knowledge compared to Xiaoke, Ling was definitely a person from this world. Shinbei stood at the door, watching Ling walk away, when he happened to encounter a patrol team. The patrol team took out a decoder to check Zero's nameplate. Finding nothing wrong, and let her go. After Zero completely vanished from Shinbei's sight, he approached the patrol team. They shared a few cigarettes and chatted casually. Shinbei described the girl's looks and figure with gestures. One of them exhaled a puff of white smoke and laughed. You're young and don't know the charm of a mature woman, mistaking a girl for a treasure. Another chimed in. Listen to my advice, she is too inexperienced. Not much fun. Better to go for a woman with experience to relieve your urges. Shinbei grinned. I have different tastes from you guys. By the way, which family does that girl belong to? The nameplate indicated she resided in the upper level of the shelter, 001. 001. Shinbei tilted his head, somewhat incredulous. Isn't that General U.S. residence? Yes, replied the one with a cigarette. She is probably a servant of General Yu, out here slacking off. But General Yu usually doesn't mind. As long as the work is done, there is quite a bit of freedom. Shinbei stroked his chin and said, I've seen her selling potato cakes at the bar, probably using leftover scraps to make them. One of the patrol team members responded. General Yu doesn't eat that stuff. It's not considered stealing. We can't process such reports. Shinbei waved his hand dismissively. No. I didn't mean to report anything. Just found it interesting. After chatting for a while longer, they dispersed. Shinbei returned to his RV, settled on the sofa, staring at the flames in the fireplace, and turned to ask Xiaoke, did Zero say where she lives? In General U.S. residence. What does she do? She claims to be a princess. Xiaoke shrugged, but that is definitely a lie, just to attract me. At this point, Xiaoke lightly tossed her shiny black hair with a hint of pride, a confident smile forming on her lips. Shinbei couldn't help but twitch his mouth, finding her confidence amusing. He looked at her with a knowing expression, but she has a smell of oil and smoke, definitely a cook. This aligned with what the patrol team had said. However, the princess claim surprised Shinbei. If he remembered correctly, Yu Wuchang had no children. Could it be that Yu Wuchang, like Locke, enjoyed being a father to others? It was puzzling. He needed to let Neo Ganbin investigate further. Unless summoned by Yu Wuchang, Shinbei wouldn't have the chance to enter the residence. But Neo Ganbin was different. He could easily find an excuse related to research progress to come and go. This matter would have to wait for another time. The long winter days in the northern region were dull. Aside from the relentless wind, there were only swirling snowflakes. Days passed by. Every night, Shinbei wore his battle armor to sleep for experience. During the day, he went to the bar to chat and play cards, and casually enjoyed some tabletop air hockey. Titan continued to roam in the northern winter, but had begun to show signs of turning. The movement patterns had started to slowly shift towards the east. Every day, residents rushed to the head of Titan to watch, hoping for a drift that would take them away from this wretched place. One day, Shinbei was in his room, fixated on his battle armor. After some information popped up, he thought, upgrade. The upgrades for the battle armor and the mobile home are simply Shinbei's favorite. They are nothing like the complicated firearms and cluster fire discs. Please wait during the upgrade modification. Upon seeing this message, Shinbei's expression shifted slightly. He had encountered equipment modifications before, but mostly with the cluster fire discs. This is the first time for the battle armor. Is there any surprise? Shinbei murmured to himself, waiting with reassurance. The modification time was short, taking about 3 minutes to complete. Power Armor LV9, 60-110-000, a very practical wearable power armor. Running speed increased to 80 km per hour, protective effect further enhanced, capable of resisting a full strike from a 6th-tier superpower user. New, flight mode. Foot accelerators can generate upward thrust, flying height of 300 meters, flying speed of 100 km per hour, consuming 1 intermediate crystal core per minute. New diving mode. Can dive to 500 meters without being crushed by pressure. New, linked virtual scene mode. In this mode, you can edit modules on the armor's visual panel to virtually construct points in a certain area. But it requires the cluster fire disc to project light from the air based on those points to complete the virtual projection. The projected image will not be detected and is 100 realistic. After reading through the dense information, aside from the basic functions of the battle armor being enhanced, 3 new features were added. The appearance of the flight mode finally gave the battle armor a certain flair. What kind of battle armor doesn't fly? Now, Sunbari can traverse more terrain instead of just going along the 11th route. The advantages are numerous. The diving mode comes at a very timely moment as well. The Titan will soon enter the ocean, and undoubtedly, deep diving holds significant importance. It's practically tailor-made. The final upgrade excited Sunbari the most. Initially, he didn't fully grasp the specific functions, but after a brief moment of thought, he understood. It's somewhat like editing an image, which is then projected down by the fire disk to deceive the enemy's vision. A typical practical application would be in a cliff scenario. He could completely construct a point and have the cluster fire disk project a scene showing a road ahead. This kind of realistic virtual projection could deceive the enemy into running forward, leading them to step into thin air and fall to their doom. Moreover, Sunbai could also project himself to confuse the enemy's position or project a fierce beast to scare them. In short, Sunbai believes this function can be creatively utilized and is an extremely powerful auxiliary tool. However, one thing Sunbart does not know yet is whether the virtual projection is dynamic or static. If it is static, it can only be used as a texture to mislead the enemy. If it is dynamic, then it would be incredibly powerful. The upgrade of the battle armor did not clarify this, but the answer should be found with the cluster fire disk, provided that the cluster fire disk itself also needs to be upgraded. Sunbai is fully aware of the current functions of the cluster fire disk, which does not include this virtual projection. It is inevitable that upgrades are needed to achieve this. As for whether this projection function appears after just one level up or requires multiple levels, that remains uncertain. It seems to depend on luck, Shunbei muttered to himself. Thinking of luck, Shunbei recalled Xiao Kei. Xiao Kei, Shunbei called out. Xiao Kei came out from his room and crouched down beside Shunbei. At this moment, the bandage on Xiao Kei's head had been removed, and he looked as good as new, showing no signs of the gunshot. Shunbei pinched his increasingly chubby cheeks and said with a serious tone, "Tell me, Brother Bei can make wishes come true." Xiao Kei blinked. "What wish?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Xiao Kei had many thoughts, but still spoke up. "Brother Bei's wish will come true. If it doesn't come true, I'll beat you up." Shunbei smiled with satisfaction, though the smile had a somewhat eerie quality. "It definitely will, because I invested in the core of the crystal source in mysticism again." Xiao Kei's answer surprised Shunbei. He knew that entering the second level of mysticism required 10 high-level crystal source cores. That was quite a fortune, even for Luo Ku. Shunbei's eyes flickered with doubt. "Did Luo Ku give you the money?" Xiao Kei shook his head. Shunbei crossed his arms and looked seriously at Xiao Kei. "Did Zero give it to you?" "Yeah." Xiao Kei grinned. "Isn't it impressive to have a woman spend money for me?" "That's not the key issue. Where did you get the money?" Shunbei's tone became heavier. "I don't know." Xiao Kei shrugged. Shunbei immediately stood up, put on his coat, and left the RV. A little girl selling potato cakes, despite being a servant of Yu Wuchang, shouldn't be so generous. There is something wrong. Shunbei headed straight for the Biological Research Institute. Some time ago, he had already informed Niu Onbin to keep an eye on Zero. He didn't know if there were any results. Upon reaching the upper living area, Shunbei paused as he passed the Mechanical Research Institute. In the courtyard of the institute, there was a shuttle-shaped cylinder. Both ends resembled bullet heads on a production line. And there was a huge propeller at the back. A submarine? It was indeed a submarine, though it was somewhat different from those of the old era. It seemed designed to reduce water resistance, with the propeller purely for thrust, sacrificing soundproofing. "Are you interested in being a member of the salvage team?" Shenanji approached and asked. "Salvage?" Shunbei didn't quite understand. Shenanji explained, "There are many valuable things in the waters near Titan's breeding grounds." Shunbei licked his cracked lips, cleared his throat for a while, and then gently asked, "What valuable things?" Shenanji said mysteriously, "A technology or item that transcends the era. There are things we don't know how to use, so we can just salvage and make money. Every shelter wouldn't miss such a good opportunity." Shunbei rubbed his temples. "I only know that risks and benefits are proportional. It seems irrational. If you want to make money, you can look for Luo Ku. He is still responsible for the mission." Shunbei didn't respond much, maintaining his habitual smile as he turned and left. There is a sense of flesh and blood suffering, a mechanical ascension. The doctrine is simply summarized in 8 words. Truth prevails, falsehood perishes. Therefore, the breeding ground of the Titans should be the crash site of the world-destroying starship. However, another puzzling question arises. The Titans are creatures from the ship of the Undying Shadows. How could they gather at the crash site of the world-destroying starship? Logically, it doesn't make sense. Shunbei had a vague suspicion. So, the breeding ground of the Titans could possibly be. Chapter 169, All Things Revive. Leaving the cold winter of the northern region, how has the matter I asked you to handle progressed? After arriving at the Biological Research Institute, Shunbei went straight to the office to inquire. Is it the pus of the abomination or the N6 solution? Nyogonben was extremely busy, as the Titans needed to change direction, and he was repeatedly calibrating experimental results with the remaining black bat blood, striving to reduce the mortality rate. Shunbei pressed Nyogonben's head down and rubbed it on the desk repeatedly, growling. Zero? The matter of Zero. Neogonben flinched and exclaimed a few times, fixing his hair with some dissatisfaction. If you like her, just confess. If she doesn't accept, then go for it. If you dare not take risks. How can you say you like her? I look down on you. Shinbei replied. How about I work a bit harder and send you back to shelter number 1? Neogonben shuddered, a smile spreading across his face. If you say that, I might have nightmares tonight. A real man doesn't turn back. This knowledge is all jumbled, and the conversation is incoherent. Shinbei knocked on the table. Speak up. What information do you have? Unfortunately, Neogonben said apologetically. I have entered the residence of Yu Wuchang multiple times these days, but I haven't seen any girl named Zero in any situation. However, I did gather some intel from the kitchen, and the servants there said they hadn't seen any little girl, which means this person doesn't exist. Shinbei pondered for a moment. According to Neogonben's account, this situation is a bit strange. Clearly, there is a nameplate of residence 001. Yet this person is absent. This can only mean one thing. Zero has a special access route. From this deduction, Zero's identity must not be simple. By the way, Neogonben took a sip of tea and continued. The servants in the kitchen reacted that everything was tidied up that night, though sometimes there would be fewer food supplies the next day. Shinbei stroked his chin. That could mean Zero sneaked out to prepare food at midnight. Is it something that needs to be hidden? Shinbei shook his head. It shouldn't be. After all, Zero often comes out to find Xiao Kei, and she would encounter many people along the way. Shinbei propped his arms on the chair, with his legs crossed on the table. Looking quite casual. You don't need to worry about this matter. You can't inquire further. It's you who should be careful. And it's also you who should stop. Neogonben chewed on something as if thinking, and after a while, he said, Am I just your tool? I'm afraid you might get into trouble. Shinbei emphasized. If you really encounter Zero in the future, keep your distance from her. I'm afraid you might get played. TCH. Neogonben looked unconcerned. With my status and ground, even Yu Wuchang would have to toast to me. Neogonben might not be wrong. It is indeed possible that Yu Wuchang would toast to him. From Shinbei's perspective, if Yu Wuchang had to choose between killing a person among Ling and Neogonben, it would certainly be Neogonben who would die. Shinbei did not believe that Yu Wuchang was unaware of Ling's existence. A little girl with a special passage who roams around the official residence at midnight could have an unimaginable identity. As for whether Yu Wuchang is nurturing her, that seems unlikely. Otherwise, Xiao Kei would have been dragged out by Yu Wuchang long ago. Shinbei intended to stop here and not actively investigate Ling's identity until she revealed it herself. The preparation of the N6 concentrated liquid also needed to be prioritized. Shinbei continued. When the Titan enters the breeding area, multiple shelters will gather together, making it easier to procure equipment. Neogonben nodded, but reminded him. You need to prepare at least 100 high-grade crystal core sources. Otherwise, this won't work. Understood. Shinbei shifted the topic again. What is the situation with the evil seed pus? Neogonben's expression remained unchanged. One is an advanced version of black bat blood. I can use this to achieve 100% second awakening, absolutely safe, and no one will die. Shinbei yawned. As long as it wasn't something technological. He wasn't very interested. Congratulations. There's one more thing, Neogonben said excitedly. The energy contained in the evil seed's concentrated liquid is quite special. If consumed directly, it can penetrate the next layer of the ability tree and activate abilities. That sounds like a hard currency, Shinbei remarked, but his expression showed little change. This substance is more useful for higher-tier ability users, especially those specialized in certain ability types. It's worth noting that lower-tier abilities are very cheap. One can activate an ability after about 1.5 years of training. The higher one goes in abilities, the more crystal cores are needed. The evil seed pus ignores the number of crystal cores and directly penetrates the next layer. Naturally, the higher the ability tree, the better it is. It's equivalent to a free activation. While the cost-effectiveness is not high in the early stages, it becomes very considerable later on. Although it is hard currency, it is scarce. With most held by the Spider Queen, who definitely knows the effects of the evil seed pus. After all, she was the first to discover the evil seed's corpse and is keen on pursuing injured evil seeds. Without benefits, who would believe that? Leaving now? Shinbei found it boring to stay in the Biological Research Institute and turned to leave. Currently, Shinbei also had his own tasks. One was to manufacture an X solution, which required bringing down the concentrated fire disk and searching for relevant information. However, there was no rush, as there was still 1 year left. The other task was to upgrade the concentrated fire disk. He felt a bit pained about the empty cannon. Shinbei planned to hunt fierce beasts after the Titan left the cold north, upgrading while accumulating wealth through mining crystal cores. 10 days later, the direction of the Titan's turn was completely finalized, with the head now fully facing east. For the upper residence, the Titan's turn was quite ordinary. However, the various trailers and landlords in the lower tiers had to stay vigilant at all times. Although the connection between the trailers and the Titan was through iron chains, It was still a soft connection. The Titan made a 90-degree turn, but the trailers behind were not at a 90-degree angle. The chain would present an angle of tension as it stretches out. However, the direction of the RV has not yet changed, which can cause a deviation in the force direction acting on the RV. If one is not careful, it could directly topple the RV. When an RV collapses, it resembles a domino effect, with a large number falling in succession. Fortunately, this situation was considered in the initial design of the RV, which is equipped with a steering assist device. The owner only needs to constantly adjust the direction to control it according to the pulling force, much like using a rope to pull a car that has lost power. This task seems simple, but with so many RVs trying to turn, unified coordination is necessary. Residents have experience in handling this. They select several people to stand on the highest RV rooftop, directing and coordinating together. From the upper shelter overlooking the lower area, the scene is quite spectacular. Many people blow whistles, beat drums, and continuously shout commands back and forth. At this moment, Rock unexpectedly sees Shunbei on the upper level. "Why aren't you adjusting the RV?" Rock asks, puzzled. Shunbei glances at the melting white snow on the railing and replies, "I'm a smart RV. I can turn by myself." Shunbei is not lying. A few days ago, the RV was upgraded again and has now reached level 7. In addition to enhanced sturdiness and sealing, a new intelligent steering feature has been added, allowing it to turn the wheels automatically based on the pulling direction. Shunbei doesn't need to worry about it. Rock has his own interpretation. Is little K controlling the RV? You're really careless. Is that something he can handle? Shunbei smiles knowingly. No one is born knowing how to do this. Rock leans on the railing, cigarette in mouth. After the Titan leaves the harsh winter of the north, the shelter will issue a series of tasks to prepare for entering the ocean. Food is essential, especially wild fruits. Meat is also needed. Although fish can be eaten, in our usual thinking, it isn't considered a staple. That is not something I need to worry about. Shunbei interrupts. Let us get straight to the point. Rock's gaze flickers, hinting jokingly. I'm wondering if we should separate you from the Blue Enchantress. Shunbei, with a calm gaze and a complex tone, responds. I'll say it again. I'm not a teammate killer. Don't target me. Rock chuckles in disbelief. You really scare me. Shunbei sighs softly. You know, after leaving the harsh winter of the north, I don't plan on participating in collective tasks. Wandering alone in the wilderness? Shunbei nods. Just remember to come back. 10 days later. The residents of Shelter 36 can feel the temperature rising, but the snowstorm continues, intensifying with an air reminiscent of the final frenzy of the harsh winter. The main task for the residents is to clear the snow from the rooftops. Shunbei is too lazy to remove the snow himself and leaves it to little K. Among the many RVs, Shunbei's RV is quite small, like a sheep mixed in with a herd of elephants. The RVs on either side are 3 to 4 stories high, and as the owners on top shovel snow, it naturally falls onto Shunbei's RV. Little K is furious, barking loudly and cursing at the owners on both sides. 15 days later, the temperature rise has become increasingly evident. Originally, going out required heavy coats, but now a sweater and a jacket are enough to fend off the cold. At the same time, the traces of snow in the wilderness are beginning to diminish, and in some areas, bare ground can even be seen. Residents are feeling more and more at ease, as the warm temperatures provide them with great comfort. Xiao Kei neatly folded away the thick clothes and stored them on the top shelf of the closet, ensuring they would not be eroded by the encroaching seawater. Xiao Kei clapped his hands, while Shunbei felt it was unnecessary. The Titan route was random, and it didn't mean they had to enter the northern winter every so often. It's possible that the coat would never be used in their lifetime. Moreover, after the upgrade, the RV had excellent airtightness, and it was definitely waterproof. Unlike other RVs, where the first layer was almost uninhabitable. A month later, the Titan entered the Gobi Desert. Looking around, it was all rubble. The traces of snow behind them gradually disappeared. The temperature had returned above zero. A few days later, the Gobi had vanished, replaced by a low shrubland. Although the environmental changes were significant, there was nothing of value to be found, no minerals or ferocious beasts in sight. After a few days, the road ahead for the Titan was quite smooth, but forests and mountains had begun to appear nearby. At that moment, Shelter 36 came to life. Residents who hadn't had any activity for nearly 3 months started gathering their gear to check in at the task station. Those who needed to complete daily tasks did so, and the ability users began forming teams to hunt fierce beasts. The Blue Enchantress waited at the door for a long time, and it was only when Rock found the time to call out, "Don't wait any longer. That guy has definitely run off." The Blue Enchantress's smile seemed quite stiff, somewhat helplessly chiding. "Is this the vice captain? Whose idea was it? I suggest slapping him." Rock shrugged. Yu Wuchang won't mistake him. Outside the wilderness, Shunbei rode his Dodge motorcycle to a sudden halt at the cliff's edge. He stood at the precipice, looking down at a group of fierce beasts, waving his hand. The cluster of firepower discs disengaged their cloaking mode, their barrels gleaming coldly. Explosions are art. Boom below the cliff was a type of ferocious beast known as the devouring swarm. They were relatively small, each less than half a meter long, completely black, with a smooth, metallic gloss shell. Their heads were elongated, with jaws as sharp as knives. A pair of translucent thin wings grew on their backs, appearing fragile yet incredibly resilient, allowing them to move swiftly and silently through the air. When the devouring swarm appeared in droves, the scene was like a nightmare heralding the end of days. The swarm, like a black cloud, obscured the sun and dyed the sky a foreboding dark purple. They swarmed and spiraled around, with hundreds and thousands of glimmering compound eyes converging into a bizarre sea of stars. This beast is notorious in the wilderness. When they act collectively, they function like a precise war machine, exhibiting both overall coordination and individual cunning and agility. Once the prey is locked in, they will rush forward, their sharp mandibles tearing and their venomous stingers piercing, instantly turning it into a hollow shell. Shinbei was lucky. The hive of predatory bees had just completed a hunt. They were swarming over a large beast more than 30 meters long, devouring its flesh. In the next moment, the cluster fire disc launched massive shells engulfed in flames and smoke, soaring into the sky like a meteor trailing a fiery tail. The air rippled as the shells sped through, as if the fabric of space-time was being forcefully torn apart, producing a deafening howl. With a thunderous explosion, the shells crashed into the hive like meteorites hitting the ground, their immense impact enveloping the area in a fiery ball. Like a giant while plowing through the earth, it divided and shattered the hive of predatory bees. The shockwave from the explosion swept through like a tidal wave, kicking up clouds of dust and debris, uprooting trees in the vicinity. The massive shockwave engulfed the hive, instantly reducing it to ashes, with shattered exoskeletons and scattered flesh, not even allowing a cry of despair to escape. Wherever the explosion reached, the hive melted away like ice meeting fire. Boom! Cluster Fire Disc, Experience 5. Cluster Fire Disc. Experience 5. After the first round of bombardment, the hive suffered heavy casualties. The cluster fire disc quickly loaded a second round of shells. Shinbei had only one thought: bombard relentlessly, regardless of cost, just to harvest experience points and perhaps collect some crystal cores. At this moment, Shinbei set up his sniper rifle, crouching on the cliff. The crosshairs scanned around, while the cluster fire disc was bombarding. Several predatory bees also broke away from the main group, flying towards Shinbei. The red light flashing from their abdomens became a dazzling target. Shinbei's figure seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding cliffs and the howling mountain winds. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. The Barrett sniper rifle recoiled with a jolt. A patterned level 4 sniper bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, accompanied by a sharp metallic whistle, leaving a brief yet clear trajectory in the air. The bullet pierced through the air at supersonic speed, unobstructed, striking one of the predatory bees in the head. In an instant, that bee seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, its rapid flight abruptly halted, as if suspended in midair. Then, an astonishing shockwave erupted from the point of impact, like a miniature bomb exploding within. The bee's head burst apart instantly, red shell fragments scattering, and its innards and fluids erupted like fireworks, forming a cloud of blood mist. The originally fierce mandibles twisted and deformed under the shock, losing vitality, while the venomous stinger broke under the explosion's force, with venom scattering in the air, slowly dissipating like ink in sunlight. The predatory bee rolled stiffly in the air a few times before helplessly plummeting to the ground. Barrett Sniper Rifle Experience 1. Shinbei clicked his tongue. The experience gained from the sniper rifle was simply too little. Just one shot earned only one experience point. To upgrade to LV8, 300 rounds are needed. Although it's not particularly difficult, every bullet costs money. Even the best sniper rifles are fed by bullets. However, the bullets used by Shinbei are not the standard ones produced in a factory. Shinbei did consider using basic bullets to exploit a glitch for the upgrade. But basic bullets can't kill the aggressive creatures. If surrounded, it would be quite troublesome. Shinbei decided not to overthink it and opted for action instead. Climbing to new heights is what he excels at. Just like the old tale of moving mountains, taking action is always better than doing nothing. Bang bang, Shinbei didn't hold back on the bullets, continuously shooting at the aggressive creatures flying up from below. The gas from the gun's muzzle sent dust flying at his feet. Shinbei kept his eyes aligned with the crosshair, and his body moved in a rhythmic manner, perfectly coordinated by the battle suit, just like a precision instrument. Every shot was on target, every shot a headshot. Barrett Sniper Rifle Experience 1. Barrett Sniper Rifle Experience 1. Of course, there were also over a dozen aggressive creatures flying in an S pattern, coordinating their attack towards the cliff where Shinbei stood. Shinbei flipped a switch and, with a flick of his pinky, inserted a core crystal, activating it. The flamethrower attached to the sniper rifle suddenly unleashed a fierce flame, like hellfire bursting forth. The flame left a searing trail in the air, resembling a dancing fire dragon, heading straight for the incoming swarm of aggressive creatures. At the moment the flames erupted, it felt as if the air was ignited, creating a rolling heatwave and turbulent air currents. Wherever the flames went, the air distorted, light warped, and even time seemed to stand still in the extreme heat. The flames at the front of the fire column twisted like countless dancing fire serpents, ravenously consuming the oxygen in the air, producing a hissing sound. The swarm of aggressive creatures, caught off guard, crashed into the fire column and was instantly engulfed by the searing flames. Their crimson shells turned bright red in the blaze, resembling iron blocks heated in a furnace, emitting a sizzling sound. Their once sharp mandibles twisted and deformed under the high temperature, and the poisonous stingers melted into a toxic puddle in the flames. The creatures writhed in agony, emitting mournful cries as their bodies shrank rapidly in the fire, ultimately turning to charred ashes scattered by the wind. Shinbei lifted the visor of his battle suit, flicked a finger in his bag, and a cigarette flew out, landing perfectly in his mouth. He bit down on the end of the cigarette. With the flamethrower still warm, he lit the cigarette. Taking a puff, he appreciated the power of the flamethrower. The only regret was that it didn't grant experience points. Just then, the life field monitoring module on the battlesuit's display panel began to alarm. A red dot appeared from behind Shinbei. He quickly turned his left hand, aiming his revolver at the back without even looking, and fired a shot. The aggressive creature that attempted a sneaky attack, though silent in its flight, was instantly shattered, leaving no trace behind. Shinbei held a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling a puff of smoke, with a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, looking down with a rogue's demeanor. Below, most of the swarm had been wiped out by concentrated firepower. The flames and shockwaves from the explosions were like a harvest, taking out large groups at once. Moreover, the